Chen Qingyu traverses to the ancient realm, becoming the scion of the illustrious Sacred King family, commencing his journey by signing in for the divine powers of the 36 transformations, thereby acquiring unparalleled cultivation talent. However, this is merely the beginning. By signing in for the 9-turn golden elixir, the chaotic blue lotus seed, and the primordial spiritual root, his cultivation will soar and his realm will ascend with a mere ingestion. Signing in for the creation jade tablet, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Book, and the 3,000 great paths allows for unrestricted cultivation. By signing in for the heavenly Linglong Xianhuang Pagoda, its defenses are impenetrable to any foe. Signing in for the true body of Pangu grants him the mightiest offensive capabilities, enabling him to vanquish all enemies. Countless years later, Chen Qingyu sits high above the river of time, gazing down upon the myriad realms. You may act as you wish. I am invincible. Chapter 1. The beginning of the 36 transformations, the supreme cultivation talent. In the ancient continent, at the heart of Tianzhou, the land of the Chenlu ancient kingdom, one of the venerable families, serves as the ancestral ground of the Chongluo Chen clan. The Chongluo Chen clan, inheriting the bloodline of the sacred king of Chenlu, one of the ancient sovereigns, boasts a plethora of prodigies and formidable beings, with an unfathomable heritage, standing resilient for over 100,000 years, growing ever more prosperous. On this day, ding, ding, the clear and resonant chime reverberates across millions of miles, while the majestic 9-colored clouds obscure the brilliance of the sun, tinting the earth and sky in hues of vibrant colors. After the 9th toll of the bell, a colossal bronze bell, surrounded by a constellation of stars, ascends from the divine capital of Chongluo, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Within millions of miles, the sunlight dims instantaneously, revealing the starry night sky, where countless stars shimmer and shine. Yet, such a remarkable phenomenon fails to incite significant commotion, for within the Chenlu ancient kingdom, everyone is keenly aware that this spectacle heralds the annual evaluation of the direct bloodline of the Chongluo Chen clan, where their cultivation talents are assessed. In the divine capital of Chongluo, within the floating celestial palace, the grand bell tolls with an air of solemnity, the immense bronze bell looming directly above the palace, enveloping the entire divine capital in its embrace. The ethereal starlight cascades down, illuminating everything in a dreamlike radiance. Beyond the celestial palace, a group of direct descendants of the Chen clan, both male and female, adorned in opulent attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, are now anxiously observing the scene within the golden hall of the palace. Inside the golden hall, Chen Qingyu takes a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. Beside him stand 6 children of similar age, their faces tense, some clutching their garments. Including him, there are 7 in total, 4 boys and 3 girls. According to the clan's regulations, direct descendants who have reached the age of 6 may enter the floating celestial palace, where the clan leader and elders will assess their cultivation talents, thereby granting them entry into the realm of cultivation. This assessment will significantly influence the destiny of the evaluated individuals. Remain calm, speaks an elderly man with white hair, clad in a blue robe, his expression grave as he gazes at the 7 children. The clan leader and the elders have gone to retrieve the creation jade goo, and the evaluation will commence shortly. Soon, your talents and physiques will be revealed. Upon hearing this, the numerous children present grow even more anxious. Chen Qingyu, meanwhile, is lost in thought. It is said that when I was born, no celestial phenomena occurred. During the martial arts arena assessment a year ago, I could only lift the 1,000-pound stone lock, showing no advantage compared to my peers. In this evaluation, I will likely perform just adequately, without any remarkable display. If I wish to rise above and stand out, it appears I will need external assistance. Contemplating this, a sense of melancholy washes over him. 6 years ago, he had traversed to this realm, awakening as a mere infant in swaddling clothes, where he discovered the infinite sign-in system. With each sign-in, he could acquire various divine abilities, esoteric techniques, or magical treasures. Unfortunately, the system designated the floating celestial palace in the divine capital of Chongluo as his first sign-in location. The floating celestial palace, being the fundamental stronghold of the Chongluo Chen clan, is typically a place for the clan leader, the supreme elders, and the ancestral spirits to cultivate in seclusion. Ordinary direct descendants cannot even enter without summons, let alone an infant like him. He could only await his opportunity in silence. And thus, he waited for 6 years. 6 years. At last, I have awaited my chance for the talent evaluation to enter the floating celestial palace. This time, I must seize the opportunity and turn the tide. A sense of nervousness arises within Chen Qingyu. If he can achieve significant benefits from this sign-in, thereby showcasing his talents and drawing the attention of the clan's upper echelons, it will not be difficult for him to return to the floating celestial palace in the future, perhaps even daily. However, If the benefits are minimal or lackluster, returning to the palace in the future could prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Let begin. He takes a deep breath, silently declaring in his heart, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding! The melodious and crisp notification chimes at long last after many years. Host's first sign-in at the floating celestial palace. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang, the 9-breath convergence technique. In that instant, as the prompt concludes, Chen Qingyu feels a surge of mysterious information flooding his mind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force descends from the void, endowing him with an innate ability. It is indeed the renowned 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. Chen Qingyu regains his composure, his heart stirred with excitement. The 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang represent a collection of 36 extraordinary abilities within the Taoist tradition, with complex origins and widespread dissemination. To possess all of them is the hallmark of Taoist masters. Even possessing just one is sufficient to classify one as a formidable figure among the scattered immortals. He has effectively ascended to the heavens. Moreover, this 9-breath convergence technique is a supreme method for aiding cultivation, perfectly suited for my initial stage. What luck! Have I struck gold on my first draw, pulling an SSR? Chen Qingyu's heart swells with uncontainable excitement. The 9-breath convergence is a divine technique that refines the essence of heaven and earth through breath control, capable of directly absorbing the essence of vitality, regarded as the utmost method of refining qi. Each inhalation and exhalation constitutes a single breath. The 9-breath convergence technique operates through a cycle of 9 rhythmic breaths, allowing for the absorption and refinement of vitality into the body. In other words, this technique requires no deliberate activation. Maintaining the rhythm of breath suffices, allowing it to operate continuously, even while walking, sitting, eating, or sleeping, automatically refining vitality to enhance his cultivation. The ability to directly absorb the essence of vitality is indeed applicable to any cultivation method. Even for celestial beings, this divine technique is immensely beneficial, thus qualifying it to be part of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. In this moment, Chen Qingyu can confirm. Upon acquiring the 9-breath convergence technique, regardless of his initial cultivation aptitude, he shall soar to great heights, possessing the most formidable cultivation talent. This wave is secure. Chen Qingyu relaxes, a faint smile gracing his face. Now, I merely await the commencement of the talent evaluation. Meanwhile, within the Golden Hall, the esteemed elder of the Chan clan stands solemnly, oblivious to all that has transpired with Chen Qingyu. Soon, the space before him ripples like water, and several figures materialize, traversing the void. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, adorned with a purple jade crown, his countenance exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Chen clan, Chen Yaoguang. I pay my respects to the patriarch. Chen Qingyu and the multitude of children promptly bowed in deference. Rise, Chen Yaoguang replied with a slight nod, cradling a white jade gui inscribed with the imagery of the sun and moon in harmony, accompanied by a myriad of twinkling stars. I have summoned the life-bestowing jade gui. The assessment of talent can commence, he declared, turning his gaze to the first child on his left. Chen Qinghe stepped forward. The called child, donned in resplendent crimson garments, paled slightly upon hearing his name, but soon inhaled deeply and took a step forward. Chen Yaoguang placed the life-bestowing jade gui atop Chen Qinghe's head. In an instant, the jade gui trembled gently, and ethereal starlight cascaded forth, filling the grand hall with its luminous glow. Within this celestial radiance, stars ignited, shining with unparalleled brilliance. At that moment, all eyes were transfixed upon the life-bestowing jade gui. Even those outside the Golden Hall could not help but hold their breath in anticipation. After a brief moment, amidst the celestial brilliance, 5 resplendent stars ascended before fading from view, the starlight settling into tranquility. A 5-star talent. That is rather commendable, Chen Yaoguang remarked, shaking his head as he retracted the jade gui. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghe instinctively exhaled in relief, yet a flicker of disappointment soon graced his young visage. The life-bestowing jade gui of the Chanluo Chen clan was an ancient method passed down from bygone kings for measuring talent, renowned for its remarkable accuracy and virtually devoid of error. A staggering 99% of ordinary practitioners would not even qualify for a single star. A 5-star talent, within the context of smaller sects or illustrious families, is indeed a noteworthy and impressive gift, sufficient to overshadow peers and designate one as a prospective heir. However, the Chanluo Chan clan was distinct. They were all of direct lineage, their veins coursing with the most potent blood of the sacred king. Tracing their ancestry, one would find either formidable powerhouses who towered above the masses or extraordinary beings capable of plucking stars from the heavens. From birth, they were bathed in the essence of celestial herbs, tempered by heavenly dew and earthly milk, drinking jade nectar and feasting on dragon liver and phoenix gall. A 5-star talent within the Chen clan's direct lineage could only be deemed satisfactory, far from truly exceptional. Only 5 stars. Lamented a middle-aged woman outside the Golden Hall, unable to suppress a sigh, her expression tinged with disappointment. The other children, observing the silent and downcast Chen Qingyu, exhibited a mix of anxiety and burgeoning confidence. Chen Qingshan, Chen Yaoguang's gaze shifted to the second child on his left, his voice resonating with authority. Step forward. The called child with a round face stiffened slightly, feeling the weight of his nerves as he advanced a step. In an instant, under the scrutiny of the crowd, the life-bestowing Jade Gui erupted in ethereal starlight, illuminating 6 stars in total. 6-star talent. Chen Yaoguang's eyes sparkled with approval. Very good. The chubby Chen Qingshan immediately relaxed, his face breaking into a joyful smile as he stepped back. Next, Chen Qingyu. Chen Yaoguang activated the life-bestowing Jade Gui to continue assessing the remaining children's talents. To his surprise, after testing 3 individuals, 2 bore 5-star talents, while 1 even achieved a mere 4 stars. Could it be that this year, not a single 7-star talent has emerged? Chen Yaoguang furrowed his brow, a sense of disappointment washing over him. At that moment, a boy standing beside Chen Qingyu puffed out his chest and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, patriarch, I, Chen Qingyu, shall surely possess a 7-star talent, perhaps even an 8-star. The clear voice of the child resonated within the Golden Hall, drawing the attention of all present. Chen Yaoguang regarded him with a glimmer of anticipation. During the martial arts assessment of the previous year, Chen Qingyu had demonstrated exceptional prowess, able to lift a 2,000-pound stone lock, far surpassing his peers. Although strength does not directly equate to talent, it can reflect, to some extent, the robustness of one's innate foundation. Naturally, those with a formidable constitution have a higher probability of exceptional talent. Chen Qingyu stepped forward. Chen Yaoguang gently urged, holding the life-bestowing Jade Gui. Yes. Chen Qingyu raised his head proudly like a peacock, taking a step forward. Chen Yaoguang positioned the Jade Gui atop Chen Qingyu's head, and in an instant, a cascade of brilliant starlight enveloped him, seemingly draping the celestial palace in a veil of luminous fabric. Amongst the celestial radiance, stars flickered in succession. After a dazzling display of 7 flashes, boom! From the 7 resplendent stars, a golden radiance erupted, coalescing into the form of a great sun, dazzling in its brilliance. Above the celestial palace, a small golden sun emerged. This revelation rendered the Golden Hall momentarily silent. Ah! Chen Yaoguang was the first to regain his composure, bursting forth with joy as he laughed heartily. Excellent! A 7-star talent, and a pure Yang sacred body. Marvelous! Our Chen clan has gained yet another unparalleled prodigy. Numerous elders beamed with delight, whispering amongst themselves as the atmosphere within and beyond the Golden Hall transformed into a jubilant celebration. The gazes of the children turned complex as they regarded Chen Qingyu, tinged with deep envy. A 7-star talent, coupled with the pure Yang sacred body, created an extraordinary combination. If he were to cultivate methods that aligned with the essence of his sacred body, his potential could surpass even that of an 8-star talent, marking him as a super genius, a rarity among millions. Among his peers, possessing such capabilities would inevitably render them mere supporting characters in his illustrious journey. Ha! Outside the Golden Hall, a tall and burly man laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Indeed, the pupil surpasses the master. Qingyu, you have not disappointed your father." The other clan members congratulated the man, their tones imbued with palpable envy. Within the resplendent hall, Chen Qingyu stood erect, his small frame poised as he lifted his chin high, an expression of smug satisfaction adorning his youthful face. Humph. He cast a glance at Chen Qingyu beside him, sending a provocative glare in his direction. This fellow truly is. Chen Qingyu, upon witnessing this, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Chen Qingyu was rather petty, holding on to grudges over trivial disputes, frequently seeking opportunities to taunt him. However, he found it beneath him to engage in a conflict with a mere child, and chose to remain unresponsive. How infuriating! Chen Qingyu, noticing the lack of response, felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Chen Yaoguang retracted the life-determining jade ruler, smiling as he offered a gentle reminder. The pure Yang sacred body ranks among the top 10 within the myriad of sacred and divine bodies. You must diligently cultivate in the days to come, without a hint of negligence. Yes. Chen Qingyu immediately redirected his attention, responding boisterously, his spirits soaring. Chen Yaoguang then turned his gaze toward the last of the trio. Chen Qingyu, his expression somewhat complex. After a brief pause, he beckoned, stepped forward. Chen Qingyu complied, moving forward with composure. Chen Yaowang gently placed the life-determining jade ruler atop his crown. In an instant, a magnificent burst of starlight erupted, piercing through the floating heavenly palace and soaring into the ninth layer of clouds. Clang, clang. The ancient bronze bell hovering above the celestial dome resonated as if stirred by a profound force, reverberating with a majestic clang that echoed across millions of miles. Boundless starlight unfurled, enveloping the vast expanse and obscuring the nine-colored clouds above the heavens. What is this? Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes widening in awe as they gazed upward. One brilliant star after another ascended from the starlight, radiating like the sun and illuminating countless miles of the universe. A total of 9 grand celestial bodies aligned in a row, exuding an air of nobility and ancient majesty. Inside and outside the Golden Hall, the entire divine city of Chongluo fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ha! Chen Yaowang was initially taken aback, but soon burst into a hearty laugh, genuine joy sparkling in his eyes. The 9-star talent, the strongest in the world. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Heaven has bestowed upon our Chen clan yet another youthful sage. The numerous elders within the Golden Hall were equally elated. The 9-star talent. After 3,600 years, our Chen family has finally produced another with the strongest 9-star talent. Indeed, among the many ancient sacred bodies and the younger generations of venerable families, only the Dragon Clan of the East Sea and the Tianjing Ancestral Court had 2 invincible prodigies with 9-star talents. Now, our human race also possesses one. Yes, and it emerges from our very own Chongluo Chen clan. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon us, and our ancestors have blessed us. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, exuding an air of tranquility. Possessing the 9 breaths of subduing qi technique destined him to have the strongest cultivation talent, and he had long anticipated this moment. Little Qingyu, you are exceptional, truly remarkable. Chen Yaowang beamed with pride, ruffling his hair gently. Your future is boundless. You must not allow yourself any sloth or waste such extraordinary talents. Indeed, Chen Qingyu chuckled, affirming, as if I could slack off. With the 9 breaths of subduing qi divine ability, I would find it impossible to be negligent. Outside the Golden Hall, numerous direct lineage members surrounded a taciturn middle-aged man, offering their congratulations. Brother Jingxing, congratulations. Yes, Brother Jingxing, a cause for celebration. The middle-aged man, Chen Jingxing, appeared refined and handsome, donned in a white robe with a hint of frost at his temples. At that moment, he managed a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Humph. Beside him, a burly man crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. That insufferable brat. Within the Golden Hall, Chen Qingyuan's cheeks puffed in indignation, his heart heavy with frustration. He had never anticipated that during the strength assessment in the martial arena, his rival Chen Qingyu would possess such formidable cultivation talent. A 9-star talent. It surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. All right. Chen Guangyao put away the life-determining jade ruler, smiling as he spoke. I am exceedingly pleased with the results of this talent assessment. This year, our Chen clan has not only produced one with a 7-star talent, a pure yang sacred body, but also one with a 9-star talent, the strongest in the world. Pausing momentarily, he scanned the children present, his gaze landing on Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan, you possess the pure yang sacred body and are able to cultivate the Great Sun Supreme Sutra. Yes, Chen Qingyuan replied, though he seemed somewhat disheartened. As for you, little Qingyu, Chen Yaowang looked at Chen Qingyu, a hint of regret in his expression. Though you possess a 9-star talent, you have yet to awaken your sacred or divine body. At this stage, you will train alongside the others, focusing on the Zhou Tian Celestial Star Catalog for now. Understood. Chen Qingyu responded. The Chongluo Chen clan had a rule. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent might be, even for those with 9-star talents or innate divine bodies, they could not directly cultivate the clan's supreme teachings. After the talent evaluation, they would first practice a secondary secret technique to observe their progress. If one displayed extraordinary talent yet lacked ambition, they would be surpassed by those deemed inferior. Remember this. Chen Yaowang's expression turned solemn as he addressed them. Upon returning, go to the inheritance hall to receive your techniques, and exert yourselves diligently. Never allow a single day of neglect. In 3 years, you will undergo another assessment of your cultivation. Only those who can ascend to the Blood Sea realm will qualify to practice our clan's ultimate techniques. Chapter 2. 9 breaths of subduing qi. Soaring into the skies as Chen Yaowang's voice faded, the 7 children responded in unison, their expressions resolute. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yaowang, along with the elders, vanished without a trace. Let's go. Chen Qingyu was the first to step forward towards the grand entrance of the Golden Hall. The other children silently trailed behind him, seemingly acknowledging his status. Father. Chen Qingyu's demeanor remained composed as he ambled towards Chen Jingxing. Chen Jingxing appraised him with a discerning gaze. Your 9-star talent surpasses mine from my youth. Quite impressive. Chen Qingyu chuckled modestly. Oh, it's nothing much, merely 3rd in the world. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Jingxing's face. You cheeky little rascal. Let us be on our way. He grasped Chen Qingyu's hand, and, With a flourish of his sleeve, in an instant, a torrent of radiant starlight surged forth, transforming into a shimmering river of stars that tore through the golden winds of the ninth layer, revealing the bustling cityscape below. Chen Qingyu leaped into the air, becoming a streak of starlight, leading Chen Qingyu as they soared downward, departing from the floating heavenly palace. Clang! Following the resonant toll of the bell, the colossal bronze bell, akin to the moon, gradually faded from view, along with the starry sea above. Within millions of miles, the nine-colored clouds slowly dissipated, eventually becoming formless. Half an hour later, the results of this year's direct lineage talent assessment had already spread throughout the divine city of Chongluo, igniting a fresh wave of fervent discussion. After all, each year's talent evaluation was the most bustling period in Chongluo, drawing the attention of countless individuals. This year's assessment, without a doubt, saw the emergence of the nine-star talent, the unparalleled Chen Qingyu, as the focal point of excitement and intrigue. The astonishing spectacle of 9 stars and the resonance of the clan's divine weapon had finally found its master. Moreover, the illustrious histories of past 9-star talent bearers from the Chen clan were revisited and discussed with fervor. Meanwhile, the others faded into mere background characters, garnering little attention. Only Chen Qingyu, the pure yang sacred body with a 7-star talent, was occasionally mentioned, but even he became a mere shadow to Chen Qingyu. Furthermore, the 9-star talent signified the pinnacle of cultivation potential among peers. The emergence of a youthful sage with 9-star talent from the Chongluo Chen clan would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the wasteland, capturing the attention of major sacred lands and families of sages. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu and his father, Chen Jingxing, returned to their residence after receiving the foundational cultivation technique, the Zhou Tianxing Chun Lai Su Tu Lu, from the inheritance hall. Both father and son were of direct bloodline. Residing in the heart of the divine city of Chongluo, in an independent courtyard spanning 10 acres, attended by numerous servants. In the courtyard, Chen Jingxing sat upon a stone bench, gazing at his son, Chen Qingyu, who was seated upright across from him. He spoke slowly. Since the age of 3, you have been immersed in the clan's elementary education, receiving a comprehensive initiation into the path of cultivation. You are now well versed in the fundamental knowledge, taboos, and various techniques and secret methods pertaining to the practice of cultivation. The foundation of all cultivation scriptures within the Chong clan is rooted in the power of the Zhou Tian stars. The foundational entry method should pose no challenge for you. After a brief pause, he continued, you may now enter the quiet chamber to adjust your spirit and prepare to commence your cultivation. I shall remain here to protect you. I understand, father, Chen Qingyu replied, rising to pay his father a respectful bow before proceeding to the cultivation quiet room. Moments later, with a muted thud, a thick jade partition descended, and a surge of spiritual light enveloped the space as the formation activated, sealing the quiet room. As Chen Qingyu surveyed the modest room, he noted its construction from ancient green jade, featuring ventilated apertures. At the center lay a meditation mat woven from clear heart spirit grass, and in the corner, an incense burner detected his presence, automatically igniting calming dragon's blood sandalwood. Seated cross-legged upon the mat, Chen Qingyu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As his father had indicated, having undergone 3 years of preparatory education, he was already quite familiar with the cultivation principles of this realm. Although he had not formally practiced, his understanding of various knowledge and techniques far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators outside his clan. This exemplified the profound heritage of an ancient family. As the saying goes, true transmission is encapsulated in a single phrase, while false transmission spans countless tomes. The cultivation mysteries that ordinary practitioners ponder throughout their lives are common knowledge among even the youngest children of the Chen clan. With the sun and moon in tandem, and the stars aligned, harnessing the star power to forge the stargate, Chen Qingyu's breath lengthened, and his heart gradually settled. The profound meanings of the Zhou Tianxing Chun Lai Su Tu Lu transformed into intricate symbols, flowing within his mind. Within the Chen clan, all entry methods of the esoteric scriptures were akin, gathering the power of the stars to forge the stargate, inviting starlight to refine the body and opening the celestial martial veins, thereby manifesting the true qi of the stars. This marked the beginning of cultivation, the first realm of the physical body's 4 realms, the opening vein realm. Upon achieving the opening vein, when true qi was abundant and the earthly orifices were illuminated, it was termed the open orifice realm. Beyond that, with the convergence of heaven and earth, and the connection of orifices and veins, the blood sea was manifested, known as the blood sea realm. Ascending further, one would forge the golden bridge to traverse the blood sea, referred to as the golden bridge realm, or the realm of the martial arts master. These 4 realms, opening vein, open orifice, blood sea, and golden bridge, were collectively known as the 4 realms of the physical body, with practitioners designated as warriors. Moments later, Chen Qingyu's consciousness jolted, and he distinctly sensed the omnipresent, overwhelming force surrounding him, vast and unfathomable. All things in heaven and earth lay beneath this magnificent power. This was the power of the Zhou Tian stars. Enlightenment dawned upon him. In many cultivation methods, the sun and moon are separated, representing distinct forces. However, within the Chun clan's esoteric scriptures, the sun and moon are regarded as part of the same celestial system, both belonging to the star power. Let us begin. Chen Qingyu thought, calming his mind to commence his cultivation. As anticipated, with a solid theoretical foundation, his first attempt at cultivation proceeded exceedingly well. In a mere moment, he had successfully reformed the stargate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast star power swirled around Chen Qingyu, continuously flowing into his body through the stargate. This caused the light surrounding him to subtly distort. Countless star powers, guided by his intent, began to refine his body and simultaneously opened the first of his martial veins. However, before long, Chen Qingyu ceased his cultivation, opened his eyes, and shook his head. Internally observing his body, he found within the dark void a short path of light, akin to a diminutive worm. This represented the martial vein, yet to be successfully opened. In the opening vein realm, there are 9 layers, and achieving the first martial vein marks the entry into the first layer. Different methods allow for varying numbers of martial veins to be opened at each layer. The Zhou Tian Xing Chun Lai Su Tu Lu permits the opening of 9 martial veins per realm, and upon completing the 9 layers, one would possess 81 martial veins, sufficient to surpass myriad practitioners of the opening vein realm. Yet, at this pace, he estimated it would take a full 10 days to open a single martial vein. 81 martial veins would become increasingly challenging to achieve. In merely 3 years, he might barely advance to the open orifice realm. Too slow. Chen Qingyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. Indeed, his true innate talent for cultivation seemed to be no more than 4 stars, rather lackluster. Thus, he resolved to employ a shortcut. He pursed his lips and once again focused his mind, activating the divine art of 9 breaths of inhalation. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath. In an instant, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth surged like a torrent, mysteriously drawn into his body. This essence, guided by the power of the 9 breaths of inhalation, was extraordinarily pure. Exhaling, Chen Qingyu maintained his rhythmic breathing, and with each breath, the vast quantities of pure essence were automatically refined and transformed into his own strength. He could distinctly sense his power significantly increase. This sensation sparked a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he steadied his mind and completed a cycle of 9 breaths. Upon introspection, he was utterly stunned. Within his body, that diminutive light path in the dark void had expanded exponentially, continuously growing with each breath. Estimating hastily, his heart raced. Completing a single cycle of 9 breaths equated to approximately 6 hours of intense cultivation. This was truly extraordinary. He regained his composure. His face flushed with excitement as his mind raced with calculations. One breath took roughly 3 to 4 seconds. In 1 minute, he could complete 2 cycles of 9 breaths. This meant that with 1 minute of breathing, he could match the efforts of an equally talented individual laboring for a full 12 hours. In a day of 12 hours, 1,440 minutes, this equated to him doing nothing but breathing, yielding the equivalent of 4 years of relentless cultivation without food, drink, or sleep. The 9 breaths of inhalation was even more astonishing than he had imagined. At that moment, Chen Qingyu's mind was consumed by a singular thought. I am destined to soar. Chapter 3. Achieving the open orifice realm in a day. Endless blessings of fortuitousness within the quiet room. Chen Qingyu gradually regained his composure, the excitement waning, and a sense of fatigue settled in. He yawned. Cultivation? What a farce. I might as well take a nap. I am still a child, in need of ample rest. The divine art of 9 breaths of inhalation would automatically operate as long as he continued to breathe, continuously augmenting his cultivation. What need had he for concern? Sleep it is. He adjusted his position, rolled the mat into a pillow, and contentedly lay down to rest. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, breathing deeply and steadily. And while Chen Qingyu slept soundly, the other 6 direct descendants who had completed their talent evaluations in the divine city of Changluo were diligently engrossed in their own arduous cultivation. Father. Chen Qingyu stepped out of his meditation chamber, his head hanging low as he lamented, my cultivation speed is woefully slow. It takes a full day of arduous practice just to open a single meridian, and reaching the enlightenment realm takes several months. The burly man, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and rebuked, what nonsense is this? One must understand that cultivation is as arduous as moving mountains. Most martial artists spend their entire lives languishing in the meridian opening stage. Moreover, the inferior techniques they practice allow only 1 or 2 meridians to be opened at each realm, often making no progress for over a decade. Unable to open a single meridian. Yet, they remain undeterred, persisting in their daily toil, as water wears away stone and a saw cuts through wood. With a hint of frustration at his son's lack of ambition, he added, and you, as a direct descendant of the Chen family, endowed with the 7-star talent and possessing the pure yang sacred body, should be able to open a meridian in a day. This is a tremendous blessing. How can you be so ungrateful? If you maintain such a mindset, why bother with cultivation at all? You might as well leave Chonglu and raise pigs. Chen Qingyu shrank back, muttering, I was just thinking about that detestable Chen Qingyu. With the world's strongest 9-star talent, he must be progressing far more swiftly than I am. The burly man snorted derisively, admonishing, your 7-star talent and pure yang sacred body, combined with the great Sun Supreme Cannon, enable you to cultivate faster than an 8-star cultivator. Even if he is faster, how much faster can he be? If you strive diligently and push yourself daily, the moment he slackens, you could easily surpass him. But if you lack the courage to pursue him, you are destined to remain beneath his heel for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, a flicker of determination crossing his youthful face. Father, I understand. I am not much inferior to him. I will surely catch up. The burly man nodded with satisfaction. Now you speak like my son. Go, cultivate diligently, and strive to open your first meridian today, officially becoming a meridian opening warrior. Yes, Chen Qingyu responded enthusiastically, filled with renewed vigor as he turned back to his meditation chamber. After more than half an hour, Chen Qingyu suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, his blood and chi surging, awakening him from his slumber. What is happening? He rubbed his eyes, bewildered, and then recalled something, quickly examining his body. In the depths of the dark void, 9 luminous pathways had unmistakably extended to their ends, intertwining to form a complete cycle. Beyond the 9 pathways, a brand new pathway was being constructed, gradually growing. Wisps of pale blue, sparkling energy continuously emerged, swirling within the 9 pathways. This was stellar true chi. With 9 martial veins opened, he had stepped into the second level of the meridian opening realm. The sensation was simply magnificent. Chen Qingyu snapped back to reality, bursting into hearty laughter, his spirits soaring. After merely half an hour of rest, he had achieved what would take others several months of cultivation. Others, including that foolish Chen Qingyu, were likely still struggling, unable to open even their first meridian. Meanwhile, he had already reached the second level of the meridian opening realm. Indeed, this was the thrill of having an extraordinary advantage, a perpetual delight. Chen Qingyu smiled contentedly. The technique, 9-breath submission, granted him a cultivation speed unmatched by anyone in the world. Additionally, as one of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang, its potential was unfathomably high. As his cultivation progressed, so too would the power of his divine ability. He was destined to always remain ahead of his peers, far enough that their taillights would fade from view. Splendid. At this rate, I shall likely enter the enlightenment realm by tomorrow morning. Sighing, he mused. The life of cultivation is so simple, monotonous, and dreary. With a chuckle, Chen Qingyu stood, approached the door, and activated the mechanism. The azure jade barrier slowly rose with a rumble, dispersing the array's spiritual light, and he stepped outside the chamber. In the courtyard, Chen Jingxing was still seated, promptly turning to him with a question. How was your first experience in cultivation? Chen Qingyu replied honestly, it felt absolutely wonderful. However, I am rather hungry now. I do not wish to cultivate any longer. I want to eat. Chen Jingxing nodded in understanding. The path of cultivation requires a balance of hard work and relaxation. Not to mention, at your young age, you require ample nutrition to grow. You cannot starve yourself while cultivating. After a brief pause, he inquired, what do you wish to eat? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it for you. Chen Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I want roasted dragon liver, fiery demon bull steak, and 100-flower jade dew soup, listing off 7 or 8 delicacies. Each one a rare treasure that could deplete the treasury of a small nation. Very well, Chen Jingxing replied with a slight nod. I happen to be hungry as well. Let us dine together. After they finished their meal, father and son parted ways. Chen Jingxing offered a few words of encouragement for him to focus on his cultivation before retreating to his meditation chamber, closing the door for rigorous practice. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu discreetly snuck into the study to retrieve several novels filled with tales of the strange and supernatural, immersing himself in them within his meditation chamber. As evening fell and the sun dipped low in the sky, Chen Qingyu exited his chamber, dined alone, and continued reading for another hour before washing up and settling into bed for the night. The following morning, Chen Qingyu awoke, still drowsy, and instinctively examined his body. In the depths of the dark void, a full 80 luminous pathways intertwined to form an almost complete system, with the final meridian still in the process of being opened. At half completion, the stellar true chi coursing through these 80 pathways was immensely powerful, far surpassing the strength of the newly opened meridians from the day before. Excellent. He whistled in delight, his mood buoyant. He rolled out of bed, dressed himself, and a servant brought him jade dew and pearl powder for washing. While brushing his teeth with a spiritual ivory toothbrush, he suddenly felt a surge throughout his body as true chi erupted within him. Upon introspection, he discovered that all 81 meridians had been successfully opened, forming a complete cycle, with the overwhelming stellar true chi circulating back and forth. Boom. After another 9-breath cycle, the true chi surged forth, violently striking the convergence point of the 81 meridians. In an instant, boundless light erupted, and within the dark void, pathways intertwined, giving birth to a bright and resplendent star. This was the Earth's aperture. At the moment the aperture condensed, all the true qi surged inward, leaving not a single drop behind, pausing for just a moment before bursting forth in a torrent. The compression and expansion of the true qi refined it, making it even more potent. After 9 rounds of this process, the pale blue stellar true qi had undergone a complete metamorphosis. If the true qi of the meridian opening realm was formless energy, then the true qi of the enlightenment realm had begun to vaporize, akin to countless tiny droplets of water floating within the energy. Both its cohesion and explosive power, as well as its duration, far exceeded that of the meridian opening realm. Very good, Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, continuing to brush his teeth. As he breathed, countless primal energies surged in, coalescing into a brand new star, gradually transforming from dim to brilliant. A quarter of an hour later, in the dining hall, the father and son were enjoying breakfast together. Chen Jingxing was sipping porridge while Chen Qingyu savored his meal, his mouth glistening with grease, thoroughly enjoying himself. Eat slowly. Chen Jingxing looked at him helplessly, saying, "My rest is about to end. Starting tomorrow, I will be on duty at the lunar abyss for half a month and won't be able to accompany you. During this time, with no one to supervise your cultivation, you will have to rely on your own discipline." "Oh," Chen Qingyu responded vaguely, "I understand, father." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing set down his bowl of kanji and casually inquired, "By the way, did you open your first martial vein after practicing for most of the day yesterday?" "The first martial vein?" Chen Qingyu blinked, swallowed a piece of roasted phoenix leg, and grinned. "Father, you underestimate me too much. I have already broken through to the Tongxiao realm." Chen Jingxing instinctively nodded. "Oh really? You've already opened?" Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. His eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "What did you just say? You said you've broken through to what?" "The Tongxiao realm." Chen Qingyu wiped his mouth and chuckled. "If you don't believe me, just take a look for yourself." Without uttering a word, Chen Jingxing's eyes immediately sparkled with starlight as he scanned Chen Qingyu's body. In that moment, Chen Jingxing's body froze, as if struck by lightning, a hint of disbelief flickering across his face. He clearly saw that within Chen Qingyu's body, all 81 celestial martial veins had manifested, and 3 earthly acupoints shimmered brilliantly. This was undoubtedly the cultivation level of the Tongxiao realm. This, Chen Jingxing was bewildered. Chapter 4. The Stir in the Upper Echelons. The elder in closed-door meditation is disturbed. This is impossible. As he regained his composure, his first reaction was one of absurdity. Achieving the Tongxiao realm in just a day, he had never heard of such a thing. Even in ancient texts, there was no record of this. Not even in the myths and legends of ancient emperors and supreme beings was there anything so outrageous. He remained silent, his eyes filled with starlight as he scrutinized Chen Qingyu before him. Yet, no matter how he looked, the 81 intertwined celestial martial veins and the 3 shining earthly acupoints within Chen Qingyu still radiated with brilliance, without a hint of falsehood. This was not a mirage or a trick of the light. His son had genuinely stepped into the Tongxiao realm after merely a day's cultivation. After several rounds of observation, Chen Jingxing could barely accept this reality and hoarsely uttered, "You opened 81 martial veins in just one day, and enlightened 3 earthly acupoints? How did you accomplish this?" This was the most perplexing aspect for him. Even with a 9-star talent, the strongest in the world, the Chen family had seen many invincible prodigies over its illustrious history of hundreds of thousands of years. A 9-star talent, no matter how fast they cultivated, would still have limits. It was utterly impossible to leap into the Tongxiao realm in just one day. This was far too exaggerated. Quite simple, really. Chen Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I ate, read some books, and my cultivation just increased." This. Chen Jingxing's eyes widened, confusion flooding his expression. This was possible. Eating and reading could elevate one's cultivation? How could that be? He instinctively began to refute, but as the words left his mouth, he abruptly halted, a look of shock crossing his face. Under his gaze, another brilliant star ignited within Chen Qingyu. This signified that in such a short span of time, just during their conversation, Chen Qingyu's cultivation had surged once again. Chen Jingxing's complexion turned pale, rendering him speechless. The events unfolding with Chen Qingyu were causing the very foundations of his lifelong cultivation philosophies to crumble. He abruptly stood up and declared in a grave tone, "Stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for my return." "Huh?" Chen Qingyu looked up, astonished. "Wait for you to return? Where are you going, father?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Jingxing replied, "To the floating celestial palace." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly said, "All right, I will wait for you here." Nodding, Chen Jingxing hurriedly turned and left the dining hall. In the floating celestial palace, Chen Yaoguang and numerous family elders were convening in the Taiha Hall to discuss family matters. The Chongluo Chen family occupied vast territory in the ancient kingdom of Qinlu, spanning millions of miles, with a population as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, making management a Herculean task. At that moment, a streak of starlight streaked across the sky, tearing through the 9 layers of golden gale and landing before the floating celestial palace. Chen Yaoguang and the elders sensed this spectacle, their expressions slightly shifting. "Chen Jingxing?" Chen Yaoguang furrowed his brow. What does this lad want? Patriarch. Outside the Golden Hall, Chen Jingxing's steady voice resounded. Jingxing has urgent matters to discuss. Chen Yaoguang replied. Come in, enter the Taiha Hall. Chen Jingxing acknowledged and hastily stepped toward the Taiha Hall. The meeting was momentarily paused as Chen Yaoguang and the elders engaged in casual conversation, speculating on the purpose of Chen Jingxing's visit. After a brief interval, Chen Jingxing entered the hall, bowed respectfully to everyone, and said, Greetings, Patriarch, esteemed elders. No need for excessive formalities, Chen Yaoguang gestured, inquiring. What important matter do you wish to report? Taking a deep breath, Chen Jingxing replied solemnly. It concerns my son, Chen Qingyu. Qingyu? Chen Yaoguang was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew serious as he pressed. What has happened to him? Chen Qingyu was the first direct descendant with a 9-star talent in nearly 3,000 years, which made him a figure of considerable importance. He hasn't encountered any trouble. It's just Chen Jingxing carefully chose his words and lowered his voice. He has broken through to the Tongxiao realm. As soon as the words left his lips, the Taiha Hall fell into an abrupt silence. Chen Yaoguang and the elders exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if they had misheard. After a moment, Chen Yaoguang regained his composure, a peculiar expression on his face. You mean Qingyu has broken through to the Tongxiao realm? Are you serious? Chen Jingxing's demeanor was grave as he asserted. I know the patriarch and esteemed elders will likely find this hard to believe, deeming it too absurd. In truth, I initially did not believe it myself. However, the evidence is irrefutable. Qingyu's cultivation cannot be fabricated, and the patriarch and esteemed elders will see for yourselves. Hearing this, Chen Yaoguang hesitated. Based on his understanding of Chen Jingxing, he was not the type to lie about something so easily exposed. However, achieving the Tongxiao realm in just one day? Such a feat was indeed far-fetched, making it difficult for him to accept. Ultimately, he gazed deeply at Chen Jingxing and said, Very well. I shall witness it with my own eyes. As he spoke, his mind stirred, and a vast, overwhelming consciousness surged forth like a tempest. This divine sense transcended the floating celestial palace, sweeping across the entire divine city of Changluo, swiftly locating Chen Qingyu and assessing his cultivation. In the next instant, Chen Yaoguang's entire being trembled, his eyes widening in shock, revealing a moment of dazed disbelief. It was truly real. A tumultuous wave surged within his heart as he expressed incredulously, It's actually true. The other elders, unable to contain themselves, extended their divine senses, and one by one, they froze in place like marionettes. Elder, one of the elders stiffly turned his neck and hoarsely remarked, according to family records, the fastest achievement of the Tongxiao realm was by the ancestor Tianqi 5,000 years ago, correct? Indeed, the elder drew a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. The ancestor Tianqi possessed a 9-star talent and a stellar sacred body, perfectly aligned with our Chun family's techniques, making him a paragon of destiny. The ancestor Tianqi took half a month to break through to the Tongxiao realm and 80 days to attain the Blood Sea. In our Chun family's history spanning over 100,000 years, no one has surpassed that. Yet now, Qingyu has accomplished this in merely a day. Chen Yaoguang abruptly stood, staring intently at Chen Jingxing, his voice grave. Who else is aware of this matter? Chen Jingxing shook his head solemnly. Aside from myself, no one else knows. Excellent. Chen Yaoguang took a deep breath and resolutely declared, You must return immediately and bring Qingyu to the floating palace. This matter must not be divulged. The stakes are far too high, and we can no longer decide on our own. Achieving the enlightenment realm in a single day is unprecedented throughout the ages. We must urgently summon the 9 ancestors from seclusion to deliberate on this matter. Chapter 5. The Revered Daozi. The transmission of the clan's secret scriptures understood. The numerous elders present had no objections to Chen Yaoguang's resolution. The more formidable one as cultivation. The better one comprehends the terrifying implications of achieving the enlightenment realm in merely one day. It is no exaggeration to state that this represents the most significant upheaval in the Chun lineage in over 100,000 years. With their own powers alone, they could no longer make decisions. It was imperative for an ancestor, who could firmly uphold the clan's foundation, to intervene. Jingxing understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jingxing bowed respectfully before turning swiftly to depart the floating palace. Please wait here for a moment, Chen Yaoguang instructed before hastily exiting the Taiha Hall. Once he had left, the elders began to converse in hushed tones, excitement palpable in their voices. One day, merely one day to attain the enlightenment realm. I initially could scarcely believe it. After all, I have an 8-star aptitude, yet I took a full 3 months to reach the enlightenment realm. Indeed, it took me 5 months, and Qingyu's talent is simply astounding. Astounding hardly suffices, even with a 9-star talent and possessing an innate Dao body. In terms of cultivation speed, one could hardly compare to Qingyu. This is no longer merely the prodigy of youth. He may well be a young emperor. Could it be that in my lifetime, I will witness the emergence of an unrivaled sovereign from our Qin clan? Many elders, their faces flushed with excitement, struggled to contain their elation. They seemed to foresee a dazzling sun destined to illuminate the ages, rising from within the Chen family. Suddenly, a force akin to a mountain collapsing and the earth shattering erupted, causing the entire floating palace to tremble slightly. An overwhelming will descended upon the palace. Accompanied by boundless starlight, the 9 ancestors had awakened. The elders instantly understood. In the next moment, the space rippled like water, and a tall, white-haired figure materialized in the Taiha Hall. His appearance was ordinary, yet his eyes seemed to contain an entire ocean of stars, exuding an aura capable of rendering the elders breathless with its majesty. In contrast, Chen Guangyao, who had also appeared beside him, became an insignificant backdrop. Bow to the ancestor. Greetings, 9 ancestor. The Chen elders hurriedly rose, bowing in reverence. Rise, the white-haired man nodded slightly, taking his place at the head seat, and with a wave of his sleeve, the space shifted, and time seemed to whirl. Chen Jingxing, who was hastily fleeing, and Chen Qingyu, who had just finished breakfast, found themselves transported to the Taiha Hall before they could comprehend what had happened. What? The two instinctively froze for a moment before taking in their surroundings. Zhengxing, Qingyu, Chen Guangyao spoke solemnly. This is the 9 ancestor, one of the ancestors who upholds the foundations of the Chen clan. Chen Jingxing's expression turned serious as he immediately bowed. This junior, Chen Jingxing, pays respects to the ancestor. Chen Qingyu hurriedly followed suit. Qingyu pays respects to the ancestor. There is no need for excessive formality, the white-haired man said, turning to Chen Qingyu with a faint smile. Praising, a prodigious talent. Truly a prodigious talent. Your cultivation aptitude is exceptionally rare, surpassing even the innate Dao body and the chaotic divine body. You are indeed a blessing to our Chen family. Chen Qingyu responded with a shy smile. The ancestor is too kind. At this moment, Chen Jingxing could no longer contain himself and inquired, might I ask, ancestor, why does my son Qingyu possess such extraordinary talent, yet is only assessed as having a 9-star aptitude? He does not even seem to have a special constitution? Upon hearing this, Chen Guangyao and the other elders instinctively turned their attention to the white-haired man, equally puzzled by the question. The white-haired man chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. This is quite simple. Others measure a 9-star aptitude with the life-determining jade, as they themselves possess only a 9-star aptitude. However, Qingyu's talent is limited to 9 stars because the life-determining jade can only display up to that level. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, it is said that in ancient times, there were 3,000 types of special constitutions, each with its own mysterious wonders. Yet, as of today, our understanding of sacred bodies, divine bodies, and Dao bodies barely exceeds 100 types. Much knowledge has long been lost. Qingyu undoubtedly possesses a special constitution, one that far exceeds the innate Dao body and chaotic divine body, but the life-determining jade is incapable of detecting it. Upon hearing his words, Chen Jingxing, Chen Guangyao, and the other elders finally came to a realization. It was not a deficiency in Chen Qingyu, but rather the life-determining jade's inability to reveal his true cultivation talent and constitution. Qingyu, at this moment, the white-haired man regarded Chen Qingyu with a solemn expression. Your talent is our Chen family's greatest hope for rising in the wild lands and reigning over the ages. From this day forth, you shall be the Daozi of our Chen family. I shall personally safeguard you. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Guangyao and the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet none dared to voice any objections. Chen Jingxing, however, felt his body stiffen, a tremor of fear coursing through him. Daozi, on the surface, the most formidable young prodigy of the Chen clan could inherit the position of heir, cultivated to surpass all peers. Yet, in reality, above the heir stands the Daozi. Every generation has an heir, but a Daozi is a rare sight in a millennium. The status of the Daozi is foundational to the family, embodying future hopes. Cultivated as a pillar of support by the ancestors who uphold the clan's heritage, who would spare no resources or effort. The Daozi's standing and authority are in no way inferior to that of the clan leader. Daozi? Chen Qingyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked, Ancestor, if I become the Daozi, will I be able to come to the floating palace every day? The floating palace? The white-haired man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. If you wish to come, you may do so at any time. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and produced a jade ring of azure and white, taking Chen Qingyu's small hand to personally place it on his finger. The jade ring shimmered with a faint light, automatically resizing to fit Chen Qingyu's thumb. This is the symbol of your identity as the Daozi. You must keep it close and never part with it, the white-haired man said, his expression turning serious. This ring not only symbolizes status, but also grants you considerable authority, including free access to the floating palace. Furthermore, this ring can protect you from 3 life-threatening crises and summon aid in critical moments. From this moment on, the entire Chen family will spare no effort to ensure your safety. So wonderful? Chen Qingyu's face lit up with joy as he fondled the small jade ring. There is one more matter, the white-haired man said with a smile. With your talent, continuing to cultivate the Zhou Tian star constellation catalog would be a tremendous waste. From today onward, You shall switch to our Chun clan's secret scripture, the Taihao Wuliang Feather Transformation Scripture, and I shall personally instruct you. Chapter 6. The Taihao Wuliang Feather Transformation Scripture Clan's Secret Scripture? Chen Qingyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, quickly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Ha! The white-haired youth laughed heartily, then turned to Chen Jingxing. Are you still serving as the guard of the Taiying Cavern? Chen Jingxing's expression shifted slightly as he bowed his head. Yes. The white-haired youth's smile faded. And after a moment of silence, he slowly said, that matter from the past has lingered long enough. Let it go. From today onward, you will relinquish your position as guard and spend more time with Qingyu, responsible for guiding his cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Guangyao and the other elders instantly changed their expressions, exchanging glances, and fell into an unusual silence. Chen Jingxing trembled all over, suddenly bowing deeply in respect. His voice unexpectedly hoarse. Thank you, ancestor. No need to thank me, the white-haired youth replied, casting a penetrating glance at him. If you must express gratitude, let it be for the fact that you have given birth to such a remarkable son. Chen Jingxing bowed again, remaining silent. Observing this scene, Chen Qingyu pondered. It appears that my father may have made some grave mistakes in the past. Moreover, the fact that he can guide my cultivation indicates that he himself must have practiced the clan's secret arts. He keenly sensed that his father must have many stories from his youth. However, it was clearly not the right moment to inquire further. Remember this. The white-haired youth gradually rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. All information pertaining to Qingyu is classified as top secret. Not a whisper is to be disclosed to anyone. Those who dare to defy this decree shall face dire consequences, reduced to ashes, their souls extracted and refined in the fires of the underworld. Yes. The crowd in the hall immediately adopted solemn expressions, speaking in unison. We shall faithfully abide by the ancestor's edict. The white-haired youth nodded slightly. Turning to Chen Qingyu with a faint smile, little Qingyu, come with me. With a wave of his sleeve, he vanished into thin air, taking Chen Qingyu along with him. Chun Guangyao and the elders collectively exhaled, clearly relieved, for the pressure of facing the ancestor had been immense. Jingxing. Chen Guangyao looked towards Chen Jingxing. Speaking with gravity, the incident from the past that you caused was quite the uproar. Although the esteemed elders and the ancestor did not intervene directly, they were nonetheless aware of it. Our handling of the situation was tacitly approved by them. However, since the ninth ancestor has now spoken, let bygones be bygones. You need not guard the Taiying pit any longer. He paused briefly before continuing earnestly. Today marks your liberation. Your focus should now shift to your son, Qingyu. He is the future of the Chen family. Chen Jingxing silently nodded, his voice low. I understand. Chen Guangyao nodded back. Then suddenly remarked with profound significance. The ninth ancestor is indeed correct. You should be grateful for having such an extraordinary son. The aspirations you could not fulfill in your youth may yet have a chance to be realized through Qingyu's future achievements. Chen Jingxing trembled again, falling into silence for a moment before sighing deeply. If that is truly the case, I shall have no regrets in this life. With a flash, Chen Qingyu found himself in a breathtaking scene. As he regained his bearings, he was stunned, his eyes widening. Surrounding him was a celestial sea of stars, with countless brilliant stars twinkling, emanating an ancient and eternal aura. Amidst this starry expanse, he and the white-haired youth stood upon an island floating in the void. This ethereal isle was lush with verdant trees, and a gentle stream flowed through it. At its center was a 3-story bamboo pavilion, exuding an air of antiquity. Ancestor, where's this place? He asked, astonished, instinctively glancing at the white-haired youth. The white-haired youth smiled warmly. This is an independent space I created deep within the floating heavenly palace, where I often engage in secluded cultivation. What do you think? The scenery is quite splendid. Is it not? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Creating an independent space? Such a feat was indeed extraordinary. Even among the 36 transformations of the Tiangang, only great powers like the Hanchuan's cosmic manipulation could achieve such a thing. Of course, to truly wield such divine abilities required formidable cultivation as a foundation. Ancestor, Chen Qingyu regained his composure, murmuring, does this mean there are more independent spaces within the floating heavenly palace? Of course, the white-haired youth smiled gently. The floating heavenly palace is the very foundation of our Chongluo Chen clan, harboring countless secrets. However, at this stage, you need not concern yourself with those matters. Your primary focus should be on cultivation. With a serious expression, he continued, Qingyu, what I shall impart to you next is the Chun clan's secret art, the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua Jinjing. This is a profound technique passed down from our ancestor, the Holy King of Chenlu, directly aimed at the realm of the Supreme Emperor. Its mysteries are unfathomable and form the very foundation of our clan. Within the Chen clan, you alone, as a direct descendant, are entitled to receive this profound art without any examination. You must cherish it immensely. Chen Qingyu immediately adopted a solemn expression, proclaiming loudly, Qingyu understands. I humbly request the ancestor to bestow the teachings. Excellent. The white-haired youth waved his sleeve, and a glimmer of spiritual light shot forth, landing directly upon Chen Qingyu's brow. In an instant, Chen Qingyu's mind erupted with a cacophony of mysterious symbols, illustrations, and profound insights, immersing him deeply. As he absorbed the knowledge, the myriad scriptures and illustrations subtly coalesced into the form of a star. This star was vast and incomprehensible, entirely black, radiating a heavy, ancient, expansive, and mysterious aura. This was the star of Taihao. In his heart, Chen Qingyu suddenly experienced a surge of enlightenment. The Taihao star is said to be the progenitor of all stars, the very first celestial body birthed after the creation of the heavens and the earth. Limitless, boundless, majestic. After the heavens and the earth solidified, the Taihao star shattered, giving rise to the sun, moon, and countless stars in the cosmos. Serving as the source of all celestial bodies, the Taihao star represents the origin and beginning of the power of the stars throughout the universe. This is the most powerful and noble celestial power. A cascade of insights flashed through Chen Qingyu's mind, and his breath began to fluctuate. He did not know how long had passed before he gradually regained his senses and opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" the white-haired youth inquired with a smile. "Remarkable," Chen Qingyu exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. The Taihao Wuliang Yuhua Xinjing allows one to open 12 celestial meridians at each layer in the opening vessel realm. As for the connecting aperture realm, each layer can refine 144 earthly acupoints. The white-haired youth laughed heartily. 108 meridians. 1,296 acupoints. This is the pinnacle achievement in the opening vessel and connecting aperture realms, the most perfect state. Such accomplishments are referred to as the strongest foundation. To establish such a foundation within the four realms of the physical body is exceedingly rare in the entirety of the ancient continents. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu nodded silently. To cultivate the clan's secret art, unless one achieves extraordinary feats, one typically has only one opportunity. The direct bloodline must advance to the Blood Sea realm before the age of 9 during the assessment of cultivation. Yet, in reality, this is exceedingly difficult. Even Chen Qingyuan, possessing the 7-star talent and the pure yang sacred body, could only be said to have a glimmer of hope. "Qingyu." The white-haired youth's expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. "This space, opened with the power of the stars, is most suitable for the cultivation of our Chen clan's techniques. Seize this opportunity. I shall protect you as you shift your techniques and alter your foundation, achieving the ultimate opening vessel realm in one go." "Yes," Chen Qingyu replied, settling into a cross-legged position and quietly circulating his cultivation method. In an instant, he could clearly sense a tremendous force pouring in, subtly yet powerfully permeating his limbs and bones. Under the impetus of this power, he found that, beyond the already established cycle of 81 meridians, new meridians began to emerge. With each passing breath, a complete meridian was birthed, integrating into the new meridian system. The entire system continuously transformed, causing his vital energy to surge, blood to boil, and his aura to escalate dramatically. After a full quarter of an hour, when the vital energy finally stabilized after a last tremor, Chen Qingyu turned his gaze inward, observing 108 intersecting meridians that conveyed a sense of perfect harmony. Amidst the intertwining martial veins, 36 stars shimmered brilliantly, adorning the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. He opened his eyes to behold a white-haired youth before him, exhaling a breath laden with fatigue. "Ancestor, are you unwell?" Chen Qingyu inquired hastily, his expression tinged with unease. "I am well," the white-haired youth replied with a faint smile, gesturing dismissively. "To gradually alter your foundation on your own would take at least a year and a half. It would be far more expedient for me to intervene, thus saving considerable time. After all, with your innate talent, that span is sufficient for you to ascend several major realms." As he spoke, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, "I wonder what extraordinary constitution you possess. The very act of breathing seems to automatically enhance your cultivation, as if boundless in potential, which is truly astonishing." Chen Qingyu chuckled awkwardly and feigned ignorance. "I am not certain myself." The white-haired youth, undeterred by his jest, continued, "The star energy here is excessively dense, making it unsuitable for you to linger. After you depart, cultivate independently. Should you encounter difficulties, consult your father. If he cannot assist you, you may seek me in the Heavenly Palace." "Ancestor, are you not in slumber?" Chen Qingyu exclaimed in surprise. It was widely known among the Chen clan that their esteemed ancestor, who cultivated in the floating Heavenly Palace, was typically in a state of prolonged slumber to extend his lifespan and safeguard the family's legacy. This was a common practice among any ancient sacred bodies and venerable clans. "Ha ha ha," the white-haired youth laughed heartily. "I have stated before, your safety is of paramount importance. Since I have chosen to personally guide you, I must ensure my old bones endure until you flourish." Chen Qingyu felt a surge of gratitude and bowed deeply. "Thank you, ancestor. Go forth," the white-haired youth advised with a smile. The Taihao Wuliang Yuhua true scripture contains numerous martial techniques passed down through generations. Since you can cultivate autonomously, It would be wise to delve into these techniques during your leisure time, laying a solid foundation. Understood, Chen Qingyu affirmed, only to hear a familiar voice echo in his mind. If your talent in martial arts is indeed extraordinary, then once you achieve the Blood Sea realm, a grand opportunity awaits you. Grand opportunity? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and just as he was about to inquire further, he felt a blur before his eyes. Upon regaining clarity, he found himself outside the golden hall of the floating heavenly palace. Chen Jingxing, standing outside the hall, scrutinized him with a mixture of astonishment and concern. Qingyu, did the ancestor personally alter your foundation? Indeed, Chen Qingyu nodded. The ancestor has gone to great lengths. Chen Jingxing sighed wistfully. I had to reach the Blood Sea realm to cultivate the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua true scripture, and it took me a full 3 years to alter my foundation. If I had waited until the Golden Bridge realm, the opportunity would have vanished. Chen Qingyu blinked. So, does that mean you possess 8-star talent, father? Chen Jingxing smiled, but did not respond. Instead, he changed the subject. Let us return. Chen Qingyu glanced at the system's main interface and whispered, I wish to stay a while longer, if possible. The system's sign-in eligibility will refresh in less than a quarter of an hour. The system's sign-in location refreshes every 12 hours, allowing for daily sign-ins, each yielding various benefits. Once a sign-in location's reward pool is exhausted, the next location is unlocked. However, even after depletion, one can still sign in at the original location, enhancing control over previously acquired divine abilities or the grade of magical artifacts. Very well, Chen Jingxing conceded. I shall take this opportunity to show you around the floating heavenly palace, allowing you to appreciate the rich history of our Chen clan. Excellent. Chen Qingyu's expression brightened, revealing a hint of a smile. Thus, Chen Jingxing led Chen Qingyu through the inner and outer halls of the Golden Palace, regaling him with tales of history and folklore. Moments later, a melodious voice resonated in Chen Qingyu's mind. Ding. The sign-in location, floating heavenly palace, has refreshed. Fabulous. Chen Qingyu exclaimed with delight, immediately intoning in his heart. System, I wish to sign in. Ding. A clear and pleasant notification chimed in his mind. The host has signed in for the second time at Floating Heavenly Palace. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the technique Zhongli Wuying, one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Chen Qingyu paused momentarily. Zhongli Wuying? Another of the 36 transformations of Tiangang? He pondered briefly, not taking the time for a thorough examination, and promptly raised his head. Father, let us return. Chen Jingxing, taken aback, did not press for further details and nodded in agreement. Very well. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Qingyu returned to his small study and finally had the opportunity to explore the newly acquired divine ability. Zhongli Wuying. Taken literally, it implies standing in sunlight, yet casting no shadow. It appeared to be a mere trivial feat. However, in essence, it was a profound technique for rendering oneself ethereal and formless, far surpassing the likes of invisibility techniques. Let me give it a try. Chen Qingyu thought with a spark of excitement. He stood up, opened the window of the study to let sunlight pour in, and after adjusting his position, he concentrated his mind. Zhongli Wuying. In an instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. The beams of sunlight streaming in seemed to pass directly through him. Within the rays, countless specks of dust floated up and down, yet upon striking the ground, Chen Qingyu's shadow was conspicuously absent. This effect, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted as he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Activating Zhongli Wuying allowed external light to penetrate his form, effectively placing him in a perpetual state of invisibility. He could clearly see others, yet they could not perceive him. Indeed, at this stage, the effect was already comparable to that of invisibility techniques. In the realm of corporeal existence, such an esoteric art was exceptionally rare. Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. The potency of divine abilities advanced in tandem with his cultivation. Currently, as a practitioner of the Tongxiao realm, Zhongli Wuying enabled him to become invisible but could not conceal his scent, sound, or body temperature. Once he progressed further, he would be able to completely sever external influences. As long as he was not touched, his presence would be nearly imperceptible. Ultimately, he could even transform into ethereal form, passing through walls and traversing the earth. Impervious to any grand formations or prohibitions, there would be no place he could not access. After all, the mastery of Zhongli Wuying was said to allow one to leap beyond the 3 realms and transcend the 5 elements, becoming an elusive shadow in the 10 directions. Vanishing from the 6 paths. Wonderful. A hint of exhilaration graced Chen Qingyu's face. He continued to experiment for a while before retracting the technique, turning inward to assess his cultivation. Soon, he discerned, at this rate, in a single day, he could refine over 400 earth apertures. This meant he would require only 3 days to achieve the Blood Sea realm. Chapter 8. 3 Divine Abilities, Blood Sea Realm, 3 days later. Ah, what splendid weather. Chen Qingyuan stepped out of the courtyard, stretching contentedly. After days of relentless cultivation, he had grown a bit gaunt, and his father had finally permitted him a half-hour to venture outside. Having seized this rare opportunity, he pondered, what should I do? Strolling along the bustling street, he scratched his head, Perhaps I should seek out that annoying Chen Qingyu to stir up some trouble? Yet, as this thought arose, he quickly shook his head in denial. No, he possesses 9-star talent. He has likely surpassed me by now. If I were to seek the past, I would likely end up with a beating from him, which would certainly not be worth the trouble. He appeared somewhat indecisive, a hint of distress etched upon his delicate features. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he seemed to notice something, instinctively looking up, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. In the vast expanse of the sky, a misty white cloud was continuing its descent. On top of that cloud stood a diminutive figure, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of exuberance. That was Chen Qingyu. His small eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is he flying in the sky? He instinctively rubbed his eyes, glancing back and forth 3 times before finally confirming that it was indeed Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu was soaring through the air. What in the world is happening? They had all just begun their training. He had only recently opened his 4th meridian, still far from the 2nd level of the meridian opening realm. Yet, Chen Qingyu could already fly? Chen Qingyu noticed him as well, breaking into a grin as he swiftly redirected the cloud to hover above him. Isn't this Chen Qingyuan? You've really let yourself go in just a few days. Why do you look so much thinner? Chen Qingyuan stood there, mouth agape, gazing up at Chen Qingyu, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." He turned and dashed back towards his own courtyard, yelling as he ran, "Dad, you won't believe it, Chen Qingyu can fly." Huh. A perplexed voice came from the courtyard, belonging to a burly man. He instinctively extended his spiritual sense, but found nothing amiss. Soon, a cacophony of cries filled the air, mingled with Chen Qingyuan's desperate wails. "Dad, stop hitting me. I'm not lying." Hee. Chen Qingyu chuckled, stroking the jade ring on his thumb with admiration. What a treasure. After several days of exploration, he had discovered many astonishing uses for this ring, such as its ability to obscure the spiritual senses and sight of all members of the Chen clan within the capital city of Chongluo. It could even make them subconsciously forget themselves, diminishing their presence. Time to make my exit. He navigated the cloud and swiftly returned to his own courtyard. Over the past 3 days, he had signed in 3 times at the floating palace, acquiring 3 new formidable abilities: cloud riding, flying sand, and moving stones, and guiding the primordial yang. Among these, the ability, cloud riding, granted him the power to soar through the skies, and in certain respects, it surpassed even that of a master in the Golden Bridge realm. At its pinnacle, this ability could allow one to traverse the northern seas by day and rest among the Pangu mountains by night, covering countless miles without difficulty. As for the other 2 abilities, flying sand and moving stones, was a purely offensive magic with immense power, compensating for his previous lack of offensive capabilities. Although the name might sound somewhat mediocre, akin to a third-rate martial arts technique, it was, in fact, a great magical skill. The yellow wind monster's 3 mystical winds, when unleashed, could summon a sandstorm so vast that even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, would struggle to withstand it, requiring the wind-controlling pearl to counteract it. The 3 mystical winds were merely an incomplete weakened version of flying sand and moving stones. The true flying sand and moving stones, when perfected, could unleash a world-ending sandstorm, reducing mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies to dust, transforming the heavens and earth into a desolate wasteland. As for the final ability, guiding the primordial yang, this particular skill was somewhat esoteric, and he had yet to grasp its specific applications. "You're back." In the courtyard, Chen Jingxing gazed at Chen Qingyu descending from the cloud, marveling with a sense of wonder. This is truly astonishing. Although it was not his first time witnessing such a spectacle, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Currently, the ancestors within the floating palace, along with Chun Yaoguang and the elders, unanimously believed that Chen Qingyu had awakened a remarkably fearsome constitution. This constitution not only allowed for rapid cultivation, but also enabled the awakening of inexplicable abilities, such as the capacity to fly at the mere level of the meridian opening realm. "Dad." Chen Qingyu called out and hurried towards the back courtyard's meditation room. "I'll see you later. I need to enter seclusion." "Seclusion?" Chen Jingxing was taken aback, filled with disbelief. "Are you serious?" When had he ever seen Chen Qingyu engage in earnest training over the past few days? And now, he was astonishingly choosing to enter seclusion? What in the world is going on? "Yes," Chen Qingyu called back, growing more distant. "I'm about to break through to the Blood Sea realm. I need to go into seclusion." As his words fell, Chen Jingxing froze, a look of confusion crossing his face. Blood Sea realm? How long has it been? 3 days, or 4? His son, Chen Qingyu, was on the verge of transforming from a boy with no cultivation into a formidable warrior of the Blood Sea realm. He fell silent, unable to shake the overwhelming sense of absurdity. How long had it taken him to break through to the Blood Sea realm? A full 3 years. Countless days and nights of grueling practice, honing himself, and only with exceptional talent did he finally catch up to the 9-year-old cultivation assessment. Yet now, reflecting on his arduous journey and glancing at Chen Qingyu, he sighed deeply, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I truly am getting old." In the meditation room, Chen Qingyu sat cross-legged, taking several deep breaths as he introspected his body. In the vast emptiness, the darkness was no longer complete. 108 meridians crisscrossed, and at the intersections of numerous meridians, countless brilliant stars sparkled like a dense constellation, a total of 1,290. He was merely 6 earthly apertures away from achieving perfection in the meridian opening realm. Chen Qingyu patiently awaited the moment. In but a brief interval, as the stars gradually coalesced, the 1,296th earthly aperture was finally activated. The 9th level of the meridian opening realm was complete. In that instant, Chen Qingyu felt a jolt throughout his body, as if his consciousness had plunged into an unknown realm. In this realm of the unknown, what was once a haze now revealed a glimmer of light. That light surged forth like a tidal wave, expanding rapidly and entirely opening up a new domain. The heavens and earth intertwined, giving birth to the Blood Sea. This was the Blood Sea realm. A flicker of enlightenment rose within Chen Qingyu. As he observed his body, he could distinctly see an extraordinary void realm emerging behind the heavenly meridians and earthly apertures, akin to a backdrop. This was the Blood Sea, also known as the Qi Sea. Once the Blood Sea was established, the deep blue star energy within Chen Qingyu surged towards it, swiftly undergoing transformation. After a moment, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. His expression relaxed. The Blood Sea realm was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the true energy within him had undergone a transformation, becoming even more formidable. The true energy of the Blood Sea realm had fully liquefied, flowing like a gentle stream from the Blood Sea through the meridians and apertures. Within the deep blue true energy, countless glimmers flickered, resembling the waters of a starry sea. Cultivating in the Blood Sea realm entails continuously expanding the Blood Sea in preparation for forging the Golden Bridge. Once the Blood Sea encompasses all the meridians and apertures, the cultivation in the Blood Sea realm will be deemed complete. Chen Qingyu's thoughts raced as he introspected his body, clearly observing that his Blood Sea was vast and boundless, yet only covered 1/10 of the meridians and apertures. His extraordinary foundation truly was unparalleled, just having recently ascended to the Blood Sea realm. The strength and breadth of the Blood Sea he had established were enough to overshadow most warriors who had perfected the Blood Sea realm. However, due to the sheer number of meridians and apertures, cultivation became more arduous. Nevertheless, his future would thus be even more expansive. I have already ascended to the Blood Sea realm. It is time to visit the ancestors and inquire about the great opportunity they mentioned. Chen Qingyu felt a growing impatience within him. What could possibly be deemed a great fortune, enough to earn the admiration of the 9 ancestors, must undoubtedly be something extraordinary. Even if he possesses a sign-in system, who wouldn't desire to possess more treasures? With that thought, Chen Qingyu swiftly rose from the tranquil chamber and encountered his father, Chen Jingxing, waiting for him in the courtyard. You have broken through? Chen Jingxing inquired, his gaze appraising his son with profound emotion. You have traversed in just 3 or 4 days what took me 3 years to accomplish. Truly remarkable. Chen Qingyu chuckled. Father, I must make a trip to the floating heaven palace. I shall return shortly. Chen Jingxing nodded in acknowledgement. With a flicker of thought, a cloud of auspiciousness materialized beneath Chen Qingyu's feet, lifting him gracefully into the sky. Moments later, he soared to the upper layers of the celestial vault, where a vast golden gale enveloped the heavens above, yet did not obscure the brilliance of the sun. Through the gusts, a magnificent palace could be faintly discerned, standing proudly above the sea of clouds. With a casual twist of his fingers, the formidable 9-layered gale parted, as if recognizing its master, creating a pathway for him. Chen Qingyu urged the cloud beneath him, effortlessly navigating through the layers of wind, until he arrived at the floating heaven palace. Ancestors, he called out as he ascended the palace steps. I have arrived. No sooner had his voice echoed than his surroundings transformed in a blur. When he regained his focus, he found himself within a floating island amidst a sea of stars, where the 9 ancestors greeted him with beaming smiles. Excellent, young Qingyu. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. The 9 ancestors, radiating warmth and praise, declared, in just 4 days, you have reached the Blood Sea realm. Since the time of the ancient kings who established the foundations of humanity on this desolate land, you are undoubtedly the greatest of all time. Chen Qingyu grinned, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. Ha ha. The 9 ancestors laughed heartily, teasingly remarking, you have just broken through to the Blood Sea, and already you are eager to seek me out. Have you taken a fancy to the great fortune I mentioned? Of course. Chen Qingyu replied earnestly. Who wouldn't desire a treasure? How honest you are. The 9 ancestors' smile widened as he continued. Very well. I shall first impart to you a spell known as the Taishu Muadao spell. Memorize it well. By reciting this incantation, you can connect a thread of your consciousness to the Taishu Dao realm, the very place where the great fortune lies. At this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted with intrigue. The Taishu Dao realm? Could you elaborate, ancestor? The 9 ancestors began to recount. Over 100,000 years ago, during the era of the ancient kings, they collaboratively forged a supreme treasure known as the Taishu Everlasting Mirror. This mirror is capable of creating a hyper-realistic illusionary realm superimposed upon the present world, its power enveloping the entirety of this desolate land, referred to as the Taishu Dao realm. The Taishu Merwa Dao spell is the key to entering this realm. Chen Qingyu stood agape, astonished by the ancient king's remarkable ability to create a virtual world. Gathering his thoughts, he could not resist asking, Ancestor, where specifically in the Taishu Dao realm lies the great fortune you speak of? With a smile, the 9 ancestors replied. The Taishu Dao realm itself is a treasure trove brimming with opportunities. Within this realm, young prodigies from all corners of the desolate land will engage in fierce competitions and battles. The Taishu Dao realm not only allows individuals to rapidly enhance their combat prowess without the threat of death, but is also laden with numerous mysterious transformations. Of course, whether one can seize these fortunes depends on their strength and luck. Pausing for emphasis, he then added, the great fortune I refer to is specifically the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly. Chen Qingyu inhaled sharply. The Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly? Indeed, the 9 ancestors nodded. Are you familiar with the Yuan Emperor Palace? I am, Chen Qingyu affirmed. I studied its history during my learning in the clan. Approximately 30,000 years ago, during a time of intense conflict between humanity and other races, a singular figure clad in white traversed the seas alone, his identity shrouded in mystery. It is said he hailed from the same lineage as the ancient kings. His talents and abilities were unparalleled, an embodiment of grace and strength, standing invincible among his peers. Even the strongest of the older generations fell before him like leaves in the wind. In that era, all invincible prodigies could only gaze in awe at his back. He endured through the iterations of sacred lands, the upheaval of the celestial continent, and epic battles between humans and other races, remaining undefeated. His brilliance only grew more radiant. Until a millennium passed, the past became history, and history transformed into myth. The figure in white transcended the realm of the ancient kings, becoming truly invincible, single-handedly quelling the chaos and ending the era of conflict. Many sacred lands nominated him as the sovereign of the desolate land, the supreme of all races. Known as the Yuan Emperor, Ancestor, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. Is the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly related to the Yuan Emperor Palace? After achieving unparalleled might, the Yuan Emperor showed no interest in power. Following the establishment of the Yuan Emperor Palace, he withdrew from the world, and for 30,000 years, the palace remained aloof, untouched by the disputes of the great sacred lands, maintaining its transcendent status. Indeed, the 9 ancestors confirmed with a nod. It is well known that the Yuan Emperor favored nurturing the younger generation, particularly those exceptional prodigies who could overshadow the current era. Periodically, the Yuan Emperor would host the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly, inviting outstanding talents from all walks of life to the Yuan Emperor Palace, regardless of their race. At the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly, participants could not only hear the Yuan Emperor's teachings, but also acquire various elixirs and treasures, and engage in contests of skill. Those who excelled in the contests not only earned the Yuan Emperor's favor, but even had the opportunity to become his disciples. Pausing for effect, he continued, can you guess how the Yuan Emperor Palace, remaining isolated from the world, selects the strongest talents from the entire desolate land? Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, murmuring, naturally. It must be through the Taishu Dao realm. Exactly, the 9 ancestors expressed with a sense of wonder. And that is the greatest fortune. All the exceptional talents in the world are fighting desperately in the Taishu Dao realm, striving for better results and higher rankings. All for the chance to be chosen by the Yuan Emperor Palace. The competition for the top position on each layer of heaven is especially fierce. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu nodded, his heart racing with excitement. The Taishu Dao realm itself harbors tremendous benefits, rapidly enhancing the strengths of prodigies while offering abundant opportunities. Not to mention, the allure of the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly is an immense temptation. I can only imagine how intense the battles within the Taishu Dao realm must be. Truly, it is a convergence of countless heroes, a clash of infinite prodigies. Qingyu, the 9 ancestors continued with a smile. Our Chen clan of Chonglu is one of the overseers of the Taishu Everlasting Mirror, possessing a portion of authority over the Taishu Dao realm, granting us deep familiarity with its inner workings. The entire Taishu Dao realm is divided into 10 heavenly layers, corresponding to the Blood Sea realm and the 9 realms above it. Among these, the Blood Sea Heaven hosts the largest population, numbering in the tens of trillions. Chen Qingyu felt as though he had been struck speechless. Tens of trillions? That figure is truly staggering. If there are so many young warriors in the Blood Sea realm alone, then the total number of cultivators across the world must be astronomical. Moreover, with a multitude of people comes a plethora of geniuses. Truly formidable warriors abound. In the blood-soaked expanse of the celestial realm, it is almost inconceivable to fathom the intensity of the conflict among the countless trillions of martial artists. Yet, merely a moment later, his demeanor returned to its usual calm. He turned to the ancestor Jiuzhu and said, I understand your meaning, ancestor. I shall enter the Void Dao realm and compete against the infinite prodigies. I fear nothing. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Jiuzhu could not help but chuckle softly. Ah, little Qingyu, you are overestimating yourself. At present, you have merely qualified to step into the blood-soaked heavens of the Void Dao realm, yet your strength still falls considerably short. Chen Qingyu responded with confusion. Jiuzhu continued, Little Qingyu, do you understand that those among the most powerful in the Blood Sea realm have been battling for years, seasoned by countless skirmishes? Their martial skills and energy cultivated to an unparalleled degree. They are true killing machines. Yet you have only trained for 3 or 4 days, have never practiced martial arts, and lack any experience in combat. How can you possibly contend with others? He paused for a moment before solemnly adding, Your rapid advancement is indeed your advantage, yet it is also your greatest disadvantage. For a considerable period, you will not have the time to consolidate or refine your martial techniques. What I am divulging about the Void Dao realm is merely intended to serve as motivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu immediately retorted, Ancestor, you underestimate me. During these 3 days, I have not only been cultivating my technique, but I have also selected martial skills and am on the verge of mastering them. Jiuzhu, intrigued, inquired, What martial skills have you chosen? Chen Qingyu replied confidently, I have chosen the Taihao Suppressing Heaven Fist, Taihao Body Refinement Technique, and Heavenly Star Attraction Method. The criteria for his selection were straightforward. They needed to be effective in combat, resilient, and agile. These 3 martial skills perfectly met his requirements. For instance, the Taihao Suppressing Heaven Fist utilizes stellar true energy to propel the Taihao Fist intent, unleashing boundless and overwhelming power akin to ancient stars crushing down, magnificent and vast. With seemingly limitless strength, rendering it invincible in battle, the Taihao Body Refinement Technique refines the body with stellar true energy, transforming it into a body akin to the stars of Taihao, indestructible and impervious, making ordinary attacks as futile as an ant attempting to shake the stars. The Heavenly Star Attraction Method mimics the mutual attraction and repulsion of stars through true energy, allowing for agile movements in a confined space, truly unparalleled. Over these past 3 days, he has diligently practiced these 3 martial skills. Thanks to the existence of the 9-breath submission divine ability, he effectively possesses boundless true energy, unafraid of delays in his cultivation, not needing to pause for recovery, allowing him to practice freely and advance at an astonishing pace. In just 3 short days, his progress could rival that of a top-tier martial artist who has dedicated a month to arduous training. At this moment, he was also nearing true mastery of these 3 formidable martial techniques. With such a rapid pace of advancement, coupled with the powerful divine abilities acquired through signing in, he naturally felt confident in his ability to compete with the world's heroes. Indeed, very well, Jiuzhu acknowledged with a nod. In martial skills and divine abilities, quality surpasses quantity. These 3 martial techniques are more than sufficient for your current stage. As he spoke, he scrutinized Chen Qingyu closely, suddenly smiling. You do seem brimming with confidence, eager to enter the Void Dao realm and witness the prowess of those super prodigies. Very well, I shall now impart the Taihao Mora Dao incantation to you. Pay close attention. His voice lowered as he transmitted a 16-character incantation into Chen Qingyu's ear, repeating it thrice. Once Chen Qingyu had memorized it, he nodded, Ancestor, I have noted it down. Excellent, Jiuzhu replied with a smile. Upon your return, by channeling your true energy and reciting the incantation, you will be able to enter the Void Dao realm. The wonders within the Void Dao realm, you will experience firsthand upon your arrival. So I shall refrain from revealing too much in advance. With a wave of his hand, he concluded, Go now. Should you have any questions, return to seek me. As his words faded, Chen Qingyu felt a shimmer before him and was whisked out of the starry sea, returning to the vicinity of the floating heavenly palace. Regaining his composure, he summoned a cloud and swiftly departed from the palace. Moments later, he flew back to his courtyard, searching for his father, Chen Jingxing. But finding him absent, likely off training once more. Never mind, I shall first explore the Void Dao realm. The fantastical virtual world beckoned with intrigue. Chen Qingyu thought to himself as he hurried to his study. Sitting behind his desk, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and channeled his true energy while silently reciting the Taihao Mora Dao incantation. In an instant, his mind trembled slightly, as if it were being elevated to an inexplicable realm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself beneath a pitch-black night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, desolate and empty. The 3 golden characters Blood Sea Heaven illuminated the starry ocean above. In the midst of that starry expanse stood a colossal gate of light, towering above the sea of stars, marked with the name Divine Capital Chongluo. Is there also a Divine Capital Chongluo here? Chen Qingyu expressed a hint of astonishment. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed throughout the starry sea. Welcome, young martial artist of the Blood Sea realm. Welcome to the Void Dao realm. Blood Sea Heaven. Chapter 11. Another Divine Capital Chongluo. Welcome, young martial artist of the Blood Sea realm. Welcome to the Void Dao realm, Blood Sea Heaven. As this chilling voice resonated, Chen Qingyu's consciousness jolted slightly, and an influx of information surged into his mind, which he quickly assimilated. This stream of information contained fundamental knowledge about the Void Dao realm, as well as various rules and taboos. Once he regained his composure, the cold voice echoed once more. Detection indicates your location is in the ancient country of Qianlu, central Tianzhou, divine capital Changluo. You will be entering the corresponding city within the Void realm. Please adhere to the relevant rules of the Void Dao realm. Violators will face penalties, and severe breaches may result in permanent expulsion from the Void Dao realm. If you wish to enter other regions, please relocate your position in the real world or activate the Void Teleportation Array within divine capital Changluo. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu promptly declared, I wish to enter divine capital Changluo. Instantaneously, a faint light curtain unfurled before him, reflecting his petite figure. The cold, mechanical voice chimed in. Upon your initial entry into the Void City, you may acquire the privilege to adopt a simulated appearance. You may also forego this privilege and enter the Void City in your true form. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyu responded, I wish to utilize the simulated appearance privilege. I want to adjust my appearance to that of a 16-year-old. His youthful age would undoubtedly cause a stir if such a young martial artist from the Blood Sea realm were to appear in the divine capital Changluo of the Void Dao realm, posing a risk of identity exposure. As the heir of the Chen lineage, it was a risk not worth taking. Simulated appearance has been adjusted. In an instant, the light curtain before him reflected a tall, slender youth with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance and vitality. Not bad. I look quite handsome in this form, Chen Qingyu mused, admiring his new physique. This sensation was entirely different from his previous small stature of merely 3 feet high in the outside world. Regaining his focus, he intoned, I wish to enter divine capital Changluo. This time, no further prompts emerged, a brilliant light flashed, and the immense gate of light in the starry sea swung open with a resounding crash. As Chen Qingyu's vision blurred, he was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. When he regained clarity, he found himself standing on a bustling long street, surrounded by a throng of people, all moving with ceaseless energy. The streets are lined with bustling taverns, a vibrant spectacle filled with numerous young men and women loudly calling out their offers. The scene is remarkably animated, seeking fellow clansmen to accompany me at the Doshing platform for free practice. Requirements. Must have cleared the 3rd level of the War God Tower. I have discovered an incredibly powerful secret technique for sale at the Taishu study. Those interested in information, hurry over. It only costs 50 Taishu points. Looking for training partners. Paid, 5 Taishu points per session. Requirements. Must have cleared the 4th level of the War God Tower. Another outsider is causing trouble. They dare challenge the Chen family's prodigy. Come and witness this. Seeking a few clan members to accompany me. Anyone interested in visiting friends in the neighboring Zhongdu Yanchuan? Let's share the transportation costs together. Chen Qingyu stood in a daze, curiously surveying the lively surroundings. At that moment, a cheerful young man squeezed through the crowd and approached him. Brother, judging by your appearance, could this be your first visit to the Taishu Dao realm? Chen Qingyu turned to him and nodded. Indeed. The young man smiled broadly. Would you require a guide? I can introduce you to the Taishu Dao realm and Shindu Changluo. As he rubbed his hands together, he added with a chuckle, I only asked for 10 Taishu points. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment. I currently have no Taishu points. The Taishu points are the universal currency within the Taishu Dao realm. Immensely useful but exclusively obtainable within this realm. Having just entered, he was, of course, completely penniless. The young man laughed heartily. No worries. It's perfectly normal for someone new to the Taishu Dao realm to be without Taishu points. Moreover, the first thing any newcomer does after familiarizing themselves with the local environment is to challenge the War God Tower. Once you emerge from the War God Tower, you will naturally possess Taishu points. Chen Qingyu nodded. Very well. I shall owe you those 10 Taishu points for now. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. The young man replied with a smile, extending his hand. This way, let us head to the War God Tower. And I shall introduce you to Shindu Changluo along the way. All right. Chen Qingyu replied, stepping forward to walk alongside the young man, who casually inquired. What name do you go by? I am Chen Xiaojun, he replied. The young man turned back, a knowing glint in his eyes. Ah, so you are a cousin of the Chen clan. Chen Xiaojun is indeed a fine name. I am Chen Qingjia, pleased to make your acquaintance. Within the current generation of the Chen family, the name Qing is prevalent, and it was clear that Chen Xiaojun was an assumed name. However, he refrained from pressing further. As it was not his concern, a cousin of the clan, Chen Qingyu acknowledged with a respectful nod. Observing the ceaseless flow of people around him, he curiously asked, Is Shindu Changluo always this lively in the Taishu Dao realm? Absolutely. Chen Qingjie replied, pride evident on his face. Our Shindu Changluo is one of the most prosperous and populous cities in the world, even in the Blood Sea heaven of the Taishu Dao realm. It is renowned far and wide. Just our main branch of the Chen family boasts over 10 million martial artists at the Blood Sea realm. Not to mention, there are many other branches and organizations that send their prodigies to our city. Additionally, every day, people from other Taishu cities use the teleportation arrays to visit, some seeking relatives. others looking for duels, some gathering intelligence, and some pursuing romance. The variety is endless, making it a veritable hub of activity. Chen Qingyu then realized so. Shendu Chongluo, in the Taishu Dao realm, is even more vibrant than in the mortal world. Ha! Chen Qingyu laughed. It is only natural for our ancestral land of the Chen family in Chongluo to attract visitors from all directions. Chen Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, pointing towards a tavern along the long street with an intrigued expression. Who operates these taverns in the Taishu Dao realm? Are they members of our Chen clan? Hee. Chen Qingyu replied with a grin. These taverns and shops are not run by people. They are reflections of the past, meticulously selected by the Taishu Eternal Mirror from the annals of history across the wasteland. In Blood Sea Heaven alone, there are over 1,000 taverns, each offering unique dishes and drinks that are unrivaled in the world. Of course, he continued, consuming in these taverns requires Taishu points. The higher the establishment's quality, the more it costs. The sole advantage is that you can order anything you desire, even the rarest delicacies, provided you have the means to pay for them. Chen Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim. So these are reflections of past scenes. The capabilities of the Taishu Eternal Mirror are truly unimaginable. He was indifferent to the notion of rare delicacies, simply marveling at the concept of such taverns. After all, being of the direct bloodline and the most esteemed disciple of the Chen clan, he had tasted many extraordinary dishes. Even the flesh of the Dragon King's son from the Eastern Sea. Brother Qingyu. Chen Qingyu then gestured towards several shops adjacent to the tavern. What of these shops? What do they sell? Chen Qingyu casually responded. These shops also reflect past scenes and sell a variety of goods. Some offer martial arts techniques, secret methods, and skills that can be utilized in the mortal realm, which are highly sought after. Others sell divine weapons and rare materials, as well as real estate. The variety is vast, but these can only be used within the Taishu Dao realm. Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Only usable within the Taishu Dao realm? What value do they hold then? Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. Ah, Xiaojun, you may not grasp this yet. For instance, if one wishes to cultivate an alchemist or a blacksmith in the outside world, the resources consumed are staggering, reliant solely on rare materials. However, within the Taishu Dao realm, these rare resources can be exchanged for Taishu points, significantly reducing the cost by hundreds or thousands of times. Moreover, with the supreme power of the Taishu Eternal Mirror, it can simulate the operation and transformation of all things, allowing for the cultivation of competent alchemists, blacksmiths, array masters, talisman masters, and mechanism masters, among others. Chen Qingyu was moved by this revelation. The Taishu Dao realm is indeed a land of unparalleled treasures. Indeed, Chen Qingyu replied with a smile. There are many secrets within the Taishu Dao realm, but it all depends on whether you possess the qualifications to uncover them. He then added mysteriously, among the various shops, there exists one particularly intriguing type that sells information. Information for sale? Chen Qingyu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Are these shops, reflecting past scenes, selling information from the past as well? Precisely, Chen Qingyu chuckled. Some of this information dates back 1,000 years, some even 10,000 years, and some from 100,000 years ago. The vast majority has long ceased to be useful and is merely a waste of money. However, throughout history, there have been instances where individuals have pieced together clues from outdated information to uncover the hidden abodes of fallen powers or find the ruins of ancient sects, thus seizing great opportunities and soaring to new heights. At this point, he shrugged. Yet, the likelihood of such occurrences is dismally low, akin to gambling. Chen Qingyu nodded in understanding. I see. It appears there are indeed many fascinating aspects within the Taishu Dao realm. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, leading the way. Come this way. Xiaojun. As Chen Qingyu followed Chen Qingyu, they walked for nearly half an hour, absorbing his continuous introductions and explanations, feeling greatly enriched. After a while, Chen Qingyu halted and pointed towards a massive structure in the distance. Xiaojun, look over there. That is the Doshing platform. In the realm of the Void Dao, it is proclaimed that countless heroes have emerged, with boundless prodigies engaged in fierce competition. The primary battleground for this struggle lies within the Victory Arena. Chapter 12. The Victory Arena and the War God Tower. Upon hearing the mention of the Victory Arena, Chen Qingyu's gaze was instantly drawn to it. It was a colossal structure, sprawling over hundreds of acres, majestic and imposing. From the outside, it resembled a cylindrical form, akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum of his previous life. Surrounding this grand edifice were two radiant lists, cascading from the zenith of the sky, adorned with a multitude of densely packed names and inscriptions. Numerous young martial artists congregated around the periphery of the Victory Arena. Some engaged in fervent discussions. Others scrutinized the two grand lists, while a few called out, seeking sparring partners or opponents for duels. Is this truly the Victory Arena? Chen Qingyu speculated. Perhaps it serves as a stage for combat, with many spectators in attendance? Well, you are partially correct, Chen Qingyu replied confidently. The Victory Arena is, in fact, an infinite overlap of spaces. Each individual who enters finds themselves in a distinct, independent realm. Naturally, you may choose to observe the battles of others, which allows you to enter the spectator's area within their combat space. As for the internal combat space, it is not merely a platform, but a customizable environment, where one can select factors such as weather, terrain, and battlefield size. After listening, Chen Qingyu instinctively inquired, "How are the battles conducted within the victory arena?" "It's quite simple," Chen Qingyu explained. "First, it depends on whether you are listed on the victory board. Second, whether you are acquainted with your opponent." He gestured towards the two colossal lists descending from the sky, saying, "Have you seen those two victory boards? They are divided into local sublists for every major city in the void, as well as a grand list for the entire realm. The local sublists are determined by a fraction of the total number of residents. For instance, in our divine capital of Chongluo, where the number of Blood Sea martial artists exceeds 10 million, only the top 10,000 prodigies can be listed. As for the grand list, it encompasses countless Blood Sea warriors across the desolate lands, also limited to 10,000. Each individual on the list is an unparalleled prodigy who has fought their way to the top. Only after ranking on the local sublist can one challenge these grand list prodigies." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Of course, there are many intricacies involved. For example, those grand list prodigies often set exceedingly high stakes in void points to deter reckless challengers who seek fame. If you are not listed but are familiar with your opponent, it is quite straightforward. Whether for sparring or mutual practice, you may simply enter the victory arena together. If you prefer not to spar with acquaintances, fearing the exposure of your techniques, you can also spend void points to engage in random matching, pairing you with an opponent of similar skill from across the realm." As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Qingyu beside him and casually remarked, "Cousin, since this is your first foray into the Void Dao realm, and you have yet to conquer the first level of the War God Tower, this place is temporarily inaccessible to you. Let us proceed." Chen Qingyu nodded, retracting his gaze and following closely behind Chen Qingyu as they continued onward. After a brief interval, the two arrived at another bustling marketplace. "Cousin, look," Chen Qingyu said with a subtle smile, pointing to the two massive buildings flanking the long street. These edifices were of a magnitude rivaling the victory arena, with throngs of people gathered at their entrances, creating a cacophony of noise. This was the domain of the Rebirth Altar and the Martial Arts Hall. To the left, the Rebirth Altar could replay every battle you had fought in the past, and even simulate opponents you had encountered, allowing you to engage in a rematch. Of course, the simulated adversaries would only possess the prowess akin to those you had previously faced. Any undisclosed techniques would likewise remain absent in the simulation. At this juncture, he gestured to the right. On the right lies the Martial Arts Hall, which is even more extraordinary, a supreme sanctuary for training and honing martial skills. Within the Martial Arts Hall, the techniques you practice will automatically correct errors and adjust according to your intent, manifesting corresponding opponents to maximize your martial prowess. Furthermore, the Martial Arts Hall boasts a time acceleration feature, albeit at the expense of considerable void points. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "A treasure! Truly an unparalleled treasure." Anyone with sufficient void points could utilize the Rebirth Altar and Martial Arts Hall to rapidly enhance their skills and combat capabilities. At that moment, he finally grasped why the 9 ancestors within the floating heavenly palace referred to the Void Dao realm as a treasure trove, teeming with opportunities. Simply what he had witnessed and learned thus far was already intoxicating. "Ha! Chen Qingyu chuckled heartily. "Cousin, you have hit the nail on the head. Void points. In this realm of the Void Dao, without void points, one can scarcely take a step. Here, the vast majority of individuals seek to acquire void points through 2 avenues, challenging the War God Tower or engaging in wagers to seize void points from others." As he spoke, he patted Chen Qingyu on the shoulder, grinning. "Come, let us proceed to our final destination, the War God Tower. I can see your eagerness." Chen Qingyu chuckled in agreement, offering no rebuttal, and promptly followed Chen Qingyu, navigating through the throng of people toward the end of the long street. A quarter of an hour later, at the terminus of the road, loomed a towering edifice, its height reaching the clouds, rendering it difficult to ascertain the exact number of its levels. The entrance to this massive tower spanned 100 feet wide, similarly bustling with a multitude of people, rivaling the victory arena in its crowds. "We have arrived at the War God Tower." Chen Qingyu halted his steps, gazing up at the soaring structure with a sense of awe. The War God Tower serves as the foundation for all functionalities within the Void Dao realm, and is also the primary source of void points. Moreover, the War God Tower measures the fundamental combat prowess of prodigious martial artists. Chen Qingyu, hearing this, queried in confusion, "Fundamental combat prowess?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyu affirmed. "Within the War God Tower, each level presents distinct simulated opponents. The first level is the simplest, facing off against an ordinary martial artist of the same realm, with their techniques, skills, secret arts, and divine weapons being of the most commonplace variety, and there is only one opponent. Any normal individual should have no trouble overcoming the first level. However, with each ascending level, not only does the number of opponents increase, but their individual strength becomes increasingly formidable. At higher tiers, challengers may even contend against hundreds or thousands of powerful martial artists of the same rank, or even elite warriors at the pinnacle of that tier. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is it truly that exaggerated? Far more than you can imagine. Chen Qingjia's expression turned grave. As you advance through the War God Tower, the difficulty escalates alarmingly. In the early stages, the disparity in combat power may not be significant between levels. However, as you progress, surpassing even a single level can result in a chasm of strength akin to heaven and earth. Chen Qingyu nodded in understanding. He raised his arm, pointing towards the two grand lists cascading from the sky outside the War God Tower, and inquired, "Are the rules of the War God list the same as those of the victory list?" "Indeed, they are identical," Chen Qingyu shrugged casually. "The sublist records the prodigies who have cleared the highest levels locally, while the War God Grand List encompasses the top 10,000 unparalleled prodigies who have conquered the levels of the War God Tower across the realm. As others embark on the challenge of the War God Tower, spectators can also partake in the experience, with the option to set fees, revealing an abundance of intricacies within." He gestured towards the pinnacle of the left side leaderboard, smiling as he remarked, "Do you see that? That individual is none other than our Chun clan's prodigy of the Blood Sea realm, Chen Qingyu, my younger cousin. He ranks first on both the War God and Combat Victory leaderboards in Changluo. In the overall War God ranking, he holds the 7th position in the Combat Victory rankings. He is 5th. Upon reaching this point, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Qingyu is merely 2 years my junior. Yet he stands as the pride of the entire Chen clan. Countless individuals within our clan revere and admire him. Even in the outside world, his reputation precedes him." Echoing far and wide, faced with such an extraordinary talent, I find myself devoid of any desire to catch up in this lifetime. I can only gaze at his retreating figure. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing these words, felt a stir within his heart and instinctively glanced at the overall War God leaderboard. First on the War God leaderboard, Zhou Qinlong, human, 21 years old, hailing from the Qinyang Zhou clan, has conquered the 8th level of the War God Tower. Second, Li Changhe, human, 19 years old, from the Yinma Sacred Land, has conquered the 7th level. Third, the noble Princess Ao Dragon, years old, from the East Sea Dragon clan, has conquered the 7th level. Fourth, Chang Qianjiao, Crystal clan, 12 years old, from the Tianjing Ancestral Land, has conquered the 7th level. 7th, Chen Qingyu, human, 18 years old, from the Changluo Chen clan, has conquered the 7th level. 8th, Forest Pixie, Spirit clan, years old, from the Spirit Royal Court, has conquered the 7th level. 377th, Su Ershi, human, 22 years old, from the Tianzhao Sacred Land, has conquered the 6th level. 378th, 10,000th, nameless, human, years old, origin, has conquered the 6th level. Chen Qingyu's gaze swept across the entire leaderboard, and he immediately understood. This Zhou Qinlong truly looks down upon the world. Not only is he the first on the War God leaderboard, but he is also the sole invincible prodigy who has conquered the 8th level. Moreover, I recall that he is also the first on the Combat Victory leaderboard. There are over 300 others who have conquered the 7th level, while the remainder have only managed to conquer the 6th. It appears that in this world, exceptional talents are indeed as numerous as the fish in the river, countless in number. As Chen Qingyu's thoughts raced, he turned his attention to the local leaderboard representing Shindu Changluo. A cursory glance revealed that the local leaderboard pales in comparison to the overall leaderboard in terms of prestige. Including Chen Qingyu, only 7 individuals have conquered the 7th level. More than 200 have managed the 6th level, while the rest are confined to the 5th. Brother Qingjie, Chen Qingyu inquired of his side, if challengers have conquered the same number of levels, do they determine rankings based on performance? Indeed, Chen Qingjian nodded. If the levels conquered are identical, the challenger's comprehensive performance is assessed, with the rankings established by the Yuan spirit of the Taishu Hengshi mirror. While both may have conquered the 5th level, a narrow victory and a resounding triumph are worlds apart. To my knowledge, there are at least 30,000 prodigies within our Changluo Chun clan capable of conquering the War God Tower's 5th level. Yet, of these 30,000, only the top performers, nearly 10,000, can ascend to the War God leaderboard. As he spoke, a hint of envy graced his features. Once one ascends to the War God leaderboard, the treatment within the clan changes dramatically. For someone like me, a collateral descendant without a powerful ancestral backing, ascending to the War God or Combat Victory leaderboard is my only chance to shine. I understand, Chen Qingyu nodded slightly, bowing respectfully to Chen Qingjie. Thank you for your guidance along this journey. When I emerge from the War God Tower, I will repay you the 10 Taishu points I owe. Good. Chen Qingjie patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Go forth. I wish you triumphant success. With a carefree smile, Chen Qingyu stepped forward, weaving through the throngs of eager spectators, entering the grand doors of the War God Tower. In an instant, the cacophony of sounds faded away. As he regained his bearings, he found himself in a realm of pure white. At first glance, this space was merely 100 feet in size. With the sky and ground enveloped in immaculate white, the celestial dome seemingly no more than 10 feet above the ground. Welcome to the War God Tower. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Chen Qingyu's ears. For each level conquered, you will receive a fixed reward of Taishu points. The higher the level conquered, the greater the rewards. Dispersed monthly. Upon conquering the first level, you will unlock access to the Combat Victory Platform, Rebirth Altar, and Martial Arts Arena. You are about to commence your challenge of the first level of the War God Tower. Your opponent will soon appear. Please prepare yourself. Taking a deep breath. A flicker of battle intent shone in Chen Qingyu's eyes. Come forth, War God Tower. Chapter 13, A Rapid Ascension. Climbing the War God leaderboard. The moment the cold mechanical voice fell silent, from several dozen feet away, a flash of white light emerged, coalescing into a robust figure clad in azure martial attire. The man bore a cold expression, and upon his arrival, he swiftly drew a hefty blade from his back, charging at Chen Qingyu. How amusing, Chen Qingyu mused, sensing the man's aura, and couldn't help but chuckle. Is this all he has to offer? Remaining stationary, he watched as the muscular warrior lunged at him, swinging the blade downward towards his head. Boom. The protective true energy erupted in response, instantly rebounding with such force that the blade shattered into several pieces. The terrifying power surged through the hefty blade, causing the warrior to spew blood. Convulsing before collapsing to the ground, he was effectively crushed to death by his own protective true energy. Pitifully weak, Chen Qingyu shook his head. This Blood Sea Realm warrior likely had only opened one martial vein per heaven, totaling 9 martial veins. Among the Blood Sea Realm, he was the most ordinary and weakest type. In terms of the might of true energy, he likely possessed less than 1% of Chen Qingyu's strength. With just a finger, he could have obliterated him. Chen Qingjia was not mistaken. The first level was indeed the simplest, passable by any individual. I hope the subsequent challenges will present me with a surprise. In the next moment, the corpse of the muscular warrior transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Chen Qingyu's ears once more. Congratulations, challenger. You have conquered the first level of the War God Tower. You have earned 10 Taishu points as a reward. The War God leaderboard is now open, and access to the Combat Victory Platform, Rebirth Altar, and Martial Arts Arena has been unlocked. Do you wish to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenge? Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu declared, I wish to continue my challenge. In the next moment, a column of white light surged down, enveloping Chen Qingyu's body. The blinding radiance compelled him to squint. As he regained his sight, he found himself in yet another identical expanse of pure white, albeit this space was slightly larger than the last. Welcome to the second level of the War God Tower. Your opponent will soon appear. Please prepare yourself. As the cold mechanical voice faded, 2 beams of white light flickered from several dozen feet away, coalescing into 2 figures, a cold young woman clad in a black skirt wielding a sharp sword, and a stout youth brandishing a black metal staff. The moment they appeared, without uttering a word, their figures blurred as they split into 2 directions, launching an attack towards Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu stifled a yawn, remaining lazily unmoved. Moments later, he witnessed the 2 charging at him, only to be met with the shockwave of his protective true energy, which caused their organs to rupture, and they perished. Significantly stronger than the first level, yet still a mere trifle, Chen Qingyu silently remarked. For an ordinary Blood Sea Realm warrior, facing 2 adversaries of the same rank would indeed present a considerable challenge. However, to him, such opponents were akin to ants, incapable of posing any threat whatsoever. Congratulations, challenger. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more. You have conquered the second level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 30 Taishu points. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenge? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingyu proclaimed, I shall continue my challenge in the War God Tower. Bring forth something more formidable. In an instant, another beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping his form as he ascended to the next level. Moments later, you have conquered the third level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 100 Taishu points. You have conquered the fourth level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 300 Taishu points. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenge? Listening to the prompts echoing in his ears, Chen Qingyu exhaled a breath of relief. In the third level, he had dispatched 5 opponents, utilizing his true energy to rebound their attacks. In the fourth level, he faced 10 foes, whom he effortlessly vanquished with his defensive true energy, delivering a decisive blow to each. The opponents in the fourth level were nearly on par with those who had attained the foundation of 4 meridians at each heavy celestial layer. The foes in the fifth level would undoubtedly be stronger, perhaps capable of posing a slight threat to him. Chen Qingyu's thoughts surged. His 3 primary martial techniques had yet to be formally mastered, presenting a current shortcoming. Should he cultivate the Taihao body refinement technique to its foundational realm, adversaries beneath 7 meridians would struggle to breach his defenses. It was time to conclude the warm-up. He smiled slightly, declaring, I shall continue my challenge in the War God Tower. Another white beam of light surged downward, enveloping Chen Qingyu's body. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a vastly larger space, spanning at least several hundred feet of pure white. Welcome to the 5th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare, challenger. The mechanical, frigid voice had scarcely faded when dozens of beams of white light erupted from all directions, forming formidable figures. What? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. 30 opponents? The difficulty has escalated tremendously. Upon closer inspection, he noted that among the 30, there were both men and women, predominantly youths. Upon their emergence, they quickly organized into formation, exhibiting considerable discipline. In an instant, 7 or 8 individuals brandished throwing knives and meteor darts, with 2 others wielding longbows and arrows, already aimed at Chen Qingyu. The remaining warriors, proficient in combat techniques, divided into 2 small squads, charging toward him from opposite directions. The others formed a reserve team, circling restlessly, poised to seize any opportunity for a sudden assault. This was evidently a well-coordinated warrior battalion. This is troubling. Chen Qingyu's form flickered as he dodged 2 incoming arrows, channeling his true energy. He swept his hands to deflect the barrage of projectiles. Hissing, he suddenly inhaled sharply, raising his hand to discover a gash across his palm, blood trickling forth. Damn it! He cursed, this is your own doing. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and forcefully exhaled. Boom. The air quaked as his vast true energy coalesced into a fearsome, earthen-hued gale, sweeping forth like a tempest. Celestial transformation, flying sand and walking stones. Wherever the sandstorm passed, the multitude of projectiles and arrows were obliterated, rapidly turning to dust. The yellow storm engulfed the gathered warriors, instantly shattering their protective true energy and reducing their flesh and bones to mere sand. In the blink of an eye, 30 Blood Sea Realm warriors were reduced to fine particles. Chen Qingyu paused, regulating his breath, his expression slightly fatigued. The might of the flying sand and walking stones was indeed unparalleled, yet it consumed an excessive amount of true energy, even with his robust reserves. Such a brief exertion had drained 1/10 of his strength. You have conquered the 5th level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 1,000 Taishu points. The mechanical voice suddenly resonated grandly, echoing throughout the pure white space. Congratulations, you have ascended the War God rankings of Shindu Changluo. Your current rank is 272nd. On the leaderboard, Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, whistling softly. Not bad. He recalled distinctly that only 7 had breached the 7th level of the War God Tower, and just over 200 had reached the 6th level. His placement at 272nd indicated his performance was among the elite of those who had conquered the 5th level. A faint light screen materialized before Chen Qingyu. As it rose, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Please fill in your public information. Gazing intently, he observed numerous blank fields on the screen, with only the race category filled in as human. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly made a decision. He would keep his age confidential, use a pseudonym for his name, while his background bore no need for secrecy. With this in mind, he focused and filled in the blank fields before him. After a brief moment, the screen trembled slightly. Fully populated. Shindu Changluo War God Rankings, 272nd, Chen Xiaojun, human. Years, hailing from the Changluo Chen clan. Conquered the 5th level of the War God Tower. Excellent. Chen Qingyu smiled with satisfaction. In the next instant, the screen before him dissipated, and the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Your public information has been confirmed. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenge? Let us proceed. Chen Qingyu's eyes gleamed with fervent combat spirit as he declared, I shall continue my challenge in the War God Tower. No sooner had he spoken than a white beam of light descended, enveloping his form and elevating him to the 6th level of the War God Tower. In the 6th level, gazing around, he beheld an expansive space stretching over 1,000 feet, with the ceiling towering several dozen feet above. Welcome to the 6th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare, challenger. The cold, mechanical voice had scarcely fallen when a flurry of white light flickered in all directions, as formidable figures began to materialize, each radiating a powerful aura. 100 opponents? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. The difficulty has escalated rather swiftly. Facing 100 foes, how exhilarating. Time rewound 15 minutes prior. Outside the Shindu Changluo, at the foot of the War God Tower, Chen Qingjia awaited Chen Qingyu's emergence when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qingjia cousin. He turned to see a youth clad in green approaching through the crowd. Qingjia cousin, have you brought another newcomer to collect money? The green-clad youth chuckled. Have you gambled away your Taishu points again this month? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingjia sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, I've lost it all once more. I can only engage in this small business to earn some pocket money. The green-clad youth rolled his eyes. I warned you long ago to stop. Relying on outdated information to unearth ancient treasures is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingjia's smile faded, and he spoke in a grave tone. Cousin Qingchuan, I am well aware of what you say. However, having lost my parents at an early age, I find myself without support. At the age of 24, I remain merely at the Blood Sea realm. If this continues, it is highly likely that I will be assigned to a city by my clan, to serve in some minor official capacity, forever limited to the physical realm of the fourth stage. He cast a deep gaze at the young man in green, saying, "A life where the future is so easily foreseen, stagnant like still water, is not the life I, Chen Qingyu, desire. Even if it means gambling on luck. I am determined to strive for more." The young man in green sighed in resignation. "Very well, I knew I wouldn't be able to sway you." He shifted the conversation, casually inquiring, "How capable are the new recruits you brought this time? How far do you think they can penetrate?" With a faint smile, Chen Qingyu replied, "What else can I expect? They are likely to be of mediocre skill. Breaking through the first 3 layers should pose no issue. However, whether they can breach the 4th layer remains uncertain. Among the esteemed direct descendants in the capital of Chongluo, it goes without saying, even those from the collateral branches, who are somewhat valued, would have had their elders imparting wisdom about the myriad rules of the Void Dao realm before their entry, and would have arranged for guides in advance. This pure newcomer clearly lacks such attention, and their strength is naturally limited. Indeed, it comes as no surprise." The young man in green shrugged. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside the God of War Tower. "Look at the God of War rankings. Has someone else ascended the ranks of the God of War in Chongluo? My goodness, their ranking is soaring rapidly." Reacting instinctively, Chen Qingyu and the young man in green looked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. From the left side of the descending God of War sublist, a beam of golden light suddenly emerged from the bottom and began to ascend with such speed that it was almost impossible to track. In the blink of an eye, this golden light surpassed the majority of names, claiming the foremost position on the God of War rankings. Rank 272, Chen Xiaojun, human, years old, hailing from the Chen clan of Chongluo, has penetrated the 5th layer of the God of War Tower. An immediate uproar ensued outside the tower. To debut on the rankings and soar straight to 272? That's incredible. This must be a direct descendant of the Chen clan. Who is this Chen Xiaojun? Has anyone heard of him? This is astonishing. To rank so high on the first attempt, could he possibly have a chance at breaking through the 6th layer? The crowd buzzed with excitement and fervor, voices overlapping in a cacophony. Chen Qingyu stood there dazed, his eyes reflecting shock and confusion. This person is extraordinarily powerful. The young man in green exclaimed in awe, turning back to find Chen Qingyu still frozen in place. "Cousin Qingyu, are you all right?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, his voice strained. "Cousin Qingchuan, this Chen Xiaojun is the newcomer I brought." "What?" The young man in green stared in disbelief. "Are you serious?" He seemed unable to process the information, turning to glance at the lofty name on the list, murmuring, "This person surely possesses a direct bloodline. How could such a prodigy enter the Void Dao realm without anyone there to guide him?" Chen Qingyu shook his head. "I am uncertain." In that moment, his emotions were a tangled web. He had never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary newcomer he had brought would turn out to be such an extraordinary talent, to debut on the rankings and soar past the majority of Chen clan's prodigies. Just then, the crowd exclaimed, "Let's go, everyone. Let us go watch the battle." Yes, this individual who has breached the 5th layer has just made the rankings. He must still be challenging the 6th layer. Hurry, before he emerges. The crowd clamored excitedly, rushing towards the entrance of the God of War Tower, their figures quickly vanishing. "Indeed, let us go watch." Chen Qingyu also came to his senses, grabbing the young man in green and pushing forward. "We must go and witness this." Chapter 15, 1 against 100 in the 6th layer of the God of War Tower. Chen Qingyu's fighting spirit blazed fiercely. With a mere thought, he activated the technique of zhongli wuxing, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. The 100 martial artists that had manifested stood momentarily dumbfounded, glancing around in confusion. But the next moment, some of the quicker ones had already activated various ranged weapons, unleashing a barrage in all directions. A multitude of flying knives, plum blossom darts, meteor darts, blood droplets, and wolf fang arrows densely covered the area, yet all fell short. The hundreds of martial artists stirred slightly, but soon others began employing a variety of probing techniques, attempting to locate Chen Qingyu's position. Although these figures were merely projections, they were not mindless puppets. Each was as agile as a real person, their thoughts remarkably quick. Yet, regardless of their methods, they could not catch a glimpse of Chen Qingyu's whereabouts. It was as if he had truly vanished from the world. "A bunch of fools," Chen Qingyu smirked inwardly, maintaining the zhongli wuxing technique as he quietly slipped out of the encirclement. With his current cultivation at the Blood Sea realm, the power of zhongli wuxing was far more formidable than when he was at the Opening Vein realm. Not only was his physical form concealed, but his body temperature, heartbeat, scent, and all emitted sounds were thoroughly masked. He had genuinely become a shadow. For these martial artists at the Blood Sea realm, attempting to locate him was akin to chasing a mirage. Prepare to face your demise. He selected an opportune angle, ready to unleash the divine ability Facia Zoshur, aiming to severely injure these martial artists. At that moment, a notification chimed. Someone is currently watching your challenge. The number of viewers is currently at 217, 495. Chen Qingyu paused momentarily. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed the viewer count rapidly climbing in the lower right corner of his field of vision. breaking through 1,000 in mere moments, and still surging upward. This realization sparked a thought in him. Is it because I ascended the God of War rankings that it has caused such a commotion, drawing a crowd? This was indeed a fortuitous development, a monumental opportunity. He recalled from Chen Qingyu that whether in battles on the victory platform or during challenges in the God of War tower, as long as there were spectators, fees could be charged. It was akin to selling tickets. However, for ordinary prodigies, even during battles and challenges, it was challenging to attract a large audience, given the multitude of talents available. Yet, he surmised that it was his first time on the rankings, and his absurdly high position that had drawn so many to watch. In summary, this was a rare opportunity to amass a wealth of void points, not to be missed. With a swift resolution, he silently declared, I will charge for viewing. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, setting fee successful. Each viewer must pay a certain amount of void points to observe your challenge. The maximum fee for each challenge is set at 100,000 void points. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's heart solidified. 100,000? That ceiling is extraordinarily high. In the Void Dao realm, the flow of people was no less than 1,000,000 at any given moment. As long as I continue to adjust and create further waves of excitement, it would be easy to garner 100,000 void points effortlessly. With that thought, a wave of joy surged within him. Meanwhile, he also observed an intriguing development. After the 100 martial artists failed to locate him, they became exceedingly cautious, most gathering toward the center as if under siege, seemingly preparing for a stealthy assault, while the remainder dispersed around the periphery, attempting to force him out with widespread attacks. Their level of intelligence is truly impressive. Chen Qingyu let out a sigh of admiration. In the face of an unclear situation and the unknown tactics of the enemy, such a response was indeed very appropriate. Unfortunately, he had encountered someone like him, who possessed the formidable ability of flying sand and shifting stones, a technique that could wreak havoc over a vast area. Wasn't he this akin to voluntarily offering one's head on a platter? Just wait a little longer. He stealthily shifted his position, seeking a more advantageous angle. Once sufficient numbers had gathered, he would unleash a devastating strike to secure victory. On the 6th level of the War God Tower, the outer space was filled with figures, standing upon an invisible barrier, as if gazing through a layer of transparent glass. They observed the scenes within, pointing and discussing animatedly. This was the spectator mode of the War God Tower challenge. In this mode, the audience was situated in an outer layer of space, able to converse with one another, but incapable of influencing the challengers. What is happening? Where is Chen Xiaojun? Has he vanished? Is this an invisibility technique? Such a wondrous martial art exists even in the Blood Sea realm? This Chen Xiaojun must be of the direct lineage. I have never heard of such a method of concealment. Amid the cacophony of voices, someone exclaimed, damn, they are charging fees again. A few murmurs of complaint arose from the crowd, yet no one chose to withdraw. Charging for viewing was standard practice. After all, it was merely a trivial amount of void points that anyone could afford. Chen Qingyu listened to the prompt from the Void Spirit, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Qingchuan, look at this. The youth in green, hearing this, displayed a somewhat helpless smile. All right, I will pay for you. You really are down to your last coin. Chen Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I apologize for making you witness such a spectacle. The youth in green paid for both of their viewing fees and mingled with the crowd alongside Chen Qingyu, gazing at the scene in the center of the space. After a moment of observation, a grave expression crossed his face. Such remarkable techniques. Cousin Qingyu, look at all those martial artists. They have employed no fewer than 10 different methods of detection, yet they cannot locate Chen Xiaojun's presence. Such an extraordinary skill of concealment, if used for ambush and assassination, would be unparalleled in the world. Chen Qingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a direct descendant is truly a hidden talent. The entire city of Chongluo, home to millions of members of the Chen family, was vast. The branch families of the Chen clan scattered across the ancient Chunlu kingdom encompassed astronomical numbers. Yet, among this enormous population, the direct descendants of the main branch numbered scarcely in the tens of thousands. This resulted in each direct descendant being recognized as true prodigies, often far surpassing the collateral branches. Historically, almost all those who made remarkable achievements were direct descendants. The two continued to wait patiently, gradually growing perplexed. Why had Chen Xiaojun still not made a move? It was not just the two of them. At this moment, the space had gathered tens of thousands of people, all becoming increasingly impatient, clamoring. Where is he? Is he going to play the turtle forever? Yes. Come on, for heaven's sake. We can't just rely on these 100 people to self-destruct, can we? Why hasn't he that Chen Xiaojun acted yet? Merely relying on concealment can only provide temporary refuge. To conquer the 6th level, a bloody confrontation is ultimately inevitable. Yes, we came to spectate, not to watch him play hide and seek. The multitude of voices swirled chaotically in a cacophony. Just then, under the gaze of tens of thousands, boom, a massive, earth-colored sandstorm suddenly erupted in one part of the space, roaring like a dragon as it surged towards the gathering of over 100 martial artists. Chapter 16. Breaking through the 6th level in an instant, more than half of the space was enveloped by that terrifying sandstorm. The storm surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the multitude of martial artists with overwhelming force. No. The 100 martial artists roared in defiance, employing various techniques in an attempt to block this onslaught. However, with Chen Qingyu's unparalleled foundation, using one of the 36 transformations of the celestial techniques, flying sand and shifting stones, the might of his attack was beyond comprehension. Those struck directly by the blow found their weapons shattering and their vital energy dispersing, unable even to scream before being reduced to mere dust. Boom. The tidal wave of sandstorm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, the rumbling gradually subsiding. When the storm dissipated, it was revealed that more than half of the over 100 martial artists had perished. The remaining few, those closest to the storm's epicenter, were gravely injured and sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of fighting capability. The scant 20 or so who had narrowly evaded the direct hit bore varying degrees of injuries, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. In the outer space, an eerie silence prevailed. All the spectators were left in shock by this horrifying scene. With just a single strike, over 100 martial artists had suffered catastrophic losses and been utterly routed. What a domineering martial technique. What terrifying power. Chen Qingyu felt his heart tremble, his breath heavy, exclaiming in astonishment, so powerful. Is this still human? It should be noted that the martial artists on the 6th level each possessed a foundation of 6 meridians, second only to practitioners of the profound secret techniques. Such formidable beings, even in a one-on-one match, he lacked the confidence to prevail against. Yet, over 100 of these warriors had united and still could not withstand a single martial technique, suffering severe injuries. Phew. The youth in green beside Chen Qingyu gasped for breath, his face flushed with excitement. An unparalleled genius. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. If he could continuously unleash such a martial technique, he would likely have an 80% chance of breaking through to the 7th level of the War God Tower. Chen Qingyu could not help but deeply agree. At this moment, the crowd around them finally regained their senses and then erupted into a frenzy. Various exclamations of awe, shock, and excitement rose in a cacophony, creating an uproar. Meanwhile, within the 6th level of the War God Tower, boom, merely a breath later, that terrifying earth-colored sandstorm surged forth once more. This time, Chen Qingyu deliberately controlled flying sand and shifting stones to reduce its coverage, allowing it to persist for a full 2 breaths, sweeping over all remaining martial artists. When the sandstorm finally subsided, within the 6th level, apart from Chen Qingyu, not a single living soul remained. The remnants of shattered corpses gradually transformed into white light and vanished. Chen Qingyu dispelled the invisibility technique, his tall figure finally coming into view before all. You have successfully broken through the 6th level of the War God Tower. You have received a reward of 5,000 void points. This challenge has concluded, and since the number of spectators did not reach the limit, you have earned a viewing fee of 58,642 void points. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more in the pristine white space, gradually growing more grandiose. Congratulations. Your ranking on the War God list in Chongluo, the divine capital, has risen. Your current rank is 8th. Congratulations. You have ascended the War God overall list of Blood Sea Heaven. Your current overall rank is 384. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. There are only 7 individuals who have broken through the 7th level on the War God list of Chongluo, the divine capital. This means that, in the judgment of the void eternal mirror spirit, my performance on the 6th level has outclassed everyone else. Such an achievement is sufficient to place me prominently on the overall list of Blood Sea Heaven. Boom. The grand and cold mechanical voice also sent the spectators in the outer space into a frenzy. 8th. My heavens. 8th on the War God list of Chongluo, the divine capital. How incredible. Of course, this Chen Xiaojun broke through the 6th level, crushing his opponents without sustaining a scratch. His ranking at 8th is entirely deserved. Not just 8th. Look at his relaxed demeanor. He could undoubtedly break through the 7th level. Yes, the 7th level. Let us continue challenging the 7th level. The crowd surged with exhilarating excitement, their cheers and shouts rising and falling like waves in an ocean. Chen Qingyu felt a tumultuous stir in his heart, his complexion flushed. In this moment, he experienced an inexplicable thrill, as if he were witnessing history and the ascent of an extraordinary talent. He raised his arms, joining the throng in a resounding cry. Continue fighting. Keep challenging the 7th level. Within the War God Tower, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Would you like to exit the War God Tower or continue your challenge? Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, responding, is that even a question? I shall not stop here. I will continue to challenge the War God Tower. In an instant, a white beam of light enveloped him, causing him to vanish without a trace, ascending into the 7th level. Outside, numerous spectators unhesitatingly paid a few points to follow Chen Qingyu's figure into the viewing space of the 7th level. This time, The young man in the green attire also promptly paid another point for Chen Qingyu without a second thought. In the external world, as throngs of people poured into the War God Tower, the periphery grew somewhat vacant, with only a trickle of individuals coming and going. Many who had arrived from other places to witness the spectacle found themselves puzzled, asking, why are there so few people today? Indeed, could it be that those 7 on the leaderboard are challenging the 8th level again? A youth lurking outside the War God Tower casually remarked, you've all guessed incorrectly. A new prodigy named Chen Xiaojun has emerged, reportedly a direct descendant of the Chen family, who, upon his first appearance on the leaderboard, astonishingly ranked 272. Causing quite a stir, a large crowd has rushed in to watch. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with some inquiring, then why aren't you inside? The youth's expression stiffened. I simply lack the funds to spectate, having been pushed out. He was usually quite passionate about betting on the dual platform, spending all his points each month, and this time, he happened to be without friends to borrow from. His frustration was palpable. As the inquirers were about to continue, their expressions suddenly froze. Not just him. At that moment, everyone outside the War God Tower fell into a state of stunned silence. Outside the tower, 2 lists descending from the heavens simultaneously erupted with golden light. On yesterday's sublist, a golden glow surged from a prominent position, catapulting upward to nearly the top, settling at the 8th position. Meanwhile, on the main leaderboard of the Blood Sea, another golden light soared, leaping from the very bottom, wildly ascending past countless names to the forefront of the list. In an instant, the crowd fell silent before erupting into a frenzy. 8th in the capital, Chen Xiaojun. When did my Chen family produce such a peerless genius? To rank 8th on his first appearance, Chen Xiaojun must be a pseudonym. Which direct descendant is he? The once sparse surroundings of the War God Tower instantly transformed into a cacophony of excitement. Moreover, this fervor and enthusiasm spread rapidly like a tidal wave. After all, the significance of being 8th on the War God list in Shindu Chongluo starkly contrasted with being 272. In no time, the throngs outside the War God Tower surged inward, fully aware that ranking 8th indicated that Chen Xiaojun had likely dominated the 6th level, as he had yet to emerge. He must be challenging the 7th level. Such a rare spectacle, occurring once in a decade, was not to be missed. Quick, let us all go watch. Wait, I need to exit the Taishu Dao realm and call my brother to come and see. The crowd encircled the War God Tower, rendering it impassable. As this wave of excitement swept through, more and more people learned of this astonishing news, all flocking toward the War God Tower. Inside the 7th level, Chen Qingyu surveyed his surroundings and found himself in an expansive space, measuring several thousand feet square, far broader than the 6th level. This revelation caused a slight change in his expression. With such a vast area, relying solely on his current technique, flying sand and walking stones, would prove insufficient. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed once more. Welcome to the 7th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Challengers, please prepare yourselves. Instantly, a myriad of white lights surged from all directions, revealing at least hundreds of figures upon a cursory glance. Damn it, Chen Qingyu cursed inwardly, immediately activating the technique Zhongli Wuing. Buzz, buzz. Among the hundreds of white lights, figures of young men and women materialized, their auras far surpassing those of the 6th level. Each warrior in the 7th level was forged from 7 martial veins, having stepped into the realm of arcane skills. It is worth noting that arcane skills, when practiced by even a single warrior, could easily breach the 5th level of the War God Tower, a feat that was effortlessly accomplished. In the 7th level, there were a staggering 500 such formidable warriors. Good heavens, this is insane. Chen Qingyu's scalp prickled as he suppressed a curse. How on earth did those who passed the 7th level manage it? Maintaining the Zhongli Wuing technique, he swiftly attempted to maneuver out of the encirclement. However, his plan quickly met with failure. The 500 warriors had formed an almost complete circle, leaving him no apparent escape. Although his Zhongli Wuing technique was intricate at the Blood Sea realm, it ultimately could not render him intangible. Drawing too close would result in collision and immediate exposure. Chen Xiaojun is in trouble. Indeed, 500 powerful warriors collaborating on the 7th level is terrifying. The difficulty of the War God Tower escalated dramatically with each level, living up to its reputation. This time, even with his vast array of offensive skills, he would have to engage in a fierce battle. Indeed, true gold fears no fire. It would be intriguing to see how this newly emerged prodigy would fare. In the outer space, spectators buzzed with discussions. At this moment, the number of observers had surpassed 10,000, and this figure continued to grow. No one knew what methods this Chen Xiaojun would employ to cope with the challenge. Chen Qingyu's expression betrayed a hint of tension. In Shindu Chongluo, while exceptional talents who had breached the 7th level were rare, there were still 7. The strategies employed by these individuals, aside from the strongest, Chen Qingyu, were largely similar. They relied on evasive maneuvers, incessantly dodging and shifting, leveraging their strength to counterattack, battling fiercely for several hours, and gradually wearing down their 500 formidable foes. This process was undoubtedly perilous, A single misstep could lead to demise. Within the contemporary Chen family's main line, among millions of Blood Sea Realm warriors, only 7 had successfully breached the 7th level, illustrating the daunting challenge it presented. Boom, boom. In the 7th level, the 500 warriors began a large-scale assault. With their ranged divine weaponry coupled with extensive offensive techniques, they methodically swept across the entire space. Under such formidable onslaughts, no matter how adept Chen Qingyu was at evasion, as long as he remained within the encircled area, it was only a matter of time before he would be discovered and obliterated in one fell swoop. After all, no matter how fast he moved, he could never outpace the speed of divine weapons and martial techniques. Damn it! Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow, but remained unflustered. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he immediately dispelled the invisibility technique, revealing his figure to the scrutinizing gaze of all present. In that instant of his emergence, 500 piercing gazes laden with murderous intent converged upon him. The next moment, a barrage of over 100 ranged attacks surged toward him, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. The throngs of spectators in the outer space, numbering in the tens of thousands, were caught off guard by this sight, their hearts racing as they fixated on the scene in the central space. Then, they witnessed over 100 martial artists simultaneously unleash their might, creating a cataclysmic force that shattered the air, sending violent gusts of energy swirling. Yet astonishingly, their onslaught struck nothing but empty space. For before they could strike, Chen Qingyu had already commandeered a cloud, soaring high into the sky. Foolish am I? Behold, I can fly. Ha ha. Chen Qingyu stood atop the cloud, laughing heartily as he ascended rapidly. The 7th layer of space was vastly larger than the first, with the height of the celestial dome extending a staggering 60 to 70 zhang. At such an elevation, most ranged attacks became utterly ineffective. Whoosh! In a mere heartbeat, the cloud under Chen Qingyu's command touched the apex of this spatial realm. At this altitude, barring a few exceptional long-range weapons, he could disregard the rest of the offensive measures. Below the Golden Bridge realm, martial artists lacked the means to soar through the skies. And with Chen Qingyu holding absolute dominion over the aerial domain, he could unleash his assaults at will, executing a veritable dimensional strike. My heavens! The crowd in the outer space erupted in astonishment. He can fly. He can actually fly. The cultivation of the Blood Sea realm can achieve such flight? How utterly outrageous. Good heavens! Were it not for my Chen lineage, I might have thought he was of the Dragon clan from the East Sea or North Sea. Indeed, riding the clouds is a hallmark innate gift of the Dragon clan, is it not? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Qingyu let out a long roar, instantly expelling a terrifying storm of yellow sand that surged forth, expanding to hundreds of zhang, enveloping the heavens and earth in a deafening roar. Perish. Chapter 18. The new champion of the war god ranking. Boom. The terrifying yellow sandstorm cascaded down like a deluge. This time, due to the formation of a surrounding circle, the martial artists were positioned even more densely than on the 6th layer. Caught unawares, 100 or 200 individuals were swept away by Chen Qingyu's flying sand and shifting stones grand technique, with many instantly reduced to mere dust. Wow. The tens of thousands of spectators in the observation space couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even those who had previously witnessed the flying sand and shifting stones grand technique were once again gripped by fear at the sheer magnitude of its power. It was simply too formidable. The disparity between ordinary martial artists and peerless prodigies at the same cultivation level and realm could be expanded to a degree beyond the imagination of common folk. The figure of Chen Xiaojun, who was wreaking havoc, served as the most quintessential example. Boom. This time, Chen Qingyu did not cease his grand technique, but maintained the flying sand and shifting stones, continuously shifting his direction and raining down assaults from above. He understood all too well. The opportunity to confront 500 martial artists gathered in one place was rare. If he were to retract his technique, the remaining ones would undoubtedly scatter in all directions, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them all. The true energy within him surged forth like a dam bursting, pouring out at a terrifying speed, ceaselessly fueling the fearsome might of flying sand and shifting stones. Whoosh, whoosh. On the ground, some martial artists drew their bows, attempting to disrupt Chen Qingyu. However, the sporadic arrows posed no threat to him. He deftly maneuvered the cloud, evading the arrows' predictable trajectories. In the realms of physical cultivation, divine weapons and profound artifacts could not be manipulated from a distance, allowing him to invoke his technique with utter ease. After a span of 7 or 8 breaths, Chen Qingyu withdrew his technique, exhaling a breath of foul air, revealing a hint of fatigue upon his face. Maintaining flying sand and shifting stones for 7 or 8 breaths had drained over 70 to 80% of his stellar true energy. Nevertheless, the results were astounding. Over half of the 500 martial artists on the ground had sustained casualties. The remainder were in full retreat. And the few archers who had a chance to pose a threat to Chen Qingyu, under his meticulous attention, had been virtually annihilated. The outcome of this battle was already sealed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu sat cross-legged upon the cloud, regulating his breath to restore his true energy. With the 9 breaths of chi recovery technique, his recovery speed was astonishing, beyond what others could fathom. Meanwhile, in the outer space, the tens of thousands of spectators relaxed their expressions, engaging enthusiastically in conversation. Truly impressive. Indeed, he has effortlessly passed even the 7th layer. I wonder if this Chen Xiaojun can shake Chen Qingyu's position or even challenge Zhou Qianlong. I believe he still has a chance to replace Chen Qingyu. But shaking Zhou Qianlong seems rather unlikely. Yes, I too believe it improbable. Zhou Qianlong is the unrivaled champion of the Blood Sea realm. He has remained invincible for far too long, and no one can challenge his supremacy. However, being able to challenge Chen Qingyu is already quite remarkable. It would be sufficient for our Chen lineage to have 2 individuals ranked among the top 10 in the Blood Sea heaven, which is a fine tale indeed. Yet I wonder about the true identity of this Chen Xiaojun. He is certainly a direct descendant. The multitude of discussions persisted, the number of spectators steadily climbing, gradually approaching 200,000. Within the 7th layer of the War God Tower, Chen Qingyu completed a cycle of 9 breaths, fully restoring his true energy before standing up and directing a blast toward the ground. The might of the flying sand and shifting stones grand technique began to manifest once more. This scene left the crowd in the outer space utterly astounded. How could Chen Xiaojun's true energy recover so swiftly? This development clearly exceeded their expectations. Soon, under the formidable onslaught of Chen Qingyu's flying sand and shifting stones, the remaining martial artists were swiftly slaughtered. However, after the first wave, the many martial artists had dispersed considerably. It took Chen Qingyu 3 full uses of his technique before he finally eradicated all remaining foes. At this moment, a quarter of an hour had passed since he entered the 7th layer, and the number of spectators surpassed 250,000. You have successfully cleared the 7th layer of the War God Tower. You have been awarded 30,000 Taishu points. This challenge has concluded. The number of spectators has reached its limit, and you have received 100,000 Taishu points as a viewing fee. A cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in the pristine white space, growing increasingly grand. Congratulations. Your ranking on the War God list in Shindu Chongluo has risen. Your current ranking is 1st. Congratulations. Your ranking on the overall War God list in Blood Sea Heaven has risen. Your current ranking is 4th. In that moment, the crowd in the outer space erupted in a frenzy. The first in Shindu, a new champion of the War God ranking has been born. So powerful. Chen Xiaojun truly deserves this title. I never expected to witness the transition of the War God ranking myself. The excitement and exhilaration of over 20,000 people coalesced into a fervent wave, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. The champion of the War God ranking. The first in Shindu. Chen Qingjie took a deep breath and turned to the youth in green beside him. Cousin Qingchuan, who do you think is stronger? This Chen Xiaojun or Chen Qingyu? The youth in green, upon hearing this, replied helplessly. How could I possibly judge? One is the first on the War God ranking of Chongluo, the other is the champion of the dual victory ranking. To truly determine their superiority, it would require a direct confrontation between the two. The War God Tower merely measures baseline combat strength. In the arena of martial prowess, when warriors engage in one-on-one combat, the outcome hinges on a multitude of factors, provided that the disparity in strength is not excessively vast. Moreover, certain individuals may excel in techniques that favor group engagements, while others may thrive in solitary confrontations. Additionally, some martial arts may counteract one another. For instance, Chen Qingyu, who once ranked 7th on the Divine Warrior overall leaderboard, found himself positioned 5th on the dual victory leaderboard, overshadowing even Li Changhe of the Hellish Demon Sanctuary, who was 2nd on the Divine Warrior ranking and renowned for his expertise in group attacks. Indeed, your observations hold merit. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly, unable to restrain his curiosity. Will these two truly engage in a battle? The youth in green responded with a hearty laugh. All of them are prodigious youths, their aspirations soaring to the heavens. Who, when faced with a challenge, would dare to retreat? I am certain that once Chen Qingyu hears this news, he will undoubtedly step forward to challenge Chen Xiaojun for a duel. Chen Qingjie, moved by the words, reflected deeply. You speak the truth. Both of them are illustrious paragons of their generation, destined to clash. This confrontation will determine who among them is the true first prodigy of the Chun clan within the Blood Sea realm. On the 7th level, Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Only 4th in the world? His progress through the 7th level had been nothing short of a relentless domination, untouched and unscathed. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Divine Warrior rankings in the city of Chongluo was only to be expected. However, to find himself merely 4th on the Divine Warrior overall leaderboard in the Blood Sea realm was indeed unexpected. It appeared that the prodigies of this world were truly formidable. My own abilities, it seems, can only secure me a 4th place standing. Chen Qingyu's gaze flickered, thoughts swirling within him. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the space. Do you wish to exit the Divine Warrior Tower, or continue your challenges? Chapter 19. The stirring of the Divine City. Chen Qingyu fell into contemplation. In the outer space, over 200,000 spectators erupted in fervent shouts. Keep fighting. Yes. Continue the challenge to the 8th level. Having passed the 7th level without a scratch, there's a definite chance to breach the 8th level and dethrone Zhou Qianlong. Chen Xiaojun, you are now the foremost in Changluo. Keep fighting. The cacophony of passionate voices merged into a tidal wave, resonating throughout the observation space. However, Chen Qingyu on the 7th level was naturally oblivious to these exclamations. Let us proceed with caution. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to momentarily pause his challenge to the 8th level. Although his passage through the 7th level appeared effortless, he was delicately balanced upon a knife's edge. While he could employ the technique of riding the clouds, securing aerial dominance, a significant increase in the number of archers could pose a formidable threat to him. Undoubtedly, his adversaries on the 8th level would possess even greater strength, and their numbers would escalate exponentially. He had yet to fully master his 3 most potent martial techniques, leaving room for further enhancement. There was no need to rush, lest he suffer a setback. Thus, he stood resolutely amidst the clouds, raising his head to declare, I wish to exit the Divine Warrior Tower. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped him, compelling Chen Qingyu to squint as the surrounding space rapidly faded from view. When he regained his bearings, he found himself outside the Divine Warrior Tower. The throng of spectators surged around him, many of whom had just heard of his success in breaching the 7th level and were now eagerly pushing to enter. He blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. What a lively atmosphere. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly, quietly departing from the entrance of the Divine Warrior Tower and waiting nearby. Within the Divine Warrior Tower, the onlookers, upon witnessing Chen Qingyu's decision to withdraw, were met with immediate disappointment. Why has he stopped fighting? Indeed, having already claimed the top of the Divine Warrior rankings, why doesn't he continue his challenges? Where's his fighting spirit? Alas, how disappointing. Let us disperse. With the challenger exiting the Divine Warrior Tower, the corresponding observation space could not sustain itself any longer. One by one, the spectators were swiftly transported out in a flurry of white light. Chen Qingyu, momentarily disoriented, stepped out from the observation space and found himself outside the Divine Warrior Tower. As one of the earliest to enter and observe, he was among the first to leave. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but failed to spot Chen Qingyu. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Cousin Qingyu, let us go. The youth in green patted his shoulder, grinning. Chen Xiaojun must have already departed. Chen Qingyu chuckled wryly. He still owes me 10 points of Taisu. The youth in green rolled his eyes, adopting an exasperated tone. Oh, how small-minded. Consider this. He is the foremost in Changluo. Would he truly default on a debt? He likely left early to avoid being overwhelmed by the throngs of admirers. Furthermore, as long as he owes you this debt, it establishes a connection between you two. Who knows? This might be your opportunity to associate with someone of influence. He shrugged. Always think positively. Chen Qingyu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You are right, cousin Qingchuan. Let us depart. The youth in green nodded, and together they hastened away from the entrance of the Divine Warrior Tower. However, after only a few steps, they were intercepted. Cousin Qingyu. A familiar voice reached Chen Qingyu's ears. He looked up in surprise to find Chen Qingyu smiling at him. I have returned the 10 points of Tai Su I owed you, and I must also thank you, Cousin Qingyu, for previously introducing me to the Tai Su Dao realm and the city of Changluo. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, releasing 10 luminous points that flew from his form into Chen Qingyu's body. Xiaojun. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to say something. But before he could utter a word, a commotion erupted. Xiaojun? Where is Chen Xiaojun? The surrounding crowd surged forward, excitement etched on their faces. As they pressed in closer, it truly is Chen Xiaojun, the prodigy of the Chen clan, the top of the Divine Warrior rankings. Xiaojun, when will you battle Chen Qingyu? Indeed, when will the fight commence? Why did you not continue to challenge the 8th level? The crowd closed in, creating a throng so dense that those just teleported out of the Divine Warrior Tower found themselves unable to move. Everyone, please don't crowd. Chen Qingyu shouted. Attempting to maintain some semblance of order, let us all remain calm. This frenzied scene was reminiscent of a star-chasing frenzy at an airport from his past life. Yet, back then, he had been merely an onlooker. Now, he found himself at the center of the storm. Xiaojun. Chen Qingyu's voice was soon drowned out by the clamorous crowd, much like a small wave lost in the ocean, as they continued to swarm towards him. Cousin Qingyu, I must take my leave. Chen Qingyu, pressed back by the throng, quickly shouted before abruptly logging off, vanishing from the Tai Su Dao realm in an instant. The crowd momentarily paused in shock, but then someone swiftly reacted, shouting, this person knows Chen Xiaojun. He must be quite familiar with him. This revelation sent the crowd into a frenzy, surrounding Chen Qingyu. You truly know Chen Xiaojun? Who is he really among the direct descendants? How old is Xiaojun this year? Why is he keeping his age a secret? Chen Qingyu hurriedly defended himself. I am merely a guide, earning a little pocket money. I am not well acquainted with him. Before long, both Chen Qingyu and Chen Qingchuan were compelled to log off temporarily. The crowd, now somewhat dispersed, continued to chatter excitedly as they made their way out. Undoubtedly, Chen Qingyu has emerged with remarkable prowess, soaring directly to the pinnacle of the war god rankings, even surpassing the esteemed reputation of Chen Qingyu. This event is nothing short of explosive news, capable of sending shockwaves throughout the divine capital. The realm of the Taishu Dao is a place bustling with activity, where news spreads with astonishing rapidity. Within a mere span of half an hour, the announcement of the new war god champion swept through the entire divine capital of Changluo like a tempest, igniting fervent discussions and generating considerable excitement. Not only that, but the contemporary divine capital of Changluo soon fell under the enchantment of this revelation, captivated by the astonishing news. This remarkable tidbit rapidly disseminated through various channels within the Taishu Dao realm, stirring a frenzy across the desolate lands. Chapter 20. Who truly is the most exceptional prodigy of the Chen clan? In the divine capital of Changluo, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with anxiety, revealing a hint of trepidation. How utterly insane. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly. He instinctively turned inward, assessing his cultivation state. It has been about an hour since I entered the Taishu Dao realm. At this rate, I estimate it will take me approximately half a month to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm. With clarity in his mind, Chen Qingyu rose and made his way outside. He intended to practice martial arts and, after some time, re-enter the Taishu Dao realm's divine capital of Changluo to visit the martial arts hall. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered a familiar figure. Father? Chen Jingxing turned to face him, nodding. When did you return from the floating celestial palace? Chen Qingyu couldn't help but retort. I've been back for quite some time. I merely took a stroll through the Taishu Dao realm while you were engaged in your cultivation. Is that so? Chen Jingxing responded with a slight smile. Did you visit the War God Tower? Chen Qingyu settled beside him, languidly replying, I did. Chen Jingxing teased. So, were you disheartened? After visiting the Taishu Dao realm, you must have realized the vastness of the world and the multitude of unparalleled prodigies. Your current abilities are still quite lacking. Based on his assessment, despite Chen Qingyu's unparalleled talent and extraordinary understanding, he was still too young, having yet to grasp martial arts, which limited his combat prowess. Relying solely on his solid foundation, reaching the first 5 levels of the War God Tower was already his limit. Faced with the numerous top-tier prodigies at levels 6, 7, or even 8 within the Taishu Dao realm, Chen Qingyu's confidence would undoubtedly take a significant hit. Thus, he waited here deliberately to guide Chen Qingyu, encouraging him to maintain his confidence while also instilling a sense of humility, cautioning him not to underestimate the world's heroes. Chen Qingyu looked at him in astonishment, disheartened. Father, do you harbor some sort of misunderstanding about me? Chen Jingxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, isn't that the case? Which level of the War God Tower have you cleared? Chen Qingyu shrugged, the 7th level. What? Chen Jingxing exclaimed, seemingly unable to fathom it. The 7th level? Are you not joking? Chen Qingyu rolled his eyes. Would I jest about such matters? It's hardly anything monumental. If you don't believe me, go ask around. The new War God champion in the Blood Sea, the divine capital of Changluo, is me. I am already the strongest in the divine capital. Who could possibly dishearten me? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The War God champion. He had already been taken aback by his son numerous times. Yet this revelation still left him reeling. A 6-year-old War God champion, the strongest in the divine capital. Such an event was unprecedented. Not only unheard of in his experience, but also absent from the annals of the Chen clan's history. He had initially planned to offer guidance to his son, only to find that Chen Qingyu had transformed into the War God champion during his brief excursion in the Taishu Dao realm. Remarkable. After a moment of silence, he gazed deeply at Chen Qingyu before rising to depart. Chen Qingyu quickly stood up, inquiring, Father, where are you going? Chen Jingxing, expressionless, replied, I am disheartened by you. I shall return to continue my cultivation. You can have lunch alone. Farewell. Chen Qingyu. The emergence of the new War God champion has swiftly sent ripples throughout the entire divine capital of Changluo. However, in truth, the 4th position in the Blood Sea's War God overall rankings is the real sensational event. After all, the War God champion of the divine capital can only influence a singular location, whereas the Blood Sea's War God overall rankings are visible in every Taishu city across the realm. The name Chen Xiaojun has become the focal point of the desolate lands. A super prodigy, rising to fame and immediately claiming the 4th position, indeed resembles the beginning of a legendary tale. Shortly after this news spread across the desolate lands, in the western region of the ancient continent, within the Tianjing ancestral court of the western wilderness, that despicable fellow, the 12-year-old Chang Qianjiao, angrily hurled a mirror to the ground, its surface reflecting the list of the overall War God rankings from the Blood Sea. She possessed an exquisite visage, her innate 4-colored pupils captivating, with a 7-colored crystal embedded in her forehead, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. My little ancestor. The current Tianjing king approached, tenderly picking up the mirror, exclaiming helplessly, is it truly necessary to be this furious over someone surpassing you by a mere rank? This is a treasure left by our ancestors. Chen Qingyu scoffed. What is it but a piece of worthless junk? What is there to cherish? The Tianjin king sighed. If you care so much, why not directly challenge him? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu grew agitated. That is precisely his most cunning trait. He has only ascended the war god rankings and has not yet entered the victory rankings. I cannot directly challenge him unless I teleport to the divine capital of Chongluo. The Tianjin king, upon hearing this, solemnly replied, that is absolutely out of the question. The Taishu everlasting mirror, this treasure, is still in the hands of the descendants of the four great holy kings of the human race. You can only enter the Taishu Dao realm within the corresponding city of the Tianjin ancestral court, under the protection of the formation, to ensure you are not covertly influenced or subjected to any schemes. Chen Qingyu shrugged. So, I am currently powerless against him. The Tianjin king, seemingly struck by inspiration, smiled faintly. That may not necessarily be the case. This Chen Xiaojun, with his brilliance on full display, is bound to face off against Chen Qingyu of the Chen clan eventually. Regardless of the outcome, he will ascend to the victory rankings. Just wait for the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up. Indeed, I shall await that moment. In the divine capital of Chongluo, discussions surrounding Chen Xiaojun, the war god champion, have become the most sought-after topic of conversation. Among the myriad of opinions, the predominant concern undoubtedly revolves around the question of who is stronger, he or Chen Qingyu. One is a newly risen champion soaring through the ranks. The other has dominated as the top contender among the clan's prodigies for years. Which of these two champions truly embodies the pinnacle of strength within the blood-seized Chen clan? Everyone is engaged in speculation and debate, with some discussions nearly escalating into physical confrontations. However, one thing is universally acknowledged. The two foremost champions of the Chen clan within the Blood Sea will inevitably clash in a fierce duel. Chapter 21. Requesting a duel in a residence within the divine capital of Chongluo. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In a corner of the meditation chamber, golden incense was lit, emitting an unusual gentle sound. A strikingly handsome and tall youth clad in black sat cross-legged upon a jade stone mat, with a subtle shimmer of starlight swirling behind him. After some time, the youth slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, the starlight in his gaze gradually receding. The distance to the Golden Bridge realm was drawing ever closer. Within a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would seamlessly ascend to the Golden Bridge realm. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a hint of regret flickered across his face. Alas, the 8th layer is insurmountably challenging. Even if I endure for another decade after achieving perfection in my cultivation, I may still be unable to breach the 8th layer of the War God Tower and keep pace with Zhou Qianlong. He shook his head, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. If I cannot catch up, then I shall not pursue it. Cultivation is not a race to be won in a day. As long as I continually progress, there will come a day when I surpass everyone. Conversely, if Zhou Qianlong persists in striving for the 9th layer without ascending to the Golden Bridge realm, his slow pace may ultimately yield accomplishments that pale in comparison to mine. Having made his choices, he felt considerably lighter and promptly rose to leave the meditation chamber. Third young master. An elderly servant awaited him outside, hastily bowing upon his arrival. Chen Bo, please rise, the young man in black replied, assisting the servant to his feet and inquiring, what brings you here to wait for me personally? The old servant's face bore a hint of difficulty. Indeed, a significant matter has arisen today. However, in the haste, it is challenging for me to explain fully. Miss Qingyu and young Master Qingjian are awaiting you in the side hall. You will understand once you meet them. Is that so? The young man raised an eyebrow. If they have come together to consult with me, it must indeed be something of great importance. I shall go to see them. Very well, the servant replied, following the young man as they made their way to the side of the courtyard. A moment later, within an elegantly appointed side hall, gentle cousins, I greet you. The black-clad youth, Chen Qingyu, entered the hall and bowed with poise. Greetings, cousin Qingyu. Several young men and women responded, not daring to show any disrespect. Though Chen Qingyu was the youngest among them, it was evident that he held the highest status. Please take a seat. Chen Qingyu gestured with a nod, settling into the main seat and asking, what brings you all to seek me so urgently? The group exchanged glances, and a tall young woman spoke solemnly, Cousin Qingyu. You have been in seclusion recently and may be unaware. Today, a prodigy named Chen Xiaojun has emerged from our clan. This individual is exceptionally gifted, far beyond what we can compare to, having entered the realm of the Taishu Dao and breached the 7th layer of the War God Tower, thereby securing the top position on the God City Chongluo War God rankings. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. Cousin Qingyu, is what you say truly the case? His concern lay not in breaching the 7th layer, but rather in the top position of the War God rankings. This signified that the other had achieved the 7th layer with greater ease and advantage than he had. Indeed, it is true. Chen Qingyu raised her chin, her tone grave. The most crucial point is that this person is evidently using a false name and identity. We are entirely in the dark regarding his true identity, cultivation age. Whether he hails from the direct lineage or a collateral branch, or even his family background. After listening to her words, Chen Qingyu chuckled lightly. Why do you all concern yourselves with such matters? As long as we can confirm he is of the Chen lineage, that suffices. After all, he is one of our own. The young men and women exchanged glances, and one of them hesitated, but we fear he may disrupt our plans. Chen Qingyu regarded them with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. The realm of Taishu Dao is an extraordinary place. There, dazzling prodigies are revered, wielding immense influence and charisma, thereby becoming leaders among the younger generation of their clans. This is essential capital for them to secure important positions and wield power within their clan in the future. Their current anxiety stems precisely from this. A more extraordinary and powerful prodigy has emerged, easily overshadowing them and causing them to rapidly lose attention and influence. Qingyu, we must not allow this Chen Xiaojun to become any more arrogant. Chen Qingyu suddenly interjected, her expression revealing a hint of disdain. What audacity he has to call himself Xiaojuan. Even you, cousin Qingyu, do not presume to make such a claim. Indeed, the others chimed in agreement. Only you, cousin Qingyu, are worthy of being called the Xiaojun of our Chen clan. Cousin Qingyu, we implore you to intervene and reign in this Chen Xiaojun. Quite so. The clan is already comparing him to you, and if you do not step forward, it may appear as though you fear him. Faced with their clamoring, Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Enough. There is no need for theatrics before me. If you wish to provoke me into action, there is no need for such base tactics. As his words fell, Chen Qingyu and the others exhibited fleeting embarrassment, though it quickly vanished. Chen Qingyu spoke indifferently. I shall indeed take action and meet him. However, it is not for your sake. I am merely intrigued by him and wish to engage in a duel. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, Then I shall arrange it now and send word. No need, Chen Qingyu replied with a slight smile. This Chen Xiaojun is also an unparalleled prodigy and the top of the war god rankings, no less than myself. To send someone to convey a message would only make me appear overbearing. He paused momentarily before continuing. Instead, send someone to observe. If he appears in the Taishu Dao realm, inform me immediately. I will personally invite him for a duel at Chen Jingxing and Chen Qingyu's residence. Chen Jingxing had gone into seclusion, while Chen Qingyu had finished his lunch alone and practiced martial skills for 2 additional hours. Boom, boom. In the training ground, Chen Qingyu moved swiftly, his fists striking in rapid succession, his true energy surging ceaselessly, producing deep, thunderous sounds. He paused to catch his breath, his expression darkening. In the real world, even with an abundance of true energy at my disposal, the progress in martial skills remains frustratingly slow. Age and time are indeed my greatest shortcomings at present. Those at the forefront of the war god rankings are predominantly in their teens or early 20s. Most at the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm. They have honed their martial skills for no less than a decade, achieving at least minor or even major accomplishments. Yet I, having cultivated too rapidly, scarcely had time to refine my martial techniques. The only solution to this dilemma lies within the martial arts hall. With my talent and the might of 9 breaths subduing qi, a single day's practice in the outside world equates to a month for ordinary cultivators. If I can harness the time acceleration of the martial arts hall, my martial skills will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Chen Qingyu's mind raced. Several hours have passed. The crowd should have dispersed by now. It is time to enter the martial arts hall. Chapter 22. Entering the martial arts hall. Rapid advancement in the Taishu Dao realm. God City Chongluo. Whoosh. The 16-year-old form of Chen Qingyu suddenly appeared silently. He quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one paying him any mind, and hastily departed the vicinity of the war god tower. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when someone in the crowd excitedly pointed him out. Look, it's Chen Xiaojun. At this exclamation, the long street erupted into a frenzy, with people rushing toward him. Chen Xiaojun? Is it really Chen Xiaojun? Where is our young master brother? It's truly Chen Xiaojun. I saw him during the matches at the war god tower. Young master, please wait. Chen Qingyu's expression changed drastically. With a thought, he summoned a cloud beneath his feet and soared into the sky. The throng below was left dumbfounded. How terrifying. As Chen Qingyu exhaled, he urged the cloud forward, speeding toward the direction of the martial arts hall. Soaring through the clouds, the tremendous commotion inevitably elicited countless gasps of astonishment and uproar, drawing a throng of people in pursuit of his auspicious clouds. At this very moment, within the illustrious city of Shindu Chongluo, it was nearly impossible to find an individual unaware of one of Chen Xiaojuan's renowned skills, his remarkable ability to traverse the skies on clouds. An art form unmatched by anyone else in the realm. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyu gracefully descended from the clouds, arriving at the front of the martial arts hall in mere moments. He promptly lowered his cloud, and before the crowd below could react, he darted inside the hall. Instantly, the world fell silent. Emerging from the confines of his previous endeavors had proven to be no simple feat. Chen Qingyu mused, finally free to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a peculiar space, measuring 100 feet on each side, with a black floor and walls and ceiling adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes. Welcome to the martial arts hall. A cold, mechanical voice resonated precisely. Within the hall, martial techniques can be automatically corrected, refined, and adjusted. Furthermore, based on your desires or the assistance of your elemental spirit, you may select the most suitable opponent to engage in combat, thereby enhancing your martial prowess. The martial arts hall operates on a time-based fee, charging 10 taishu points per hour. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, 10 points? That's hardly excessive. After reaching the 4th level of the War God Tower, he enjoyed a monthly income of 100 points. If evenly distributed, he could visit every 3 days. While this frequency seemed brief, the martial arts hall functioned akin to the guidance of an unparalleled master, thereby doubling his efficiency with each visit. Naturally, for those wishing to immerse themselves daily, the cost would amount to several thousand points, beyond the means of an ordinary martial artist. What if I wish to activate the time acceleration feature? Chen Qingyu inquired. Activating the time acceleration feature would progressively increase the fees according to the acceleration rate. At double speed, each hour would cost 50 points. At triple speed, 80 points. At quadruple speed, 120 points. And at quintuple speed, 200 points. In Blood Sea Heaven, the maximum acceleration supports up to 10 times, charging 2,000 taishu points per hour. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu began to calculate in his mind. He could cultivate automatically, and excluding time for meals and rest, he could practically spend all his hours in the martial arts hall, which equated to at least 8 hours. Based on the maximum 10-fold acceleration, this would yield 16,000 taishu points daily, with his rewards from challenging the War God Tower and 2 spectator tickets. He had already amassed over 200,000 taishu points. This was more than sufficient. A sense of relief washed over Chen Qingyu, and a smile graced his face. His current taishu points could sustain 10-fold acceleration for at least several days. By then, he would have already ascended to the Golden Bridge realm. Let us proceed. He proclaimed with confidence. I wish to activate 10-fold time acceleration. As soon as the words left his lips, the intricate runes on the walls began to pulsate vigorously. The surrounding space appeared to warp slightly. An inexplicable force enveloped Chen Qingyu, granting him the sensation that everything around him was slowing down. No, it was not that time was slowing, but rather, he was accelerating. A sudden realization struck him. His body within the Taishu Dao realm was merely a manifestation of consciousness. By accelerating his thoughts, he could achieve a similar effect to time acceleration. This was infinitely simpler than truly accelerating time in the mortal realm. In the Taishu Dao realm, everything was manipulated by the elemental spirit of the Taishu Eternal Mirror, which could effortlessly keep pace with his accelerated thoughts. Thus, he grasped the true essence of the martial arts hall's time acceleration. With his mind racing, Chen Qingyu wasted no time. Stretching his form and commencing the practice of the Taihao Zhentian fist. Upon completing a round of the martial technique, whoosh, a shadow of light coalesced before him, vividly depicting the very movements he had just practiced. Here, the need for a slight backward tilt of the true energy during execution became apparent, as well as the subtle disruptions in his breathing and slower footwork. 8 errors in total were pinpointed. Subsequently, the shadow executed the Taihao Zhentian fist once more, demonstrating impeccable precision, verging on perfection. How formidable! Chen Qingyu reflected thoughtfully. Over the span of millennia, countless individuals from various sacred grounds, including those of alien races, had entered the Taishu Dao realm. Their battles, martial practices, and challenges against the War God Tower had all been meticulously recorded by the Taishu Eternal Mirror. This constituted an immense repository of knowledge. No wonder the martial arts hall was regarded as the supreme sanctuary for martial cultivation. The martial techniques cataloged here likely encompassed 99% of all martial arts and secret methods found throughout the wasteland. Resolutely, he focused his mind and followed the guidance of the elemental spirit, recommencing his training of the Taihao Zhentian fist. Before long, he began to perceive the most profound aspects of the martial arts hall. After multiple iterations of practice, he could designate a suitable opponent who had mastered the Taihao Zhentian fist. Through sparring, he could readily grasp the nuances of energy exertion, the flow of true energy, and the intricacies of breathing regulation. Coupled with the elemental spirit's automatic corrections, his rate of progress was astoundingly rapid, especially considering that all this transpired under 10-fold time acceleration. Boom! The deep, resonating sound of howling filled the martial arts hall once more. Chen Qingyu practiced the Taihao Zhentian fist, Taihao Yin Tfa, and Tianqing Qian Yin Fa in a continuous cycle, honing his skills. His martial prowess soared as if propelled by a rocket, achieving remarkable breakthroughs in just a few hours. Time continued to flow inexorably. Chapter 23. The battle under the watchful eyes of thousands several hours later. Indeed, quite impressive. Chen Qingyu clenched his fists, reveling in the exuberant flow of stellar true energy coursing through him, erupting into hearty laughter. At this moment, after undergoing 10-fold time acceleration, he had trained within the martial arts hall for a full 40 hours. Here, enhanced by various formidable features, the effects of 1 hour of training equated to more than triple that in the outside world. All three martial techniques had been successfully mastered and thoroughly solidified. Upon returning, he would only need to spend a few hours familiarizing himself to elevate his physical form in the mortal realm to the same level of proficiency. Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. Cultivating martial techniques required not only proficiency in high realms, but also the complete adaptation of the body to the fluctuations of true energy, forming instinctive memory. This was especially true for methods like the Taihao Yin Tfa, which fundamentally reinforced and altered the physical form. Progression demanded a gradual approach. It seemed that future cultivation could not solely take place within the confines of the martial arts hall. Daily, he would devote 4 hours to rigorous training there, maximizing martial technique enhancement under tenfold time acceleration. Concurrently, he would need to practice for 4 hours in the outside world to genuinely assimilate what he had gained in the martial arts hall into his own capabilities. This, he concluded, was the most suitable path for his cultivation journey. Feeling invigorated, Chen Qingyu decided it was time for dinner. With a mere thought, he exited the martial arts hall. In the Taishu Dao realm, direct exits from internal spaces like the War God Tower or the martial arts hall were impossible. As he blinked, he found himself in the external world. However, upon taking in his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. The entrance of the martial arts hall, contrary to his expectations of bustling activity, bore only a solitary figure. It was a tall, black-clad youth standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly waiting for quite some time. A vast throng of people gathered at a distance of several dozen paces, their gazes filled with awe and admiration as they beheld the figure of the youth clad in black. They whispered among themselves in hushed tones, careful not to disturb him. Suddenly, the black-clad youth seemed to sense the commotion and slowly turned around, his eyes sparkling like stars, locking onto Chen Qingyu. Chen Xiaojun? Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "It is I. And you are?" The youth in black smiled slightly, raising his hand in a gesture of respect. "I am Chen Qingyu, at your service." Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he returned the gesture. "Ah, it is my cousin Qingyu. A pleasure." In that moment, outside the martial arts hall, countless gazes converged upon the two, holding their breath in anticipation. One clad in black and the other in white, two exceptional youths. One, the foremost on the war god rankings, the other, the pinnacle of the duel rankings. One had recently emerged as a peerless prodigy, while the other had long dominated as the leader of the Chun clan's younger generation. The clash between these two was bound to be breathtaking. "Cousin Qingyu," Chen Qingyu initiated. "May I inquire why you have sought me out?" Chen Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. "I have no other business, save for a challenge." Chen Qingyu's eyes brightened instantly, and he laughed heartily. "That suits me perfectly." His purpose in entering the Void Dao realm was not only to hone his martial skills, but also to accumulate combat experience. He, too, yearned for battle against formidable opponents. Chen Qingyu, who had dominated the Chun clan's prodigies for years and was truly the clan's #1, was the ideal adversary. "Excellent." Chen Qingyu also laughed heartily. "Shall we set a time, Xiaojun?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyu suggested, "How about tomorrow at noon?" Chen Qingyu nodded. "Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence outside the duel platform, at noon tomorrow." With that, he waved his sleeve and instantly vanished. Chen Qingyu smiled and, with a thought, departed from the Void Dao realm. After the two had left, the surrounding crowd erupted into fervent cheers, their excitement surging like a tidal wave. Their eagerly anticipated spectacle had indeed come to pass, and it had unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Within the Chen clan, the two most gifted and powerful prodigies were soon to engage in a grand duel, determining their standing once and for all. Before long, news of the impending clash between the two top-ranked individuals swept through Shindu Chongluo like a hurricane, igniting jubilant cheers and eager anticipation among the masses. Undoubtedly, this would be a peak confrontation that captured everyone's attention. In the residence of the Chun family in Shindu Chongluo, Chen Qingyu returned from the Void Dao realm as the city transformed into a vibrant metropolis under the evening lights. Discovering that his father was still engrossed in rigorous training, he dined alone before heading to the training grounds, fully committed to refining his martial techniques. Merely 2 hours later, he had absorbed all that he had learned at the martial arts hall, successfully grasping 3 supreme martial techniques and genuinely stepping into the foundational stage. The 4 stages of martial techniques, entry, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection, symbolized vastly differing degrees of power, skill, and agility. As for the 3 supreme martial techniques mastered by Chen Qingyu, supported by stellar true energy, even in the foundational stage, they surpassed the perfected stage of ordinary techniques by a considerable margin. Indeed, quite commendable. Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. With the completion of these 3 martial techniques, my means of combat have significantly increased. He anticipated that upon waking the next morning and enjoying breakfast, he would be able to register once again at the floating celestial palace, which delighted him immensely. In high spirits, he returned to his study to read for a while before retiring early for the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Jingxing finally concluded his training and shared breakfast with Chen Qingyu. After exchanging a few casual words, he watched as his son rode a cloud. hastily departing for the floating celestial palace. With a swish, the 9 layers of golden wind parted automatically upon sensing Chen Qingyu's arrival. He stroked the jade ring on his thumb, feeling a hint of nervousness as he silently prayed, "Please let the 1,000 divine powers endure a little longer." So far, he had acquired a total of 5 divine abilities at this initial registration point in the floating celestial palace, all derived from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. He suspected that the prize pool was nearing depletion and that the next registration point would soon be opened. Yet, the system had yet to provide any indication, leaving him to hope that this fundamental stronghold of the Chen clan would hold out just a bit longer. Moments later, Chen Qingyu, riding on his cloud, landed before the floating celestial palace and murmured, "System, I wish to register." Ding. A melodious prompt resonated in Chen Qingyu's mind. Host is registered for the 6th time at Floating Celestial Palace. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, the art of subduing dragons and tigers. Chapter 24, the 6th divine power. The art of subduing dragons and tigers. The art of subduing dragons and tigers, by its very name, seems merely a technique for taming ferocious beasts, not particularly extraordinary. I hope it proves more potent than it sounds. Chen Qingyu mused silently, then focused his mind to examine the newly acquired divine ability. To his astonishment, after reviewing it, he was filled with delight. Goodness! This art of subduing dragons and tigers is indeed akin to flying sand and walking stones. It sounds unassuming, but is explosively powerful. Indeed, if it were lacking in merit, it would not have been selected for the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Chen Qingyu's heart brimmed with joy. The art of subduing dragons and tigers indeed possessed techniques related to subjugating beasts, providing additional offensive prowess against all animal kinds. However, its true power lay in its ability to enhance the user's physical form. To wield the art of subduing dragons and tigers, the practitioner must possess a physique robust enough to overpower the celestial dragon and the western white tiger, endowed with the strength to shake mountains and crush the earth. In simple terms, the art of subduing dragons and tigers could, as his cultivation level increased, almost limitlessly fortify his body, rendering it ever stronger, even rivaling that of the most exceptional divine weapons. Ultimately, he would attain a physique impervious to calamity, immune to all forms of attack, able to obliterate any peer-level adversary relying solely on his physical prowess. Moreover, the art of subduing dragons and tigers harmonized perfectly with the Taihao body refinement method. What a treasure I have stumbled upon! Chen Qingyu beamed with delight, nodding in satisfaction. The core essence of the Taihao body refinement method similarly lies in the gradual tempering of the body, transforming it into a form reminiscent of the mythological Taihao stars, immensely heavy, infinitely vast, and overwhelmingly powerful. According to Chen Qingyu's understanding, the mythological Taihao stars were akin to neutron stars, possessing terrifying density and mass, with an immensely formidable size, capable of crushing all. The Taihao body refinement method, when coupled with the art of subduing dragons and tigers, would yield increasingly abnormal physical strength as his cultivation progressed. It appeared that he was poised for another leap in power. With a sparkle in his eyes, Chen Qingyu prepared to leave the floating celestial palace to thoroughly experience the art of subduing dragons and tigers. However, just then, his vision blurred, and when he regained focus, he found himself standing upon the island of the Star Sea. "Ancestor!" Chen Qingyu exclaimed, gazing at his smiling 9th ancestor, feeling a touch exasperated. "Could you refrain from startling me? If you wish to see me, you could at least give me a heads up." 9th ancestor laughed heartily. "You little rascal. Accomplishing such great feats, do you think I was unaware?" Chen Qingyu blinked innocently. "What have I done?" "Haha," 9th ancestor chuckled. "You ascended to the top of the war god rankings in the Void Dao realm, causing quite a stir in Chengdu, and challenged Chen Qingyu. I am fully aware of it. The entire city has been abuzz. If that isn't a big deal, then what is?" Chen Qingyu raised his hands in surrender. "I can't be blamed for that. Before entering the Void Dao realm, I had no idea I was that remarkable." "Enough, enough," chuckled Jiuzhu. "You rascal. Don't take advantage and pretend to be coy." With a hint of nostalgia, he continued, "However, I truly did not anticipate such a considerable uproar from you. My intention in allowing you to enter the Taishu Dao realm was merely to broaden your horizons, to expose you to the unparalleled prodigies of the wasteland, lest you develop an inflated sense of pride and underestimate the world's heroes. Little did I expect you to soar to such heights. I even worry that your tail might reach the heavens." Chen Qingyu grinned. "Not quite. I am still not the #1 in the Bloodsea realm." Jiuzhu laughed. "Then according to your own assessment, what are your chances of victory against Chen Qingyu?" With a glint in his eyes, Chen Qingyu countered, "What do you think, ancestor?" Jiuzhu chuckled softly. "You sly one." After a moment's contemplation, he said, "If I were to honestly assess, it would be a 50-50 chance. Both of you have equal prospects of winning." "So low?" Chen Qingyu exclaimed, taken aback. "I thought you would say I have at least an 80% chance of victory." Jiuzhu shook his head. "I have already warned you not to underestimate the world's heroes. Although Qingyu practices the Zhou Tian Xing Chun Lu Su Tu Lu, which is inferior to your Tai Hao Wu Liang Yu Hua Jin Jing. His martial skills are already highly refined, and he possesses extensive combat experience. He thrives in the face of formidable opponents, adept at seizing every opportunity in battle. He is a true prodigy of warfare. In fact, among the top talents in the Blood Sea realm, aside from Zhou Qianlong, the rest are not vastly different in strength. Their rankings merely reflect the mutual restrictions of their techniques and their performance on the day. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted as he curiously inquired, "Is Zhou Qianlong truly that formidable?" Jiuzhu glanced at him, chuckling softly. To say he is strong is an understatement. However, in this era, not a single young prodigy of the Blood Sea realm has been able to match him. I can only tell you that, like you, he practices an unparalleled celestial technique, establishing a formidable foundation. As for his true strength, you will understand once you have experienced the 8th level of the God of War Tower. Chen Qingyu felt a surge of fighting spirit upon hearing this. Excellent. Once I conquer the 8th level of the God of War Tower, I shall personally challenge this Zhou Qianlong, who is reputed to be the strongest under heaven. Jiuzhu laughed heartily. Such ambition is commendable. It befits a spirited youth. Go forth, but first, you must overcome Chen Qingyu before you can think of facing Zhou Qianlong. Understood. Chen Qingyu rose with unwavering confidence. Ancestor, await my good news. A moment later, in the training arena, Chen Qingyu gazed at the shattered remnants of the 10,000-pound stone lock scattered across the ground, his excitement palpable. Incredible. My physical prowess has nearly surged tenfold since commencing the Tai Hao Lian Tfa and augmenting it with the falling dragon and subduing tiger divine art. This 10,000-pound stone lock crumbled effortlessly beneath my grasp, requiring no less than tens of thousands of pounds of strength. Before my training, at the age of 5, I could barely lift a 1,000-pound stone lock, only half of what my peer, Chen Qingyu, could manage. For a direct descendant of the Sacred King bloodline, such a result was merely mediocre. However, after my training, my martial realm has progressed astonishingly, and my physique has grown increasingly formidable under the refinement of the stellar true qi. I can now casually toss a several thousand-pound stone lock. Yet here I stand, merely at the first level of the Blood Sea realm, and my physical strength is likely already comparable to that of a master in the Golden Bridge realm. Ordinary divine weapons from the Blood Sea realm can no longer harm me in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. Chen Qingyu, come forth. Let me defeat you with my own hands. Chapter 25. The duel on the victory platform that noon, within the Taishu Dao realm. The entire divine capital Changla had transformed into a cacophony of excitement, with throngs of people nearly overflowing the long streets. The scene was beyond description. 10,000 people emptying the streets hardly captured the fervor of the moment. In anticipation of the contest for the strongest prodigy of the Chun clan in the Blood Sea realm, nearly all members of the Chun clan residing in the Blood Sea realm stirred into action. Regardless of whether they were direct descendants, collateral branches, or distant offshoots, even many from other Taishu cities flocked to the event upon hearing the news from friends. As noon approached, the vicinity of the victory platform buzzed with raucous chatter, countless individuals congesting the entrance. Yet at the very center, a vast space remained clear. Chen Qingyu, clad in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor nonchalant. Where are the others? Indeed, Chen Xiaojun has been waiting here for half an hour already. He wouldn't still be asleep, would he? Otherwise, he should have arrived by now. Hurry up. I've been queuing since last night, just to secure a good spot for today's match. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Qingyu's younger brother, go for it. Suppress, Chen Xiaojun. Show him the might of our 7. Chen Qingyu frowned slightly, glancing at them without the desire to respond, simply waiting in silence. Moments later, Chen Xiaojun has arrived. He's here. He's here. The throng of people jostled to part, creating a pathway. With a tall, slender figure clad in white, Chen Qingyu strode down the path. Bowing respectfully to Chen Qingyu, thank you for your patience, brother Qingyu. Having experienced the might of the falling dragon and subduing tiger, he had then proceeded to the martial arts hall, engaging in intense training with a tenfold acceleration of time for an hour. After Jiuzhu's guidance, he no longer underestimated Chen Qingyu, instead seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength before the impending battle against this formidable foe. This had resulted in his hurried arrival at the victory platform just before noon. Brother Xiaojun is too kind. I too have only just arrived, Chen Qingyu replied with a slight smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Chen Qingyu returned the smile, clasping his hands. Please, brother. The two exchanged smiles, then stepped forward together, entering the victory platform beneath the watchful eyes of the multitude. In an instant, as their figures vanished, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, rushing eagerly toward the entrance. In mere moments, over 10,000 people surged into the victory platform, akin to a deluge unleashed. Inside the victory platform, swish, Chen Qingyu found himself in an unfamiliar space. Looking around, he observed the void surrounding him. It felt as though he stood on an invisible barrier, with Chen Qingyu a distance of 10 zhang away. Brother Xiaojun, this is your first time at the victory platform, isn't it? Chen Qingyu remarked with a smile. In the Chen clan, we value filial piety above all, as the elder brother. I should be magnanimous. You may choose the battlefield. Very well, Chen Qingyu nodded, since he had not ascended the rankings. This time it was not a challenge based on the leaderboard, allowing him the autonomy to select the battlefield. Typically, choosing the scene confers a significant advantage, balancing the challenge against potential disadvantages arising from technique restrictions. However, Chen Qingyu, not one to take advantage, smiled slightly and concentrated. In an instant, the scenery around them underwent a dramatic transformation, the void morphing into a dazzling sea of stars. Chen Qingyu and Chen Qingyu now stood on a vast prairie beneath a starry sky. Chen Qingyu, taken aback by the sight, gazed deeply at Chen Qingyu. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Chen Xiaojun possessed a technique akin to a sandstorm, which would grant him tremendous advantages in a desert or barren landscape. Yet, he had chosen a starry grassland. The Chen family's martial arts are fundamentally anchored in the path of the stars. It is evident that the opponent does not wish to take advantage. Rather, they seek a fair and honorable battle. Since you were forthright, how could I, Chen Qingyu, be a petty schemer? With a faint smile, he felt a slight stir within. The surrounding heavens and earth expanded in an instant, as if unshackled from invisible constraints, and starlight spread far across the plains. He set the battlefield to its maximum extent. What audacity! Chen Qingyu was moved upon witnessing this. In the realm of the Blood Sea, the largest battlefield spans a radius of 100 miles, with a height of 1,000 zhang. Chen Qingyu, fully aware of his opponent's ability to soar, still opted for the maximum battlefield specification, clearly reflecting his magnanimity in response. Both combatants had now chosen the battlefield's setting and dimensions. In this confrontation, the less experienced party is young Master Chen, with a cultivation level of the first layer of the Blood Sea realm. According to the rules of combat, the more seasoned Chen Qingyu will automatically adjust to the first layer of the Blood Sea realm. As the cold, mechanical voice echoed, Chen Qingyu felt a slight tremor in his body, as a substantial portion of his immense true energy dissipated, including the intensity of his true energy, physical strength, and the size of his Blood Sea, all reverting to the first layer of the Blood Sea realm. He shook his head with a slight smile. It had indeed been a long time since he had been in this state. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, Chen Qingyu felt a flicker of realization. So this is how the combat arena maintains balance between both parties' cultivation levels. Quite ingenious. Elevating the lower-level combatant would only place them at a disadvantage, as a practitioner of a lower realm cannot harness the power of a higher realm. Uncontrolled power equates to disaster. Once the cultivation levels were adjusted, the battle was set to commence. The number of spectators had surged to 270,000, 290,000, and 330,000. Chen Qingyu noted the rapidly increasing count of onlookers in the lower right corner of his vision. He felt a surge of anticipation. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Who would not be thrilled? Just as he was about to speak, Chen Qingyu suddenly declared, 100,000 Taishu points, split 50-50. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Both parties had agreed to charge for viewing rights to this battle. The current viewership had reached its limit, and they unanimously consented to a fair distribution of the 100,000 Taishu points. The battle commenced. Chapter 26. Champion of the Combat Rankings versus Champion of the War God Rankings. The moment the voice of the Taishu Yuanling fell, Chen Qingyu wasted no time. Employing the technique of riding the clouds, a mass of auspicious clouds surged beneath him, propelling him skyward. Since he was determined to give his all, he naturally aimed to maximize his advantages. Yet, his movements were swiftly outmatched by Chen Qingyu, who acted even faster. Earth Star Yuan Magnet, he shouted, as a wave of pale blue true energy erupted from his body, transforming into a radiant halo that rapidly expanded, enveloping the surrounding 100 zhang. This was not good. Just as Chen Qingyu had taken flight on his cloud, 3 zhang above the ground, he suddenly wavered, nearly plummeting from the clouds. In that instant, he felt the gravitational pull of the earth intensify exponentially. Under the terrifying force of this pull, he felt as though he were bearing a colossal mountain, and the auspicious clouds beneath him moved as slowly as a snail, making it nearly impossible to ascend. He had mastered the power of the Earth Star Yuan Magnet. No wonder he was unperturbed by my flight technique. In a flash, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Chen Qingyu's mind. Without hesitation, he dispelled the riding the clouds technique, preparing to descend to the ground. After all, remaining airborne while maintaining the clouds would render him a sitting target. However, in that fleeting moment, due to Chen Qingyu's tactical error, he lost the initiative, and Chen Qingyu charged forward, his pale blue true energy blazing like flames. Delivering a punch aimed directly at Chen Qingyu's head. On his fist, one could faintly see myriad stars shimmering, imbued with the power to rend through defenses. Without a moment's thought, Chen Qingyu opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of true energy as the grand technique Flying Sand and Walking Stones was activated. Boom! A terrifying yellow sandstorm surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. The power of this move was widely recognized as formidable within the capital. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Qingyu did not flinch or evade, instead continuing to charge forward recklessly. The pale blue Yuan Magnet halo buzzed ominously. The yellow sandstorm, under the influence of the Earth Star Yuan Magnet's power, saw countless grains of true energy fall to the ground before they could travel far, their potency greatly diminished. Chen Qingyu radiated starlight, his visage taking on a metallic hue, resembling the legendary ancient star deity. The remnants of the gale wrapped around him, striking him with small fragments of sand, yet they merely left white imprints on his body before being effortlessly deflected away. Die! Chen Qingyu's eyes were cold, his expression devoid of emotion, as his fist approached within mere inches of Chen Qingyu's head. With the force of this punch, Chen Qingyu's protective true energy would surely be insufficient, and the consequence would be a shattered skull. In less than 2 blinks, it seemed victory was imminent. This is bad. Young Master Chen is about to lose. Indeed, his battle experience is far too scant. He has made 2 tactical errors in a row. Chen Qingyu is far too powerful. Young Master Chen is doomed. TCH, I expected a fierce contest. In the viewing space, many spectators began to jeer, their dissatisfaction evident. It was clear to all that Chen Qingyu's lack of combat experience was glaring, and in comparison to the battle-hardened Chen Qingyu, he was utterly outmatched. Victory is assured. Chen Qingyu and the others' eyes gleamed with excitement. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze in disbelief. Boom! Chen Qingyu's seemingly certain punch went awry. Not only did it miss, but it grazed Chen Qingyu's face, exposing a significant opening. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu's form distorted into a blur, as he inexplicably maneuvered into Chen Qingyu's blind spot behind him. The initiative had shifted in an instant. Chen Qingyu, who had been in the dominant position, suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. This is the Heavenly Star guiding method, the power of Earth Star Yuan Magnet. He had cultivated the Taihao limitless transformation scripture, forging an unparalleled foundation. A bolt of realization struck Chen Qingyu's mind, illuminating everything. His initial use of the flight technique was indeed a misstep, but his subsequent invocation of the sandstorm was a deliberate ploy to draw me in, activating the Earth Star Yuan Magnet's displacement technique to turn the tide. I genuinely believed he lacked combat experience, and in a moment of carelessness, I fell into his trap. In that fleeting instant, die! Chen Qingyu exhaled sharply, launching a fist forward. A torrent of true energy surged forth, invoking the intent of the Taihao Star Fist, as heavy as the ancient stars themselves. Clearly destined to strike Chen Qingyu's back, his true energy intensity far surpassed that of Chen Qingyu with the might of this punch. The lightest consequence for Chen Qingyu would be the shattering of his internal organs and the fracturing of his spine. Indeed, he had not fought anyone before, his inexperience evident. Yet his martial talent was equally rare, and he adeptly transformed his disadvantage into a cunning trap, swiftly reversing the tide of battle. What? In the viewing space. At this moment, all eyes widened, breaths held, as hearts raced to their throats. Buzz. In an instant, the pale blue Earth Star Yuan Magnet halo trembled once more. The terrifying gravitational force morphed into an overwhelmingly intense repulsive force centered on Chen Qingyu. What? Caught off guard, Chen Qingyu was nearly flung away. He staggered but managed to stabilize himself, though his punch was already thrown off course. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Qingyu pivoted, facing Chen Qingyu once more, and delivered another punch. Simultaneously, the Earth Star Yuan Magnet halo vibrated again, as Chen Qingyu, having barely adapted to the repulsive force, suddenly found it transformed into an attractive force. Bang! In that instant, Chen Qingyu's fist, gleaming with starlight, struck Chen Qingyu's head with a resounding thud. The terrifying power unleashed upon Chen Qingyu instantly tore through his deep blue protective true energy. Although Chen Qingyu's true energy was inferior to that of Chen Qingyu, his martial skills were far superior, and the lethality of this punch was not to be underestimated. Victory. In that moment, a flicker of tumultuous emotion stirred within Chen Qingyu's previously icy heart. Boom. Chen Qingyu was sent flying like a rubber ball, soaring dozens of feet away. Something was amiss. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted instantly. With the might of his punch, Chen Xiaojun should have been obliterated. Why had he not perished? Moreover, the gravitational force from the Earth star's magnetic energy still maintained its state of thousands of stars pointing towards him. How could Chen Xiaojun be propelled away so swiftly? Whoosh! As Chen Qingyu flew backward, he astonishingly accelerated further in midair, breaking through 100-foot distance in an instant. He had escaped the embrace of the Earth star's magnetic energy. Buzz! A white cloud emerged, lifting him skyward, soaring into the heavens. Ha! Standing atop the clouds, despite his bloodied and bruised head staining his white attire. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Qingyu. If it weren't for you, I might never have discovered the mutual restraining, counteracting, and even reversing nature of the Heavenly Star and Earth Star magnetic forces. Now this is my domain. Chapter 27, Defeating Qingyu. Top of both rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qingyu rode the cloud, ascending to over 100 feet in height, claiming absolute advantage. Even while airborne, he could unleash flying sand and shifting stones from his elevated position, and with the formidable recovery of 9 breaths of qi, he would remain invincible. On the ground, Chen Qingyu watched Chen Qingyu rise higher and higher, his brow furrowing for the first time, a grave expression crossing his face. This was dire. Indeed. Chen Xiaojun's advantage was overwhelming. Could it be that Chen Qingyu would face defeat? Surely, after being the #1 for so many years. He must possess some hidden tactics. In the observation space, the crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes glued to the battlefield. This battle, though it had only begun moments ago, had unfolded with breathtaking intensity, full of twists and turns. Defeat? Chen Qingyu smirked at the unfolding scene. You lot have no idea of Brother Qingyu's true trump card. On the battlefield, come on. Chen Qingyu, riding the cloud, ascended to over 100 feet, finally pausing to prepare, flying sand and shifting stones. From this height, his mighty technique could encompass the ground below, retaining its formidable power without significant loss. But at that moment, after glancing downward, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Qingyu, with a solemn demeanor, soared into the sky, charging directly towards him like a cannonball, not merely jumping, but truly flying. He could fly? He actually could fly? Chen Qingyu was caught off guard. In the realm of physical cultivation, only masters of the Golden Bridge realm could momentarily hover in the air, gliding with the wind. The rest, either born of the dragon lineage with innate abilities or individuals like himself, could truly soar through the skies. But could it be that Chen Qingyu had also accessed some kind of cheat? Yet, Chen Qingyu quickly regained his composure, locking onto the faint blue halo surrounding Chen Qingyu. So, he had reversed the Earth star's magnetic force, transforming gravitational pull into repulsion. However, this method of flight could never rival his own agility. He steeled his mind, summoning the cloud beneath him to swiftly retreat, aiming to create distance from Chen Qingyu. Even if I'm just flying a kite, I can still wear you down. But in the next instant, a sudden change occurred. Chen Qingyu, soaring through the air, executed a sharp turn, closing the distance with speed and agility that surpassed the cloud. This defied the laws of gravitational repulsion. It was as though he was borrowing strength from thin air. What? Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Before he could react, the incredibly swift Chen Qingyu was already upon him. Then let it come. Chen Qingyu's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. He did not flinch or evade. Charging straight ahead, his heavenly star pulling technique, having grasped the mysteries of the magnetic forces, could reverse the Earth star's magnetic energy, though he lacked Chen Qingyu's finesse. Should the fight descend to the ground, he would undoubtedly be suppressed and battered throughout. His formidable physique would be shattered. However, in aerial combat, he was filled with confidence. Boom. In an instant, the black and white figures clashed like meteors colliding with the earth. Thud. Bang. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, fists blurring in motion, their forms twisting and shifting, surges of true energy exploding in the air. To Chen Qingyu's astonishment, despite the close proximity, he still could not decipher the secret of Chen Qingyu's aerial evasion. Even his heavenly star pulling technique seemed ineffective, leaving him with empty targets and unable to manipulate the magnetic forces. Likewise, on the other side, Chen Qingyu, having flown using the Earth star's magnetic energy, lost the tremendous advantage he held on the ground. This forced both combatants into a primal exchange of blows, fighting fiercely. Thud, thud. The two continued their fierce struggle. Chen Qingyu's martial arts paled in comparison to Chen Qingyu's, frequently finding himself on the defensive and quickly becoming battered and bruised. Yet he remained silent, his eyes reddening. Enduring Chen Qingyu's onslaught, trading injury for injury. I can take more than you. He resolved to outlast his opponent, believing that in the end, he would emerge victorious. Chen Xiaojuan's physical resilience was nothing short of monstrous. The legendary Taihao body refinement technique could not possibly be so abnormal, could it? A profound sense of absurdity welled up within Chen Qingyu. With his mastery of the fist, he would often land 5 or 6 punches on Chen Xiaojun, only to receive a blow in return, and he could manage to mitigate much of the impact through the Earth star's magnetic energy. Yet even so, as the fight continued, he suddenly felt the strain. After delivering hundreds of punches, even a steel golem would be reduced to rubble. Yet Chen Xiaojun remained merely battered, with no serious injuries to be found. Boom, boom. In the relentless exchange, Chen Qingyu visibly fell into a disadvantageous position. In stark contrast, Chen Qingyu, undeterred by the blows he had received, continued to thrive, growing stronger with each passing moment, unleashing a battle cry. Aura, 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 aura. As the fight reached its climax, Chen Qingyu gathered his strength for a decisive punch, which struck solidly against Chen Qingyu. The latter plummeted like a falling star from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, dust swirling around them. With the battle reaching its conclusion, the victor was clear. Chen Qingyu, riding the cloud, slowly descended from the sky, his face bruised and battered, yet a joyful smile graced his lips. Brother Qingyu, you have lost. As the dust settled in the crater, Chen Qingyu lay at the bottom, blood spilling from his mouth, his bones shattered, managing a faint smile. Yes, I have lost. Chen Qingyu landed on the ground and spoke earnestly. In this battle, you merely fell short due to the inferiority of your technique, resulting in insufficient true energy and a lack of physical strength. In a contest of genuine skill and valor, I might not necessarily be your match. As the fierce battle reached its climax, Chen Qingyu's true energy evidently faltered, leaving him unable to sustain the power of the Earth Star Yuan magnet. This ultimately rendered him vulnerable to Chen Qingyu's full-force punch, leading to his downfall. However, Chen Qingyu suddenly sat upright and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Defeat is simply defeat. This battle was exhilarating, and I accept my loss with grace. Cousin Xiaojun, let us meet outside the Doshing platform, for a drink." As his words echoed, the backlash from his strained true energy struck him, and instantly, his breath ceased, his shattered form transforming into a beam of white light, vanishing into thin air. "Oh, a drink after the battle sounds splendid," Chen Qingyu remarked with a faint smile. "You have triumphed in this contest. Since neither party had wagered any Taishu points on the duel, you are ineligible for any victory rewards. The contest has concluded, and with the audience reaching its limit, you have been awarded 50,000 Taishu points as viewing fees." The cold, mechanical voice resounded through the starry sea of grass, growing grander. "Congratulations. You have ascended to the Shindu Chongluo Doshing rankings. Your current ranking is first. Congratulations. You have also claimed the 5th position on the Shuahai overall Doshing ranking." Chapter 28. The new king of the Blood Sea realm Chen Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing the announcement. "I have merely won one battle. And I have usurped Chen Qingyu's position?" The Yuan spirit of the Taishu Hongshi mirror appears to possess remarkable judgment. He had long contemplated the possibility of someone prearranging their ranks, engaging in sham contests. It was well known that clashes among super prodigies often attracted external betting, involving substantial interests. It is now evident that the Taishu Yuan spirit has its own discerning criteria. In this battle, Chen Qingyu fought with utmost effort, yet still fell to him. Thus, it was only natural that he inherited Chen Qingyu's former rank. "Indeed, let us depart and enjoy a drink," he chuckled, and with a thought, his form vanished without a trace. In the observation space, a collective silence enveloped the gathering of millions. No one had anticipated that Chen Qingyu, who had dominated the clan's prodigies for years, would fall to the newly emerged Chen Xiaojun. With Chen Qingyu's defeat, the new king of the Chen clan in the Blood Sea realm was born. Chen Qingjia, regaining his composure, reflected, before the battle, the majority still favored Chen Qingyu. It is surprising that he lost so decisively to Chen Xiaojun. Beside him, the youth in green, Chen Qingchuan, wore an expression of astonishment. Chen Qingyu has lost, and even his former rank has been supplanted by Chen Xiaojun. First place on both rankings in Shindu Chongluo. How terrifying. With this, the reputation of the Chen clan's Xiaojun was firmly established, rendering it nearly unassailable. As his words settled, waves of white light flickered nearby, and numerous spectators were transported away. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu and the others appeared dazed, exchanging silent glances. "What shall we do now?" one young man murmured. "To think Qingyu lost. What does this mean for us?" Chen Qingyu sighed deeply. "We shall take it one step at a time. After we exit, we can first seek out the true identity of this Chen Xiaojun." Did Qingyu not mention that Chen Xiaojun practices the clan's foundational technique, the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua Jinjing, and that he is at the first level of the Blood Sea realm? With these two details, we should be able to narrow down our search. As her words concluded, she and her companions transformed into white light, vanishing from the observation space. Outside the Doshing platform, Chen Qingyu suddenly materialized, instinctively lifting his gaze to the Doshing rankings on either side. On the left, in the Shindu Chongluo sub-ranking, he had usurped Chen Qingyu's position, claiming the first spot, while Chen Qingyu had fallen to second. In the right hand, Shuahai Tian, overall ranking. First on the Doshing ranking, Zhou Qinlong, human, 21 years old, from the Qinyang Zhou clan, with a record of 105 battles. All victories. Second, Chang Qianjiao, Crystal clan, 12 years old, from the Tianjing ancestor court, with 97 battles, 96 victories, and 1 defeat. Third, Forest Pixie, Spirit clan, years old, from the Spirit Royal court, with 154 battles, 150 victories, and 4 defeats. Fourth, the noble Ao princess, Dragon clan, years old, from the East Sea Dragon clan, with 79 battles, 72 victories, and 7 defeats. Fifth, Chen Xiaojun human, years old, from the Chongluo Chen clan, with 1 battle, 1 victory. Sixth, Chen Qingyu, human, 18 years old, from the Chongluo Chen clan, with 118 battles, 109 victories, and 9 defeats. Seventh, Li Changhe, human, 19 years old, from the Yinma Sacred Land, with 85 battles, 73 victories, and 12 defeats. Upon reviewing the rankings, Chen Qingyu comprehended the situation. By defeating Chen Qingyu, he had replaced the latter's rank, now standing 5th in the overall Doshing ranking. This solitary battle, when compared to the others on the list, seemed remarkably conspicuous. Despite having been bested once, Chen Qingyu still retained his 6th position according to the Taishu Yuan spirit's judgment, having only dropped 1 rank. Zhou Qinlong was indeed formidable, boasting a flawless record of victories, while Chang Qianjiao, in one-on-one combat, could outmatch everyone except for Zhou Qinlong. Chen Qingyu's thoughts churned as he reflected on the situation. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Turning, he saw Chen Qingyu smiling faintly, suggesting, "Shall we go to the Yulu for a drink?" Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. "That would be delightful. Qingyu-ji, let us go." The two then walked side by side, with Chen Qingyu leading the way toward the largest tavern in Shindu Chongluo. The Yulu look, it's Chen Qingyu and Chen Xiaojun. Is this the camaraderie of heroes recognizing each other's worth? Quickly, the dense throng surrounding the Doshing platform parted, allowing a clear path for the two, their departing figures evoking admiration in the onlookers. Chen Xiaojun had defeated Chen Qingyu, ascending as the true Xiaojun of the Chen clan. Yet, Chen Qingyu's status and esteem had not diminished significantly. After all, everyone recognized that it was not that Chen Qingyu lacked strength or had weakened. He had merely encountered a stronger, more prodigious super prodigy. Half an hour later, news of Chen Qingyu's victory over Chen Qingyu had spread throughout Shindu Chongluo, sparking a new wave of excitement. The new king of the Blood Sea realm had emerged from within the Chongluo Chen clan. Moreover, Chen Xiaojuan's ascent to the 4th position on the Shuaitian Doshing overall ranking had reverberated throughout the entire wasteland, generating an even greater uproar. Prior to this, no one had ever managed to enter the top 5 of the overall Doshing ranking solely through a single battle against a super prodigy. At least, no one had achieved such a feat in this era. The emergence of Chen Xiaojun undoubtedly shattered historical precedents, imprinting this dazzling name into the memories of all. How vexing, Chen Qingyu complained, as he raised his cup on the top floor of the Yulu. In just a brief moment, the number of challengers has surged to 1,725. Do they think I am an easy target simply because I reached the top of the Doshing overall ranking through one battle? Across from him, Chen Qingyu chuckled heartily. Cousin Xiaojun, therein lies your oversight. If you had set the challenge wager at the maximum of 100,000 Taishu points on the Doshing platform, I can assure you, no one would dare to disturb you again. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up. Indeed. Thank you for the reminder, Qingyu-ji. He quickly recited a few incantations in his heart, utilizing the Tai Su Yuan Ling to set the stakes for the dual victory platform at the maximum. In that instant, the world fell completely silent, and numerous challenge notifications vanished. However, it was not long before 2 new notifications appeared, indicating that someone had accepted his wager of 100,000 Tai Su points for combat. Chen Qingyu was taken aback. The second on the dual victory list, Chang Qianjiao, and the fourth, Princess Ao, are challenging me? Chapter 29. The unshakable altar. Upon hearing Chen Qingyu's astonishment, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly, and he casually remarked, "It is indeed no surprise that Chang Qianjiao and Princess Ao have stepped forward. These young girls possess a relentless spirit. Upon witnessing your victory over me, they would undoubtedly wish to test your prowess." Intrigued, Chen Qingyu inquired, "Young girls? Is Chang Qianjiao only 12? And is Princess Ao also quite young?" Chen Qingyu shrugged. "I have battled Princess Ao twice, and she appears to be a juvenile dragon, no more than 8 years old." Chen Qingyu could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! A juvenile dragon under 8 years of age in the vast wilderness is truly remarkable." He had thought that his own age of 6, having ascended to the ranks of the dual victory list and the war god list, was already absurd. Little did he know that the Eastern Sea Dragon clan boasted an even more extraordinary figure. After all, while his psychological age was that of an adult, he was still merely a 6-year-old, whereas this Princess Ao was genuinely a little dragoness under the age of 8. How about it? Chen Qingyu teased with a smile. Shall you engage with the 2 of them? Forget it. Chen Qingyu shook his head. After my duel with my cousin, I have come to understand my own shortcomings. My martial skill is still in its infancy, my techniques lack proficiency, and my combat experience is evidently inadequate. There is ample room for growth in my abilities. I am far too occupied with training at the martial arts hall to have time for skirmishes with others. The superlative prodigies at the forefront of the dual victory list have perfected their martial skills, finding it challenging to progress further. They rely on continuous battles to hone themselves. But I am different. My 3 supreme martial techniques are only at the threshold, brimming with untapped potential, and there is no urgency to accumulate battle experience at this stage. My younger cousin is quite rational, Chen Qingyu remarked, expressing admiration. Your combat talent and adaptability are among the finest in the world. The sole deficiency lies in the refinement of your martial skills. Once you address this shortcoming, your strength will undoubtedly create a significant gap between us and may even present you with the opportunity to challenge Zhou Qianlong and topple him from his pedestal. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's gaze flickered with intrigue. Zhou Qianlong? Cousin, have you crossed swords with him? Just how formidable is he? Chen Qingyu's expression momentarily drifted into thought, and he sighed. He is extraordinarily strong. About 2 years ago, I faced him in combat and was utterly crushed by a single punch. What? Chen Qingyu gasped in astonishment. Just one punch. He had personally witnessed Chen Qingyu's prowess, making it difficult for him to fathom that someone of the same realm could defeat him with a mere strike. What kind of terrifying strength is required for that? Indeed, Chen Qingyu replied gravely. With a single punch, I was vanquished without a shred of resistance. Moreover, that was prior to his clearing the 8th level of the War God Tower. He sighed again. After Zhou Qianlong cleared the 8th level, His strength ascended to an unfathomable realm, and since then, no one has dared to challenge him. We all understand that the gap is too vast, it holds no meaning. While we are still scaling the mountain, he stands atop it, surveying the world beneath him. Unless another unparalleled prodigy emerges capable of clearing the 8th level of the War God Tower, Zhou Qianlong's position on the altar remains unshakable. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu asked, just how difficult is it to clear the 8th level of the War God Tower? Chen Qingyu sighed heavily. The difficulty is truly terrifying, beyond your imagination. The opponents of the 8th level consist of elite-level figures from the Holy Lands, formidable beings with 8 meridians established, and perfected martial skills, any one of whom would rank among the top 10 in the divine capital of Chongluo. And you will face a total of 2,000 such top-tier martial artists on that level. These 2,000 opponents have mastered various techniques and work seamlessly together, displaying no fear, no retreat, and are utterly relentless. They form the most terrifying martial army. He then chuckled wryly. To be honest, I once challenged it and suffered a devastating defeat. I have yet to muster the courage to attempt it again. On the 8th level, one is surrounded by formidable foes, and confronting them is akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Given my current strength, even if it were to multiply several times, I fear I still would have no hope of clearing it. Such a monstrous challenge? Chen Qingyu gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. How did Zhou Qianlong manage to clear the 8th level? He had witnessed Chen Qingyu's strength, recognizing him as a rare adversary of the same tier, capable of dominating the world. Yet even such a superlative prodigy hesitated before the 8th level of the War God Tower. How had Zhou Qianlong achieved this? I am not certain. Chen Qingyu shook his head. It is said that he too faced numerous failures before finally succeeding. However, one fateful night, he suddenly entered the Tai Su Dao realm and cleared the 8th level in a single attempt, causing quite a stir across the wilderness. Since then, he ascended to the altar, and no one has been able to shake his position. Chen Qingyu's expression turned contemplative. It seems as if he experienced a sudden epiphany, discovering some hidden truth. Perhaps, Chen Qingyu replied, shaking his head. In any case, I have given up on challenging the 8th level. In a month, I plan to advance to the Golden Bridge realm and ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven. He then turned to Chen Qingyu and said, young Lord Cousin, you are also cultivating the supreme celestial art, forging a formidable foundation that is not inferior to Zhou Qianlong's. Once you achieve mastery of your martial skills and reach the pinnacle of the Blood Sea realm, you may indeed be able to clear the 8th level and bring Zhou Qianlong down from his exalted position. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly. Then I shall take my cousin's words to heart. Having bested Chen Qingyu and claimed the title of the foremost prodigy within the clan, his next target was undoubtedly to defeat Zhou Qianlong. Yet he was acutely aware of his current standing. At present, he was merely slightly stronger than Chen Qingyu, and he too had not cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. To challenge Zhou Qianlong without having achieved that feat would be nothing short of folly. To defeat Zhou Qianlong, he must either diligently train at the martial arts hall, perfecting his 3 supreme martial techniques to their fullest potential, or he must obtain greater divine abilities through signing in at the floating heavenly palace. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly spoke. By the way, Cousin Qingyu, I wish to inquire about how you were able to disregard the gravitational rules of the earth during our battle, effortlessly using the magnetic force to evade and maneuver. This was something that had piqued his curiosity, yet he had been unable to comprehend it thus far. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly at this question. This is a secret of the magnetic force that I have comprehended over 10 years. With your talent and understanding, and having cultivated the celestial star magnetic force, it is only a matter of time before you grasp this level as well. However, as I am about to ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven, it would serve no purpose to retain this secret. I shall teach it to you today. Chapter 30. The 9th divine ability. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu was filled with delight, exclaiming repeatedly, Cousin, you are truly magnanimous. He had merely asked casually, not expecting Chen Qingyu to provide such a comprehensive explanation. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Qingyu was so generous as to impart the entirety of his understanding regarding the secrets of the magnetic force. Haha. Chen Qingyu chuckled heartily. Young Lord Cousin, your future is boundless. Your potential far surpasses mine. I can only hope that the insights I have gained regarding the magnetic force will aid you in defeating Zhou Qianlong and reaching the pinnacle of the Blood Sea heaven. Rest assured, Cousin. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, declaring, my next target is to defeat Zhou Qianlong. I firmly believe that the profound insights grasped by my cousin will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Chen Qingyu chuckled softly before turning to instruct, little waiter, please fetch a lamp. Certainly. The jovial attendant replied, please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Before long, the waiter presented a delicately crafted lotus lamp upon the table. Cousin, observe closely. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, extending his finger to unleash a sprinkle of pale blue true energy, directing it towards the lotus lamp. The wick of the lamp, upon contact with the starry true energy, ignited spontaneously, emanating a flickering azure flame. What? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, captivated by the ethereal blue flame before him. observing the dim starlight radiating around. A sudden epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, "Light. It is starlight." Indeed. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, praising, "Cousin, your comprehension is truly remarkable. My ability to manipulate the geomagnetic forces of the earth and traverse the skies with ease relies fundamentally upon the method of starlight transformation." He paused briefly before continuing. The techniques of the Chen family are all derived from the power of the stars. The most common manifestation of this stellar power is, in fact, the starlight of the night sky. Starlight itself is both illumination and a form of primal energy. It serves as the source of true energy and a manifestation of geomagnetic power. Starlight is geomagnetism, and geomagnetism is starlight. Moved by his words, Chen Qingyu could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of admiration. "Your thoughts, cousin, are truly boundless, capable of discerning such profound mysteries." In that moment, he finally understood why, during their previous battle, Chen Qingyu could effortlessly maneuver through the geomagnetic forces, exhibiting unparalleled agility. While his own attempt to manipulate the geomagnetism through the heavenly star guiding technique had left him feeling empty and powerless, it was solely because Chen Qingyu harnessed the transformation of starlight into geomagnetism, a concept he had yet to grasp, and he had not even realized such a method existed. "Cousin, listen closely." Chen Qingyu lowered his voice, elaborating on the intricacies of sensing, manipulating, and transforming starlight geomagnetism along with its various nuances. Chen Qingyu held his breath, absorbing every detail into his memory. With Chen Qingyu's selfless guidance, he knew that after diligent practice, he would be able to fully comprehend this geomagnetic mystery, thereby enhancing his combat prowess significantly. After a brief moment, Chen Qingyu concluded his exposition with a note of urgency. "Cousin, if you wish to defeat Zhou Qianlong, you must act swiftly." Chen Qingyu's expression shifted at this remark. "Cousin, do you imply?" Chen Qingyu sighed. 2 years ago, Zhou Qianlong ascended to the 8th level, standing invincible on the Blood Sea stage. His current stagnation in the Blood Sea realm is solely to conquer the 9th level of the War God Tower, aiming to create a legendary tale for this era. However, he shook his head. The 9th level poses an even graver challenge than the 8th, and he has remained encumbered there for 2 whole years without success. A figure of his caliber would never tolerate stagnation. If he cannot break through the 9th level, he will undoubtedly leap directly into the Golden Bridge realm and ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven. Gazing intently at Chen Qingyu, he warned, "At that point, your chances of defeating him will be utterly diminished." Understanding the gravity of his cousin's words, Chen Qingyu nodded solemnly. Moments later, the two parted ways outside the Diyu Tower. Chen Qingyu returned to the realm of reality, entering seclusion to diligently cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough into the Golden Bridge realm. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu, after enjoying a midday meal, returned to the martial arts hall to rigorously practice the 3 supreme martial techniques, determined to bolster his strength. As evening fell, he emerged from the realm of reality, dined, and continued to refine his martial skills in his family's training ground, assimilating all that he had learned throughout the day. Concurrently, the sensational news of his ascension to the top of the duel rankings, supplanting Chen Qingyu, had already spread throughout the wasteland, stirring considerable unrest. This included 2 young girls from the Tianjing Ancestor Court and the East Sea Crystal Palace, who, displeased by his avoidance of confrontation, vehemently berated him as a coward. However, Chen Qingyu paid little heed to the external turmoil. His sole focus remained on diligently honing his martial skills and enhancing his strength as he set his sights on his next objective. In the blink of an eye, 3 tranquil days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Chen Qingyu soared upon a cloud, witnessing the 9 layers of golden gale parting to create a pathway. This marked the 9th occurrence. Chen Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor while his thoughts churned. "I wonder what divine ability I shall obtain this time." In the mornings of the preceding days, he had punctually arrived at the floating celestial palace to sign in, acquiring the abilities of wall seer and wind and rain summoning. Both of these divine abilities ranked among the 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs. The wall seer technique, in simple terms, allowed for vision through walls. Yet, as a divine ability worthy of the heavenly gangs, its true power and applications far surpassed mere sight enhancement. At its pinnacle, this technique enabled one to perceive all within 10 directions, transcending all barriers. One could observe all phenomena across the heavens and the earth from the comfort of their home, rendering even the obstacles of the mortal realm inconsequential, a feat far superior to the Buddhist eye of heaven. However, at Chen Qingyu's current level, its effectiveness was not dissimilar to that of basic clairvoyance. The second ability, wind and rain summoning, was not a technique for offense, but rather a means to command the winds and summon rain, ensuring favorable weather for the area, leaning towards supportive applications. Its only notable aspect was its extensive range. Even with Chen Qingyu's current Blood Sea realm cultivation, he could envelop a 10-mile radius, far exceeding the flying sand and walking stones. While the wall-seer technique held considerable potential, the wind and rain summoning was, at this stage, virtually inconsequential to him. A flicker of anxiety surfaced within Chen Qingyu. I have consecutively drawn 8 divine abilities. The reward pool of the floating celestial palace will inevitably be exhausted. If I cannot draw forth a more formidable offensive technique before that happens, defeating Zhou Qianlong will prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 31. The Exhaustion of the Reward Pool. The second sign-in location. With a deep breath, Chen Qingyu descended upon the floating celestial palace, not hesitating for a moment as he silently intoned, "System, I wish to sign in." The crisp and melodious prompt resonated instantly within his mind. Ding. The host has signed in for the 9th time at the floating celestial palace. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs, the art of embryonic transformation. Chen Qingyu paused momentarily in surprise. Embryonic transformation? The name alone suggested that this was a technique leaning towards the mysterious and transformative, rather than a powerful offensive skill. Once again, his hopes seemed to have been dashed. With a sigh, he prepared to examine the newly acquired embryonic transformation technique. Just then, another prompt appeared. Ding. The reward pool at the sign-in location of the floating celestial palace has been exhausted. During your cumulative 9 sign-ins, you have obtained the following 9 divine abilities: 9 breaths of calming chi, shadowless ascendance, cloud riding, flying sand and walking stones, primal yang extraction, dragon subduing, wall seer, wind and rain summoning, and embryonic transformation, all belonging to the 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs. After the reward pool is exhausted, you can no longer receive new rewards, but you may continue signing in to enhance the rewards you have already acquired. The second sign-in location, the Tontian Sword Gorge, has now opened for sign-in eligibility. At this moment, Chen Qingyu found himself momentarily stunned, his emotions suddenly turning complex. Mingling joy with a tinge of melancholy. The joy stemmed from the long-anticipated appearance of the second sign-in location he had yearned for. The melancholy, however, was due to the depletion of the reward pool of the floating heavenly palace by the 9 divine powers, leaving him unable to rely on the brute force of sign-in abilities to defeat Zhou Qianlong any longer. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely firming up once more. The 9 ancestors had stated that Zhou Qianlong was not a truly formidable opponent, merely the strongest among this generation of Blood Sea Realm practitioners, with no one able to rival him at the moment. Zhou Qianlong might possess a supreme foundation, but so did he. If Zhou could dominate the Blood Sea Realm, then surely, with his extraordinary advantages, he could stand against him. His heart regained its former unwavering confidence. Compared to Zhou Qianlong, his greatest disadvantage was merely the brevity of his cultivation time, which had left him little opportunity to enhance his martial skills or accumulate combat experience. However, with the possession of the 9 heavenly divine powers, he was confident that he could certainly triumph over Zhou Qianlong. Resolutely, he waved his sleeve and turned, riding the clouds away from the floating heavenly palace. During his flight, he focused his mind to examine the newly acquired 9th divine ability, the transformation of form. A mere glance filled him with exhilaration. This was akin to receiving a pillow when one was in need of sleep. The transformation of form was a method of transformation. This divine power contained the profound mysteries of the myriad transformations of the universe. With initial practice, one could metamorphose into any form, young or old, tall or short, fat or thin. With further mastery, one could change into various creatures, be they birds, beasts, fish, serpents, or even insects, as well as inanimate objects like plants, stones, or houses. At its pinnacle, one could even alter fate and karma, rendering oneself indistinguishable even before the mightiest of celestial beings. This was truly the art of boundless transformation. Chen Qingyu smiled with satisfaction. His soul was that of an adult, weary of being confined within the body of a child, which hampered his actions. His fondness for remaining in the void Dao realm stemmed partly from this reason. Now, possessing the transformation of form, he could finally realize his wish for a fully grown adult physique, liberating himself from the constraints of small hands and feet. Eagerly, he activated the divine ability, murmuring the command, "Transform." In an instant, as his true energy surged, his very bones and flesh reshaped, and he seemed to age a decade in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingyu transformed into the appearance of his 16-year-old self, resembling the figure of young Master Chen from the Void Dao realm. Excellent. After the transformation, he excitedly scrutinized himself, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. With the intricacies of transformation of form, this change felt akin to being reborn, reshaping his very body. All his physiological functions were elevated to that of a 16-year-old. From the inside out, he was now a true youth of 16, encompassing bone age, soul essence, and even certain abilities that had yet to develop at the age of 6. Coughing discreetly, he quickly halted any inappropriate thoughts. After all, he was still merely 6 years old, and if he were to act recklessly, his father might very well break his legs. Setting off, he willed himself to ride the clouds, passing through the 9 layers of fierce winds and soaring downward. Moments later, having just finished his cultivation and emerging from his quiet chamber, Chen Jingxing seemed to sense something and casually turned his head, saying, "Qingyu, you're back." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly halted. He beheld the 16-year-old Chen Qingyu descending from the clouds, and he was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Where was his son? The 6-year-old boy he knew? How could he grow so much in just one day? Had his seclusion lasted an entire decade? Dad. Chen Qingyu greeted cheerfully. You. Chen Jingxing gazed at him in confusion, instinctively asking, what year is it now? Chen Qingyu shot him a perplexed look. It's the year 15663 of the Yuan Emperor era. What's wrong? Dad. Have you been in seclusion for so long that you've lost track of time? Upon hearing his words, Chen Jingxing mumbled. The year 15663 of the Yuan Emperor era hasn't changed. It's still this year. He raised his head, glancing at Chen Qingyu with hesitation. Are you really my son Qingyu? How have you grown so much? Did our ancestors give you some miraculous elixir? Chen Qingyu let out a hearty laugh at this. Dad, you're overthinking it. This is just a special ability I've newly awakened, allowing me to change my form and appearance. Quite surprising, isn't it? Chen Jingxing's expression turned peculiar. You've awakened a new ability again? I truly wonder what kind of divine and extraordinary constitution you possess. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, before finally managing to utter, you looked more pleasing as a child. Chen Qingyu pouted. Shouldn't a father want their child to grow up quickly? As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively. I'm off to the Void Dao realm now. See you later, Dad. Wait. Chen Jingxing called out to him, asking, what level of cultivation are you at now? Chen Qingyu grinned. I'm at the 3rd level of the Blood Sea realm. In a maximum of 12 days. I should break through to the Golden Bridge realm. The Golden Bridge realm. Chen Jingxing mused for a moment before whispering, given your rate of cultivation, it likely won't be long before you break through the human limitations and enter the spirit origin 4th realm. He continued, according to clan rules, whether of the direct line or collateral line. Once one reaches the spirit origin realm, they must embark on a journey to broaden their horizons. And only upon achieving the true gang realm may they return to the clan. His gaze fell upon the 16-year-old Chen Qingyu. Momentarily lost in thought, do you wish to travel? Of course. Chen Qingyu replied without hesitation. I've long yearned to venture out and explore the world. I've been aware of the rule that one must travel after reaching the spirit origin realm, and I've eagerly awaited that day. Having remained in the capital city of Chongluo, he had been unable to reach the second sign-in location. Chen Jingxing fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Seeing you now feels as if a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. You have truly turned 16. His voice grew somewhat hoarse. Would you like to hear about your mother? Chen Qingyu abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Chen Jingxing, his tone wavering slightly. Haven't you always refused to speak of it? Since his birth, he had never seen his mother. When he was 3, he had asked a few times, but Chen Jingxing had always evaded the topic, leading him to refrain from bringing it up again. He had once thought he must be a child of a single parent, perhaps due to some unfortunate incident that befell his mother. Yet now, it seemed there was clearly more to the story. Times had changed. Chen Jingxing smiled gently, speaking softly, before parting from your mother. We had made a pact that when you turned 16 and ascended to the spirit origin realm, you would meet her in person. I had thought that this day would be at least a decade away, perhaps even longer, but I never expected you to surpass my expectations by so much. Chen Qingyu fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked, where is my mother? Taking a breath, Chen Jingxing gazed towards the southern sky. She is far to the south, distant from central Tianzhou. You also have an elder sister, 60 years your senior. Perhaps one day, you will meet her too. In astonishment, Chen Qingyu exclaimed, I have an elder sister? 60 years older than me? He was genuinely taken aback. Until now, he had never heard a whisper of such a matter. There is no need for surprise. Chen Jingxing smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. As practitioners of the way, most of us tend to marry late. I first encountered your mother during my travels when I was 24. It was only after 3 centuries that we wed. In the 2nd year of our marriage, your elder sister was born, and shortly thereafter, your mother conceived you. However, his tone grew increasingly somber. Lips pressed together, he sighed. Many events transpired back then, events I would rather not revisit. I committed a grave mistake. Afterward, I was punished to guard the Tying Cavern, and because of my past transgressions, your birth was delayed by 60 years, sending you back to the capital, Chongluo. Chen Qingyu, taken aback, exclaimed, my mother carried me for 60 years before giving birth? Chen Jingxing waved his sleeve dismissively, shaking his head. The past is but a fleeting memory. Pondering it serves no purpose. When you attain the spirit origin realm and embark on your own journeys, I shall share a portion of these tales with you. With a gentle smile, he added, come. My son, it has been a while since we strolled outside. Very well, Chen Qingyu replied, accompanying Chen Jingxing as they exited their home. Father and son walked along the bustling streets, soon arriving at the heart of the capital, amidst a vibrant marketplace. Candied hawthorn. Fresh candied hawthorn. The latest Spirit Light visual showcase has commenced. Young Master Chen battles Chen Qingyu, reaching the pinnacle of both rankings, an event not to be missed. The latest edition of Heavenly Talents clashes hot off the press, revealing the stories behind each extraordinary talent. The 192nd issue of Immortal Chronicles is published, chronicling the legendary records of the mightiest talents in history. Come and see the newest curiosities from the West, brought by the Jing clan of the Western Wilderness. The marketplace resounded with the persistent calls of vendors and shopkeepers. The throngs of people flowed ceaselessly, predominantly adorned in splendid attire, with children's laughter echoing throughout. It is truly lively, Chen Qingyu mused, observing the scene. Yet, even for those of noble birth, such joy is fleeting, only to be savored until the age of 6. When I was 6, your grandfather forbade me from venturing outside alone, compelling me to memorize texts daily. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly in response. Those in high positions bear the weight of responsibility. If all noble offspring were to indulge in frivolities and neglect their duties, it would inevitably lead to the decline of the clan. Indeed, Chen Qingyu nodded. You speak with wisdom. He then pointed to a nearby stall with a smile. Let us visit that stand. You used to insist I buy you those whimsical trinkets when you were younger. Chen Qingyu chuckled and followed his father's lead. Maintaining the appearance of a 16-year-old, he seemed to have reconciled with the fact that Chen Qingyu had accepted his rapid growth over the course of a single day. Yet, as they walked, none of the noble offspring passing by recognized him as the renowned young Master Chen. Even though his likeness had spread throughout the capital, people instinctively overlooked his presence. As they strolled, numerous members of the noble class engaged in idle chatter, often mentioning the recent sensation, young Master Chen. Who exactly is young Master Chen? One questioned. I'm not sure. I heard that Chen Qingyu and a few others sought him out for a time. But then there was no news. Indeed, he is quite mysterious. Surely, he hails from noble lineage, likely among those few. I thought after defeating Chen Qingyu, he would challenge Zhou Qianlong next, aiming for the top, but now he seems to have vanished. Yes, it's been several days. He must be too intimidated. Isn't it natural to feel intimidated? Zhou Qianlong is the unrivaled king of the Blood Sea realm, and young Master Chen has yet to conquer the 8th level of the War God Tower. How could he muster the courage to challenge him? If young Master Chen falters, then we cannot expect much from Chen Qingyu and the others. It seems our Chen clan will be overshadowed by the Zhou clan this generation. Such a disappointment. Hearing their discussions, Chen Qingyu turned with a smile. Did you hear that? The people of the capital are quite discontented with your lack of action against Zhou Qianlong. They claim you've lost your nerve. Chen Qingyu retorted boldly. What do you mean by lost nerve? This is merely a matter of gathering strength. If I were to challenge Zhou Qianlong without assurance, would that not be the height of foolishness? Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. And when will you feel assured enough? At your current pace of cultivation, in just a few days, you may find the opportunity to challenge him slipping away. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, gazing towards the floating celestial palace. Perhaps it won't take that long. Chapter 33. The mystery of the 8th level. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Qingyu ascended on clouds, soaring towards the floating celestial palace. After 4 days of arduous training on the 3 supreme martial techniques, he had finally reached a minor success, solidifying his progress. The minor success of these ultimate techniques was already comparable to the major achievements of the accompanying techniques of profound arts. Thoughts swirled in his mind as his gaze flickered. I have thoroughly grasped the secrets of the starlight magnetic essence taught by Chen Qingyu. Now, I am akin to 2 of myself within the same realm. In just a few days, his power had at least doubled. This astonishing rate of ascent surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet, it was still insufficient. With his current strength, he felt no confidence in breaching the 8th level of the War God Tower. He desperately sought a more formidable means. He hoped today's reward would meet his expectations. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Moments later, Chen Qingyu traversed the 9 layers of golden gales and landed atop the floating celestial palace. System, he silently intoned. I wish to check in. Ding. A melodious prompt resonated in Chen Qingyu's mind. The host has checked in for the 10th time at the floating celestial palace. The reward pool of the floating celestial palace has been exhausted. This check-in will enhance your previously obtained rewards, currently in the process of being drawn. Completion of the draw. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the wind and rain summoning technique have significantly improved. As the notification faded, an overwhelming force surged down upon him. Chen Qingyu trembled as a wealth of information and memories flooded his mind, entirely related to the wind and rain summoning technique. In that instant, it felt as though he had practiced and battled with the technique countless times, transforming from a novice to a seasoned practitioner, deftly wielding it with finesse. After a brief moment, Chen Qingyu regained his composure and took a deep breath. Indeed, the rewards after depleting the pool have not disappointed me. Now, when I employ the wind and rain summoning technique, its power has at least tripled. The only regret is that wind and rain summoning is not purely an offensive technique. What I truly wish to enhance is the shifting sands and flying stones technique. Time to leave. I shall return tomorrow. With a flick of his sleeve, he soared away on his clouds, preparing to return home. As he flew, he quietly recalled the new insights and memories he had acquired. A wave of enlightenment washing over him. The rewards from the check-in had thoroughly fortified his mastery of the wind and rain summoning technique. Firstly, in terms of wind manipulation, he could now precisely control every inch of airflow within a 10-mile radius, capable of creating air prisons, air walls, explosive gusts, and more. Furthermore, He could ride the winds, manipulating air currents to accelerate his flight, conjuring tempests to unleash calamities, and even transforming the wind into his eyes and ears, thus perceiving the surroundings within a 10-mile expanse. Secondly, in terms of summoning rain, after the enhancement of calling wind and rain, it is no longer limited to merely producing rainfall. He has acquired the ability to conjure and control mist, hail, blizzards, and other extreme weather phenomena. This extraordinary capability, in conjunction with the art of wind manipulation, renders him a walking embodiment of natural disasters. Suddenly, he had a revelation. Halting abruptly, if such power were combined with a vast lethal radius spanning 10 miles, he pondered deeply, and a spark of insight ignited in his mind. His eyes gleaming as he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I understand. I finally comprehend the means by which Zhou Chunlong has traversed the formidable 8th level. It dawned on him that he had initially strayed from the correct path. As the levels of the War God Tower escalated, the number of challengers increased, and the difficulty surged to terrifying heights. Once the number surpassed a certain threshold, quantitative change would induce qualitative change. Under the siege of 2,000 elite warriors, his original strategy of preserving himself first and then gradually eliminating foes would be utterly futile. Among those 2,000 elite warriors, there undoubtedly existed individuals capable of countering his swift evasion techniques, even able to strike at him from afar. Should he attempt to challenge the 8th level directly using the method that had allowed him to conquer the 7th, he would surely face defeat. Zhou Chunlong had also established an unparalleled foundation, having cultivated the ancestral technique of the Qinyang Zhou clan, myriad suns illuminating the world. This technique harnessed the power of the blazing sun, enabling the user to unleash vast area attacks in the form of a solar avatar. Only by simultaneously dealing with 2,000 warriors could one truly hope to breach the 8th level. Chen Qingyu's heart surged with excitement, his thoughts racing. He finally grasped the secret behind Zhou Chunlong's success in overcoming the 8th level. With Zhou Chunlong's formidable foundation, executing the solar avatar technique to strike down over 2,000 warriors in one fell swoop was entirely feasible. In such a scenario, the initial few moments would be the most perilous, requiring him to navigate a terrifying onslaught. Enduring it head-on would be impossible, and he must find a way to evade. Yet, once he withstood that critical initial period, beneath the omnipresent and overwhelming sunlight, all warriors would experience a collapse of their vital energy, their states deteriorating, potentially igniting into living sources of heat and flames, subsequently wreaking havoc upon their comrades. This was a snowballing process. The later it progressed, the easier it would become, and the quicker the enemies would crumble. Of course, while this secret may seem deceptively simple, the actual execution was exceedingly arduous. First, one must evade the assault of 2,000 warriors. Second, one must possess a terrifyingly vast and potent attack. Finally, an unmatched reservoir of vital energy is necessary to sustain such unrelenting assaults. Fortunately, with the substantial enhancement of calling wind and rain, Chen Qingyu had now fulfilled all three requirements. Laughing joyously, he soared into the sky on his clouds, hastening home with great urgency. Upon returning, he greeted his father, Chen Jingxing, before hastily entering the Taishu Dao realm. Merely knowing the secret was insufficient. He needed to practice the coordination of various divine abilities and the operation of vital energy within the martial arts hall, until he was fully confident before challenging the 8th level of the War God Tower. This young man, Chen Jingxing, observed his son's retreating figure, perplexed. What is he up to? He thought little of it, and, as before, retreated to his quiet chamber for meditation. Until the evening. After exiting his meditation, Chen Jingxing inquired with a servant, only to discover that Chen Qingyu had not appeared all day. A wave of concern washed over him. What on earth is this boy doing, skipping meals? He entered his study, gazing at Chen Qingyu, who appeared as if in slumber, consciousness immersed in the Taishu Dao realm. Frowning slightly, he ultimately decided against awakening him, opting instead to sit quietly and wait. Thus, he remained there until the deep of night. In the Taishu Dao realm, with a whoosh, Chen Qingyu stepped out of the martial arts hall. Though his expression bore traces of fatigue, his eyes shimmered with joy. He had spent a full 80 hours within the martial arts hall. Success. My concept is entirely feasible. A cloud of auspicious vapor rose beneath his feet as he swiftly soared towards the location of the War God Tower. At that moment, Chen Qingyu was filled with absolute confidence in his ability to pass the 8th level of the War God Tower. Without waiting for the sun to rise, the world's foremost Zhou Chunlong would be dethroned. Chapter 34, Man-Made Calamity. The hour was already late at night. In Shindu Chongluo, tens of thousands remained active throughout the city, bustling as if it were daytime. Boom. Chen Qingyu, riding the auspicious clouds, sped past, inevitably drawing the attention of many. The crowd looked up, soon erupting into exclamations and discussions. Look, the auspicious clouds in the sky. It's young Master Chen. Is he heading towards the War God Tower? Could it be that young Master Chen is finally ready to challenge the 8th level? Quick, let us follow and see. In an instant, throngs of people converged. trailing behind the swiftly passing clouds towards the war god tower. As they raced along, the crowd swelled, rapidly forming a torrent. After all, the current young Master Chen was renowned, his every move capturing the attention of countless onlookers, not to mention the monumental event of a potential challenge to the 8th level. Moments later, Chen Qingyu descended on the grounds before the war god tower. The entrance of the war god tower had already cleared a significant area, the crowd gazing at him in reverence, whispering among themselves. Chen Qingyu strode calmly into the entrance of the war god tower. At that very moment, the crowd erupted into excitement, rushing into the war god tower, each selecting the independent space occupied by young Master Chen, eager to witness the battle. Within the war god tower, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes. Welcome to the war god tower. A cold, mechanical voice resonated instantly around him. You have successfully breached the first 7 levels of the Blood Sea Heaven War God Tower. Do you wish to continue the challenge of the 8th level? At this moment, the spectators in the observation space collectively held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation. Yes. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly. I shall continue to challenge the 8th level. Boom. The crowd in the observation space erupted in a thunderous cheer, a wave of excitement cascading through them. Young Master Chen was indeed preparing to challenge that immovable 8th level. Buzz. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, dazzlingly bright, enveloping Chen Qingyu in its brilliance. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in an expansive, pure white space nearly 10,000 feet in size. The ceiling soaring high above, 100 feet from the ground. Welcome to the 8th level of the War God Tower. Your opponent is about to appear. Challengers, please prepare. As the cold, mechanical voice faded, begin. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu took flight upon his clouds, soaring skyward. Buzz, buzz. A dense mass of white light coalesced almost into a single entity, erupting into a sea of light. A total of 2,000 powerful figures, their expressions cold and resolute, materialized throughout the 8th level. In the sky, numerous warriors instantly looked up, spotting the figure of Chen Qingyu riding the auspicious clouds. In that instant, the Earth Star's magnetic force activated. Dozens of elite warriors erupted with starlight, converging into a colossal light ring. These warriors united in their efforts, locking onto Chen Qingyu's position, their movements swift as they aimed to envelop him with the light ring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At least 200 to 300 warriors drew their bows, their vital energy surging, unleashing their divine weapons with terrifying might. A torrential rain of arrows surged toward the figure of Chen Qing. Dozens of martial artists suddenly unleashed a chilling radiance of sword light, soaring into the heavens. Flying swords. Manipulating swords with one's aura. This singular form of weaponry possesses the terrifying capability to be remotely controlled at will, even within the confines of the physical realm. Its lethality unparalleled throughout the world. The multitude of sword lights danced like ethereal fish and birds, converging from all directions, intent on dismembering Chen Qingyu into a myriad of pieces. Indeed, high above the clouds, Chen Qingyu beheld this horrifying spectacle, and in an instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. His assessment had proven accurate. Had he persisted with the strategies of the 7th level, he would soon find himself overwhelmed by this terrifying onslaught, rendered utterly helpless in no time. The moment he was ensnared within the vast magnetic aura, plummeting to the earth, his demise would be inevitable. This was utterly terrifying. How fearsome is the 8th level? Who can possibly overcome it? With 2,000 martial artists, each possessing such formidable strength, how did Zhou Qianlong manage to breach it? It seems that Lord Chen is doomed. In the observation space, over 100,000 spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. Before them, the deluge of arrows, the flashing sword lights, and the relentless assault of hundreds of attackers truly astounded them. They could scarcely fathom, amidst such a harrowing challenge, could anyone in the world truly breach the 8th level through sheer prowess? Yet, in that fleeting moment, under the gaze of the multitude, a resounding laugh echoed from Chen Qingyu above the clouds, and his form abruptly vanished, along with the clouds beneath him. The torrential rain of arrows swept through the space he had just occupied, finding only emptiness. The dozens of sword lights, darting about like fish, suddenly lost their target. What? The onlookers in the observation space were left bewildered. What is happening? Where is Lord Chen? Even if he possesses the art of invisibility, should he not fall and meet his demise once he relinquishes the flight technique? Boom. Suddenly, a deep, resonant rumble reverberated through the space. The many spectators, including the top martial artists on the battlefield, gradually realized that within the vast expanse, a fierce wind was howling, creating a cacophony as countless gusts swirled about, stirring the heavens into visible waves of energy. And in a place unseen by all, whoosh, Chen Qingyu maintained his technique of standing without shadow, rendering himself invisible, fully utilizing the wind to traverse, seamlessly blending with the tempest around him, shifting positions at will. He no longer rode the clouds, but danced with the wind. The calling the wind and rain technique, while not as potent in speed and agility as riding the clouds, allowed him to completely conceal his presence. He transformed into a tempest, soaring above the sky, gazing down at the myriad of headless flies, top martial artists, frantically searching for his whereabouts. A slight smirk gracing his lips. Come forth and welcome the calamity. As his thoughts surged, a torrent of true energy erupted forth, amplifying the might of the calling the wind and rain technique to its zenith. The air rapidly coalesced, ominous clouds blanketed the sky, and the temperature plunged precipitously. Within mere moments, crystalline snowflakes began to cascade from the heavens. What? One martial artist lowered his bow, instinctively catching a snowflake. His expression one of confusion. Is it snowing? Chapter 35. Reaching the 8th level initially, the snowflakes appeared inconspicuous. However, as the dark clouds continued to gather and the air grew increasingly frigid, their numbers swelled dramatically, becoming as large as goose feathers. The snowflakes, now resembling blankets, enveloped the world in white, obscuring all vision. Whoosh! At that moment, a biting cold wind began to blow, an insidious chill creeping in like a shadow. The tens of thousands in the observation space exchanged bewildered glances. Before they could comprehend, the interior of the 8th level was entirely shrouded in a blizzard, reminiscent of a frigid northern expanse. This left them perplexed, flooded with speculations, whispering amongst themselves. What is happening? Is this also the doing of Lord Chen? Such a grand display. This colossal attack appears to alter the very heavens. It is quite terrifying. Indeed, how much true energy must this consume? It is alarming. But isn't this a futile endeavor? Merely a blizzard. Does a formidable Blood Sea realm warrior even care about this? Ordinary practitioners of the Opening Veins realm, with true energy shielding, are impervious to cold and heat. Blood Sea realm martial artists, with their vital energy akin to a furnace, possess formidable resistance to extreme weather, unperturbed by deserts or glaciers. To attempt to incapacitate 2,000 elite warriors with mere snowstorms is nothing short of a fool's errand. Within the 8th level, boom. One martial artist, his true energy surging, shattered the snowflakes that settled upon him, appearing exceedingly cautious. Beware of treachery, he shouted to alert his companions. As the difficulty of the War God Tower escalated, the intelligence of the simulated opponents had grown nearly indistinguishable from that of real humans. Boom, boom, one by one. Martial artists activated their true energy to protect themselves, shattering the incoming snowflakes, denying them the opportunity to draw near. The blizzard was clearly suspicious in origin. It was undoubtedly the opponent's tactic. Should they inadvertently fall victim, peril would ensue. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous martial artists cautiously formed groups, remaining vigilant against Chen Qingyu's potential ambush, while simultaneously continuing their search for him. Dozens of flying swords continued to dart through the blizzard, striving to uncover Chen Qingyu's whereabouts. However, soon, the 2,000 elite warriors detected an unsettling anomaly. It is exceedingly cold. Following the onset of the blizzard, the temperature plummeted to an unbearable winter chill, freezing water in an instant, capable of killing an ordinary person outright. Yet, it posed no threat to Blood Sea realm experts. Thus, initially, they paid little heed. However, the temperature continued to decline, rapidly reaching an intolerable level. Reluctantly, many martial artists were compelled to summon their true energy to shield their bodies while stirring their vital energy to maintain warmth, lest they succumb to the cold. Yet this was far from the conclusion. Bang, bang. Soon, hail began to descend from the heavens. These hailstones, initially the size of fists, quickly swelled to the size of human heads, as hard as iron, their power formidable. One after another, the hailstones pounded down upon the martial artists, forcing them to expend even more true energy for protection. Get back. One martial artist swung his long sword, its silver light dazzling, cleaving through the hailstones to mitigate the draining of his true energy. But at that moment, from within the biting wind, emerged blades of ice. Swish, swish, swish. Upon closer inspection, these were thin sheets of razor-sharp ice, mingling with the fierce gusts, flying forth in a barrage more terrifying than a rain of arrows. One martial artist cried out in anguish. He had been cleaving at the hailstones, but in a moment of negligence, he relaxed his true energy defense, only to be sliced across half his face by a shard of ice. The blood that gushed forth froze instantly, resembling a translucent ruby. A formidable martial artist bellowed, his true energy surging as he wielded two short swords, spinning them like silver tops, shattering all incoming hailstones and ice blades into oblivion. Yet soon, a thick, impenetrable fog began to rise, enveloping everything in sight. The multitude of martial artists found themselves utterly blinded, forced to rely on sound to discern the direction and position of the hail and ice blades. However, this challenge proved exceedingly daunting, with the proximity of danger too close for comfort. Bang, bang, swish. The cacophony of crashing, slicing, exploding, and shattering sounds melded into a singular, terrifying symphony, intermittently punctuated by anguished cries. Thick fog, blinding snowstorms, raging winds, and hailstones. Every direction was besieged by relentless assaults, overwhelming them and depleting their vital energy at an alarming rate. Were it not for their formidable foundation of 8 meridians, which endowed them with immense vitality, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere ashes long ago. In the spectator space, the multitude of over 100,000 was left utterly astounded. The horrifying scene before them shattered their wildest imaginations. No one could have anticipated that mere practitioners of the Blood Sea realm could unleash such calamity-like attacks, devastating 2,000 elite martial artists into utter disarray. Alone, Chen Qingyu faced a full 2,000 formidable warriors and astonishingly maintained the upper hand. It was evident to all observers, if the situation did not change, the annihilation of these 2,000 martial artists under the cataclysmic onslaught was merely a matter of time. Moments later, a piercing scream shattered the air. Among the 2,000 warriors, anyone who heard that cry felt a chilling dread settle in their hearts. Death had begun to claim its toll. Perhaps it was due to excessive expenditure of their vital energy, or perhaps a momentary lapse in reflexes, or simply unfortunate fate that led to an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Yet, this one formidable warrior of the Blood Sea realm had met his end. If they did not retaliate soon, a grim cascade of deaths would surely follow. No. A voice filled with rage and despair erupted, yet it was all in vain. Faced with the omnipresent, disaster-like assaults enveloping the entire space, what could they do? Could mere mortals contend against the wrath of nature? Suddenly, all hailstones, ice blades, and blizzards came to an abrupt halt. Even the dense fog began to gradually dissipate. Many warriors were taken aback, joyously exclaiming, "His vital energy is depleted. It's our turn to strike back. Find him and kill him." The multitude of warriors, their pent-up frustrations reaching a boiling point, roared with exhilaration. Yet, no one dared to act recklessly. They huddled together, patiently awaiting the fog's retreat, ready to launch a decisive attack that would rend Chen Qingyu into pieces. Not good. A voice in the spectator space cried out. Chen Qingyu has exhausted his vital energy. But then a deep voice burst into laughter. You haven't witnessed his previous challenges at the God of War Tower, have you? His rate of vital energy recovery is astonishing. Just watch, and you shall understand. Upon hearing this, many in the spectator space began to murmur and discuss quietly among themselves, before refocusing on the central scene. Sure enough, just 10 breaths later, the fog had not fully cleared, and the onslaught of blizzards, hailstones, blades, and gales resumed with renewed fury. A warrior let out a voice filled with bitter resentment, his eyes glimmering with despair. They were doomed. In the spectator space, a bearded warrior laughed heartily. Chen Qingyu is on the verge of victory. Chapter 36, The Stirring of the Wasteland. The world in turmoil, thunderous roars resonated from the heavens and the earth, as blizzards, gales, hailstones, and ice blades once again howled forth. This time, the multitude of warriors, having depleted their vital energy, could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to perish in droves. Bang! A warrior was struck, blood spewing from his mouth as he staggered back 3 steps, intending to retaliate, only to suddenly collapse onto the ground. In a state of confusion, he cast a glance and was horrified to discover that his legs had been frozen and shattered, leaving him devoid of sensation. Crack! A massive hailstone plummeted, shattering a warrior's skull, his body fragmenting into pieces, the severed surfaces smooth as glass, with blood droplets scattered across the ground like glistening, fragmented rubies. No. Many warriors had already sensed impending doom, yet it was far too late. The gradual rise in temperature, akin to boiling frogs in warm water, would erode one's will to resist. Conversely, the slow decline in temperature bore the same principle. The assaults of blizzards, chilling winds, hailstones, and ice blades, though not the most lethal, the frigid effects of low temperatures were far more terrifying. This was true meteorological warfare. Their bodies, subjected to relentless and merciless attacks, were on the verge of complete immobility, their organs undergoing extensive necrosis, with no hope of redemption. Bang! Warriors fell like wheat before the scythe, cries of anguish merging into a cacophony. The terrifying cataclysmic attacks grew increasingly pronounced, culminating in mere moments where dozens, even hundreds, were claimed by death. A quarter of an hour later, the biting cold winds ceased, the horrific blizzards finally began to wane, and the hailstones and ice blades vanished into oblivion. The earth lay blanketed in pristine white. Upon the snowy expanse stood countless ice sculptures, some toppled and shattered, others splintered, while some were frozen to death, their faces still contorted in expressions of terror from their last moments. Fragments of divine weapons and mystical artifacts lay strewn across the ground, many reduced to powder by the frost. The 2,000 warriors had been utterly annihilated, perishing beneath the onslaught of nature's wrath. The spectator space fell into a profound silence. Although Chen Qinyu's victory was already an established fact, the scene before them still imparted tremendous shock. A snowstorm had altered the very climate, directly resulting in the demise of a terrifying army of 2,000 elite warriors. What immense power, what unparalleled might. So much so that over 100,000 remained ensnared in the aftermath of that swift and decisive massacre, unable to regain their composure. Within the 8th layer of the space, boom, Chen Qingyu materialized, harnessing the gale as he descended slowly from the heavens. You have breached the 8th layer of the God of War Tower. You have been awarded 200,000 points of void energy. The challenge is concluded, and the number of spectators has reached its limit. You have received 100,000 points of void energy as viewing compensation. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more within the pure white space, gradually amplifying. Congratulations. Your rank on the Blood Sea Heaven God of War leaderboard has ascended. You are now ranked first. Chen Qingyu smiled gently, inhaling deeply. Being the foremost on the God of War leaderboard feels splendid, he thought to himself. And with a mere thought, he departed from the God of War Tower. In the spectator space, once Chen Qingyu vanished, the throng of over 100,000 stood momentarily stunned before finally coming to their senses. The challenge had concluded. Chen Xiaojun had successfully breached the 8th layer of the God of War Tower. In an instant, the spectator space erupted with cheers akin to a tidal wave. The faces of countless individuals flushed with excitement, their voices rising in unison. The 8th layer. Chen Xiaojun has conquered the 8th layer. The world's number 1. Chen Xiaojun had surpassed Zhou Qianlong, claiming victory as the first on the God of War leaderboard. My heavens, my heavens. Ha! Who dare say that within our Chen clan, no one could rival Zhou Qianlong in the Blood Sea realm? After so many years, another unparalleled prodigy had emerged. Breaching the 8th layer, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, cheers echoing in a harmonious cacophony. Chen Xiaojun had defied the impossible, successfully conquering the 8th layer of the God of War Tower, igniting a fervor of pride and excitement among all. This was their unmatched prodigy of the Chongluo Chen clan. Quick, let us hurry out. A youth clad in blue trembled with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, I must share this electrifying news with my cousins immediately. Indeed, laughed the bearded warrior beside him. This is the pinnacle of our Chen clan's God of War ranking, the foremost in the Blood Sea realm. Zhou Qianlong, who once stood unyielding at the pinnacle of the world, rejecting any challengers and deeming none worthy to be his rival, will soon find himself tested. I wonder if he can maintain his composure or dare to be so arrogant. In no time, with flashes of brilliant white light, tens of thousands of spectators were sequentially teleported from the observation space. Some of them swiftly dispersed towards Shindu Chongluo, calling friends and spreading the exhilarating news. Others opted to log off immediately, exiting the Tai Su Dao realm to share this sensational update as swiftly as possible. Before long, both the Tai Su Dao realm and the real world were engulfed in a fervor. The entire Shindu Chongluo was abuzz, transformed into a sea of jubilant cheers. Chen Xiaojun had breached the 8th level of the God of War Tower, surpassing Zhou Qianlong and claiming the top spot on the God of War rankings. This unparalleled prodigy from the Chen family now stood atop the Blood Sea realm of the wilderness, earning the right to challenge the invincible Zhou Qianlong, who had reigned supreme for years. Not only in Shindu Chongluo, but that very night, the entire wilderness was set ablaze with excitement. In any ranking or leaderboard, the significance of the first position starkly contrasts with that of the second, third, and fourth, symbolizing an unparalleled supremacy. Previously, across the vast expanse of the wilderness, among the countless prodigies of the Blood Sea realm, only Zhou Qianlong remained at the summit, gazing down upon all with an air of solitary grandeur, like the sun and moon. Now, at last, another contender had ascended to that highest altar, shaking Zhou Qianlong's throne. This monumental achievement of Chen Xiaojun claiming the top of the God of War rankings was far more sensational than his previous ascensions to 4th place and defeating Chen Qingyu, generating tenfold the commotion. The entire Blood Sea realm was set ablaze with fervor. Chapter 37. Another on the altar in the central area of Shindu Chongluo. Chen Qingyu awoke to find his father's stern visage awaiting him. Father, he instinctively shrank back, offering an awkward smile. Good evening. Chen Jingxing fixed a steady gaze upon him, his expression grave and his tone displeased. Good evening? Have you any idea what time it is? Are you addicted? You spent the entire day without eating or sleeping, lost in the Tai Su Dao realm. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly severe. You are merely 6 years old, at a critical stage of growth. How can you not discern the importance of balance? The Tai Su Dao realm is ultimately a virtual construct. Can you truly manage it? Chen Qingyu murmured, but I have already grown up. Chen Jingxing regarded his son, who appeared 16, and his lips twitched slightly. Then what have you been doing all day in the Tai Su Dao realm? Chen Qingyu chuckled. Oh, nothing much. I merely breached the 8th level of the God of War Tower. What did you say? Chen Jingxing suddenly quivered, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Chen Qingyu. The 8th level? Are you certain? He was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that his son's rapid cultivation was both a tremendous advantage and a significant disadvantage. For a prolonged period, his combat prowess in the same realm had been a shortcoming for Chen Qingyu. Yet, time and again, Chen Qingyu defied his expectations. And now he had even breached the 8th level of the God of War Tower. Heaven above, what extraordinary talent and physique does this child possess? How can it be so unfathomable? The 8th level, the 8th level. Chen Jingxing took a deep breath. He too had once been youthful and had ascended from the Blood Sea heaven, fully aware of what breaching the 8th level of the God of War Tower entailed. After a moment of silence, he gazed deeply at Chen Qingyu and sighed. Fine, I won't chastise you further. You may manage your time in the Tai Su Dao realm as you see fit. All right. Chen Qingyu's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. Enough now. Chen Jingxing smiled faintly, his tone softening. Go to bed, it's quite late. Tomorrow, you may face a fierce battle. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Qingyu grinned. I have been eagerly anticipating this battle for a long time. His entrance into the Tai Su Dao realm was driven by a desire to become the number one in his realm. His challenges against the God of War Tower, his rise to fame, defeating Chen Qingyu, and claiming the top of the God of War rankings were all steps towards this goal. He had waited long for this confrontation. Bring it on. He turned to gaze at the luminous moonlight, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Zhou Qianlong, let us see who truly reigns as the number one in the Blood Sea realm. That same night, in the depths of the vast East Sea, beneath 10,000 zhang of water, in a crystal palace. A little girl, adorned in a golden palace gown with 2 crystalline dragon horns protruding from her forehead, opened her eyes and yawned. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. Your Highness, a nearby maid dressed in azure whispered. You have once again exceeded your time in the Tai Su Dao realm today. It is time for you to retire, otherwise, His Majesty the Dragon King will surely be furious come morning. The little girl pouted. How dare he be angry? If he hadn't interfered, I would have long gone to Shindu Chongluo to find that Chen Xiaojun and give him a good thrashing. The maid replied softly. His Majesty the Dragon King is only concerned for your safety. The little girl scoffed. But being cooped up in the Dragon Palace every day? Am I not at risk of being stifled? The young dragons of the same realm in the Dragon Palace are utterly useless, all of them worthless. In the Tai Su Dao realm, I cannot compete with Zhou Qianlong. That insufferable girl, Chang Qianjiao, is beyond my reach. And Chen Qingyu and Li Changhe are simply too weak. Just when I finally encounter a suitable opponent, he turns out to be a coward who dares not accept challenges. A deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated through the void. Have you finished your complaints? What hour is it? Why are you still awake? Do you not realize that you are at a critical stage of growth? The maid's expression shifted, and she hastily knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty. The little girl sprang to her feet, declaring loudly, Then think of a way to pressure the Chun family of Chongluo, compelling Chen Xiaojun to accept my challenge. I'll go to bed obediently right after. You the authoritative voice sighed, a hint of exasperation evident. Enough, from now on, do not even think about challenging Chen Xiaojun. The little girl furrowed her brow. Why not? Is it that father has been threatened by the Chen family? You are overthinking, the voice replied. Chen Xiaojun has already breached the 8th level of the Blood Sea Heaven God of War Tower, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Qianlong. Gazing down upon the Blood Sea realm, you are far from his match. Do not seek to humiliate yourself further. What? The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment. The 8th level? No way. She found it difficult to accept. The opponent she had longed to battle had suddenly transcended her expectations. After all, the reason Chen Xiaojun had not agreed to her challenge was simply because he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Ugh. After holding back her frustration, she cursed. Why are there so many freaks in this world? Meanwhile, in another residence in the central area of Shindu Chongluo, bang bang bang, the bedroom door was forcefully knocked upon, with a shadowy figure outside urgently calling, Qingyu, cousin, wake up. Chen Qingyu was startled awake by the sound, sitting up abruptly. What is going on? He dressed hastily and opened the bedroom door to find Chen Qingyu and several others waiting outside. Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed instantly, his face displaying displeasure as he coldly asked, What is the meaning of this? Have you all lost your minds? In recent days, he has devoted himself entirely to arduous cultivation, striving to break through to the Golden Bridge realm as soon as possible, to the extent that he has not even entered the Taishu Dao realm. Each day, he finds himself utterly exhausted, retiring early to rest. Despite being aware of his state, these individuals still chose to disturb him in the dead of night, inciting considerable irritation within him, prompting him to respond rather curtly. Forgive me, third young master. The old servant beside him hastily apologized. It was I who failed to prevent Miss Qingyu and the others from coming. They insisted that there was an earth-shattering event and had to see you in person. Is that so? Chen Qingyu, taken aback by the news, paused momentarily. An earth-shattering event? What event could it be? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Just now, young Master Chen entered the God of War Tower at midnight and breached the 8th level, creating a sensation across the realm. He has ascended to the pinnacle of glory, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Qianlong. What? Chen Qingyu exclaimed in shock, his mind momentarily blank. Young Master Chen has breached the 8th level of the God of War Tower. This is impossible. Upon hearing this news, his first reaction was disbelief. Having sparred with young Master Chen, he was acutely aware of his true capabilities. He acknowledged that if young Master Chen could perfect his martial arts to an advanced stage, combined with his exceptional foundation, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope for breaching the 8th level. But that was merely a hope. After all, No one understood how Zhou Qianlong had managed to defeat 2,000 foes single-handedly and emerge victorious. Yet now, Chen Qingyu and the others were suddenly informing him that young Master Chen had already breached the 8th level? Was this some sort of jest? Wait. He quickly regained his composure and recognized the inconsistency. Was there truly a need for Chen Qingyu and the others to deceive him? To concoct such an easily debunked lie and rouse him from his slumber in the dead of night? Could it be? He inhaled deeply, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. What you say is true. Young Master Chen has truly breached the 8th level of the God of War Tower and stands alongside Zhou Qianlong. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu replied, of course it's true. This event occurred merely half an hour ago, with over 100,000 witnesses. It is said that young Master Chen unleashed a terrifying celestial level attack on the 8th level, obliterating 2,000 elite warriors without sustaining a scratch. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu stood rooted to the spot. It was as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the layers of fog that had shrouded his past. Celestial level attack. Celestial level attack. Now he understood. Zhou Qianlong had relied on such a method to breach the 8th level, and young Master Chen had used the same approach. In this moment, he finally unraveled the riddle that had eluded him for the past 2 years. Yet, the realization only left him with a sigh. Even with this knowledge, what could he do? The path to achieving this was incredibly arduous. The Zhou Tian starry constellation record he practiced lacked any grand-scale celestial attacks in the Blood Sea realm. Furthermore, even if he were to acquire such a formidable technique, he lacked the supreme foundation to support the terrifying consumption of true energy. It was evident that he was doomed to never ascend the divine platform, standing alongside Zhou Qianlong and young Master Chen. With a deep breath, Chen Qingyu suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and spoke. You have come to find me, solely for this matter? Yes. Chen Qingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she quickly continued. In a mountain, there cannot be 2 tigers. On the divine platform, there can only be one supreme champion of the realm. Young Master Chen and Zhou Qianlong are likely to clash soon, igniting a pinnacle battle in the Blood Sea realm. This impending battle, regardless of the outcome, was destined to be the focal point of the entire wasteland, particularly in Shindu Changluo, where it would undoubtedly garner unprecedented attention. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice. We approached you, dear cousin, in hopes of enlisting your help to uncover young Master Chen's true identity. They had truly exhausted all avenues. As young Master Chen rose to prominence and ascended the divine platform, their previous ambitions had faded, leaving them with a singular desire to curry favor and establish rapport. Yet, frustratingly, even this modest aspiration proved elusive. Days prior, they had expended considerable effort seeking out young Master Chen's identity, only to yield nothing. This imminent pinnacle battle was likely their last and best opportunity, and they were unwilling to let it slip away. You overestimate our abilities. Chen Qingyu shook his head in refusal. We are but young talents without any significant influence within the clan. Even if I were willing to assist, it would be beyond my capacity to investigate young Master Chen's true identity. Chen Qingyu quietly interjected. You may not be able to uncover it, but uncle-grandfather Yuenda would surely have the means to do so. The Chen lineage to which Chen Qingyu belonged held considerable power among the many branches of the Chen clan, especially his grandfather, Chen Yuenda, who served as one of the elders assisting the clan leader, Chen Guangyao, within the floating palace, wielding significant authority. Their approach to Chen Qingyu was predicated on this notion. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow. You want me to beseech my grandfather? With a swift wave of his sleeve, his tone turned icy. Please leave. And do not bring this matter up again. Chen Qingyu and the others exchanged glances, wishing to say something further, but found themselves silenced as Chen Qingyu slammed the door shut. After a moment of silence, a young man sighed. Let us go then. Since cousin Chen Qingyu is unwilling to help, we shall move on. We cannot miss the upcoming pinnacle battle. Perhaps we can find another opportunity. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Qingyu arose and, after a hurried breakfast, swiftly rode the clouds toward the floating palace. The clouds soon traversed the 9 layers of golden winds, landing before the golden hall of the floating palace. System. His expression calm, he silently intoned, I wish to check in. Ding. A melodious prompt rang in his mind. The host has checked in for the 11th time at the floating palace. The reward pool of the floating palace has been exhausted. This check-in will enhance the rewards previously obtained. Drawing in progress. Completion of drawing. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the barrier insight ability have been significantly enhanced. As the prompt faded, a vast and overwhelming power surged down, causing Chen Qingyu to tremble. Instantly, a plethora of information and memories regarding the barrier insight technique flooded his mind. After a moment, Chen Qingyu regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, the barrier insight technique is not what I desired most, but it isn't the worst outcome either. What he truly sought was still the flying sand and walking stones. The last thing he wished for was the peculiar technique of leading out the primordial yang, which had no discernible utility, as well as transforming and changing form, and riding the clouds and driving mist, both of which offered little aid in combat. The strengthening of the barrier insight technique was a rather average outcome. Now let me take a look. He settled his mind and began to examine the newly enhanced barrier insight technique. After the enhancement, the scope, penetration power, and effectiveness of barrier insight had greatly improved. Now capable of ignoring certain barriers to directly peer into the internal flow of an opponent's true energy. In combat, this would allow him to observe the overall dynamics clearly and anticipate his opponent's moves. Quite satisfactory. He nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve and turned, riding the clouds away from the floating palace, soaring downwards. Zhou Qianlong, do not keep me waiting too long. Chapter 39. Zhou Qianlong approaches in the Taishu Dao realm. Chengdu Changluo. Although it was still morning, the entire city had already transformed into a hubbub of activity. Typically, Chengdu Changluo experiences its peak influx of people during the afternoon to evening, often drawing in 200,000 to 300,000 individuals. At this moment, over 10 million warriors of the Blood Sea realm have entered the divine capital Changluo, almost all converging around the Doshing platform. The entirety of the Blood Sea realm's martial artists has essentially gathered here. Moreover, within the divine capital Changluo, Tai Su transmission array, a continuous influx of people arrives every moment, eager to witness the imminent peak battle. Surrounding the Doshing platform, 4 dozens of miles, is a sea of humanity, blocking the entrance completely, the atmosphere resounding with excitement. Has Chen Xiaojun not yet arrived? Not yet. Perhaps he hasn't even entered the Tai Su Dao realm. In any case, Zhou Qianlong must have received word by now. He has most likely already challenged Chen Xiaojun. Indeed, once Chen Xiaojun enters the Tai Su Dao realm, the peak battle will commence. This is the most powerful contest among the contemporary warriors of the Blood Sea realm. It cannot be missed. The enthusiasm of the many martial artists reaches unprecedented heights as they engage in animated discussions, eagerly anticipating the event. Meanwhile, before the War God Tower, the figure of Chen Qingyu suddenly materializes. He checks the notifications from the Tai Su Yuanling, a slight frown creasing his brow. Strange. Just a few days ago, I had persistent challenge requests from Chang Qianjiao and Princess Ao. Now, those 2 challenge requests have vanished without a trace. Clearly, those 2 bothersome young girls have recognized the vast disparity in their strengths and have abandoned their attempts to challenge him. However, what surprises him is the absence of a challenge request from Zhou Qianlong, the current number 1 on the Doshing rankings, which he had expected. In Chen Qingyu's view, Zhou Qianlong, having been invincible for several years, must be feeling a profound sense of solitude and would yearn for a worthy opponent. Such an unparalleled prodigy would likely be the first to challenge him upon learning that he had cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. Yet now, Zhou Qianlong remains silent. It cannot be that the esteemed first of the Blood Sea realm has not even accumulated 100,000 Tai Su points, could it? Or perhaps he is in seclusion and did not receive any news last night. Chen Qingyu speculates briefly before swiftly deciding. I shall wait for him at the Doshing platform for half an hour. If there is still no word after that, I shall not linger and will head directly to the martial arts hall. With this thought, he no longer hesitates. A cloud of auspicious mist forms beneath his feet, and he soars into the sky, racing towards the Doshing platform. In the northwestern part of divine capital Changluo, a formation spanning over 100 feet, adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns, is pulsating with white light. Each flash of brilliance reveals several figures. Whoosh! After another flash of white light, the silhouettes of a few young men and women materialize, each turning to survey their surroundings with excitement. Is this divine capital Changluo? It's my first time here. Me too. The transmission fee is truly exorbitant, sharing among us. It still cost over 100 each. Indeed, Zhongdu Yanchuan is not that far from divine capital Changluo. Let us go? Let us not linger here. We might block those arriving behind us. A few youths chat and laugh, their spirits high as they exit the transmission array. Excuse me, brother. I'd like to ask. The leading youth stops a newly arrived member of the Qin clan, preparing to inquire about directions when, boom. The Tai Su transmission array nearby suddenly erupts with blinding white light, coalescing into a massive pillar of light that shoots skyward. What? The many individuals who had just arrived at the transmission array are instantly stunned by the spectacle. The Tai Su transmission array facilitates travel between various Tai Su cities. And the greater the distance covered in a single transmission, the more significant the commotion. The sheer magnitude of this disturbance is nothing short of earth-shattering. From what distant place has the newcomer traveled to arrive here? The crowd instinctively holds its breath, eyes fixed on the center of the Tai Su transmission array. As the white light dissipates, a young figure clad in a crimson Qilin martial robe and wearing a purple jade crown emerges from the array. He stands tall, his features strikingly handsome, with an air of calm that exudes a tranquil yet formidable presence. The youth's gaze sweeps over the surroundings, revealing no sign of emotion. Suddenly, a powerful and terrifying red true chi erupts from his body, propelling him upward as he transforms into a red meteor, racing towards the Doshing platform. The overwhelming aura radiates outward, even causing those nearby to feel a sense of suffocation. This The thousands of warriors in the Blood Sea realm gaze in awe as they watch the red meteor speed away. In their understanding, only a master of the Jinxiao realm could use transformed true qi to hover briefly and glide through the air. This is an acknowledged principle of martial arts. Yet now, they clearly see that the youth in the crimson Qilin robe is flying freely through the sky, propelled solely by his own true qi, at a terrifying speed. They struggle to fathom what kind of boundless true qi is required to sustain such explosive force. It's Zhou Qianlong, a young man in the crowd suddenly exclaims, his face flushed with excitement. It really is him. I've seen his duel with Chen Qingyu. I recognize him. Upon hearing this, a momentary silence envelopes the area surrounding the Tai Su transmission array, only to erupt into a frenzy moments later. Zhou Qianlong. He has personally come to divine capital Chongluo. My heavens, the transmission from Danyang Divine Island to divine capital Chongluo must cost at least several tens of thousands of Tai Su points. No wonder. Only Zhou Qianlong could defy the ironclad rules of martial arts and soar through the air in the Blood Sea realm. It turns out Zhou Qianlong is eager for a battle with Qin Xiaojun, hence his personal arrival at divine capital Chongluo. Quick, quick, let us hurry to the Doshing platform. If we're late, we'll miss it. In an instant, the thousands of warriors surrounding the transmission array coalesce into a throng, desperately rushing towards the Doshing platform. The arrival of Zhou Qianlong, the foremost warrior of the Blood Sea realm, signifies that the peak battle is about to commence. The clash of the two most formidable invincible prodigies in the Blood Sea realm is an unprecedented spectacle that may not occur even once in several decades. To miss this battle would be a regret lasting a lifetime. Chapter 40. The peak battle commences. Tai Su transmission array. After the previous wave of followers rushing to Zhou Qianlong has surged past, the transmission array erupts once more with a soaring pillar of light. Following the white light, 10 powerful young figures materialize at the center of the transmission array, both male and female, each exuding a remarkable aura. The leading girl in a purple dress scans the now empty surroundings of the transmission array, her expression shifting slightly. Has my brother become so impatient that he wishes to engage Qin Xiaojun in battle? One of the young men immediately exclaims. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. The group nods in agreement, evidently eager not to miss the opportunity to witness the battle. This group has traveled billions of miles, paying a hefty transmission fee, specifically from Danyang Divine Island, to support Zhou Qianlong and observe the fight. Let us go, commands the leading girl in purple. Instantly, the 10 of them unite their true qi, lifting off the ground in unison, floating 2 zhang high in the air. Then, propelled by their combined true qi, they swiftly head towards the Doshing platform. This is clearly a collaborative technique, while it may not compare to true flight. It surpasses traveling on foot. Qin Xiaojun, the leading girl in purple, muses, her eyes flashing slightly. A previously obscure individual has suddenly emerged and swiftly risen to prominence, even clearing the 8th level of the War God Tower. For many years, my brother has not encountered a true rival. I sincerely hope this individual does not disappoint him. Surrounding the Doshing platform, a white cloud swiftly descended from the distance, hovering majestically above the entrance. The sight of this iconic white cloud instantly stirred a great commotion, as countless individuals recognized it. Is that young Master Chen? Quickly look. There is our Chen's young master. Young Master Chen has arrived. Could it be that Zhou Qianlong has issued a challenge? It must be so. The grand battle is finally about to commence. Amidst the cacophony, Chen Qingyu gracefully maneuvered the cloud, gently descending to the ground. Make way, make way. The crowd at the entrance quickly parted, creating a clear space. Thank you all. Chen Qingyu acknowledged with a nod as he landed. Observing that he seemed disinclined to move forward, someone in the crowd could not help but shout. Why does the young master not enter the Battle God Tower? With a slight smile, Chen Qingyu replied, Zhou Qianlong has yet to formally challenge me. I have decided to wait for him for half an hour. The warriors present exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Qianlong had not initiated a challenge? This revelation took them by surprise, prompting various speculations among the crowd. Could it be that Zhou Qianlong is afraid? Is that even possible? A peerless genius like him would never shy away from a challenge. Indeed, he has been unmatched for years. He should be elated to hear of this. It is quite perplexing. Why is Zhou Qianlong so silent? Well, thinking positively, perhaps there has been an unexpected situation at home. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Qingyu seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his gaze skyward. Boom. A streak of crimson light, akin to a shooting star, hurtled towards them with astonishing speed, surpassing even his cloud by at least double. Such formidable true energy. Chen Qingyu could not help but be moved. The sheer force propelling this flight was astonishing, a feat so remarkable that even he, with his supreme foundation, could only dream of accomplishing it, unless he had attained the 9th tier of the Blood Sea realm. Zhou Qianlong. It must be him. In an instant, Chen Qingyu identified the approaching figure. In the current era of the Blood Sea realm, only Zhou Qianlong and himself practiced the supreme arts to forge such an unparalleled foundation. This overwhelming true energy was unmatched across the land. It became clear that he had not been unresponsive. He had simply grown impatient and directly sought me out in Shindu Chongluo for a duel. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Chen Qingyu's mind. This grand display had undoubtedly drawn the attention of countless warriors within the Bloodsea realm. They gazed upwards, awestruck by the magnificent crimson meteor, feeling the terrifying aura of true energy, rendering them momentarily speechless. In that instant, their accumulated martial knowledge was upended. Boom. Mere moments later, the crimson meteor reached the entrance of the Doshing platform, landing beside Chen Qingyu. As the brilliance dissipated, a young figure clad in a crimson Qilin battle attire emerged. Zhou Qianlong. Chen Qingyu's gaze locked onto the youth, his eyes glinting with a spark of battle intent. Young Master Chen. Zhou Qianlong's eyes met his, a genuine smile gracing his face. You have impressed me. It was worth my journey to seek you out. In this vast world, though many talented individuals exist, only you are worthy of battling me. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, feeling the fervor coursing through his veins. He laughed heartily, gesturing towards the entrance of the Doshing platform. Brother Zhou, please. Zhou Qianlong nodded with a smile. Brother Chen, after you. Without a word of further ado, the two stepped forward in unison, entering the Doshing platform. The crowd erupted in excitement. Zhou Qianlong. It is truly Zhou Qianlong. He has personally come to Shindu Chongluo. My heavens. No time for chatter. Hurry into the Doshing platform. Do not crowd. In an instant, a tide of people surged forward, desperately vying to enter the Doshing platform, eager to witness the impending clash between Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong. In mere moments, over tens of thousands were teleported into the viewing space. And it was not just Shindu Chongluo. Since the previous night, countless individuals from all cities across the Bloodsea realm had been stationed at the Doshing platform, eagerly awaiting the duel between Zhou Qianlong and young Master Chen. Within mere moments of Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong entering the Doshing platform, nearly all cities in the Bloodsea realm were abuzz with the astonishing news as a torrent of people surged in. In an ephemeral moment, over 100 million warriors of the Bloodsea realm were transported into the viewing area. This was truly a battle that commanded the attention of the world. Truly astounding. Chen Qingyu mused, observing the rapidly rising numbers in the lower right corner of his vision. In the Bloodsea realm, there were tens of trillions of young warriors. This battle would likely attract over 80% of them to witness, an influence unimaginable in scale. Brother Chen. At this juncture, Zhou Qianlong spoke slowly. You may choose the battlefield. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Despite their status as the world's foremost unmatched talents, the choice of battlefield could significantly sway the outcome of such a high-stakes duel. Yet, Zhou Qianlong had bestowed upon him the initiative. Was this confidence? Or arrogance? No need. Chen Qingyu replied, shaking his head slowly as he regarded Zhou Qianlong. Our martial arts each have their strengths. Whichever battlefield is chosen, it would be unfair to the other. I propose we draw randomly, allowing the void spirit to decide. As for the viewing fees, we shall split them evenly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlong studied him intently before responding with a hearty agreement. Very well. Let it be as Brother Chen suggests. As his words fell, a cold, mechanical voice resonated throughout the duel space. Both combatants have chosen to randomly select the battlefield and its size. As the scene was being determined, a blinding white light flickered within the duel space. Waves of sound echoed in the surroundings. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted as he looked up, only to find that they were now standing upon an endless expanse of ocean. The vast sea stretched to the horizon, reflecting the sky above. With both he and Zhou Qianlong positioned above the surface, the ocean, he thought, a tumult of thoughts swirling within him. Zhou Qianlong's cultivation of the Wanyang Tongtian Yaoshi Zhenfa undoubtedly thrived in arid deserts or volcanic terrains, high-temperature environments. A battlefield of the ocean was decidedly unfavorable to him. Conversely, for someone with the call of wind and rain ability like himself, the ocean could serve as a partial home ground, amplifying his powers while minimizing the consumption of true energy. Was this misfortune for Zhou Qianlong? His gaze shifted to Zhou Qianlong, only to find him calm and unperturbed. The sun blazed overhead, casting a brilliant golden-red radiance upon his crimson Qilin battle attire. A sudden realization struck Chen Qingyu. The sun, at its zenith. He recognized his earlier miscalculation. Although the battlefield was set upon the ocean, it was the peak of midday. Thus, Zhou Qianlong would also hold a distinct advantage. Although within the Chen family's martial arts, the sun and moon are regarded as integral components of the celestial bodies, capable of refining stellar energy to unveil the mysteries of primordial magnetic transformation, Chen Qingyu's cultivation is insufficient. He has yet to comprehend the transformation of solar and lunar radiance, rendering him incapable of converting primordial magnetic force. This effectively nullifies one of his formidable techniques. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calms his mind. The results of the random selection are neither good nor bad, yet they astonishingly achieve a balance, placing both combatants in a state of disadvantage while simultaneously granting them a certain advantage. The size of the battlefield is inconsequential for the two who can soar through the skies. It must be said, this is a remarkably fair outcome. In this battle, the less experienced party is Chen Qingyu, who is at the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm. According to the combat rules, the more experienced opponent, Zhou Qianlong, will automatically be adjusted to the same level of the Blood Sea realm. As the cold, mechanical voice resounds, Zhou Qianlong's body trembles slightly, with the immense and terrifying true energy within him dissipating in an instant. His cultivation realm, along with the intensity of his true energy, physical strength, and the extent of his Blood Sea, all regress back to that of the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm in this moment. This causes a flicker of surprise to cross his features for the first time. You are indeed at the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm. The rise of Chen Xiaojun has long been the talk of the wastelands, known by all. It is common knowledge that upon entering the Void Dao realm, he broke through to the 7th level of the God of War Tower. Thus, by conventional reasoning, Chen Xiaojun's cultivation should merely be at the 1st level of the Blood Sea realm. Yet now, he astonishingly possesses the cultivation of the 4th level. Zhou Qianlong does not believe that anyone could ascend from the 1st to the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm in just a few days. This can only imply that Chen Xiaojun has long been qualified to challenge the God of War Tower, yet has remained concealed, silently biding his time, possessing incredible fortitude. At the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm, in the spectator space, Chen Qingyu, blending into the crowd, is utterly astonished. Not only him, but many local warriors from Shindu Chongluo also exchange puzzled glances. If their memory serves them right, just a few days prior, when Chen Xiaojun battled Chen Qingyu, he was clearly at the 1st level of the Blood Sea realm. How could this be possible? Chen Qingyu's brow furrows tightly, a deep sense of confusion rising within him. However, before he can ponder further, the cold, mechanical voice echoes once more. Both combatants have chosen to charge a viewing fee for this battle. The current number of viewers has reached its limit, with 100,000 void points. Both parties have agreed to a fair distribution. As the battle commences, the spatial restrictions are lifted. Separated by 100 zhang, Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong erupt simultaneously with true energy. Chen Qingyu rides upon auspicious clouds, soaring into the sky. Yet, as he ascends, the clouds dissipate, and he vanishes from sight. Above the sea, fierce winds howl and surge, as Chen Qingyu utilizes the winds to conceal his presence, rendering himself utterly invisible. Zhou Qianlong also ascends into the air, his crimson true energy blazing like flames. His brow furrows slightly. What a formidable concealment technique. Yet there are still traces to follow. He tilts his head back, takes a deep breath, and exhales, unleashing a torrent of true energy that manifests as a pillar of raging flames. In the next moment, a violent sandstorm erupts from a certain point in the sky, descending like a deluge. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm covers a vast area of several hundred zhang, coalescing into a furious yellow sandstorm that crashes directly into the surging pillar of fire. Fire pillar versus sandstorm. The two forces collide with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The sea below erupts into towering waves, soaring several dozen zhang high due to the impact. Upon closer inspection, the forefront of the sandstorm and the fire pillar seem to explode simultaneously, transforming into formlessness, while the aftermath of flames and sand relentlessly discharge their might. As if two colossal primordial beasts are locked in a fierce struggle. At first glance, it appears that neither side holds a clear advantage. Excellent technique. Chen Qingyu, concealed within the winds above, cannot help but exclaim in admiration. To rely solely on true energy to propel martial skills and contend with his innate divine abilities is a testament to Zhou Qianlong's terrifying strength. However, my capabilities extend far beyond this. The question remains whether you can withstand it. With a flicker of thought, he commands a torrent of airflow to sweep down from the heavens, augmenting the yellow sandstorm and causing its power to surge dramatically. The flying sand and moving stones technique, combined with the calling wind and rain ability. Boom. The greatly empowered yellow sandstorm shatters the stalemate in an instant, dispersing the crimson fire pillar and raining down in a cataclysmic cascade. Zhou Qianlong finds himself directly beneath the sandstorm, now left with no avenue of escape. Chapter 42. A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. Ingenious techniques emerge yet. At this critical juncture, Zhou Qianlong lets out a hearty laugh, his eyes igniting with a fierce battle intent akin to raging flames. It seems that in this moment, he finally regards Chen Qingyu as a worthy adversary deserving of his full effort. Whoosh. In response to the overwhelming and all-encompassing yellow sandstorm, he transforms into a red meteor, plummeting rapidly downward. In less than the blink of an eye, he pierces through the ocean's surface, diving directly into the vast, deep sea. Boom. The fearsome yellow sandstorm crashes against the ocean's surface, sending an unending torrent of water exploding upwards, generating a series of colossal waves that shake the world. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater are instantly vaporized, filling the air with dense fog. A miscalculation. Chen Qingyu's brow furrows. This strike, seemingly grand in scale, surely failed to inflict any harm upon Zhou Qianlong. The boundless sea serves as the ultimate barrier. No martial skill or technique can reach one concealed beneath its depths unless one possesses the power to upheave oceans. I must force him into the sky to engage in a decisive battle. With this judgment, he draws a deep breath, his true energy surging. In the sky, heavy dark clouds rapidly coalesce, and a chilling wind howls downward, causing the temperature of the sea surface within a radius of several dozen li to plummet drastically. Even under the blazing sun, the sunlight cannot prevent a thin layer of ice from swiftly forming atop the ocean. If Zhou Qianlong refuses to emerge, he will eventually succumb to asphyxiation beneath the waves. Yet, even as the sea surface freezes, Zhou Qianlong remains hidden within the waters, seemingly unwilling to surface. Not emerging? Perfect. Chen Qingyu's expression remains composed. The freezing of the seawater serves purposes far beyond merely coaxing Zhou Qianlong out. The freezing point of seawater is significantly lower than that of freshwater on land, due to its high salt content and impurities. Only at temperatures well below freezing can some pure water crystallize and float as ice atop the ocean. Given the spatial constraints of the battlefield, he possesses the capacity to freeze the entire ocean's surface. At that point, the internal temperature of the battlefield space will plummet to a terrifying degree. Even if he were to withdraw the calling wind and rain technique, the extreme low temperatures would persist for a considerable duration. Under such conditions, Zhou Qianlong's martial techniques would be comprehensively restricted, his power diminished, and his energy consumption doubled, leaving him with virtually no chance of victory. Chen Qingyu, now an invisible specter, weaves through the currents of wind, continuously invoking the calling wind and rain technique. The cold winds howl, and heavy snowflakes fall, as if one has transitioned from summer to the frigid winter of the northern glaciers. Gradually, as time elapses, he single-handedly freezes the entire battlefield space, covering the sea surface for dozens of li in solid ice, and the ice layer continues to thicken rapidly. However, after waiting for what feels like an eternity, Zhou Qianlong still does not break through the ice to appear. It seems he has resolutely decided to remain a turtle hiding within its shell. Still not emerging? Chen Qingyu's brow furrows deeply, sensing something amiss. What is Zhou Qianlong truly up to? Chen Xiaojuan's prowess is astonishing. He has managed to freeze such an expansive stretch of ocean, a feat that seems nothing short of miraculous. It is self-evident that without such a celestial-level assault technique, breaching the 8th level of the War God Tower would be impossible. But where is Zhou Qianlong? Indeed, why is he still lurking beneath the surface of the sea, behaving as if he were a turtle? It is perplexing. What could Zhou Qianlong possibly be doing? Why does he persist in hiding within the observation space? It has expanded to an unfathomable extent, with over 20 trillion Blood Sea Realm warriors gathering in one place, and individuals from the outside continuously streaming in. This scene is truly unprecedented. Thanks to the power of the Taishu Hengshi mirror, everyone can still clearly witness the confrontation on the battlefield, leading to a flurry of discussions and various speculations. What do these people understand? The girl in the purple dress within the observation space smirked slightly. Chen Xiaojun has fallen for a ruse, squandered an immense amount of true energy, yet gained nothing. The time for a reversal of fortunes is nigh. Her thoughts had scarcely settled when, within the combat space, a sudden surge of violent energy erupted, crashing directly into Chen Qingyu's back. This is bad. Chen Qingyu was startled, yet at such a close distance. He had no time to evade, and could only exert all his effort to activate his protective true energy. Boom. The ferocious force erupted, tearing through Chen Qingyu's protective shield and violently launching him over 100 feet away. It is Zhou Qianlong. An alarm rang in Chen Qingyu's mind as he swiftly manipulated the flow of the airstream in midair, turning to activate the isolation insight technique. In an instant, it seemed as though his gaze pierced through an invisible barrier, revealing a hidden scene. Zhou Qianlong, brimming with true energy, was soaring through the sky without relying on true energy, rapidly approaching to strike. He is also adept at stealth techniques. Furthermore, he can fly without true energy. Chen Qingyu's expression changed. He finally grasped the truth. Zhou Qianlong had, in that fleeting moment, concealed himself amidst the towering waves and the mist generated by the evaporating seawater, stealthily leaving the surface of the ocean. Subsequently, employing some unknown method, he could fly silently and pinpoint Chen Qingyu's location. I have underestimated this fellow. A chill ran through Chen Qingyu's heart. His skills in stealth and ambush are equally formidable. It is precisely through such methods that he evaded the siege of 2,000 top-tier warriors and breached the 8th level of the War God Tower. Previously, he had been trapped in a cognitive misstep, believing Zhou Qianlong still remained beneath the surface of the sea. Coupled with the need to maintain the summoning wind and rain technique, he failed to notice the surrounding movements, allowing Zhou Qianlong to stealthily approach and launch a surprise attack. Had it not been for his physique, which had grown increasingly formidable with his realm's enhancement, he would have been severely injured by that sudden strike. The rapidly approaching Zhou Qianlong could not help but change his expression. How can Chen Xiaojuan's physique be so robust? He had anticipated that his meticulously prepared strike would be sufficient to severely injure Chen Xiaojun, thus decisively securing victory. At the very least, it should have inflicted some damage, allowing him to turn the tide in his favor. Yet now, Chen Xiaojun had withstood his assault without a scratch, only slightly damaging his clothing. Such an astonishingly powerful physique far exceeded his expectations. Boom. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu had already re-established Zhou Qianlong's location, manipulating the airstream to pivot and charge back towards him. This is troublesome. He too has a way to pinpoint my location. Zhou Qianlong's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated. He understood all too well that given Chen Xiaojuan's displayed terrifying physique, engaging in direct combat would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. It is too late. You cannot escape. Chen Qingyu roared. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he maintained the isolation insight technique, while clouds rose beneath him, causing the surrounding airstream to howl and violent gusts to swirl. The combination of cloud riding and summoning wind and rain drastically increased his speed, allowing him to outpace Zhou Qianlong in an instant. The distance between them rapidly closed. Chapter 43. The radiance of heaven illuminates the world. Boom. Chen Qingyu's true energy surged violently, reaching peak velocity. At his current speed, bolstered by both divine abilities, he would catch up to Zhou Qianlong within a breath. At that moment, under the power of the heavenly star guiding method, Zhou Qianlong would never be able to widen the gap between them, destined to fall beneath his fist. In direct confrontation, with his unparalleled physique, none among his peers could rival him. Zhou Qianlong was equally aware of this, his pupils narrowing slightly. The pivotal point in this battle, which would decide the victor, had now become the distance between them. Swish! He too dispelled his invisibility, revealing his form in the sky, suddenly spreading his arms wide and shouting, "Heavenly light annihilation." In an instant, within 1,000 feet, the radiant sunlight around them dimmed abruptly, almost transforming into night, followed by an explosive surge of flames that erupted, blinding light shooting skyward and illuminating the surroundings for dozens of miles. At this moment, the sunlight converted into raging flames, turning the sky into a sea of fire. From afar, a colossal fireball, spanning 1,000 feet, appeared above the ocean, the temperature soaring dangerously, causing the ice on the sea surface to begin melting, as if a second sun had descended upon the earth. The rapidity of the solar flame's eruption left Chen Qingyu with no time to react, plunging him into a sea of fire, with flames raging from above, below, and all around, the heat unbearably intense. "Get away!" he roared, his true energy erupting as he thrust his fist forward, fingers splayed wide. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded. A terrifying white shockwave exploded forth, akin to a circular shockwave, instantly clearing all flames within 1,000 feet and obliterating the massive fireball into nothingness. The airburst technique caused the atmosphere to explode. Such a wide-ranging assault technique naturally diminished in relative power, and Chen Qingyu exploited this fact to easily dismantle Zhou Qianlong's tactic. However, this momentary delay allowed Zhou Qianlong to retreat to 1,000 feet away, standing firm in the air. "Chen Xiaojun, you are formidable." Zhou Qianlong stood with his hands clasped behind him, refraining from immediate counterattack, instead revealing a hint of admiration as he praised. "Among all the opponents I have encountered since achieving the Bloodsea realm, only you have seen through my reverse light stealth technique. Your physique is the most impressive I have ever witnessed." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu did not rush to attack, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Likewise. My shadowless stance technique has also been pierced for the first time. Your flight technique is the strongest I have seen among those in the Bloodsea realm, even surpassing my own." His flight methods, whether cloud riding or the airburst technique, possess distinct shortcomings. They can be traced, thus affecting their concealment efficacy. Even Chen Qingyu's reverse magnetic technique has significant limitations, leaving traces behind. Only Zhou Qianlong stands apart. His flight method is truly silent and unseen. And that is the most terrifying aspect. As the two locked gazes, their eyes clashed like sparks of electricity in midair. In the next moment, Chen Qingyu once again summoned clouds, the airstream howling as he charged directly towards Zhou Qianlong. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianlong remained stationary, arms outstretched, sleeves billowing in the wind. And with a mighty shout, heavenly light illuminates the world. In that instant, boundless radiance erupted from Zhou Qianlong, transforming him into a blazing sun, emitting myriad golden rays that spread outwards, enveloping everything in a sweeping flood of light. Endless golden light surged towards the heavens, intertwining with the radiant brilliance of the sun, erupting in violent oscillations. As its power surged, it cascaded downward. The golden light below collided with the icy surface of the sea, immediately reflecting back towards the sky, touching the sun's rays and once again cascading downwards. In mere moments, the infinite golden luminescence ricocheted and refracted, resembling countless sharp blades that pierced the space between the sky and the sea. Delicate golden pillars of light formed what appeared to be a prison of iron bars. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, instinctively halting his escape. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. He keenly sensed the extreme danger posed by these pillars of light. To brush against one would mean falling into a trap. In the next instant, as Zhou Qianlong continuously channeled his true energy, the refracted light seemed to transcend a boundary, instantly transforming into towering columns of raging flames. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction erupted, and countless golden pillars morphed into infernos. Even the sunlight above transformed into torrents of flame, recklessly cascading down upon the expanse of the heavens. Light equated to fire. Fire equated to light. In this moment, the entire ocean surface became a hell on earth. The ice melted entirely, temperatures soared dramatically, and the sea began to boil, with white steam filling the atmosphere. Such terrifying power rendered the countless Blood Sea Realm warriors in the observation space dumbstruck, their hearts trembling. Ha! Zhou Qianlong laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Young Master Chen, I must thank you for freezing the sea's surface. To be defeated by this move is no shame. The Heavenly Light Radiance technique was the most formidable method he had comprehended, yet its requirements for execution were exceedingly stringent. The necessity for the light to reflect back and forth demanded a specific external terrain, which meant that in most cases it could not be utilized and became a mere hindrance. However, Chen Qingyu's freezing of the sea and lowering of temperatures inadvertently provided the perfect conditions for him to execute this technique. Victory was all but assured. Zhou Qianlong's heart swelled with unparalleled confidence. Although the Heavenly Light Radiance technique had stringent conditions for its execution, once successfully deployed, the subsequent consumption was minimal, enabling it to continuously absorb the sun's rays and virtually boundlessly amplify its power. He could also absorb solar energy to replenish his own true energy, thus maintaining the technique indefinitely. At this moment, even in the face of numerous masters from the Golden Bridge realm, he felt no fear. Even the 9th level of the War God Tower no longer posed an obstacle. He stood invincible. Such terrifying prowess. Chen Qingyu's expression grew grave as his gaze swept over the columns of flames surrounding him. It dawned on him that Zhou Qianlong had remained hidden, allowing him to freeze the sea surface merely to prepare for this very moment. The heavens, the earth, and the people were all aligned in Zhou Qianlong's favor. Boom. Chen Qingyu's deep blue true energy surged, shielding himself against the oncoming fire pillars and flames. As his energy was intensely consumed, he could distinctly sense the burgeoning power of the flames, their numbers multiplying. The source of this terrifying force had shifted from Zhou Qianlong's true energy and the reflection of light to the sun above. Could human strength ever rival that of the sun and moon? Before long, his true energy would be depleted, leaving him no chance for recovery, while the power of the fire pillars would soon escalate to a level capable of shattering his formidable physique. Young Master Chen. Zhou Qianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have lost. Chapter 44, Breaking the Divine Technique. Defeating Qianlong in the observation space, Chen Qingyu regained his composure, his heart profoundly shaken. He inhaled deeply, his eyes laden with gravity. In this battle, the mere display of Chen Qingyu's strength left him feeling utterly unsettled. If he were to engage Chen Qingyu in combat, he feared he would be defeated within mere exchanges. Yet, Zhou Qianlong showcased an even more terrifying capability. Once the Heavenly Light Radiance technique took form, its power surged to near limitless levels, leaving even the most exceptional talents of the Golden Bridge realm facing certain doom. He turned to survey the surroundings, noticing the eerie silence enveloping the entire observation space. The vast multitude of Blood Sea Realm warriors seemed stunned into silence, their voices lost. They were all of the Blood Sea Realm. Yet the prowess exhibited by Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong was magnitudes beyond their own. The disparity was unfathomable. He spotted familiar figures among the front ranks. Chang Qianjiao, Princess Ao, Li Changhe, each equally stunned, their expressions etched with horror. With a deep breath, he refocused on the battle unfolding in the arena, shaking his head. This is dire. Young Master Chen is likely to lose. In contests between equally matched opponents, if one side seized the initiative, the other would find it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide. Now, Zhou Qianlong held an absolute advantage and stood invincible. He could not conceive of any means to break the deadlock. Yet in the battle space, Chen Qingyu bore little semblance of panic. Indeed, prodigious talents abound in this desolate land. The power of the Heavenly Light Radiance technique may only be matched by my flying sand and moving stone when enhanced. As he contemplated this, he raised his voice, commanding, "Rise." With the surge of his true energy, a gentle breeze swept through, and the thick clouds of steam swirling below were drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into heavy, dark clouds that spiraled upward. The sight prompted a slight shift in Zhou Qianlong's expression. You think to use such a tactic to counter my Heavenly Light Radiance technique? Too naive. The might of his Heavenly Light Radiance technique was unfathomably potent. What could these clouds accomplish? As expected, the golden fire pillars and sunlight flames surged into the heavy dark clouds, melting them away like hot soup poured over snow, swiftly dissolving vast expanses. Yet Zhou Qianlong's countenance revealed little joy. Instead, his pupils constricted. This is bad. In his view, billowing clouds of steam continuously surged from the sea surface, relentlessly gathering into thick, dark clouds. Though weak, they were unyielding. It seems you've recognized this issue. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly and remarked, the seawater cannot simply vanish. It will transform into gas. The stronger your Heavenly Light Radiance technique, the more steam clouds it will generate. These clouds are my weapon. As he spoke, the golden fire pillars and sunlight flames continued to dissolve vast swathes of the dark clouds. Yet the steam clouds on the sea surface incessantly replenished them. Moments passed, and the rate at which the flames were dissolving began to slow from an initial overwhelming advantage to a steady balance with the replenishment of the thick clouds. Without the continuous supply of sunlight, the power of the flames began to wane. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu tirelessly urged his true energy, perpetually generating thick clouds that soon obscured much of the sky, hastening the decline of the fire pillar's potency. With a deep breath, Zhou Qianlong understood that his heavenly light radiance technique had effectively been nullified. He had relied on the power of the sun above to elevate his strength without limits. Yet young Master Chen had turned his own force against him. Unless the blazing sun in the sky can completely evaporate the boundless ocean below, it is impossible for him to emerge victorious in this contest. A clever stratagem. Zhou Qianlong retracted his vital energy. Yet he proactively engaged with the celestial light of glory technique. He cast a deep glance at Chen Qingyu, his expression revealing little of defeat, before solemnly stating, "It seems this battle is destined to enter its next round." Although his celestial light of glory technique had been disrupted, Chen Xiaojun had merely regained his footing without seizing the upper hand. After such fierce combat, they had returned to the initial state of the contest. The sole difference now was that both sides possessed considerable insights into each other's abilities, rendering the ensuing battles even more perilous, where a moment's lapse could lead to downfall. Next round, Chen Qingyu chuckled, his tone laden with significance. "You are mistaken. This is the final round." As his words fell, a gust of air surged. A gentle breeze stirred, and a thick white mist rapidly enveloped the surface of the sea. In an instant, Chen Qingyu's figure vanished into the dense fog. "Heh!" Zhou Qianlong let out a light chuckle, narrowing his eyes as if sensing something. Yet soon after, his body stiffened, his pupils constricting suddenly. As a wave of vital energy surged within him, he could no longer perceive Chen Qingyu's location. "This is bad." Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the reverse light escape technique, leveraging the omnipresent light to swiftly maneuver silently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qingyu moved swiftly within the mist, holding his breath as he stealthily approached Zhou Qianlong. At this moment, he simultaneously maintained three formidable techniques: shadowless stance, barrier vision, and wind and rain summoning. He had previously pondered a question: how had his shadowless stance, which could obscure even the most perceptive of eyes, revealed a flaw that allowed Zhou Qianlong to pinpoint his location? Initially, he found this conundrum perplexing, until Zhou Qianlong unleashed the celestial light of glory technique, unveiling the profound secret of the interconversion of light and flame, leading to his sudden enlightenment. It was the temperature. While the shadowless stance could mask his own temperature, he still needed to breathe, and the exhaled air carried warmth. Zhou Qianlong, with his ability to sense sunlight, possessed an astonishing range and precision, thus effortlessly locking onto Chen Qingyu's true position through the subtle fluctuations in temperature. Upon realizing this, he merely needed to hold his breath, and Zhou Qianlong would no longer be able to trace his whereabouts. Conversely, his barrier vision technique was more than adequate to discern Zhou Qianlong's true form. Moments later, Zhou Qianlong stealthily moved closer to the sea, attempting to conceal himself beneath the surface using the mist. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyu had already approached within mere feet of him. Boom! Without uttering a word, Chen Qingyu unleashed a sudden punch, his ferocious vital energy propelling the Taihao earthquake fist directly toward Zhou Qianlong's back. This battle, I have won. Chapter 45. The Bloodsea Realm's Supreme Champion. Boom! The might of the Taihao earthquake fist erupted, its furious vital energy crashing down. Zhou Qianlong's crimson protective aura was instantly torn apart, resembling the power of stars trampling through, fully unleashed upon his back. In an instant, he spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurled hundreds of feet away, spinning like a top. While airborne, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze icy. "He is right behind me." The mist he created would not obstruct his vision. In a battle, darkness for the enemy and clarity for oneself is a grave mistake. As the battle reached this juncture, it seemed his defeat was inevitable. Yet he felt no despair or hesitation. His vital energy surged, ready to unleash another martial technique, celestial light. But just as he began to move, a powerful and forceful punch abruptly interrupted his flow of energy. What? Zhou Qianlong was struck with alarm and instantaneously executed the light escape technique, glimpsing the scene behind him. Chen Qingyu was, astonishingly, still just 3 feet away, like a specter. In a moment of panic, Zhou Qianlong found himself with no means of escape. Once again struck by Chen Qingyu's punch, his figure flying backward. This time, Zhou Qianlong finally discerned that after unleashing a punch, Chen Qingyu had swiftly followed him. Without the slightest delay, as if bound to him by an invisible thread or an intense gravitational force that tethered them together, making escape impossible. This was the power of the celestial star pulling technique. Zhou Qianlong's pupils constricted. There was no time for further thought as he faced the rapidly approaching Chen Qingyu. Colliding with a punch, the violent vital energy, imbued with terrifying might, clashed, creating a shockwave that exploded through the air, sending ripples akin to waves across the surface. The ensuing turbulence stirred the sea into towering waves. Zhou Qianlong let out a muffled groan, stepping back, his energy and blood feeling depleted. In contrast, Chen Qingyu merely trembled slightly, effortlessly dissipating the recoil, not retreating an inch. Ha! Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, merciless in his momentum, launching another punch. He had discovered that although Zhou Qianlong's mastery of boxing surpassed his own, the power of his technique paled in comparison to the domineering Taihao Earthquake Fist. Coupled with his unparalleled physique, Zhou Qianlong's defeat was now a foregone conclusion. Zhou Qianlong's expression darkened, his silence profound as he summoned his vital energy. Retaliating with a punch aimed directly at Chen Qingyu. Bang! Boom! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 20 punches. Boom! The two ascended from the sky to the sea, then shattered the ocean's surface to soar back into the heavens. Everywhere they went was filled with a tempest of punches. Vital energies surging, the air roaring with the sound of crashing waves. Initially, both were evenly matched. However, Zhou Qianlong's condition rapidly deteriorated, completely suppressed by Chen Qingyu. His frontal assaults becoming increasingly feeble, forced to struggle in defense. In the observation space, countless billions of spectators witnessed this scene with complex emotions. It was evident to all that at this point in the battle, Chen Qingyu had gained absolute dominance. Zhou Qianlong's defeat was merely a matter of time. The invincible Zhou Qianlong was truly on the brink of losing. Many sighed deeply. After this battle, Zhou Qianlong would descend from his pedestal. Indeed, the era of Zhou Qianlong was concluding, making way for the rise of Chen Xiaojun. The old god fell, and a new god was born. The girl in the purple dress and others gazed at the beleaguered Zhou Qianlong, rendered speechless. How could this be? Thoughts raced through her mind, her expression bewildered. Her brother, who had been invincible for so many years, would truly face defeat at the hands of another peer. She had assumed she was here to witness yet another victory for Zhou Qianlong. Instead, she bore witness to the meteoric rise of Chen Qingyu, defeating Zhou Qianlong and standing atop the world. A full quarter-hour later, boom, Chen Qingyu's fist struck Zhou Qianlong, who was battered and bloodied, sending him crashing into the sea and creating a cataclysmic wave. This time, Zhou Qianlong struggled briefly, but ultimately could not rise, lying helplessly upon the ocean's surface. Remarkable. He looked up at the descending Chen Qingyu, managing a difficult smile. Congratulations, you have won. As his words fell, his form transformed into a white light, dissipating upon the sea's surface. Huff. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, a slight smile gracing his lips. You have triumphed in this battle. Both sides wagered the highest tier of Tai Su points in this contest, and you have earned a victory reward of 100,000 Tai Su points. With this battle concluded, the number of spectators reached its limit, and you have received an additional 50,000 Tai Su points as viewing fees. The cold, mechanical voice resonated between the celestial expanse and the ocean's surface, suddenly magnifying in grandeur. Congratulations. Your ranking on the Blood Sea Sky combat leaderboard has ascended. You are now in first place. Upon hearing the voice of the primordial spirit, Chen Qingyu felt a surge of joy and satisfaction. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered within him. In this moment, he seemed to grasp the sentiments that had once occupied Zhou Qianlong's mind. After this battle, no one in the realm of Blood Sea could challenge him. He would find no worthy opponent. Invincible across the world, silence enveloped the realm. Oh, it is merely the Blood Sea realm. The journey ahead remains long. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he suppressed these distracting thoughts, his spirit stirring before he vanished from the combat space. As he departed, a tumultuous wave of excitement erupted within the combat space, akin to the roaring of mountains and seas, with cheers, applause, and shouts. The countless martial artists of the Chongluo Chen clan were in a fervor, number one in the world, the Blood Sea realm's number one. The esteemed Chen Xiaojun of the Chen clan. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe he truly won. The number one in the Blood Sea realm. At that moment, his feelings were complex. Being the number one in the Blood Sea realm was an unparalleled honor, a crown that surpassed all others. Once, he too had dreamt of donning this crown, but ultimately had to relinquish that dream due to the vast chasm of strength separating him from it. Little did he expect that just as he resolved to abandon his aspirations for the summit and ascend to the Golden Bridge realm, a prodigious talent emerged, first defeating him, then swiftly rising to stand upon the divine pedestal. In less than 7 days, the once unknown youth from Shindu Chongluo had become the world's foremost champion. This experience was nothing short of legendary. As he bore witness to it all, his heart brimmed with emotion, yet one truth became undeniable. Centuries hence, perhaps their tales would fade into obscurity, reduced to dust in the annals of history. Yet, the name of Chen Xiaojun might still shine brightly, his legendary exploits remaining a well-known saga among the prodigies of the Blood Sea realm. Chapter 46. Beyond this mountain lies the pinnacle outside the combat victory platform. Chen Qingyu's figure suddenly materialized. A glance revealed a familiar silhouette. It was Zhou Qianlong, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his face. Seemingly awaiting his arrival, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Zhou Qianlong, you haven't left yet?" He had assumed Zhou Qianlong to be the solitary, aloof type who would depart immediately after their bout, yet here he was, waiting specifically for him. Zhou Qianlong turned to him, a slight smile forming. "Care to share a drink?" "That sounds splendid," Chen Qingyu replied with a grin, adding, "But it's on you." Zhou Qianlong raised an eyebrow. "This is Shindu Chongluo, you are the host, and having one, you expect me to treat you?" Chen Qingyu let out a dramatic sigh. "Alas, I have only been in the primordial Dao realm for less than 7 days. I am financially constrained and must be frugal, unlike you who have been here for years." Zhou Qianlong's lips twitched slightly. "Do I detect a hint of sarcasm regarding my failure to achieve the Golden Bridge realm?" Chen Qingyu blinked innocently. "Did I? You must be misinterpreting my words." Zhou Qianlong waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "Forget it, I'll treat. Lead the way." In that instant, he leapt into the air, deftly avoiding the throngs of people being teleported out, soaring into the sky. Chen Qingyu similarly harnessed the gusts of energy, rising gracefully to stand alongside Zhou Qianlong. At that moment, the entrance to the combat victory platform had already seen a multitude of figures being teleported out, and upon spotting the two, an uproar ensued. "Look, it's Chen Xiaojun and Zhou Qianlong. Isn't this a case of fighting leading to friendship? Just like last time. My Lord Xiaojun is truly popular. Haha. What do you mean your lord? Have some shame, will you? He is obviously mine. Xiaojun, don't go. I am your long-lost sister." Chen Qingyu, observing the chaotic scene below, shrank his neck and immediately focused his thoughts, activating the invisibility technique. At that moment, he turned to find Zhou Qianlong had already concealed himself. Wow, he's certainly experienced. Zhou Qianlong glanced at him, quietly transmitting his voice with true energy. "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way." "Oh right, coming," Chen Qingyu responded, signaling to Zhou Qianlong before they stealthily slipped away. A short while later, atop the highest level of the Du Tower, the two sat at a window-side table, surrounded by an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines. "Come, let us toast." Chen Qingyu raised his cup, clinking it with Zhou Qianlong's before downing the contents in one go. He then poured Zhou Qianlong a glass, chuckling. "How does it feel to fall from grace?" Zhou Qianlong shot him a sidelong glance, pausing momentarily before speaking slowly. "To be honest, I had prepared myself to be defeated before I arrived. I thought I would feel dejected, frustrated, and unwilling, but in fact, I did not. At the moment I was bested by you, I felt an unexpected sense of relief." He lifted his cup and drank deeply, exhaling a breath of relief. "Since achieving the title of #1 in the world, these past 2 years have led me to believe that this is not merely an honor, but rather a shackle. In a world devoid of worthy adversaries, I have been forced to regard myself as my own opponent, striving to break through the 9th level of the God of War Tower. Yet, over these 2 years, my progress has become increasingly sluggish, stagnating." With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, "I should have recognized this sooner and decisively abandoned this fantasy to ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven. Yet, the honor of being #1 in the world has made it hard to resign myself to fate. I consider myself the strongest of my generation. #1 in the Blood Sea realm, convinced I am no less than anyone in history. Why can't I break through the 9th level?" Looking back at his past self, he realized he had become obsessed. After crossing one mountain, another looms ahead. Cultivation is an unending journey. If I continue to contend solely with myself, my life will be wasted. At this point, he set down his cup and turned to Chen Qingyu. "I must thank you for defeating me. You have awakened me. After I return, I will immediately enter seclusion and break through to the Golden Bridge realm, ascending to the next level of heaven. You have now become the #1 in the Blood Sea realm. From this moment forth, this honor and burden shall rest upon your shoulders." Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, lifted his cup nonchalantly. "Burden? Life is filled with such things. Shatter them, and why cling to them?" Zhou Qianlong chuckled, pouring himself another drink. "I hope that in 2 years, you can still say the same." Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. 2 years? Brother Zhou, you underestimate me." As Zhou Qianlong was about to respond, a sudden, booming laugh echoed from nearby. "Ha! I knew you two would be hiding here." Both turned to see Chen Qingyu ascending to the highest level. "Ah, it's cousin Qingyu." Chen Qingyu quickly beckoned. "Come, sit. Then I shall not hold back." Chen Qingyu smiled, taking a seat and greeting Zhou Qianlong. "Brother Zhou, Brother Chen." Zhou Qianlong nodded slightly, raising his cup in acknowledgement. "Waiter, bring another set of chopsticks." Chen Qingyu called out, then turned to Chen Qingyu. "Cousin, you arrived just in time. Brother Zhou just mentioned he is ready to break through to the Golden Bridge realm. Is that so?" Chen Qingyu remarked, turning to Zhou Qianlong with a note of admiration. "After 2 years, you are finally willing to make that leap. If you delay any longer, I may reach Golden Bridge heaven before you." Zhou Qianlong offered a wry smile. "Without Brother Xiaojun, I might have remained trapped here for several more years, oblivious to my own stagnation." Chen Qingyu stroked his chin and casually remarked, "By the way, why are you so determined to contend with the 9th level of the War God Tower? Once you conquer the 9th level, there will still be the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels, leading to an endless pursuit. However, the growth of one's strength is constrained by various factors such as innate talent, comprehension, the limitations of cultivation techniques, and the human body's inherent restrictions. Zhou Qianlong shook his head and replied solemnly, no, there will be no 10th level. The culmination of the Blood Sea Heavenly War God Tower is the 9th level. Once you surpass this peak, you will truly ascend to the highest point, where no one, past or future, can ever surpass you across countless epochs. At best, you may find yourself on equal footing. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he pressed further. So the pinnacle is indeed only the 9th level? Precisely, Zhou Qianlong nodded. You all should be aware that, under the disparity of cultivation techniques, the higher the realm, the more pronounced the advantages of a solid foundation become, which paradoxically makes the challenges of the War God Tower progressively easier. Thus, in Blood Sea Heavenly, the War God Tower has a maximum of only 9 levels. Indeed, Chen Qingyu slightly nodded. He mused, cultivation resembles the process of multiplication. The initial disparity in base values may not be extreme. However, as one ascends in realms, those base values multiply, causing the gap to swiftly widen to an unimaginable extent. The same martial techniques that may allow one to face 100 foes in the Blood Sea may enable one to confront 1,000 in the Golden Bridge Heaven or the Spirit Origin Heaven. I now understand why you are so intent on challenging the 9th level of the War God Tower, Chen Qingyu exclaimed. The 8th level is but a mere step away from the 9th. Yet, the 8th level may only render one invincible for a time. The 9th level, however, embodies true invincibility across all ages. Zhou Qianlong asserted, moreover, within the realm of the Great Void, there exists a long-held legend. Should one succeed in conquering the 9th level of the Blood Sea Heavenly, they shall receive a unique reward from the Great Void Primordial Spirit. A unique reward? Chen Qingyu's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired, what kind of reward? The Great Void Primordial Spirit governs the entirety of the Great Void realm and treats all prodigious warriors equally, never bestowing privileges upon anyone, Zhou Qianlong continued. This is the first time I have heard of an instance where one could receive special treatment from the Great Void Primordial Spirit. I am not privy to the specifics of the reward, Zhou Qianlong added, shaking his head. I have inquired with the elders of my clan, who informed me that this matter involves a significant secret, and they refuse to divulge any details, urging me to seek my own opportunities. Chen Qingyu smirked. Your clan's elders are strikingly similar to my own ancestors, echoing the same sentiments. Truly, we are under the same sky, descended from the same lineage. He had numerous inquiries regarding the Great Void Realm, yet each time he posed questions to his father, Chen Jingxing, he was met with silence. And when he approached the 9 ancestors, they merely smiled enigmatically, encouraging him to explore further, leading him to ultimately refrain from asking. Brother Zhou, at that moment, Chen Qingyu interjected, your ambitions likely extend beyond merely pursuing that legendary reward, don't they? Is it related to the eternal altar in Golden Bridge Heaven? Zhou Qianlong candidly affirmed. Indeed, it is widely acknowledged in the cultivation world that if one does not conquer the 9th level of the War God Tower during the Blood Sea realm, they shall lack the qualifications to challenge the eternal altar even after achieving the Golden Bridge realm. Ascending the eternal altar is an unparalleled honor, one I naturally yearn for. The eternal altar? Chen Qingyu pondered, bewildered. Such knowledge should be common among the direct descendants of various sacred lands. However, due to his unique circumstances, he found himself in the dark. Brother Chen, you were unaware of this? Zhou Qianlong observed him with surprise before elaborating. In all the great void cities within Blood Sea Heavenly, there are 4 types of edifices: Victory Platform, War God Tower, Martial Arts Platform, and Rebirth Altar. In Golden Bridge Heaven, a new functional edifice has been introduced, known as the Eternal Altar. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. The Eternal Altar contains recordings of the past lives of the 10 most formidable martial masters of the Golden Bridge realm throughout the long expanse of history. These 10 individuals are truly unparalleled prodigies, transcending time and space, and each one dominated their respective era as an extraordinarily gifted youth. All cultivators regard ascending the Eternal Altar and achieving true immortality as the highest honor. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. There exists such a thing in Golden Bridge Heaven. This is infinitely more exhilarating than the victory rankings or the war god rankings. Competing on the Eternal Altar is not about being the strongest of the present, but rather about challenging the strongest throughout the annals of history. I must witness it for myself and compete with the most formidable prodigies of all time. Chen Qingyu felt his blood surge with excitement. Having already defeated Zhou Qianlong, he stood as an invincible force within Blood Sea Heavenly, with only one aspiration remaining: to conquer the 9th level of the War God Tower. Only by overcoming the 9th level could he qualify to contend for the Eternal Altar after entering Golden Bridge Heaven. Turning to Zhou Qianlong, he inquired, Brother Zhou, how formidable is the challenge of the 9th level? Very difficult, Zhou Qianlong replied after a moment of contemplation, gesturing toward Chen Qingyu. To be frank, Achieving the 9th level is akin to defeating 1,000 Chen Qingyus working in unison. I have challenged it 12 times, and each attempt has ended in failure. Ah! Chen Qingyu gasped in astonishment. It is that challenging? With my rapidly increasing strength, I confidently believe I could defeat dozens, even hundreds of Chen Qingyus collaborating. Yet, 1,000 is a staggering figure that sends shivers down my spine. Why do you keep using me as a benchmark in your conversation? Chen Qingyu interjected, slightly offended. Do you truly underestimate my prowess as the 6th strongest in the world? Ignoring Chen Qingyu's complaint, Chen Qingyu pressed on. Is there any historical instance of someone in the Blood Sea realm successfully conquering the 9th level of the War God Tower? With a calm expression, Zhou Qianlong responded, yes. In fact, there are quite a few. I specifically reviewed the clan's records and found that over the course of several tens of thousands of years, an exceptional prodigy would emerge every few thousand years, capable of conquering the esteemed 9th level. The total number amounts to around 20 individuals. Almost every one of them has ascended the eternal altar in a subsequent realm, some even multiple times. Chen Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, remarking, the Great Void Realm has existed for over 100,000 years, with countless prodigies rising and falling, yet only 20 or so have conquered the 9th level. If you average it out, it signifies that such a youthful supreme being emerges only once in countless generations of extraordinary talents. Zhou Qianlong turned his gaze toward Chen Qingyu, stating, in fact, over 300 years ago, there was indeed an individual from your Chen clan who conquered the 9th level of the Blood Sea Heavenly War God Tower. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he asked, is that so? However, Chen Qingyu blurted out, that is impossible. Conquering the 9th level is an event of monumental significance. Moreover, only 300 years have passed. Surely many individuals from that time are still alive in the divine city of Chongluo, and they should vividly recall such a historic event. Why have none of the direct descendants heard of this? Not even a whisper of rumor? In response, Zhou Qianlong shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps there are other secrets at play. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. Forgive me, but I must take my leave, Zhou Qianlong said as he rose and saluted. We shall meet again in Golden Bridge Heaven. Agreed, Chen Qingyu replied. Chen Qingyu broke into a bright smile, promptly rising to accompany Chen Qingyu as they escorted Zhou Qianlong out of the Diyue Tower. Soon after, Chen Qingyu exchanged a few words with Chen Qingyu before they both took their leave. Chen Qingyu hurriedly departed from the Taishu Dao realm, seemingly in search of answers, while Chen Qingyu, alone, made his way to the martial arts hall, continuing to refine his martial skills, accelerated by the passage of time. In the outside world, the news of Chen Xiaojuan's victory over Zhou Qianlong and his ascent to the pinnacle of the martial world had already stirred the entire wasteland, igniting a fervent wave of discussion. The name of Chen Xiaojuan had become the absolute focus of the wasteland. Across the realm, countless young warriors of the Blood Sea realm recounted the legendary journey of Chen Xiaojuan, marveling at how he had risen from obscurity to become the strongest in the world within just 7 days. In this manner, Zhou Qianlong fell from grace, his brilliance dimmed, while Chen Xiaojuan stood tall at the summit, becoming the aspiration and idol of innumerable Blood Sea warriors. That evening, Chen Qingyu exited the Taishu Dao realm and, upon leaving his study, encountered the figure of his father, Chen Jingxing. Congratulations, Qingyu, Chen Jingxing said, a smile gracing his face. By this time, he had long since shed any shock or surprise regarding his son, leaving only feelings of pride and satisfaction. He had once believed that such rapid advancement in cultivation might become a weakness for Chen Qingyu. However, the latter's performance had completely overturned many people's expectations, including his own. To be the foremost in the Blood Sea realm is indeed remarkable. You are not at all inferior to my own achievements in my youth. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. Is that so? Were you also the greatest in the world back then, father? He sat beside Chen Jingxing and chuckled. I recently heard that over 300 years ago, a member of our Chen clan managed to pass the 9th level of the God of War Tower in the Blood Sea. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chen Jingxing shot him a surprised glance before nodding slightly. Indeed, that was I. The 9th level of the God of War Tower is quite challenging. But after 3 years of relentless effort, I ultimately succeeded. Ah, it's really you, Chen Qingyu exclaimed, his gaze toward Chen Jingxing transforming. What a remarkable man. The supreme genius is right beside me, and he happens to be my own father? It suddenly made sense why his father had committed grave mistakes in the past, yet had not faced severe punishment, merely being assigned to guard the Taiyin underground. He couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking to himself, so it turns out the higher-ups in the clan were reluctant to impose harsh penalties on father. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed on, but why has there been no word of this in the capital? Such a monumental achievement as passing the 9th level should generate buzz, and even after 300 years, the experience would be retold. Like Chen Qingyu, he had never heard a whisper of it, which felt quite unusual. No rumors are quite normal, Chen Jingxing replied calmly, because I did not wish for them to remember. If they forget, they will overlook it, and it will become invisible. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one inevitably possesses some abilities that transcend the ordinary. Remarkable. Chen Qingyu marveled, stroking the jade ring on his thumb. This is quite similar to the effects of my own ring. Regaining his composure, he inquired further, then, Father, how did you manage to pass the 9th level? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing glanced at him and replied, it was quite simple. I just struck them one punch at a time. I delivered 10,000 punches and eliminated 10,000 opponents to pass the 9th level. Chen Qingyu was taken aback. This seemingly simple method revealed an incomprehensible level of strength. To endure the onslaught of tens of thousands and eliminate them all, one by one, even he, in his current state, would be utterly overwhelmed and meet a grim fate. It should be noted that these were not mere swine. They were 10,000 super prodigies on par with Chen Qingyu, any one of whom could rank among the top 10 in the world. Are you afraid? Chen Jingxing laughed heartily upon seeing Chen Qingyu's expression. For these past few days, you've been astonishing me daily. It's rare for you to be so thoroughly surprised in return. Are you intimidated by the difficulty of the 9th level? Intimidated? Impossible. Chen Qingyu scoffed. If you could accomplish it back then, there is no reason I cannot. I merely worry that my rapid cultivation may leave me unprepared. Chen Jingxing laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Then you must make haste. Chen Qingyu nodded, seeming to recall something as he softly asked, Father, could you divulge what special rewards you received after passing the 9th level? Special rewards? Chen Jingxing paused for a moment, then fell silent, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Yes, there were indeed special rewards, truly astonishing ones that exceeded all expectations and reshaped my understanding. Regaining his composure, he smiled at Chen Qingyu. However, let me keep the specifics a mystery for now, lest it dampen your enthusiasm. Once you pass the 9th level and venture into the Golden Bridge, you shall understand. Cut it out. Chen Qingyu retorted, rolling his eyes. Zhou Qianlong was right. You all do have quite the script. As he spoke, he patted his stomach. All right then, let us hasten to dinner. I must continue honing my martial skills after my meal. With only 10 days remaining, I must seize every moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing laughed. Very well. I shall instruct the chef to prepare dinner immediately. After defeating Zhou Qianlong, Chen Qingyu's life returned to tranquility. Each morning, he diligently checked in at the floating heavenly palace, devoted his mornings and afternoons to rigorous training at the martial arts hall, and spent his evenings refining his skills in the current world, assimilating the day's gains. Days passed in this manner. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding Chen Xiaojun persisted fervently in the outside world, and a wave of fervent searches for Chen Xiaojun erupted in the capital, Changluo. Unlike before, when Chen Xiaojun was merely one among many super prodigies, now, following his victory over Zhou Qianlong and his ascension to the pinnacle of the Blood Sea realm, he had incited a fervent admiration and curiosity among the younger generation of the Changluo Chen clan. Who, exactly, was the true identity of Chen Xiaojun? Driven by intense curiosity, nearly all Blood Sea warriors mobilized to embark on a grand search. However, despite several days of searching, they found no trace whatsoever. It was as if this individual had never existed in the capital. They could not locate anyone whose age, cultivation, or strength matched. The search yielded numerous humorous incidents, with some even attempting to impersonate Chen Xiaojun, only to be publicly exposed and become the laughingstock of Changluo. After 7 or 8 days, this grand search gradually subsided. The name of Chen Xiaojun, along with his true identity, became an unsolved mystery in the capital, sparking numerous speculations. Some claimed he was like a dragon submerged in the abyss. Only his name was known, but his presence unseen. This notion quickly garnered consensus in the capital, shrouding Chen Xiaojun's name in a veil of mystery. Unknown to all, the enigmatic Chen Xiaojun soared through the skies each morning on his iconic auspicious cloud, passing right above their heads. Time flowed, and 10 days had passed. On that morning, Chen Qingyu, as usual, rode a white cloud, traversing through the 9 layers of fierce winds, landing atop the floating heavenly palace. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, gazing upon the majestic and solemn floating heavenly palace. It was the final day. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Blood Sea realm's 9th heaven the previous day. The vast and boundless Blood Sea had enveloped all his martial veins and acupoints, continuing to expand and strengthen, gradually reaching its limits. This was his last opportunity to sign in before ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. System. He maintained a serene expression, silently reciting in his heart, I wish to sign in. Ding. A crisp and melodious notification echoed in his mind. The host is signing in for the 21st time at the floating heavenly palace. The reward pool of the floating heavenly palace has been exhausted. This sign-in will enhance the rewards previously received, and the extraction is currently underway. Congratulations, host, your mastery, comprehension, and application of the flying sands and rolling stones technique have been significantly strengthened. As the notification concluded, an immense force surged down upon Chen Qingyu, causing his entire being to tremble. Mere moments later, having become accustomed to this process, Chen Qingyu quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. I have finally drawn the flying sands and rolling stones technique. Those who toil diligently shall not be forsaken by the heavens. It seems this is ordained by the heavens, allowing me to breach the 9th level of the War God Tower. Over the past 10 days, his 3 most formidable martial techniques had been diligently cultivated to a near-completion stage, their combat prowess at least doubled. Furthermore, numerous divine abilities had been successively enhanced, causing his strength to rise exponentially. In comparison to 10 days prior, his current prowess was no longer comparable. Should he engage in battle with Zhou Qianlong once more, victory within 10 exchanges would be assured. The greatest enhancement among all his divine techniques and martial skills was, in fact, his physical strength. The Taihao body refinement technique combined with the subduing dragon and crouching tiger technique allowed his corporeal strength to ascend almost infinitely. The higher his realm, the greater the advantage. A radiant smile adorned Chen Qingyu's face. If 10 days ago his physical strength was thrice that of the top-tier prodigies of the same realm, now, having achieved the Blood Sea realm's 9th heaven, that ratio had risen to at least tenfold. What does such terrifying strength signify? It means that apart from those who have attained the pinnacle of their foundation in the same realm, no one else's full-force attacks could inflict damage or impede him. This is a truly invincible physique. My father must have encountered extraordinary fortunes in his time. His physical strength was likely not far behind mine, enabling him to single-handedly vanquish tens of thousands, breaching the 9th layer. However, such a method is exceedingly exhausting and perilous, still fraught with the potential for failure. Chen Qingyu's gaze flickered, thoughts swirling in his mind. The higher the layers of the War God Tower, the more terrifying the challenges become. Tens of thousands of super prodigies unite, with martial techniques and laws emerging incessantly, among which there are undoubtedly methods to counter flight, concealment techniques, limit mobility, weaken offensive prowess, and diminish physical strength, among various other strategies. The tactics employed in the 8th layer would be utterly futile in the 9th layer, leading only to certain death. Only by achieving the true limits of the Blood Sea realm, reaching the most formidable levels throughout history, would there be any hope of breaching the 9th layer. And now, Chen Qingyu was certain he had nearly reached the limits of the Blood Sea realm in every aspect. Unprecedented in history, unmatched henceforth. It is time to breach the 9th layer. He turned his head, gazing into the distance with profound vision. Only by crossing this mountain can one claim the apex. Once I penetrate the 9th layer, I shall also break through to the Golden Bridge realm, entering the Golden Bridge heaven. I have long anticipated the special rewards from the Tai Su Yuan Ling Chapter 49, One Against Thousands. Reaching the 9th layer, within the Tai Su Dao realm. Whoosh. Chen Qingyu's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Beside him, a surging crowd jostled, entering and exiting the martial arts hall, a constant flow. Not far away, a young man pointed at the martial arts hall, speaking animatedly to a charming young girl beside him. Sister, look. This is the martial arts hall. It is the supreme treasure for honing and enhancing martial skills, together with the rushing platform across the way. It is enough to elevate any martial artist's combat prowess dramatically in a short time, leading to earth-shattering changes. Of course, both of these places require a substantial amount of Tai Su points, so we can only enter occasionally. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chen Qingyu appearing amidst the crowd. Momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. Young Master Chen. He pointed at Chen Qingyu in the crowd, exclaiming joyfully. What? Young Master Chen? Where is young Master? Oh my. It truly is young Master Chen. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, the crowd erupted with excitement. Is he really young Master Chen? The charming young girl looked over, instinctively holding her breath, her heart racing. Renowned across the wasteland, the legendary Blood Sea realm's #1. Trouble. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless, and in an instant transformed into a wisp of breeze, soaring into the heavens. The crowd, witnessing his sudden disappearance, collectively expressed their disappointment. Evidently, such scenes were not a first occurrence. Numerous young martial artists exchanged a few words before swiftly redirecting their attention, dismissing the incident as a mere interlude. In recent days, the fervor surrounding young Master Chen had swiftly waned. Within the Blood Sea heaven, everyone had grown accustomed to his presence, to his identity as the #1 in the world, the strongest in the Blood Sea, to the name that adorned the top of the 2 major leaderboards, just as people had grown accustomed to Zhou Qianlong's unparalleled dominance in previous years. Even the latest issue of Tianjiao Zhanba no longer featured young Master Chen's story. Young Master Chen is so handsome. The charming young girl returned to her senses and instinctively asked, Brother, it seems that not many people have been discussing young Master Chen lately. Indeed, that is quite normal. The young man shrugged in response. Just like in novels, when the protagonists become the strongest, the story should come to an end, right? Young Master Chen is already the #1 in the world. His legendary tale concluded the moment he defeated Zhou Qianlong. Is that so? Upon hearing his words, the girl lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. She finally understood that the now #1 young Master Chen and his story had become mere background in the Blood Sea heaven. When a person becomes widely known, they lose the essence of being legendary. In the past, Zhou Qianlong fought valiantly against countless heroes, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Was that not another legend? Yet, before young Master Chen emerged to challenge his position, not many paid attention to or discussed his past story. People always yearn for the rise of the next legendary protagonist. 15 minutes later, Chen Qingyu concealed his figure. Arriving at the entrance of the War God Tower, surrounded by a gale of energy, he stood suspended in midair, gazing up at the leaderboard descending from the heavens on his left. On the leaderboard, Zhou Qianlong's name had vanished. His tale in the Blood Sea realm had concluded. Moving on to the Golden Bridge Heaven, commencing a new journey. Perhaps in a year or so, as waves of new Blood Sea realm martial artists surged in while the old ones departed, his name would gradually fade from memory, never to be mentioned again. Becoming a part of history. Heh, Chen Qingyu chuckled softly, maintaining his invisible state as he entered the War God Tower. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar pure white space, the first layer of the War God Tower. Welcome to the War God Tower. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated throughout the surroundings. You have successfully cleared the first 8 layers of the Blood Sea Heaven War God Tower. Do you wish to continue your challenge to the 9th layer? Yes. Chen Qingyu smiled composedly. I shall proceed to challenge the 9th layer and simultaneously disable the spectator mode. He was entirely confident in this battle. However, he anticipated that some unsightly scenes might arise during the challenge, so he opted to close the spectator permissions. This way, others would remain oblivious to his undertaking of the 9th layer, thus averting any potential embarrassment. A mere 100,000 void points were of little consequence to him at this moment. Buzz, a white beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chen Qingyu within its radiant embrace, the brilliance blindingly intense. When he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself in a vast expanse of pure white, nearly 10,000 feet in size, with the vault of heaven towering above him by hundreds of feet. Welcome to the 8th layer of the War God Tower. Your opponent is about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. The cold, mechanical voice echoed. This time, Chen Qingyu did not immediately soar into the skies. Instead, he stood his ground with a faint smile, awaiting the commencement of the trial. Buzz, buzz. From all directions, a myriad of white lights coalesced into a singular brilliance, transforming the view into a boundless ocean of light. Thousands of powerful, indifferent figures materialized, scattered across the 9th layer. Come. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes, burning like a raging flame. In that instant, the multitude of superlative talents simultaneously locked onto Chen Qingyu's figure. Kill. The thunderous battle cries erupted, reverberating like a tempest. Thousands of martial artists soared into the air above Chen Qingyu, unleashing their most potent techniques upon him. The remaining warriors also sprang into action in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying martial techniques, vital energy, and mystical weapons converged into a torrential wave, surging forth. Wherever it passed, the air was shattered into nothingness. The dreadful might radiated outward, with mere residual waves capable of rending steel. Even a grandmaster at the 9th level of the Golden Bridge realm would find despair in the face of such an overwhelming tide. The warriors at the 9th layer were all superlative talents, masters of myriad martial techniques, with no discernible weaknesses. Each possessed the means for ranged attacks, capable of indiscriminate and unerring assault. Here, it would be a matter of brute force, engaging in a blood-soaked battle of 1 against 10,000. Facing this terrifying onslaught, Chen Qingyu remained unflinching, standing resolutely with a hint of derision gracing his features. He even spread his arms wide, seemingly welcoming the impending storm of devastation. Overconfident, the thousands of the most formidable warriors regarded this scene with indifferent expressions, devoid of any sign of concern. In the next moment, boom, the horrifying torrent unleashed upon Chen Qingyu, engulfing him completely. The explosion of light transformed the entire pure white space into a kaleidoscope of dazzling hues, resplendent beyond measure. After a heartbeat, the overwhelming radiance and vital energy gradually dissipated. The multitude of warriors, upon witnessing the scene before them, were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer horror. At a glance, Chen Qingyu stood unscathed amidst the chaos, entirely bare, as all his garments had disintegrated into dust, revealing a tall, robust physique, nearly perfect in form. Yet, astonishingly, this body bore not a single scratch. That tickled, Chen Qingyu remarked mockingly, his tone laced with derision. Alas, it was futile. The overwhelming assault, grand in scale and terrifying in power, was ultimately hollow. After all, it was a collective strike from thousands of warriors, not a singular, concentrated attack. The power was neither cohesive nor pure. Reality was not a game. There was no mechanism for force damage reduction. An assault that inflicted zero harm upon me, no matter how numerous, was of no consequence. Not even a single hair could be dislodged. Chen Qingyu chuckled softly, inhaled deeply, and opened his mouth. Now, it is my turn. In the next instant, a terrifying deep yellow sandstorm erupted, engulfing the expanse. Chapter 50, Sweeping Away, A Myth is Born. Boom. The deep yellow sandstorm surged forth, sweeping across the land. Wherever it passed, vital energy dissipated, mystical weapons shattered, and the bodies of mortals disintegrated into mere dust. The multitude of superlative talents barely had time to emit a half-hearted scream before they were utterly transformed into sand. The original power of flying sand and walking stones was already formidable, not only due to its vast coverage, but also its terrifying lethality. Now, significantly enhanced. The might of flying sand and walking stones had become even more terrifying. Boom. Chen Qingyu's vital energy surged forth like a torrential flood, continuously sustaining the flying sand and walking stones technique. The enhanced flying sand and walking stones could cover an area of several miles with a single activation. And even if the sandstorm were to break free from the sustaining vital energy, it could persist independently for a time. This meant that as long as Chen Qingyu did not cease, the scale of the sandstorm would only grow. In mere moments, the deep yellow sandstorm had filled the entirety of the ninth layer's space. The wails of the countless superlative talents melded into a singular cacophony. Under such a catastrophic force, no defensive techniques, vital energy, or mystical weapons could preserve their lives. After a breath, Chen Qingyu halted the technique, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Gazing around, the earth was shrouded in a gray haze, a thick layer of dust accumulated upon the ground. Strength that was double that of one's opponents allowed one to face 10. His power exceeded theirs by over tenfold, easily permitting him to contend against thousands, annihilating them all. What a pity. Chen Qingyu shook his head, raising his gaze toward the pinnacle of the ninth layer, a hint of regret flickering across his features. If only there were a 10th layer, or even an 11th or 12th. The ninth layer, in comparison to those who had previously conquered it, was hardly distinguishable. He felt a tinge of helplessness, akin to a student whose true abilities far surpassed the confines of a 100-point exam. You have cleared the ninth layer of the War God Tower. You have received a reward of 1 million void points. Congratulations. You have successfully reached the summit of the War God Tower, in Blood Sea Heaven. You have received an additional reward of 1 million void points. You have earned an exclusive special reward. This reward will be formally issued upon your promotion to Golden Bridge Heaven. The cold, mechanical voice crescendoed to an unprecedented solemnity. Congratulations. You have ascended to the historical rankings of the Blood Sea Heaven War God list. Your current historical rank is 12th. As the series of announcements concluded, Chen Qingyu felt a twinge of surprise. Only 12th? He had anticipated that, based on his performance in clearing the ninth layer, he would at least rank among the top 3, if not the strongest in history. Who could have imagined that he barely made it to 12th place? Only moderately ranking among his peers? Could it be that the individual in first place annihilated thousands of top talents with a single strike? This thought made him shake his head in disbelief, feeling a profound sense of admiration. The world was filled with prodigious beings. And even if there were none in this era, history surely had its share of extraordinary figures, each surpassing the last. It seemed his ambitions had not yet reached their zenith. He must strive further. The knowledge that even greater prodigies existed ignited within him an even more fervent determination. With a goal ahead, there was always joy to be found. Now, he possessed only 9 divine abilities, their enhancement still lacking. But as long as he continued to sign in, the divine abilities and other system rewards would multiply and strengthen. His future potential would undoubtedly surpass that of these individuals. I shall take my leave. Chen Qingyu waved his sleeve and turned away with a carefree smile. As his mind stirred, he vanished from the ninth layer of the War God Tower. Certainly, before departing, he did not forget to activate the state of upright and shadowless, in order to face any unforeseen circumstances outside. Beyond the War God Tower, the throngs of people surged like tides, coming and going. Occasionally, someone would pause to gaze at the 2 colossal boards, the overall War God rankings and the Divine Capital sub-rankings. The crowd's attention would instinctively bypass the numerous names at the highest tier, instead focusing on the more volatile positions, eager to see if any new prodigies had emerged. At that moment, however, the towering War God Tower suddenly resonated with a thunderous roar. The left side, displaying the War God overall rankings, erupted with blinding golden light from its pinnacle, dazzling to the extreme, obscuring the heavens and the earth. This resplendent golden radiance was visible to all within Divine Capital Changluo. What was happening? My goodness, what on earth was this? Was there an earthquake in the Taishu Dao realm? What exactly was transpiring? Countless individuals looked up in astonishment, bewildered, glancing around in confusion. A grand, boundless, and soul-shattering mechanical voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Taishu Dao realms. Blood Sea Heaven, Chen Xiaojun of Divine Capital Changluo has successfully breached the 9th level of the War God Tower. Reaching the summit, in that instant, the world fell silent. In the countless cities of Taishu, over 10 trillion Blood Sea realm warriors collectively wore expressions of disbelief, as the world around them descended into a profound stillness. The 9th level of the War God Tower? Wasn't that a realm that existed only in legends? One that had never been breached? Chen Xiaojun had conquered the 9th level. Boom. The entire Taishu Dao realms, Blood Sea Heaven, erupted into a frenzy. Countless individuals engaged in discussions, speculated, debated, and were swept into a fervor. My heavens! The 9th level? This can't be a joke, right? Indeed. When I saw Chen Xiaojun challenge the 8th level, it was already terrifying. There's actually a 9th level, and someone has managed to breach it? How astonishing. How did he accomplish this? I never expected that after being silent for less than half a month, he would quietly create such an earth-shattering revelation. So, the War God Tower indeed has its limits, and it can be reached by someone? Amidst the cacophony of discussions, the 9th level. A young man amidst the crowd appeared stunned and bewildered, his lips parted as he struggled to find the words. Brother. Beside him. A charming young girl turned with a smile to her brother. Didn't you just say that Chen Xiaojuan's legendary story had come to an end? How do we explain this? The young man let out a bitter laugh, gazing at the grand golden light dissipating in the sky, and sincerely lamented, I was mistaken. He is not merely a legend. He is a myth. He recognized his error. Chen Xiaojun's defeat of Zhou Qianlong was not the conclusion of a legendary tale, but rather the climax of a myth that had just begun to unfold. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xiaojun had entered the Taishu Dao realm and rapidly ascended to greatness, becoming the world's foremost warrior with merely 2 battles, and now he had breached the 9th level of the War God Tower, achieving the pinnacle of glory, all within the span of less than half a month. He had personally crafted a myth, one unprecedented in history, and likely unmatched in the future, a singular myth that would be eternally remembered, for countless millennia to come, as long as the Taishu Dao realm exists, and as long as new Blood Sea realm warriors arise, the story of Chen Xiaojun shall never be forgotten. This myth will be recounted and passed down through generations until the end of time. Chapter 51. The True Identity of Chen Xiaojun. In central Tianzhou, the Qianyang Empire. The Qianyang Empire, a vast region controlled by the Zhou clan of Qianyang, has its core not in the imperial capital but in the Danyang Divine Island where the Zhou clan's direct descendants reside. At this very moment, within a quaint and serene little building on Danyang Divine Island. Zhou Qianlong exhaled a sigh of stale air, opened his eyes, and the divine light within them faded. I have finally breached the 8th level of the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge Heaven. The next level, however, will pose some challenges. Following his battle with Chen Xiaojun, he immediately entered seclusion to break through and cultivate the Golden Bridge realm, and it has been 7 days since. For 7 days, he has stabilized his cultivation, familiarized himself with the new environment of the Golden Bridge Heaven, and after revering the Eternal Altar, he began to assault the War God Tower. With unwavering determination, he conquered the first 8 levels, ranking 6th in the world. This is an extraordinary achievement for one who has just entered the Golden Bridge realm. After all, many prodigies in the Golden Bridge realm have lingered at this stage for over a decade, mastering their martial skills to completion. Chen Xiaojun, I have taken the lead. Zhou Qianlong thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the path of cultivation, one must advance swiftly, for each step taken swiftly leads to greater progress. Judging by Chen Xiaojun's cultivation, he would likely require several more years to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm, making it no easy feat for him to catch up. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head. A familiar tall figure stood in the corner, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing him. Father. His expression shifted, and he quickly stood to pay his respects, bowing his head. What brings you here, father? The tall middle-aged man glanced at him and nodded. I am pleased that you have overcome your obstacles and abandoned the illusion of advancing to the Golden Bridge realm. However, I have come today to deliver some news. Zhou Qianlong's expression changed instantly. If father has come to see me personally, it must be significant. Perhaps related to the family's higher-ups? No, it concerns you. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. It pertains to a former opponent who has once defeated you. Are you referring to Chen Xiaojun? Zhou Qianlong immediately realized. Throughout his life, he had encountered hundreds of battles, remaining undefeated except for that one time against Chen Xiaojun. Could it be that something has happened to him? Zhou Qianlong's brow furrowed, and a sense of foreboding crept in. Could it be a power struggle within the Chen family that led to Chen Xiaojun's demise? You are overthinking it. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, then sighed. The Chen family has produced many prodigies in recent years. Your old rival has just sent word that he has breached the 9th level of the War God Tower in the Blood Sea Heaven. What? Zhou Qianlong was taken aback, unable to conceal his change in expression. His first reaction was disbelief, questioning the veracity of the news. But he quickly dismissed that thought. His father would never deceive him regarding such matters, especially with a lie that could be easily exposed. The 9th level. He fell silent, his gaze growing complex, a wave of subtle disappointment washing over him. Breaching the 9th level of the War God Tower. No one in the Blood Sea realm could be more aware of the challenges it posed than he. He had thought he was ahead, having left this former rival behind. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Xiaojun had silently breached the 9th level, far surpassing him, creating a myth. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, and spoke in a low voice. He is stronger than I. The middle-aged man regarded him with calmness. He is not merely stronger than you. Throughout history, Very few can stand alongside him. However, the solid foundation you have built is also formidable, and there remains hope for you to catch up. Zhou Chenlong nodded silently. I understand, Father. Divine Capital Chongluo. Recent news from the Void Dao realm has once again sparked a sensation. Ever since the emergence of Chen Xiaojun, the astonishment and awe experienced by the residents of the Divine Capital in just these 2 weeks have surpassed that of an entire year. In a certain mansion within the central area, Chen Qingyu received the news, and after a moment of shock, he swiftly accepted it. His prowess had advanced at an astonishing pace. Chen Qingyu shook his head and mused. Reflecting on it now, he seems like an unfathomable abyss, leaving one unable to discern the limits of his abilities. Sometimes, I even ponder that his true identity might defy everyone's expectations and overturn our imaginations. The stern young man sitting opposite Chen Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor. Perhaps. Yet he is he, and you are you. You too must strive for an early ascension to the Golden Bridge realm. Procrastination is no longer an option. Chen Qingyu lowered his head and replied, I understand, second brother. The stern young man nodded slightly, then shifted the topic. However, your assertion that Chen Xiaojun's true identity would exceed everyone's predictions may not be entirely accurate. To my knowledge, Chen Qingyu and a few others seem to have conducted a large-scale investigation and have already pinpointed Chen Xiaojun's true identity, claiming to have a 70% certainty. Is that so? Chen Qingyu exclaimed, taken aback. Really? Who is it? The stern young man replied, Chen Qingshou. Chen Qingshou? Chen Qingyu furrowed his brows, recalling with hesitation. Is he the second son of Uncle Jinghuan's family? Yes, he is indeed our cousin. The stern young man affirmed. This is impossible. Chen Qingyu immediately countered. How could he possibly be Chen Xiaojun? What qualifications does he possess? In his memory, Chen Qingshou had always been low-key, never seeking the spotlight, and had a remarkably low presence among the direct descendants. His cultivation talent, as measured by the life-determining jade, was merely at the 7 stars level, far from being a natural divine body or a sacred body. How could such a person be the unparalleled Chen Xiaojun, whose talent eclipses all others? At first, I too found it hard to believe. The stern young man continued, but you know well that Chen Xiaojun is undoubtedly using a pseudonym, and his appearance is likely a fabrication as well. This cousin Chen Qingshou is also a direct descendant, yet he possesses no notoriety within the Void Dao realm, as if he has vanished. More importantly, his identity, status, cultivation methods, and even martial techniques align with those of Chen Xiaojun. What? Chen Qingyu gasped in astonishment. He cultivates the Taihao Wuliang feather transformation true scripture? How is that possible? He also has a 7 stars talent. Yet he only practices the Zhou Eon star constellation record. What qualifications does Chen Qingshou, who shares the same talent, have to cultivate the clan's secret scripture? I am unclear about the intricacies behind this. The stern young man shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. However, following the investigation, among the thousands of eligible direct descendants in the Divine Capital, he is the only one whose features correspond with those of Chen Xiaojun. Unless Chen Xiaojun is an invisible man, not truly existing in the Divine Capital, he is most likely the one. Chapter 52. Ascension to the Golden Bridge realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression grew complex as he murmured, So, does this mean that Chen Xiaojun's true identity has been unveiled? It is truly unexpected. Not only that, the stern young man shook his head, expressing his sentiments. I took a distant glance and found that Chen Qingshou's cultivation is remarkably high. He is on the verge of ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. If I recall correctly, he had only recently advanced to the Blood Sea realm. Such a rate of cultivation is nothing short of terrifying. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, speaking in a low voice. Then it is most likely him. When I faced him, he was merely at the 1st level of the Blood Sea realm. Yet just a few days later, he has transformed into the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm. By extrapolating from this astonishing pace of cultivation, it is entirely plausible that he has now reached the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm. At this point, he could not help but exclaim, Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought? Our cousin Qingshou has indeed kept his talents hidden. He is none other than Chen Xiaojun. The stern young man nodded. I too did not foresee this. However, our families maintain a relatively close relationship, and you have some acquaintance with him. Once you attain the Golden Bridge realm, consider visiting him. Chen Qingyu nodded. All right, I understand. At the same time, within the meditation chamber of his own dwelling, Chen Qingyu was diligently in seclusion, striving to break through the final bottleneck. During the previous 10 days of signing in, the technique of 9 breaths of inhalation received a significant enhancement. Afterward, he could directly catalyze the efficiency of his vital energy inhalation and exhalation, doubling the speed of his cultivation. Thanks to this effect, his vast blood sea expanded to its limits in just a few short hours. When the sea reaches its fullness, it overflows. As his blood sea reached its pinnacle, it effortlessly broke free from the invisible shackles and constraints with a gentle surge. In an instant, boom. His entire being surged with true energy, all of it pouring into the immense blood sea. Golden light radiated above the blood sea. 108 heavenly martial veins and 1,296 earthly acupoints spontaneously aligned in a mysterious trajectory, forming the shape of a long bridge. From a distance, it appeared as if the Milky Way spanned the sky. The resounding roar of the boundless blood sea stirred up towering waves. Streams of golden light began to weave through the martial veins and acupoints, rapidly forming a magnificent golden web. As the light filled the web, it gradually solidified, forming the initial segment of the bridge. This is the Golden Bridge of Martial Arts. Upon closer inspection, the entire Golden Bridge consisted of only the head of the bridge, encompassing roughly 1/10 of the martial veins and acupoints. The majority of the martial veins and acupoints merely connected together, taking the shape of a bridge without yet solidifying into a bridge deck. Boom! True energy surged forth from the blood sea, spreading across the Golden Bridge. At this moment, the true energy had undergone a transformative quality. If the true energy of the blood sea realm is akin to a gentle stream, ceaseless and flowing, then the true energy of the Golden Bridge realm is heavy as lead and mercury, viscous as quicksilver. Its explosive power, sustaining capacity, and cohesion far exceed that of the blood sea realm. With such formidable true energy, even the most ordinary master of the Golden Bridge realm could briefly hover in the air, gliding with the wind, displaying unparalleled agility. Excellent. Chen Qingyu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a faint smile gracing his face. The Golden Bridge realm has finally been attained. The Golden Bridge realm is the final stage of the 4 realms of the physical body and the culmination of martial arts, representing the last phase of establishing one's foundation. He introspected his body and immediately perceived that with each breath, golden light continuously emerged from thin air, filling and extending the bridge deck slightly. This is the method of cultivating the Golden Bridge realm. One day, when the Golden Bridge extends to its zenith, spanning across the blood sea, it will enable one to break free from the shackles of the human body and ascend to the 9 heavens. A flicker of enlightenment passed through Chen Qingyu's mind. The cultivation of the Golden Bridge realm increasingly underscores the significance of a solid martial foundation. For ordinary cultivators, the blood sea is not vast, and the Golden Bridge is but a short segment, easily traversed. Yet to break free from the shackles of the human body is undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The stronger the foundation, the larger the blood sea. The longer the Golden Bridge, the greater the future achievements, making it easier to shatter the constraints of the human form. For someone like Chen Qingyu, whose foundation is exceptionally robust, the vastness of the blood sea is almost unimaginable, and the Golden Bridge stretches long as the Milky Way. Reaching the pinnacle of this cultivation will undoubtedly be a challenging journey. Yet, once the Golden Bridge is successfully established, the might of his every gesture transcends that of an ordinary practitioner by an astonishing 100-fold or more. With a deep breath, Chen Qingyu calmed his mind, allowing a flicker of anticipation to arise within him. Having ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, I have automatically extricated myself from the blood sea heaven and earned the right to ascend to Golden Bridge heaven. What, I wonder, could the special reward from the Supreme Void Spirit possibly be? Upon this thought, he wasted no time, silently channeling his true energy and invoking the incantation of the Supreme Void Moro Dao. In an instant, his vision blurred, and a fragment of his consciousness was drawn into the Supreme Void's eternal mirror, thrust into the realm of the Supreme Void. In the realm of the Supreme Void, Blood Sea Heaven, the bustling city of Chongluo remained alive with throngs of people, flowing to and fro. Particularly outside the grand edifices of the Victory Arena and the War God rankings, the crowd swelled to tens of thousands. At this moment, outside the Victory Arena, a rotund figure pointed triumphantly at the lofty ranking board, exclaiming, "There stands our esteemed young Master Chen." After his meteoric rise, he had only engaged in 2 battles, yet had established his name as the supreme champion of the world, instilling fear in all challengers. A group of young men and women gazed up at the radiant name that overshadowed all others, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Young Master Chen, truly formidable. Indeed, compared to the others on the list, he was in a league of his own. On the leaderboard, young Master Chen's solitary 2 victories were glaringly prominent. Yet, no soul dared contest his claim to the title of the number 1 in the Blood Sea realm. But that was not all. The young man huffed, raising his voice. "You newcomers will only understand what it means to be the supreme youth when you see the War God rankings. Our young Master Chen is the only one in 10,000 years to have conquered the 9th level of the War God Tower. The second-ranked Li Changhe of the Yama Holy Land has scarcely breached the 7th level. He's not even worthy to carry young Master Chen's shoes." As his words fell, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the young men and women beside him. Although they had heard tales of young Master Chen's exploits within their clan, it was only in the fervent atmosphere of the Supreme Void Realm that they could fully comprehend his unparalleled dominance and might. Yet at that very moment, just as Chen Qingyu achieved the Golden Bridge realm, a sudden flash. Outside the Victory Arena, the name of young Master Chen on the descending leaderboard erupted in a dazzling light before inexplicably vanishing. The name of Chen Qingyu took its place, ascending to the top. What? The group of young men and women were left dumbfounded, pointing at the top of the leaderboard in disbelief. Cousin, look. What am I looking at? The young man furrowed his brow, turning around impatiently to glance. Is there truly someone who can challenge young Master Chen? His eyes widened in horror. Where is young Master Chen? Why has his name vanished? In an instant, his cry drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who instinctively turned their gaze to the top of the leaderboard. Upon seeing it, their expressions shifted from confusion to uproar. No way. Young Master Chen has truly disappeared? What on earth is happening? How could his name suddenly vanish? What could have transpired? Surely he hasn't met with misfortune? Within mere moments, nearly everyone in the vicinity had noticed the unfolding scene, provoking widespread chaos. It is well understood that in the realm of the Supreme Void, unless someone is replaced on the leaderboard, a name vanishing suddenly could only imply two possibilities. First, the owner of that name has perished. Second, the owner has surpassed their cultivation limits and ascended to a higher realm. All were aware that young Master Chen's true identity, though shrouded in mystery, must be a direct descendant of the Chen clan residing in the city of Changluo, where no life-threatening danger could possibly lurk. Thus, only one possibility remained. Young Master Chen had transcended the limits of the Blood Sea realm and ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, achieving the status of a martial arts master. The young man came to his senses, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision blurring. Am I hallucinating? The disappearance of young Master Chen's name signifies his ascension to the Golden Bridge realm and his journey to Golden Bridge Heaven. But how is this possible? He was overwhelmed with disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Just half a month prior, young Master Chen had only entered the Blood Sea Heaven for the first time. Who could possibly ascend from the 1st to the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm, or even directly to the Golden Bridge realm, in such a short span? This was simply outrageous. What on earth is going on? I have no answers. Who can I ask? My heavens, could it be that young Master Chen truly ascended to the Golden Bridge realm? The practitioners of the Blood Sea realm surrounding the victory arena were collectively engulfed in confusion, a cacophony of conjectures and speculations swirling around. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, murmuring, if he has genuinely ascended to the Golden Bridge realm. He drew in a sharp breath. That would mean, in less than half a month, he has leaped from the 1st to the 9th level, rapidly rising to the pinnacle of the Blood Sea realm, and immediately breaking through to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm. Such a pace of cultivation. Since the time of the ancient kings, there may not be another soul who has achieved it. At that moment, the entire city of Changluo was thrown into a frenzy due to young Master Chen's disappearance. Simultaneously, the sudden absence of his name from the two leaderboards in Blood Sea Heaven sent ripples of shock across the wasteland. It is crucial to note that young Master Chen is now a bona fide legend of the Blood Sea realm. The disappearance of such a mythic figure has had an impact akin to an earthquake. Countless individuals were left bewildered. Had young Master Chen ascended to the Golden Bridge realm with astonishing speed, or had a tragic misfortune befallen this extraordinary genius? In an instant, a maelstrom of speculation erupted across the entire wasteland surrounding this monumental enigma. In the Supreme Void realm, Chen Qingyu regained his bearings, only to find himself once more amidst the boundless expanse of the Starry Sea. This time, however, the three golden characters suspended above the starry ocean boldly proclaimed Golden Bridge Heaven. At the very center of the cosmos, a colossal light gate stood tall above the Starry Sea, marked with the familiar name, Changluo, Golden Bridge Heaven. A smile graced Chen Qingyu's features. A cold, mechanical voice resonated through the starry expanse. Welcome to the Supreme Void Realm, Golden Bridge Heaven. Within the city of Golden Bridge Heaven, the immemorial altar has been added. Reaching the pinnacle of the War God Tower allows one to challenge the immemorial altar. Congratulations, your exclusive special reward from Blood Sea Heaven has been granted. As the voice faded, Chen Qingyu felt a jolt throughout his body as the vast starry sea and the light gate before him suddenly vanished. A completely new scene materialized before his eyes. A towering figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, stood upon the earth, seemingly in confrontation with another. Above him, half the sky had transformed into a dazzling night sky, filled with countless stars. Opposite him stood a hazy figure, equally poised, with the heavens above them transformed into a stark white void, devoid of the sun or moon's light. Chen Qingyu held his breath, his gaze fixated on this momentous tableau. Soon, two towering figures appeared to have reached an impasse. The silhouette before him bellowed furiously and stepped forward with a sudden force. Boom! A magnificent aura surged skyward, and countless stars twinkled and ascended. In the astonished gaze of Chen Qingyu, imposing figures coalesced amidst the starlight, stepping forth to form a circle in all directions. In an instant, 8 identical figures, each exuding an equally grand and vast presence, aligned themselves with the original. The convergence of 9 auras caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and in the distant cosmic expanse, stars were unexpectedly dislodged and began to plummet. What kind of divine ability is this? Thoughts raced through Chen Qingyu's mind. Just as he wished to continue observing, the scene before him suddenly shattered. dissipating into countless specks of light. Simultaneously, a series of enigmatic scriptures and diagrams surged into his consciousness, inducing a slight dizziness. After a few moments, Chen Qingyu regained his composure, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings, only to hear the cold, mechanical voice of the Tai Su Yuanling. The exclusive special reward has been issued. Note: comprehending the relevant mysteries will grant you additional substantial rewards. As the words fell, the scene before him transformed once more into an endless sea of stars. With a colossal portal representing Shindu Chongluo, standing resolutely amidst the celestial expanse. Comprehending the relevant mysteries? There are special rewards? His brow furrowed as he meticulously recalled the earlier vision and the scriptures that had emerged in his mind. This appears to be a form of secret technique. Chapter 54. The Princess of the Taiwan Wu Clan in the Tai Su Dao Realm. Chen Qingyu focused his mind and began to ponder deeply. The scriptures and diagrams provided by the Tai Su Yuanling indeed documented a unique secret technique. However, this technique was profoundly intricate, with obscure and esoteric scriptures that rendered interpretation exceedingly challenging. After contemplating for half a day and correlating it with the ancient vision he had witnessed earlier, he could roughly ascertain that it was a method for cultivating a doppelganger. Beyond that, he was at a loss. The cultivation of this secret technique was overwhelmingly arduous. Merely deciphering these scriptures and grasping their meanings and specific cultivation methods would likely consume an extensive amount of time. As he thought of this, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. Can this truly be considered a special reward unique to him? To him, it felt more like a daunting trial, with immense rewards only granted upon completion. Wait. Suddenly, he realized something, his gaze flickering. An exclusive reward implies that I must be capable of successfully cultivating it. At least I currently meet the prerequisites for its cultivation. Doesn't this suggest that this secret technique likely belongs to the Chen family, or was comprehended by some ancestor of the Chen clan? With this thought, he couldn't help but smile. This makes it exceedingly simple. This secret technique must indeed surpass the level of the Golden Bridge realm, which explains why understanding it is so challenging, including the Chen clan. All major sacred grounds strictly prohibit the theft of divine techniques. Those caught would face severe punishment. For others, even if they obtained this secret technique, they would dare not make it known, only able to toil away in secret. But I am different. I am the illustrious Daozi of the Chen clan. Such matters can be stated plainly. If I cannot comprehend it myself, I can consult my father or directly ask my ancestors. With this thought, he temporarily suppressed his desire to enter Shindu Chongluo, and with a mental shift, he exited the Tai Su Dao realm. In the outside world, at Shindu Chongluo. Father! Father! Chen Qingyu excitedly rushed out of the quiet chamber and found Chen Jingxing, who was enjoying tea in the courtyard. Father, I have something to discuss with you. He swiftly approached Chen Jingxing, unable to contain his eagerness. I obtained a secret technique in the Tai Su Dao realm and wish to seek your guidance. Really? Chen Jingxing's expression shifted, and he promptly spoke. This must be the special reward given to you by the Tai Su Yuanling after your advancement to Golden Bridge Heaven. Correct? Yes. Chen Qingyu nodded. Chen Jingxing pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. I too received a special secret technique as a reward back then, and it took me many years of self-reflection to comprehend its mysteries and obtain additional rewards. However, within our Chen clan, the array of secret arts and techniques is vast and numerous. The secret technique you obtained may not be one I have practiced, and I might not be able to guide you in your cultivation and understanding. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. No worries. If you are unfamiliar with it, I shall consult our ancestors. Very well. Chen Jingxing slightly nodded, revealing a hint of interest. Then please share it with me. Chen Qingyu cleared his throat and began to recount the scriptures in his mind one by one. After only a few moments, Chen Jingxing raised his hand to indicate, no need to continue. This secret technique is unfamiliar to me, and I cannot assist you. You must seek the ninth ancestor. Chen Qingyu sighed, but was not overly concerned, casually remarking, all right then, I will head to the floating sky palace. Wait. Just as Chen Qingyu prepared to rise and ride the clouds to fly away, Chen Jingxing called out to him. There is another matter I intended to discuss with you. He carefully chose his words before continuing. Tomorrow, a princess of noble status from the Taiwan Wu clan will be arriving at Shindu. The higher-ups of our family wish for you to present yourself as Chun Xiaojun and receive this princess, accompanying her on a tour of the city. Ideally, you should engage in some exchanges to strengthen the ties and sentiments between our two esteemed families. Chen Qingyu was taken aback for a moment before realizing. Tentatively guessing, are you suggesting that I go on a blind date? Chen Jingxing silently nodded. You may interpret it that way. Goodness. Chen Qingyu suddenly jumped up from his spot, incredulous as he stared at Chen Jingxing, pointing at himself. Father? Are you serious? I'm only 6 years old. You want me to go on a blind date now? Is there any humanity left? Chen Jingxing maintained a stoic demeanor. Look at yourself. Do you still resemble a 6-year-old? Besides, this is the consensus of the family's upper echelon, including the clan leader and all the elders. This is not merely my decision. Chen Qingyu shivered, raising his voice immediately. I refuse. Let whoever wants to go go. Besides, why must it be me? There are thousands of young heirs in the Chen clan. Can't you find a suitable one? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing sighed, because she is coming specifically for you. Your rapid rise has captured the attention of all the major sacred grounds, especially after you broke through the 9th level and ascended the War God Tower. Such a remarkable achievement is extremely rare in millennia. It would be strange if the other sacred grounds were not intrigued or did not consider a union. At this point, he paused briefly before continuing. Not to mention, the Taiwan Wu clan is a steadfast ally of our Chen clan, and the two families have historically maintained a close relationship. That princess is also the most outstanding prodigy of the Taiwan Wu clan in this generation, with talents surpassing even Zhou Qianlong. She is certainly worthy of you. Chen Qingyu's face twitched as he couldn't help but question. Even so, this is too much. I'm only 6 years old. And you want me to marry her? Chen Jingxing chuckled softly. Of course not. Did I not mention that our kind, practitioners of cultivation, tend to marry late? Often well into our hundreds. We merely hope that you can get acquainted first, spend some time together to foster feelings, and then find an opportunity to establish a marriage pact. As he spoke, he paused slightly and reassured. Do not be afraid. Women are not tigers. They want to eat you. Besides, I too walked this path in my youth. I was engaged at 18. Is that so? Chen Qingyu cast a skeptical glance at him. But did you not say that you met my mother during your travels? Indeed, I did not deceive you, Chen Jingxing replied, his expression turning solemn. Thus, I subsequently annulled the engagement. Chapter 55. 1 star, 9 glories. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire. Is it truly possible to annul a marriage contract between sacred lands? How did you manage that, father? Chen Jingxing maintained a calm demeanor as he recounted. In my youth, at the tender age of 18, I was betrothed to a noble woman of the Liangshan Wang clan. However, after I met your mother and returned to my clan, I sought to dissolve this engagement. Despite my unwavering insistence, the upper echelons of my family reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, the news reached the Liangshan Wang clan, igniting their ire, as they believed I was being fickle and sought to humiliate them, thereby refusing to annul the engagement. Curiosity piqued, Chen Qingyu pressed on, and what transpired thereafter? Subsequently, Chen Jingxing replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. I journeyed alone to Liangshan, bearing the marriage contract, to personally annul the betrothal. They remained obstinate, hurling insults and mockery my way. I then stood resolute at the gates of Liangshan, challenging the entire younger generation of the Wang clan to a duel. I proclaimed that whoever could defeat me would earn my submission, allowing me to kneel and apologize, thus never raising the matter of the annulment again. Following a fierce battle that lasted 9 days and nights, I triumphed over the entirety of Liangshan's youthful generation, leaving them humiliated and a subject of ridicule. Ultimately, my betrothed was compelled to publicly tear up the marriage contract, thereby dissolving the engagement. Chen Qingyu, astonished, exclaimed, Father, you truly delivered a slap in the face to them. How did those old fogies of the Liangshan Wang clan refrain from taking action against you? Chen Jingxing scoffed, dare they? At that time, I was the heir apparent of the Chen clan, the foremost among the younger generation. Anyone who dared to assault me would have effectively declared war on the entire Chen family. Their own youth were lackluster, incapable of standing against me. How could they blame me for their shortcomings? He paused, seemingly recalling an amusing incident, a smirk playing on his lips. Among them was my betrothed's cousin, who, after I easily defeated him, was consumed by shame and vowed that 30 years hence, he would repay this grievance tenfold. So every 30 years, I would pay him a visit to bestow upon him a sound thrashing. After 2 such encounters, he refused to see me again. Chen Qingyu, impressed, raised his thumb in admiration. Father, you're incredible. Alone, you confronted an ancient family head-on. With your singular prowess, you vanquished an entire generation of a venerable clan, emerging victorious even amidst relentless onslaught. What audacity, what strength. It's the first time I've realized that my father, in his youth, was indeed a radiant figure, overshadowing all. Chen Jingxing smiled faintly and remarked, as for the current situation, it is a collective decision of the family elders, leaving you no room to refuse. It would be wise to approach the arranged meeting with sincerity. If it becomes unbearable, you could always delay, or should you find someone you truly cherish, you may follow in my footsteps. Chen Qingyu pondered, stroking his chin. How old is that princess of the Taiwan Wu clan? She is 18 years old. Chen Jingxing replied. That's far too old. Chen Qingyu shook his head vehemently. I am merely 6 years old. She is already 18. This is not a marriage engagement. It is akin to child marriage. Chen Jingxing chuckled. You exaggerate. After all, even if you were to marry, it would be centuries from now. By the time you reach several hundred years of age, what is a mere 12-year age gap? Chen Qingyu bit his lip defiantly. Regardless, I refuse to agree. I shall seek an audience with our ancestor and implore him to issue a decree, forbidding any further discussion of this matter. Without waiting for Chen Jingxing's response, he transformed into a gust of wind, soaring into the heavens toward the floating heavenly palace. Chen Jingxing paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, remaining motionless. He picked up a nearby teacup and sipped leisurely, awaiting the outcome. A moment later, within the floating heavenly palace, Ancestor Chen Qingyu called out hurriedly upon his arrival. In an instant, he found himself within the familiar Star Sea floating island, where the venerable Jiu Ancestor, with his head full of white hair, was gazing at him with a smile. Little Qingyu, what brings you here? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu exclaimed, my father is heartless, forcing me to attend a matchmaking event. I beseech you, Ancestor, to issue a decree to the clan leader and my father, so they may cease discussing this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiu Ancestor laughed heartily. You overestimate the situation. This command was personally conveyed by me. You must attend this matchmaking event without fail. Chen Qingyu was instantly dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, he trembled slightly and stammered. Is there truly no other recourse? None, Jiu Ancestor replied, shrugging with a grin. This matter was arranged between me and an elder of the Taihuangwu clan. The princess's innate talents, birth chart, and cultivation aptitude are a perfect match for you, making her an exemplary choice, a golden opportunity. After a pause, he continued casually, did you not acquire a secret technique from the Tai Su Yuanling? Chen Qingyu looked up, somewhat astonished. Ancestor, you knew so quickly? Jiu Ancestor smiled gently, as long as I wish to know. Nothing in the land of the ancient Chen state can elude me. I can reveal to you that this secret technique was created by an extraordinarily gifted ancestor of our Chen clan thousands of years ago, known as One Star, Nine Glories. Moreover, its inception is intricately linked to the Taihuangwu clan. Chen Qingyu pouted, I see now. This is a form of coercion, is it not? Jiu Ancestor laughed heartily. If you wish to interpret it that way, so be it. Regardless, interacting with the Taihuangwu princess can only yield benefits for you, not detriments. At the very least, you might glean some secrets about One Star, Nine Glories from her. He paused briefly before teasingly adding, consider this affair as a task assigned to you. Upon completion, even if you gain nothing, I shall personally guide you in mastering One Star, Nine Glories. Chen Qingyu sighed. Very well, it seems I have no other choice. Who exactly is this Taihuangwu princess? Jiu Ancestor smiled. Her name is Wu Sui, the sixth-generation great-granddaughter of the current head of the Wu clan, holding the highest status among the contemporary Wu clan. She will arrive in the capital of Shindu, Chongluo, tomorrow, so ensure you make a good impression. Chapter 56. The True and False Qin Shaojun. The next morning, Chen Qingyu donned a new robe and, as customary, summoned a cloud to soar towards the floating heavenly palace. Wu Sui. As memories of Jiu Ancestor's words from the previous day flooded his mind, he felt a slight headache. He hoped that this Taihuangwu princess would possess a pleasant temperament and not be a troublesome girl. After returning home yesterday, he had been subjected to his father's ridicule. However, upon calming down, he detected a hint of suspicion. Clearly, he was now the heir apparent of the Chen clan, a position of immense prestige. And at the peak of his prominence, it was illogical for him to publicly flaunt his status. Even if a betrothal were to take place, it seemed rather premature. He ultimately deduced that either the relationship between the Chen and Wu clans was indeed extraordinary, or this seemingly ordinary union concealed secrets he had yet to uncover. Oh well, he would worry about it later. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and traversed through the 9 layers of golden winds, arriving directly at the floating heavenly palace. System. He maintained a tranquil demeanor, silently reciting within his heart, I am here to sign in. Ding. A crisp and melodious notification echoed in his mind. The host has signed in for the 22nd time at Floating Celestial Palace. The reward pool of Floating Celestial Palace has been depleted. This sign-in will enhance the rewards previously obtained. The extraction is in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the divine art, flying sand and shifting stones, have received a moderate enhancement. Chen Qingyu was somewhat astonished. Another enhancement for flying sand and shifting stones. My luck is rather fortuitous. Over the course of these days, through consecutive sign-ins after the reward pool had been exhausted, he had discerned certain patterns. His 9 divine arts, although capable of endless enhancement, experienced diminishing returns with each successive amplification. The first enhancement of a divine art yielded the most significant improvement, categorized as substantial enhancement. The second resulted in a moderate enhancement, while the third yielded a minor enhancement. As for the fourth and subsequent enhancements, he speculated they would likely be negligible. Calculating for optimal benefit, he concluded that after enhancing all 9 divine arts to the 4th level, he could relinquish the floating celestial palace and proceed to the next sign-in location. Estimating the time needed, it would take approximately 2 months. As he contemplated this, he silently rode the auspicious clouds, soaring away from the floating celestial palace. He sped through the turbulent winds, not returning home, but rather concealing his presence as he made his way towards a certain teleportation altar within the inner region of the divine capital, Chongluo. This was the designated location where the esteemed princess of the Taihuangwu clan, as instructed by the 9 ancestors, was set to arrive. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation altar in the inner region, a throng of individuals encircled a tall and upright figure, much like stars encircling the moon, eagerly awaiting at the teleportation array. Upon closer inspection, The figure, clad in a flowing white robe, bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qingyu, possessing a likeness of 4 to 5 parts. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression was as calm as a still pond. He was none other than the much-discussed true identity of Chen Xiaojun. Chen Qingyu, young master, Chen Qingyu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, unable to restrain herself from whispering. Is your information genuine? Is it true that a princess of the esteemed Taiwan Wu clan is to arrive in the divine capital today via the teleportation array? Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, maintaining an air of composure. This was conveyed to me directly by an elder of our clan, so there can be no error. Is that so? Chen Qingyu replied, exchanging glances with those beside her, her excitement palpable. The Taiwan Wu clan has always had a close relationship with our Qin clan. This princess's visit to the divine capital is surely to arrange a marriage with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxiu's smile broadened, yet he refrained from responding. In truth, he had been quite taken aback when first mistaken for Chen Xiaojun, instinctively wanting to clarify his identity. However, once he was mistaken for Chen Xiaojun, his life underwent a dramatic transformation. The attitude of those around him shifted from casual acquaintance to fervent admiration as they vied for his favor, each employing various means to ingratiate themselves with him. The fervent pursuit made his initial desire to clarify his identity gradually fade away. By now, he even entertained other thoughts. Chen Xiaojun is a direct descendant, and I am also of direct lineage. He cultivates the clan's secret techniques, and I too am now practicing the clan's secrets. He cannot openly stand forth, as he likely has his own issues. Why should I not take his place? With such thoughts coursing through his mind, the smile on his face became ever more pronounced. Deep down, he understood that he was an imposter. Falsehood is falsehood, and he would never be the true Chen Xiaojun who overshadowed his contemporaries. But what could be done? As long as the genuine Chen Xiaojun did not dare to reveal himself, he could don this mantle and openly enjoy all that came with it. The adulation, flattery, the goodwill from various factions within the clan, and even the esteemed princess who was meant to wed Chen Xiaojun. All these represented immense benefits. His innate talent was not lacking. Once he acquired these advantages, it was entirely plausible that he could rapidly advance and match Chen Xiaojun in combat prowess. Not to mention, once the public had grown accustomed to believing he was Chen Xiaojun, even if the true person behind the mask eventually emerged, it would be far too late to rectify the situation. If he truly wed the Taiwan Wu princess, even if one day he were to be exposed, out of concern for familial reputation, she would be compelled to acknowledge him and even actively assist him in maintaining his identity. At that point, he would no longer be an imposter, but rather the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Chen Xiaojun, oh Chen Xiaojun, you cannot blame me. The fault lies solely with your own issues. A slight smirk graced his lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. It seems destiny has decreed that I shall usurp everything from you and take your place. The forthcoming Taiwan Wu princess was evidently destined to unite with Chen Xiaojun. Yet the true Chen Xiaojun was nowhere to be found. The actions of a certain mysterious elder, discreetly conveying this information to him, indicated that the upper echelons of the family not only tacitly approved but even supported his endeavor to usurp Chen Xiaojun's position. With this in mind, what further reservations could he have? In the next instant, the colossal teleportation array before him suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, with waves of spatial fluctuations rippling outwards like the gentle undulation of water. Look, the teleportation array has activated. The Taiwan Wu princess must have arrived. The throng surrounding Chen Qingxiu immediately held their breath and focused intently on the center of the teleportation array. They all yearned to witness firsthand the beauty of this princess. Reputed to be of the Taiwan Wu clan, the most esteemed princess of the present day, said to possess a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall. Chapter 57. Who is true and who is false? After a breath, the radiance at the center of the teleportation array gradually dissipated, revealing several figures. As the crowd focused their gaze, disappointment washed over them. The individual at the center of the teleportation array was a graceful and enchanting young lady. Clearly, she was the fabled princess of the Taiwan Wu clan. Yet she wore a delicate yellow veil, obscuring her features and rendering her visage indecipherable. Flanking her were 2 maids in azure attire, both possessing remarkable beauty. Yet the inability to see the princess's face left the crowd feeling greatly regretful. The young lady at the center cast her gaze around, finally fixing her eyes on Chen Qingxiu, who was surrounded by admirers. Her lips parted slightly, her voice akin to the melodious song of a valley lark. Are you Chen Xiaojun? As her words fell, the multitude of young Chen clan members encircling the teleportation array instantly turned their attention to Chen Qingxiu, unable to suppress their whispers. Under the gaze of thousands, Chen Qingxiu inclined his head slightly, smiling modestly. Indeed, I am Chen Xiaojun. The young lady, still veiled, furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing it. Responding softly, you are not Chen Xiaojun. The atmosphere surrounding the teleportation array fell abruptly silent. Chen Qingxiu's eye twitched, suppressing a surge of anger, and spoke in a calm tone. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? His gaze swept over the assembly around the teleportation array, and he enunciated clearly. If I am not Chen Xiaojun, then who could I possibly be? The young lady replied coolly. I know not who you are, but you are certainly not Chen Xiaojun. Is that so? A flicker of indignation finally crossed Chen Qingxiu's face as he retorted coldly. Could there possibly be a second Chen Xiaojun here? At this moment, Chen Qingyu hastily interjected. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. He is our cousin, Chen Qingxiu. He is indeed the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Regarding his appearance, it diverges from that in the realm of Tai Su, due to his alteration of form and visage. She added, we can all attest that he is indeed the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Indeed, the others surrounding Chen Qingxiu chimed in unison. Chen Qingxiu's cousin is the renowned Chen Xiaojun of the wasteland. We scoured the entire divine capital in search of him. Upon hearing this cacophony, the young maiden adorned with a pale yellow veil slightly furrowed her brow. Chen Qingxiu, however, tilted his chin slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, I can now validate my identity, correct? The young maiden was about to respond when a mocking voice resonated from the heavens above. Fool. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. The multitude of tens of thousands near the teleportation array stood in stunned disbelief. Who dared to openly deride the illustrious Chen Xiaojun of the wasteland? Who was this? Anger surged in Chen Qingxiu's eyes as he abruptly looked up. A white cloud leisurely descended towards the ground, revealing a tall figure standing atop it. Hands clasped behind his back. A flicker of confusion passed through the crowd's gaze. This cloud, once the emblematic technique of Chen Xiaojun, seemed instinctively overlooked by the collective consciousness of thousands. In their subconscious, this individual appeared to be an unremarkable young member of the Chen clan, leaving no lasting impression. Even the three young women in the opposite teleportation array exhibited a trace of bewilderment. Who are you? Chen Qingxiu stepped forward, his voice chillingly resolute. What emboldened you? Chen Qingxiu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Oh, how forgetful I am. He extended his hand, rotating the jade ring upon his right thumb, a flicker of azure light shimmering forth. The throng surrounding the teleportation array momentarily lost their bearings, before awakening to the reality of the situation. What just happened? Who is this person? Chen Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat as he gazed toward the front of the crowd at Chen Qingxiu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Xiaojun? At that instant, the area surrounding the inner teleportation array fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. Tens of thousands stared blankly at the figure clad in white, gradually realizing the person before them, in both form and visage, strikingly resembled the image of Chen Xiaojun that had circulated in the realm of Tai Su. Moreover, his mastery of the cloud riding technique was indeed one of Chen Xiaojun's signature skills. Chen Xiaojun, the young maiden with the pale yellow veil, fixated her gaze on Chen Qingxiu. Chen Qingxiu's complexion paled instantly, his breathing grew labored, and a flicker of panic graced his eyes. I truly did not expect this, Chen Qingxiu mused with interest, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In the divine capital, there exists someone audacious enough to impersonate me? What do you mean? Chen Qingxiu inhaled deeply, rapidly regaining his composure, and coldly inquired, who are you, and from whom did you pilfer my techniques? As these words fell, the multitude surrounding them exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion deepening. Who among them was the genuine Chen Xiaojun? One was the sole individual identified as Chen Xiaojun during a grand search operation. The other appeared to be the true Chen Xiaojun, not only mirroring his appearance, but also possessing his abilities. Who was the real one? Who was the imposter? Indeed, he must be the fake. Chen Qingxiu was the first to react, exclaiming sharply, you charlatan. You surely appropriated Chen Xiaojun's martial techniques, attempting to pass yourself off as him. She could hardly believe that the Chen Xiaojun she had painstakingly sought was, in fact, an imposter. After all, she had expended considerable energy, launching an extensive search throughout the divine capital to uncover the true identity of Chen Xiaojun. Every characteristic aligned perfectly, not to mention, she possessed irrefutable evidence. When she found Chen Qingxiu, he was evidently still a warrior at the Blood Sea stage. Yet yesterday, Chen Xiaojun's name vanished from the Blood Sea sky, and upon seeking Chen Qingxiu again, she discovered he had already ascended to the Golden Bridge stage. This was irrefutable proof. So who exactly are you? Chen Qingxiu stepped forward, pointing at Chen Qingxiu, her teeth clenched in fury. What audacity allows you to impersonate our Chen Xiaojun? Chapter 58. A hand raised to crush, like a dead dog speak. Who are you? Chen Qingxiu advanced 2 steps, pointing at Chen Qingxiu, her voice dripping with venom. What gives you the gall to impersonate our Chen Xiaojun? As her words fell, those beside her reacted immediately, voicing their indignation. Yes, who are you really? You shameless imposter. From whom did you steal Chen Xiaojun's teleportation secrets? Bah, fraud. Upon hearing these accusations and curses, the eyes of the crowd gradually transformed into expressions of doubt and suspicion, murmuring among themselves. Could it be that this unknown individual truly intended to masquerade as Chen Xiaojun, a despicable scoundrel? When had Chen Qingxiu's earlier panic vanished entirely, replaced by an air of nonchalance as steady as a fisherman at sea? Speak. He raised his chin, his tone indifferent. What is your objective in impersonating my identity? Impersonate you? Chen Qingyu chuckled incredulously, surveying the furious faces of Chen Qingyu and her companions, shaking his head in disbelief. The absurdity of the world never ceased to amuse him. With that, he could hardly be bothered to utter another word. He merely raised his hand slightly, abruptly flipping it over to press down. Boom. A torrent of vast and formidable starry, true energy surged forth. The terrifying aura unleashed with this true energy almost rendered the nearby multitude of tens of thousands breathless. The surrounding gale coalesced into an impenetrable wall, crashing down heavily upon Chen Qingyu. Bang! Chen Qingyu, with no means of resistance, immediately fell to his knees, creating 2 depressions in the ground. The overwhelming power that descended upon him felt as if he bore the weight of a mountainous burden, rendering him incapable of raising his head or standing upright. In an instant, his veins bulged, his face flushed, bloodshot eyes revealing an expression of extreme rage. Get off me, he erupted with starlight, evidently expending every ounce of true energy in a desperate attempt to break free from this confinement. However, it was utterly futile. No matter how fiercely he unleashed his true energy, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, relentlessly suppressed by the invisible wall of wind. Bang! Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, succumbing to the might of the mountain, collapsing to the ground, immobilized like a toad, unable to stir. From a distance, he resembled a dead dog. The vicinity of the teleportation array had descended into an utter silence, not a sound to be heard. Tens of thousands stared blankly at this scene, their minds reeling from the intense impact. At this point, the distinction between truth and falsehood was glaringly clear. Yet, they were unprepared for the revelation that the individual once hailed as the true Chen Xiaojun, Chen Qingyu, would crumble so effortlessly when confronted with the genuine Chen Xiaojun. As though squashing an ant, he was effortlessly subdued by the authentic Chen Xiaojun. This is impossible. Chen Qingyu and the others felt as if struck by lightning, the world around them darkening as they nearly fainted. How could this be? Chen Qingyu was the imposter? The individuals they had long catered to and flattered turned out to be nothing more than a counterfeit, a despicable wretch attempting to pass off as something genuine. How pitiable. Chen Qingyu regarded Chen Qingyu, shaking his head and speaking with a detached tone. Though you have practiced the clan's secret techniques, alas, your cultivation was hastily forced. Like a castle in the air, with an unstable foundation. You have not even mastered the basics of martial arts, and you remain unfamiliar with your own vital energy. With your kind of ineptitude, possessing mere brute strength without the knowledge of its application, calling you as foolish as a pig would be an overestimation. As he spoke, a glimmer of curiosity flickered across his face. I find myself intrigued. What audacity do you possess to impersonate me? Are you not afraid of being exposed and facing dire consequences? Chen Qingyu, trembling on the ground, continued to writhe in desperation, his heart a tempest of endless rage, humiliation, and resentment, his eyes burning red with fury. How could this be? He too had cultivated supreme techniques, forging a formidable foundation. How could there be such a vast chasm between him and young Master Chen? He let out a low growl, akin to an enraged bull. What a fool. Observing this, Chen Qingyu lost interest, shaking his head and turning away. Miss Wu, he said, glancing towards the young maiden adorned with a pale yellow veil and her 2 attendants. A faint smile gracing his lips. Shall we move to a more private setting for our conversation? With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a billowing white cloud materialized beside him. Very well, the maiden replied with a gentle smile, as she led her 2 attendants onto the cloud. Chen Qingyu then guided the cloud, soaring into the sky and swiftly disappearing from sight. It was over. Chen Qingyu watched as the cloud faded into the distance, collapsing onto the ground, his expression a mixture of confusion and anguish. It was all finished. Their original intent had merely been to uncover young Master Chen's true identity, to forge connections and offer their flattery. But what had transpired? They had stumbled upon a counterfeit, disrespecting the real young Master Chen and openly defying him. The path they had embarked upon was utterly severed. They had doomed themselves. With a sudden burst of freedom, Chen Qingyu flipped over and sat up, gasping for breath, his body trembling with rage. Young Master Chen, young Master Chen. He ground his teeth, his eyes aflame, fists clenched so tightly his nails pierced his flesh. Just you wait. I will. But what would he do? He abruptly lifted his head, only to find Chen Qingyu and the others had encircled him, their faces devoid of expression. You wretched dog. A burly man spat viciously. How many benefits have you reaped from us these past few days? How much have you taken from us? Bah. Chen Qingyu spat water onto him, disgusted. You repulsive wretch. A counterfeit. How dare you claim to be young Master Chen? The gathered throngs of thousands finally ignited with the fury of betrayal, closing in. Beat him to death. This scoundrel. He deceived us horribly. Yes, I even gifted him something. Make him return it. He dares to call himself young Master Chen? Doesn't he deserve it? As Chen Qingyu beheld the surging tide of enraged onlookers, panic seized him entirely, and he cried out in terror. What do you intend to do? He attempted to flee or resist, but it was utterly futile. Though he had cultivated the clan's secret techniques and possessed greater talent than most of his peers, he was nowhere near the formidable prowess of Chen Qingyu, who could withstand thousands single-handedly. Soon, Chen Qingyu's cries transformed into screams as he was mercilessly beaten by the crowd. No. Chapter 59, Wu Sui and the Yin Abyss. In the celestial city of Chongluo, amidst the vast sky, a white cloud drifted leisurely. Young Master Chen, the maiden with the pale yellow veil began, her lips parting as if to speak. Enough, enough. Chen Qingyu waved his hand, speaking languidly. We are all allies here, so spare me the pretense. He then turned his gaze to one of the green-clad attendants beside him, smirking. Miss Wu, how long do you intend to remain concealed? At his words, a hush fell over the cloud. The green-clad attendant, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. The maiden with the pale yellow veil immediately lowered her head, a trace of reverence crossing her features as she stepped back subconsciously. The attendant blinked in curiosity, asking, How did you figure it out? Chen Qingyu shrugged. Your disguise is indeed flawless. Even your demeanor has been perfectly altered. But alas, you still have your flaws. Your vital energy is far too potent, clearly belonging to the supreme level, forged from an unparalleled foundation. Upon encountering the three of them, he had activated his barrier-piercing insight technique. To his surprise, beneath the pale yellow veil of the maiden lay a rather ordinary face, her internal vital energy quite mundane, not even achieving the status of a profound technique. Conversely, one of the attendants, despite seemingly being cloaked by some secret treasure, had certain traces revealed through his enhanced, barrier-piercing insight. He quickly grasped the truth. You truly are remarkable. Wu Sui chuckled softly, raising her hand to gently swipe at her face. In an instant, a visage of unparalleled beauty, as radiant as the autumn moon, appeared before Chen Qingyu, her eyes shimmering as she smiled at him. In that moment, it was as if all flowers bloomed simultaneously, and the sound of a clear stream echoed, leaving him momentarily entranced. Cough, cough. Chen Qingyu snapped back to reality, his cheeks slightly flushed as he cleared his throat. Oh dear. Wu Sui's eyes lit up, drawing closer with a hint of excitement. You're blushing. Come, let me see. Chen Qingyu jumped slightly, his expression shifting as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Miss Wu, what are you doing? Wu Sui blinked innocently. Nothing much, just checking if you're developing normally. That's enough. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, asserting firmly, Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You just want to tease me. Enough of this. TCH. Wu Sui's enthusiasm waned immediately, pouting. What a bore. A vein throbbed on Chen Qingyu's forehead as he helplessly asked, Miss Wu, what precisely brings you to the celestial city of Chongluo? Surely it isn't just for sightseeing? Of course not. Wu Sui exclaimed, surprised. Did your elders not inform you? I'm here to get engaged to you. We've taken a liking to each other. So let us marry and have little babies soon. Chen Qingyu maintained a stoic expression. Let us speak seriously. Wu Sui shot him a sideways glance, hands on her hips, unabashedly declaring, First, take me for a tour to appease those old codgers. Then, let us visit the Yin Abyss, and that would suffice. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu frowned slightly. The Yin Abyss? Miss Wu, what purpose do you have in such a place? The Yin Abyss is not a desirable location. In this world, if a corpse's vital energy converges post-mortem, or if its lingering attachments do not dissipate, it could potentially regain sentience. However, this is not a true resurrection. Rather, it transforms into a corpse demon. Since the ancient kings established the foundation of humanity, all major races across the desolate lands have suffered from the scourge of corpse demons, especially the great sanctuaries. For the stronger individuals, the likelihood of becoming a corpse demon posthumously is diminished, yet should one manage to manifest, the terror they embody is unfathomable. Even if consumed by flames and reduced to ashes, once the energies converge, it may still give rise to the dreaded corpse demons, rendering any form of defense utterly futile. Historically, there was even a tragic incident where the progenitor of a sacred land underwent a corpse transformation, leading to the annihilation of an entire sacred domain. The calamity of the corpse demons has long been a source of dread, a colossal scourge that ravaged the vast wilderness. All of this changed dramatically 30,000 years ago. 30 millennia prior, the celestial prodigy arrived across the seas, attaining the esteemed title of Yuan Emperor within a millennium, reigning supreme as the sovereign of the wilderness and the apex of all races. Upon his ascension, the Yuan Emperor proclaimed a mysterious construction method, purportedly from his homeland, which could suppress the transformation into corpse demons. This was the method for constructing the Taiyin Underground. Although the construction of the Taiyin Underground demanded immense resources and required constant maintenance, the corpses interred within its confines could be assured never to transform into corpse demons, thus sparing countless lives from calamity. The Yuan Emperor, through this initiative, rendered immeasurable benefits to all beings and garnered the reverence of millions. Miss Wu, Chen Qingyu spoke solemnly. Forgive my candor, but the Taiyin Underground is hardly a suitable place, especially since it is a significant site for the Qin clan. Might you consider an alternative location? Across the wilderness, even moderately powerful sects have established their own Taiyin undergrounds, albeit in varying scales. Undoubtedly, the Chun clan's Taiyin underground stands among the largest. Due to its capacity to contain the menace of corpse demons, it has always been a critical stronghold, fiercely guarded by formidable cultivators. Typically, only those who have committed grave errors and face severe punishment are assigned to oversee the Taiyin underground, as it is exceedingly austere. For instance, his father, Chen Qingyu, had once watched over the Taiyin underground for 60 years. Although Miss Wu held a prestigious status, she remained an outsider, and leading her to the Chun clan's Taiyin underground seemed rather inappropriate. This, perhaps, could not be changed. Upon hearing this, Wu Sui replied earnestly, I am heading to the Taiyin underground on a matter of great importance, not merely for a visit. Moreover, I had previously informed your clan's higher-ups. They are well aware of my intentions, are they not? Is that so? Chen Qingyu regarded her with suspicion, perplexed. Then why has no one mentioned it to me? Wu Sui shrugged, I cannot say for certain. However, considering your status, I have developed a hypothesis. What hypothesis? Chen Qingyu narrowed his eyes. With a light chuckle, Wu Sui glanced at him. Given your exceptional talent, you are at least a prospective disciple of the Chen clan, are you not? Indeed, Chen Qingyu replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Therefore, you inherently possess the authority to lead others into the Taiyin underground. Wu Sui blinked playfully. Your elders likely did not inform you in advance, as they intended to leverage you to grant me a favor. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly. Is it really that simple? Wu Sui shrugged again. What else could it be? It's not as though they are intentionally trying to complicate matters for us. Pondering for a moment, Chen Qingyu mused. That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. He then glanced at Wu Sui beside him and casually remarked, in any case, let us take a leisurely stroll first, then proceed directly to the Taiyin underground. Sounds good. I have no objections, Wu Sui readily agreed. Then let's be off. Chen Qingyu promptly summoned his cloud and altered their course toward a renowned landmark within the inner city of the divine capital. By the way, Miss Wu, he inquired halfway. Seemingly struck by a thought, my ancestor mentioned that your talents surpass even those of Zhou Chenlong. So, are you the unrivaled champion of the Golden Bridge realm? Not quite. Wu Sui pouted slightly, expressing her resignation. I am merely the second in the realm. There's another remarkable individual from the Wanxiang sacred land who surpasses me by a considerable margin. Chen Qingyu's expression changed, and he pressed further. Who is this person? His name is Su Yuanxian. A complex emotion flickered in Wu Sui's eyes. He has already reached the pinnacle of the War God Tower far beyond all of us. Is he truly that formidable? Chen Qingyu couldn't help but be intrigued. He was acutely aware of the challenges involved in ascending the War God Tower. Indeed. Wu Sui nodded slightly, continuing, it is said that during his time in Blood Sea Heaven, he was inconspicuous, failing to conquer even the 7th level of the War God Tower. In comparison to our strongest, he was far behind. Yet, no one anticipated that upon achieving the Golden Bridge realm, he would soar to new heights, rapidly advancing in cultivation and revealing incredibly fearsome abilities, leaving none of his peers able to contend with him. Is that so? Chen Qingyu's interest was piqued. A character of such caliber certainly warrants an encounter in the future. Rest assured, there will be opportunities, Wu Sui chuckled lightly. He aspires to challenge the undying altar and will not be advancing to the spiritual origin realm anytime soon. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly and added, I find myself quite curious about the myriad nations governed by the Taiwan Wu clan. Might you enlighten me, Miss Wu? How fortuitous, Wu Sui smiled. I too have many interests regarding the divine capital of Changluo. As they conversed, the two soared on the clouds, gradually moving farther away. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyu guided Wu Sui on a grand tour around the divine capital of Changluo, discussing numerous topics concerning the Chun and Wu clans. Subsequently, accompanied by 2 maidservants, they made their way towards the Taiyin underground of the Chen clan. En route, Chen Qingyu's gaze flickered, and he inquired, Miss Wu, I still do not know the purpose of your visit to our Chun clan's Taiyin underground. Quite simply, Wu Sui's expression turned serious as she replied, You are likely aware of the cultivation path of our Taiwan Wu clan, are you not? Indeed, Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. In the wilderness, the paths of cultivation flourish diversely, with myriad sects vying for supremacy, each possessing their unique methods. For instance, the Chen clan primarily follows the path of celestial bodies, commanding the powers of the heavenly stars. In contrast, the Taiwan Wu clan is founded upon the cultivation of dragon energy, wielding humanistic divine abilities and imperial might to dominate the realm. The nations they govern are merely a collective term. In reality, the number of states is as numerous as the stars, beyond count. The collateral descendants of the Taiwan Wu clan are often born into positions of royalty or even emperors of minor states, facilitating their absorption of dragon energy for cultivation. The exceptionally noble and gifted direct descendants, like Wu Sui, hold titles within the direct imperial lineage, enabling them to absorb immense amounts of dragon energy and rapidly enhance their cultivation. Our Taiwan Wu clan's cultivation methods are fundamentally based on dragon energy, Wu Sui elaborated. Dragon energy is tied to one's status, but is equally dependent on one's own cultivation. When powerful cultivators reach the end of their lifespan, the residual dragon energy they leave behind condenses into certain special treasures that can aid their descendants in honing their secret arts or enhancing their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. So, does that imply there rests an ancestor of yours within our Chen clan's tying underground? Indeed, Wu Sui nodded slightly, stating candidly, several generations ago, one of my great-aunts married a former elder of your Chen clan. After her passing, she was interred alongside her husband within your clan's tying underground. As she spoke, she paused briefly before continuing softly. According to a certain ancestor in my clan, the birth chart and fate of my great-aunt align remarkably with mine. The dragon energy treasure she condensed after her demise will greatly benefit my future cultivation, which is why I specifically arranged this opportunity to retrieve that treasure. Understanding dawned upon Chen Qingyu. I see. So, Miss Wu's journey to the divine capital of Changluo is driven by two purposes. Aside from establishing contact with him, it was imperative to venture into the Yin Cavern to retrieve a dragon chi treasure of considerable significance to her. Perhaps, the latter was of even greater importance. With this in mind, let us hasten our pace, Chen Qingyu declared, immediately channeling his vital energy to accelerate the speed of the auspicious cloud significantly. Wu Sui nodded silently, her hair dancing in the wind. Moments later, we have arrived. Chen Qingyu urged the white auspicious cloud to descend before a grand and ancient hall, resplendent in deep blue-black hues. Before the imposing structure stood an elderly figure, hunched and silver-haired, seated cross-legged at the entrance. Who dares approach? The stooped elder suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing light erupting from them, akin to a primal beast awakening, exuding an almost suffocating aura. Wu Sui's breath caught in her throat, instinctively turning to glance at Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu stepped forward, his voice steady. I wish to bring someone into the Yin Cavern. The elder's expression remained impassive as he replied coldly. Without the patriarch's decree or that of a senior elder, no one may enter the Yin Cavern. Those who dare trespass shall be executed on the spot. Chapter 61. Within the Yin Cavern, executed on the spot? Wu Sui's complexion paled slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyu, as if silently inquiring, can you handle this? Oh, a decree from the patriarch is required? It seems the patriarch and the others indeed wish for me to perform a favor. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, lifting his right hand and slightly shaking his fingers. The jade ring upon his thumb emitted a faint glow. Upon seeing the azure jade ring, the elder's pupils constricted instantaneously. After a moment of silence, he slowly rose and bowed slightly. I apologize for my rudeness, please. With those words, he waved his sleeve, and a powerful force surged forth, causing the grand doors of the blue-black palace to swing open with a resounding crash. Beyond the doors lay a shadowy and dimly lit expanse. Thank you. Chen Qingyu courteously inclined his head to the elder, then turned to Wu Sui. Miss Wu, let us proceed. Indeed, Wu Sui responded, turning to her two handmaidens behind her. Issuing a command, you shall wait for me here. Yes, your highness. The two handmaidens bowed respectfully. Chen Qingyu and Wu Sui stepped forward, walking side by side as they crossed the threshold into the profound and shadowy interior. As they gazed around, this space was astonishingly vast, with no discernible boundaries. Their vision was met with numerous ancient bronze lamps, emitting ethereal blue flames that cast a dim light, illuminating the surrounding territory. Countless jade and obsidian coffins filled the space, extending as far as the eye could see. Is this the Yin Cavern? Chen Qingyu held his breath, intently observing the surroundings. The coffins clearly exhibited various tiers of distinction. Some were quite simple, resting on the ground with inscriptions, while others were extravagantly adorned, placed upon solemn altars, guarded by carvings of mythical beasts. This immense space did not appear to have been excavated. It seemed rather to be a meticulously crafted secret realm. Chen Qingyu pondered silently. Clearly, since the inception of the Yin Cavern 30,000 years ago, individuals of elevated status from the countless members of the Changluo Chen clan would be interred here. After 3 millennia, the remains and coffins of their ancestors would number in astronomical figures. Yet, the Yin Cavern had not undergone specific expansion. It must have been an independent spatial secret realm that continuously expanded from within. Indeed, Wu Sui remarked, I have visited the Yin Cavern of our Taihuang Wu clan, and it bears a striking resemblance. It is also a specially crafted secret realm. MHM, Chen Qingyu acknowledged, turning to gaze at the towering white jade walls flanking the entrance. Upon closer inspection, the walls were densely inscribed with the names of ancestral figures, shimmering faintly, extending to the ends of the space on either side. The arrangement of these names was evidently categorized by lineage and status. Miss Wu, what is the name of your revered great-aunt? Chen Qingyu casually inquired. Wu Sui turned to face him, gazing at the grand white jade wall, and replied, my revered great-aunt is named Wu Ruqin. Her husband is Chen Shangwang. Wu Ruqin. Chen Shangwang. Chen Qingyu murmured. 9 generations prior should not be too distant. Moreover, her husband is an elder of the Chen clan. which suggests he held a position of great esteem. His gaze swiftly swept over the nearby white jade wall, scanning the rows of names. Wu Sui joined him in the search for these two names. Moments later, found it. Chen Qingyu's expression brightened, and he raised his palm, flicking his fingers. A deep blue starry vital energy shot forth, striking the section of the white jade wall inscribed with Chen Shangwang's name. In an instant, the wall trembled slightly, and radiant light flickered. A pale white light emerged from the wall, swirling briefly before darting towards the depths of the space. "Miss Wu, let us hurry and follow," Chen Qingyu called out, immediately guiding the auspicious cloud as he sped after the pale white light. Wu Sui enveloped herself in a golden glow, transforming into a radiant arc that closely followed. As they sped forth, they traversed past numerous jade and obsidian coffins. The pale white light finally halted above an opulent jade coffin, swaying slightly before vanishing from sight. This must be the place. Chen Qingyu descended to the ground, raising his gaze. Upon the solemn altar, to the left of a grand and ancient stone tablet, the life achievements and contributions of Chen Shangwang were prominently inscribed. To the right of the tablet, a summary of his wife Wu Ruqin's life was etched. "We have found it." Wu Sui landed beside him, closing her eyes momentarily before reopening them, her expression filled with delight. "This is it. I can already sense the treasure." Chapter 62, The Lotus Blooms in Pairs. Dual sacred bodies. With that, her gaze shifted toward the opulent and exquisitely crafted jade coffin to the right of the altar. Chen Qingyu hesitated, asking, "Do we need to open the coffin?" He was uncertain whether opening a coffin within the Yin cavern would affect the suppression of any potential corpse transformations. Not to mention, it would be a grave disrespect to disturb the resting place of their ancestors. "No need," Wu Sui replied lightly, raising her arm and beckoning with her delicate jade fingers. A brilliant golden light instantly surged forth from the luxurious coffin. Chen Qingyu focused intently, and within that golden glow was revealed a magnificent, exquisitely crafted purple gold phoenix crown. However, the crown appeared somewhat ethereal, not resembling a tangible object of solid construction. "Is this the Dragon Chi treasure?" His expression shifted slightly. He could feel his own vital energy within being subjected to an invisible restraint, losing its lively fluidity. "Indeed, this is the Dragon Chi treasure." Wu Sui glanced at him, teasingly remarking, "How does it feel? A bit uncomfortable, I presume?" The Dragon Chi suppresses the 5 elements, nullifying myriad techniques. In contests of the same rank, it is utterly advantageous, let alone this highly esteemed treasure. Chen Qingyu, hearing this, curled his lip. "In contests of the same rank, utterly advantageous? If that were the case, you wouldn't stand a chance against that Su Yuanshan, would you?" "You." Wu Sui's expression stiffened, then she huffed indignantly. "That fellow is just too monstrous." "Hee." Chen Qingyu offered a polite smile. "Humph." Wu Sui let out a soft huff, extending her hand in a beckoning gesture, causing the resplendent golden and purple phoenix crown to transform into a beam of golden light, merging into her being. "All right," she declared, clapping her hands with a hint of satisfaction. "We can return now." Chen Qingyu nodded in agreement, and the two immediately turned back, soaring towards the exit of the Yin cavern. "Wu Miss," during their flight, Chen Qingyu suddenly spoke, "There is a matter I wish to consult you about." Wu Sui cast him a sidelong glance, her tone languid as she replied, "Very well, since I'm in a good mood, feel free to ask whatever you wish." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyu slowly began, "I recently acquired a secret technique known as 1 star, 9 radiances. However, this technique is of a significantly high tier, making it rather difficult and obscure for me to cultivate. I hope Miss Wu can offer me some guidance." 1 star, 9 radiances? Wu Sui paused, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. "You are indeed fortunate. This technique is one I intended to comprehend and cultivate in the future, so I possess some understanding of it. If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to assist you." Chen Qingyu smiled faintly. "Then I hope Miss Wu will impart her wisdom." "Humph," Wu Sui replied casually. "After all, this technique was created by your Chen clan's ancestors, so revealing its secrets to you is of little consequence." She took a moment to choose her words before continuing. "Approximately several millennia ago, a prodigious talent emerged within your Chen clan. Not only did he possess a 9-star aptitude, but he was also a natural dual-flow sacred body. The only one in your clan in 100,000 years. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. "Dual-flow sacred body?" "Indeed." Wu Sui nodded, her tone revealing a hint of envy. "The dual-flow sacred body is renowned for its beauty, often likened to a lotus blooming in pairs, and is exceedingly rare. It is said that those who possess this body can establish 2 foundations and cultivate 2 entirely different techniques simultaneously, essentially allowing one to walk 2 paths of cultivation. This is akin to possessing 2 bodies." Chen Qingyu could not help but be astonished. "Such prowess?" "Of course," Wu Sui affirmed, her expression serious. "Those with a dual-flow sacred body possess unmatched combat prowess. 2 distinct paths of cultivation, 2 formidable foundations, combined within a single individual, yield a power that exceeds mere multiplication. Furthermore, even if one path is defeated, wounded, or drained of energy, they can immediately switch to the other body. making it nearly impossible for anyone of the same tier to defeat such a person. After a brief pause, she continued, your ancestor from the Chen clan, who possessed the dual flow sacred body, fortuitously cultivated both your clans and our Taiwan Wu clan's ancestral secret texts. The convergence of these two supreme techniques ultimately bestowed him with an invincible strength, even rivaling that of ancient kings. His most renowned technique is the self-created 1-star. 9 radiances. When perfected, this technique can simultaneously manifest 8 avatars, each possessing the same strength as the original. She gazed at Chen Qingyu, slowly stating, consider this, his original strength was already formidable. With a 9-fold increase, who in the world could possibly stand against him? Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, pressing further. And what happened thereafter? What happened thereafter? Wu Sui shrugged, shaking her head. Naturally, he eventually reached the end of his lifespan. No matter how exceptional you are, or how invincible, in the end, you are merely a handful of dust. Even if he dominated for an era, matching the ancient kings, he could not escape the ravages of time and succumb to old age. Chapter 63. In search of Chen Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu let out a slight sigh. What a pity, Wu Sui remarked. Although he has passed on, the secret technique of 1-star, 9 radiances has been preserved, held in the collections of both your Chen clan and our Taiwan Wu clan. However, while future generations may cultivate it, without the dual flow sacred body, it is nearly impossible to fully realize the technique's potential. Chen Qingyu, unfazed, replied, even if it only bears half the effectiveness, that is still sufficient to defy the heavens. Indeed, Wu Sui smiled gently, her tone unhurried. Our Taiwan Wu clan's techniques are rooted in Dragon Qi, with the pinnacle approach being the gradual cultivation of a Dragon Qi embodiment. This embodiment, a manifestation of human and Dragon Qi, possesses immense power in every gesture, intricately linked to one's own cultivation. The true essence of 1-star, 9 radiances lies in the mysterious connection between the original self and the embodiment. Her voice was soft as she gradually revealed the profound intricacies of the 1-star, 9 radiances technique. Chen Qingyu listened intently, his breath held, eager not to miss a single word. Moments later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Taiyin cavern, gradually seeing the light of the outside world. Wu Sui finally halted. Enough? I have imparted all that I could. The rest is up to your own understanding. Thank you, Miss Wu, for your invaluable teachings. Chen Qingyu said solemnly, I shall repay this kindness in the future. No need for that. Wu Sui waved her hand dismissively. You have already assisted me in retrieving the Dragon Qi treasure from the Taiyin cavern, so we are even. Besides, if you truly wish to learn, there are numerous powerful cultivators within the Chen clan who can teach you. I merely extended a courtesy. Chen Qingyu nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Clearly, through the preceding exchanges, he could discern the unspoken understanding between their two families, seeking to encourage more interaction. However, it seemed the effect was rather limited. After a brief moment, Chen Qingyu summoned a cloud, transporting Wu Sui and her companions to the teleportation area within the inner sanctum of the divine capital. I'm off now. Wu Sui waved from the teleportation array, grinning. Let us meet again in Golden Bridge Heaven. Very well, Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. In the next instant, the teleportation array flickered with white light, and Wu Sui and her companions vanished from sight. With a long sigh of relief, Chen Qingyu revealed a hint of ease. Finally, they are gone. Ignoring the bustling crowd around him, he soared into the air, transforming into a wisp of breeze as he sped away into the distance. However, he did not rush home, nor did he head towards the floating heavenly palace. Instead, he circled above the central area of the divine capital for a while, seemingly locking onto a target, and then immediately propelled himself downwards with his true qi. I found you. In the central area of the divine capital, Changluo. A bruised and battered Chen Qingyu slumped in the courtyard, cursing incessantly. Damn it. That bastard struck so ruthlessly. His figure exuded a sense of desolation, his eyes dim, filled with anguish. His life had come crashing down. Now, the entire divine capital was abuzz with the news of his impersonation of Chen Xiaojun, only to be publicly humiliated and exposed. The fervent adoration and flattery he had once received had now transformed into ridicule and scorn. The heights from which he once stood had resulted in a fall of catastrophic proportions. At this point, the name Chen Qingyu had become a complete laughingstock in the divine capital, a figure of mockery discussed among the Chen clan members during their meals. This is a total disaster. He gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. But this is not the end. I too possess a supreme foundation and cultivate the ancestral secret texts. My future is boundless. I refuse to believe that with tenfold effort, I cannot catch up to Chen Xiaojun. He inhaled deeply, vowing to himself, Chen Xiaojun, and you too, Chen Qingyu, just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Wait for me in the future. Suddenly, boom, a fierce gust of wind howled down, and in an instant, a figure materialized in the courtyard. Who is it? Startled, he leaped up, only to feel a sharp pain from his wounds, gritting his teeth and letting out a few cries of agony. Yet at that moment, he discerned the figure in white within the courtyard. his eyes widening in astonishment. Chen Xiaojun, how did you get in here? This is my home. In the divine city of Chongluo, where countless spiritual patterns and formations are intricately woven, especially in the central area where the direct descendants reside. How could Chen Xiaojun have intruded without any announcement and without the consent of its owner? Quite an unexpected turn. Chen Qingyu stood with his hands behind his back, a carefree smile gracing his lips. In the divine city, wherever I wish to go, there is no place I cannot access. You. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze intently on the figure of Chen Qingyu, and spoke with a strained voice. What do you intend to do? Chapter 64. The Secret of Chen Qingyu. Quite simply, Chen Qingyu replied leisurely. I am rather curious about the events that have transpired concerning you and wish to pose a few questions. As long as you answer honestly, I guarantee that upon receiving my answers, I shall take my leave without causing you any distress. Chen Qingxiu's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Such an interrogation-like tone and demeanor filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. And if I refuse? Refuse? Chen Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking languidly. Should you refuse or attempt to deceive me with lies, I shall beat you until you are willing to speak the truth. You. Chen Qingxiu was instantly flustered, retreating a few steps as he exclaimed, How dare you? This is the divine city of Chongluo. Attacking a clansman is a grave offense. Do not act recklessly. Ha ha. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, mockingly replying, Then by all means, try shouting for help and summon your father to rescue his foolish son. As the Daozi of the Chen clan, his status and authority were equivalent to that of the clan leader, Chen Guangyao, unmatched in prestige and privileges. The rules that ordinary clansmen must adhere to were of little consequence to him. Thus, he dared to swagger into Chen Qingxiu's residence. Even if he were to beat this fellow, his father could only stand by and watch helplessly. After a moment of silence, Chen Qingxiu murmured, My mother has passed away, and my father is not in the divine city. Chen Qingyu's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of realization dawning within him. No wonder he had flown around and found no trace of Chen Qingxiu's parents. He had assumed they were away guarding some significant family stronghold. Then you might as well confess. Chen Qingyu regarded him, slowly continuing. My first question is, how did you know that the princess of the Taihuang Wu clan would arrive in the divine city today? This was the first point of his confusion. Logically, Wu Sui's arrival should be a closely guarded secret, known only to him and the upper echelons of the family. How on earth did this Chen Qingxiu obtain such information? Huff. Chen Qingxiu exhaled a heavy breath, resignedly sitting down, and spoke in a subdued tone. It must have been conveyed to me by some ancestral elder of the clan. I was in the quiet chamber cultivating, consolidating my accomplishments in the Blood Sea realm, when suddenly, a voice informed me of this news. Is that so? Chen Qingyu's expression flickered with surprise. This outcome indeed caught him off guard. However, as he pondered, he couldn't help but privately scoff. It must have been the ninth ancestor's doing. That old rascal is quite devious. It was evident that the ninth ancestor had intentionally informed Chen Qingxiu of Wu Sui's impending arrival in the divine city to create an opportunity for him to make an entrance. Of course, there might also be a hint of disdain for Chen Qingxiu's antics of flaunting the name of Chen Xiaojun for personal gain. The second question. Chen Qingyu continued to gaze at Chen Qingxiu. How did you manage to experience such a rapid surge in your cultivation, directly achieving the Blood Bridge realm in such a short time? Chen Qingxiu hesitated for a moment before finally lowering his head and confessing. It is the effect of the blood of the Saint King. The blood of the Saint King? Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Indeed. Chen Qingxiu drew a deep breath, his voice somber as he elaborated. The blood of the Saint King is a divine elixir within the Chen clan. My father has been stationed outside the divine city for years, safeguarding a perilous location and earning great merit. Half a month ago, the elder in charge of the Heritage Hall suddenly sought me out. The elder stated that my father had rendered significant service and sought approval from the clan's upper echelon, resulting in the clan leader and the elders consenting to reward me with a drop of the blood of the Saint King, while also promising to allow me to change my cultivation to the clan's secret scripture. Upon consuming the blood of the Saint King, my foundational essence was transformed into the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua True Classic, and my cultivation soared rapidly. In just half a month, I ascended from the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm to the Blood Bridge realm, having thoroughly refined the medicinal power of the blood of the Saint King. Is that so? Chen Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly. I had no idea such a divine elixir existed within our Chen clan, and yet I had never heard of it before. After a moment of contemplation, he cast another glance at Chen Qingxiu, stating indifferently, Henceforth, do not continue to deceive others using my name. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a swirling cloud materialized beneath him, lifting him into the air before vanishing from sight in an instant. In the courtyard, Chen Qingxiu's expression was complex as he watched the cloud gradually fade away. Chapter 65. The Blood of the Saint King. Moments later, Chen Qingyu returned to his home and immediately sought out his father, Chen Jingxing. Father, I have returned, he called out, rushing toward Chen Jingxing, who was seated in the courtyard sipping tea. Chen Qingyu looked up, a smile breaking across his face. So, has the princess of the Taiwan Wu clan been sent back by you? Indeed. Chen Qingyu sat opposite him, pouring himself a cup of tea. How did your interaction go? Chen Qingyu leaned closer, teasingly inquiring. Did you feel any spark? Chen Qingyu rolled his eyes, responding, Spark? Nonsense. She only came to see me as a formality to appease the old codgers at home. Her true purpose was to retrieve the dragon energy treasure from our Chun clan's Tine Cave. I merely served as a free tour guide. He paused before continuing. However, I cannot say I suffered a loss. I acquired the Starry Nine Radiance cultivation method from her, which at least means I am no longer lost, and can begin to comprehend it. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly. Then this is a good beginning. Enough of that. Chen Qingyu pouted, lifting his teacup, and abruptly asked, By the way, Father, is there a divine elixir within our Chen clan known as the blood of the Saint King? The blood of the Saint King? Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Where did you hear that? Chen Qingyu took a sip of tea, replying, From a counterfeit posing as me. That impostor claimed that he had been rewarded with a drop of the blood of the Saint King, which led to his meteoric rise in cultivation. As he spoke, he could not help but set down his teacup, lamenting, I am the Daozi of the Chen clan. Why was such a treasure not bestowed upon me? Why keep it a secret from me? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu chuckled, saying, This elixir is of no use to you. So naturally, no one mentioned it to you. Chen Qingyu was instantly dumbfounded, instinctively pressing for clarification. Of no use to me? Why not? Chen Qingyu smiled faintly before responding. To discuss this matter, we must start from the beginning. You should already be aware that our Chen clan's bloodline system possesses certain inherent flaws. Chen Qingyu nodded. Indeed. There is no system in the world that is flawless and universally applicable. Precisely. Chen Qingyu nodded. Then solemnly stated, Direct descendants possess the most concentrated blood of the Saint King, thus having the highest probability of producing prodigious talents, which is why they receive the greatest treatment. However, those collateral branches and numerous branches of the clan, due to their vast numbers, inevitably give rise to certain ancestral mutations in their bloodlines, resulting in individuals of extraordinary talent, or even possessing sacred or divine bodies. Yet, the methods employed by the collateral and branch clans to assess talent are not as precise as the life-determining Jade Ruler. Not to mention that various factors could lead to the genius being overlooked. At this point, he paused slightly before continuing. What if there exists a super prodigy? A pearl that has been buried in dust for many years, who only reaches the Golden Bridge realm before the upper echelons of the divine capital discover their astonishing talent. By then, it would be too late to alter their foundational roots. What then? We cannot allow such a remarkable talent to be hindered throughout their life simply because of a less than ideal background, can we? Or consider a branch clan member who, at a high level of cultivation, achieves an extraordinary feat for the Chen clan and finally earns the right to access the clan's secret classics, only to find it too late. What should be done then? Surely, we cannot allow merit to go unrewarded. Would that not chill the hearts of our people? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu contemplated thoughtfully. I understand now. So, in response to such situations, our clan's upper echelons have developed the divine medicine known as the blood of the Sacred King? Indeed. Chen Qingyu nodded, stating, The primary function of the blood of the Sacred King is to forcibly alter the foundational roots of those above the Golden Bridge realm who have already established their cultivation base. It is a true divine medicine that defies the heavens and alters destiny. Secondly, it purifies the Sacred King's bloodline within the body, enhancing the power of one's cultivation talent. Finally, it may provide a marginal increase in cultivation, an effect of little significance. He added, of course, that a single drop of the blood of the Sacred King requires numerous precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and must be personally refined by the Grand Elders, making it exceedingly rare. Under normal circumstances, it is incredibly difficult for even direct lineage members to obtain a single drop of the blood of the Sacred King, let alone collateral or branch clan members. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu blinked. What about me? Chen Qingyu smiled wryly. You are a Daozi. If you desire it, there will naturally be Grand Elders proficient in alchemy who will personally refine it for you. Chapter 66. Stock of Sacred Blood. Chen Qingyu's eyes immediately brightened. Yet, Chen Qingyu continued. However, as I have mentioned, the blood of the Sacred King would be of no use to you. He patiently explained. You are already cultivating with the clan's secret classics, rendering a change in foundational roots ineffective for you. Moreover, your cultivation talent is unparalleled, far surpassing that of the 9-star talent combined with the innate Dao body by a factor of 10. This sufficiently demonstrates that the concentration of the Sacred King's bloodline within you is even richer than that of those ancestral mutations. Thus, even the blood of the Sacred King cannot purify your superior bloodline. As for the final minimal enhancement of cultivation, he shook his head and stated seriously, your current primary issue is not that your cultivation is progressing too slowly, but rather that it is advancing too rapidly. Both the clan leader and I, along with the elders and ancestors, unanimously believe you need to consolidate your progress. Otherwise, does our Chen clan lack any celestial pills or divine medicines? If we truly wished for you to rapidly elevate your cultivation, there are far better and more suitable options available to you. After listening, Chen Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. It turns out that his previous ignorance of the blood of the Sacred King stemmed solely from the clan's higher-ups deeming the divine medicine ineffective for him. However, he understood his own circumstances. In reality, it was likely due to his mixed heritage that the concentration of the Sacred King's bloodline within him was not high. He had previously estimated that his true cultivation talent was merely around 4 to 5 stars, with his rapid progress relying entirely on the perverse supernatural ability known as the 9-breath submission. In other words, the purifying effect of the blood of the Sacred King would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits for him. If he could obtain a drop of the blood of the Sacred King, and after consuming and refining it, his already formidable cultivation speed would surely skyrocket once again. With this thought, he immediately spoke. Father, is there still any stock of the blood of the Sacred King left in the clan? Chen Qingyu shot him a glare and replied exasperatedly. So you didn't heed my earlier words at all, did you? The blood of the Sacred King is of no use to you. Why would you want it? Chen Qingyu blinked and murmured. I just want to taste what this sacred medicine is like. Besides, what if it turns out to be useful for me? Chen Qingyu retorted. Good heavens, do you think this rare divine medicine is like candied hawthorn sold on the streets? That you can simply sample it? However, he genuinely doubted that if his son truly wished to taste it, the Grand Elders and the 9 ancestors would likely smile and acquiesce to such a ridiculous request. Since the establishment of the Qin clan, the most dazzling Daozhi, they would be more inclined to indulge such a small request rather than deny it. If you truly wish to taste it, it is not impossible. Chen Qingyu sighed helplessly. However, I am not in charge of the treasury, so I do not know whether there is any stock of the blood of the Sacred King remaining in the clan. Chen Qingyu scratched his head and stood up. Then I shall inquire with the ancestors. Furthermore, I also intend to seek their guidance regarding the cultivation of the 1-star 9 radiance secret technique. Chen Qingyu acknowledged, picking up his teacup once more, only to see Chen Qingyu hastily depart. Moments later, Chen Qingyu rode the auspicious clouds and landed before the floating heavenly palace. Yet this time, before he could even call out, he found himself suddenly transported to the Star Sea floating island. Little Qingyu. The 9 ancestors looked at him and smiled. What are your thoughts on that girl from the Wu clan? Chen Qingyu plopped down and shrugged. Not much. Furthermore, ancestor, your deliberate arrangement of such a counterfeit clown was too contrived. The smile of the 9 ancestor faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. As he casually replied, it's nothing, it's just the first time. As long as you don't dislike each other, that is sufficient. Moreover, did you not also gain the insights of the 1-star 9 radiance cultivation? You're not at a loss regardless. Chen Qingyu pursed his lips and shifted the topic. Ancestor, is there still any blood of the Sacred King remaining in the clan? The blood of the Sacred King? The 9 ancestor shook his head before speaking. There is none left. The last drop of the blood of the Sacred King was bestowed upon that little fellow you had a fight with. If you desire it, I will instruct little 17 to refine 10 drops specifically for you. Chen Qingyu's eyes instantly lit up. That would be splendid. How long will it take to complete the refinement? The 9 ancestor replied. Even at the fastest pace, it will take 2 to 3 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu shook his head repeatedly. Too long. In 2 to 3 years, who knows how much my cultivation will have soared. The blood of the Sacred King can purify bloodlines, which translates to enhancing my cultivation talent. Thus, the sooner I can obtain it, the better. You rascal. The 9 ancestors smiled helplessly, then pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. Indeed, the clan has no stock of the blood of the Sacred King. However, I do know of a place where a drop of the blood of the Sacred King is hidden. Chapter 67. A gift from 30,000 years ago, really? Chen Qingyu's expression brightened at these words, and he eagerly inquired, where is it? The 9 ancestor responded slowly, on the fringes of the ancient Chunlu kingdom, in a remote border town. A border town? Chen Qingyu was taken aback and instinctively asked, how could a border town possibly harbor a divine medicine like the blood of the Sacred King? The 9 ancestor's gaze flickered as he replied enigmatically. The reasons behind this are quite complex, involving a long-buried tale. That drop of the blood of the Sacred King has gone unnoticed for 30,000 years. Chen Qingyu hesitated for a moment. 30,000 years? Is it still usable? The 9 ancestor chuckled lightly. Rest assured, as long as the supreme divine medicine is properly preserved, it will not lose its potency even after tens of thousands of years. If you are in haste to acquire it, there exists but one location that still harbors the blood of the Holy King. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu immediately proclaimed loudly. Then it is settled. Ancestor, could I trouble you to send someone to assist me in retrieving it? The 9th ancestor chuckled and chided. You impudent lad. You dare to command me? If you desire the blood of the Holy King, you shall fetch it yourself. That remote border town is known as Liang City, situated at the southernmost edge of the ancient Chenlu kingdom. The precious drop of Holy King's blood is concealed within a small vial, buried before the tombstone of a mausoleum deep within the Chen family cemetery in Liang City. Chen Qingyu blinked. But how am I to get there? Moreover, I am still at the Golden Bridge stage, and according to family rules, I cannot leave the divine capital. The ninth ancestor waved his hand dismissively. Have your father take you. With his cultivation, as long as he remains within the bounds of the Chunlu kingdom, he can protect you quite adequately. All right then. Chen Qingyu responded eagerly, rising to declare, I shall set off to retrieve the blood of the Holy King now. Upon my return, I will consult you, ancestor, regarding the cultivation of the star and 9 radiances. The ninth ancestor nodded lightly. In the next moment, Chen Qingyu found himself transported to the front of the floating celestial palace. Regaining his senses, he summoned the clouds and traversed through the 9 layers of fierce winds, heading back to his abode. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyu returned home and found his father, Chen Jingxing, recounting the events that transpired at the floating celestial palace. Is that so? Chen Jingxing exclaimed, quite astonished. A remote border town preserving a drop of Holy King's blood from 30,000 years ago. That is indeed peculiar. Furthermore, the ninth ancestor permitted you to leave the divine capital? Chen Qingyu chuckled. But you are here, aren't you? The ancestor mentioned that with your strength, you would be more than capable of safeguarding me. Chen Jingxing nodded slightly, replying, that is true. Since the ancestor has granted permission for you to venture forth, then let us proceed. With that, he stood up and gestured for Chen Qingyu to come closer. Dad? Chen Qingyu inquired curiously, how are we to get there? Flying might be too slow. Should we take the teleportation array? Chen Jingxing smiled lightly. There is no need for such complications. As he spoke, he casually waved his sleeve. An invisible force struck down, tearing the space before them like thin paper, revealing a layer of profound darkness below. Chen Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Jingxing remarked nonchalantly, this is the void, an alternate spatial structure beneath the current realm. At that moment, he was enveloped in a cascade of starlight. In an instant, a powerful force encased Chen Qingyu, transporting both father and son into the void. After a brief interval, Chen Qingyu observed the faint luminescence of stars on his body, curiously surveying the surroundings. What he beheld was an endless expanse of pitch-black space, utterly devoid of boundaries, with countless distant points of varying brightness flickering in the far-off distance. Boom. The surrounding space continued to stretch and distort, seemingly undergoing some inexplicable transformation. Yet, due to the lack of any discernible reference, it appeared as though they were standing motionless in a turbulent current. Dad? Chen Qingyu raised his hand, pointing to the distant flickering lights. What are those? Chen Jingxing glanced in the direction indicated and replied calmly. Some of those are void whirlpools or corridors, perilous places. Others are treasures born from the void. There may even be rare beasts of void attributes. Additionally, there are secret realms established by formidable beings or natural secret realms, as well as remnants of such realms. There are also bits of refuse in the void, including fragments of divine weapons, remnants of ancient battlefields, and various items scattered from shattered storage devices. He paused slightly before continuing. In the void, spatial distances do not correspond precisely. It all depends on your mastery over the powers of the void. Should you pursue those lights, you may find yourself unable to approach them even after a millennium or more. Exploring the void is fraught with peril. One might encounter tremendous opportunities, soaring to great heights, or fall into despair and meet their demise. Concluding his admonition, he added, at present, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Once you attain the spirit origin realm and embark on your travels, you may chance upon safe secret realms. As for exploring the void, that is a matter for much later, when you achieve the cave void realm. Chapter 68. The Journey to Liang City. Chen Qingyu nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. Following that, he fell silent, appreciating the rare and wondrous sights surrounding them. The void stretched endlessly, reminiscent of a starry night sky, yet the brilliance was sparse and dim, imparting a sense of profound mystery. After a moment, Chen Jingxing abruptly halted and announced, we have arrived at Liang City. With that, he waved his sleeve, and amidst the shimmering starlight, a circular opening was torn in the space before them. On the other side of the circular aperture lay a small, square city resting upon the earth, covering no more than a few dozen miles, appearing rather dull. Is this Liang City? Chen Qingyu inquired curiously. Compared to the vast and majestic divine capital, Changluo, this town seemed utterly ordinary and inconspicuous. Chen Jingxing, his starlight flickering, led Chen Qingyu out of the void and into the outside world. Qingyu, he turned to Chen Qingyu. Our father-son duo is undertaking a covert operation. There is no need for any grand display, lest we alert the local branches of our clan. Please indicate where that place is, and we shall proceed directly. Chen Qingyu nodded. It is at the deepest part of the Chun family cemetery in Liang City, before that particular mausoleum. Very well, Chen Jingxing acknowledged with a slight nod, the faint traces of starlight shimmering upon him. In the next instant, their figures vanished from where they stood, reappearing at the depths of the expansive Chun family cemetery, before an ancient and unadorned white jade mausoleum. This must be the one, Chen Jingxing remarked, turning to Chen Qingyu. Indeed, Chen Qingyu exclaimed with excitement, quickly advancing to the mausoleum. Upon closer inspection, It was evident that this mausoleum was the oldest within the entire cemetery and had been well maintained over the years. The tombstone bore the name Chen Qingyu. Within the depths of the cemetery, many local branches of the Chen family members were seen coming and going, offering paper money, yellow paper, and offerings to honor their ancestors. Yet they regarded the duo with indifference. With a rustle, Chen Qingyu knelt down, lifting the white jade tiles before the tombstone. He then channeled his true energy into his palm, making it sharp as a blade, and swiftly delved into the earth. After a brief search, he felt a hard, smooth object and instantly beamed with delight, pulling it out. Upon closer inspection, what he held was a bronze vial, stained with dirt. I got it. A smile broke across Chen Qingyu's face. The bronze vial, though soiled, bore no signs of the passage of time. At first glance, one would never guess it to be a creation from 30,000 years ago. It seems this vessel containing the blood of the Holy King is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chen Qingyu marveled, wiping the dirt from the bronze vial with a handkerchief and carefully stowing it away. Observing this, Chen Jingxing's gaze flickered slightly. It truly is the blood of the Holy King. How did the ninth ancestor come to know that a drop of the Holy King's blood lay hidden here? Chen Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. Who can say? Perhaps it was the venerable one who buried it himself 30,000 years ago. He mused aloud, casually stuffing the soiled white handkerchief into a pit in the ground, filling it with earth before replacing the jade stone slab on top, stamping it down with his feet. Done. He clapped his hands, turned, and said, Father, let us return. Chen Jingxing responded affirmatively, swiftly waving his sleeve, tearing through the fabric of space once more, and whisking Chen Qingyu away through the void. Throughout their presence, the inhabitants of Liang City remained blissfully unaware of their arrival. As the sun began to set and night gradually descended, the foot traffic in the cemetery had dwindled to almost nothing. A faint rustling sound emerged. A disheveled little girl, clad in tattered clothing, stealthily slipped into the cemetery. She was quick in her movements, grabbing the offerings and stuffing them into her mouth, voraciously devouring and simultaneously shoving more into her bosom. Soon, her clothing was filled to the brim. Satisfied, she nodded and prepared to leave. But at that moment, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye, instinctively turning her head to look. Her heart raced, while others might not have detected it. She had surreptitiously entered this place almost daily and had visited every tomb, making her intimately familiar with them, thus easily sensing the discordant element. This particular stone slab had been disturbed. The girl's eyes brightened, and her mind raced with possibilities. Could someone have secretly buried treasure here? With that thought, she eagerly darted over, using her tiny fingers to pry at the heavy jade slab, laboriously lifting it. Beneath the stone slab, she could clearly see the traces of a small vertical pit that had been dug and then filled with dirt. Someone truly had hidden treasure. She licked her lips and reached in with determination, suddenly grasping something soft and yanking it out. She gazed at the dirt-stained white cloth in her hand, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 69, Purifying the Bloodline. A surge in talent in the divine capital of Chongluo. Upon returning to their abode with his father, Chen Qingyu immediately entered the quiet chamber for seclusion. He took a deep breath. The calming effects of the dragon's saliva, sandalwood, and tranquil heart grass cushion swiftly soothing his mind. He uncorked the bronze vial in his hand and peered inside. A drop of pale golden, shimmering blood rolled around in the bottom of the vial, akin to water droplets on a lotus leaf or glistening jewels. This was the Sacred King's blood from 30,000 years ago. Without hesitation, he poured the Sacred King's blood into his palm and swallowed it whole. In an instant, boom. A torrential wave of heat erupted from his abdomen, spreading rapidly through his limbs and bones, engulfing every corner of his body like a raging wildfire. At that moment, Chen Qingyu felt as if he were about to ignite in flames. This is the Sacred King's bloodline within me, undergoing continuous purification and enhancement. Amidst the excruciating pain, he clung to the last vestige of clarity, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. He groaned softly, gritted his teeth, and silently endured this piercing agony and the sensation of being consumed by fire. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, clang, a resounding, bell-like sound echoed in his mind, crisp and profound. This sound was eerily familiar. Could it be the chime of the Chun clan's ancestral artifact, the Wanqing Huntian bell? A flash of realization struck Chen Qingyu. It seems that during the refining process of the Sacred King's blood, the power of this Sacred King artifact would also be harnessed. No wonder it bears this name. With that thought, he swiftly cast aside distractions, focused his mind, and turned inward to examine his body. Above the sea of blood, a massive golden bridge had actually swelled to nearly half its length, the golden surface spanning across half the blood sea. Incredible! Chen Qingyu could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, I do not need to change my foundational techniques. The residual medicinal effects have only enhanced my cultivation, propelling me to the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. I have leaped across 4 minor realms. He reveled in the thought. Of course, his primary purpose for consuming the Sacred King's blood was to purify his bloodline and enhance his cultivation talent. He patiently observed the effects of the 9 breaths breathing technique in operation, witnessing the increase in his cultivation. Soon, after completing a cycle of 9 breaths, the golden bridge spanning the blood sea visibly advanced a short distance. The effect caused Chen Qingyu's eyes to light up. A rough estimate revealed an astonishing conclusion. After consuming the Sacred King's blood and undergoing initial bloodline purification, his cultivation speed had increased by at least double. This was an utterly miraculous effect. Amazing, simply exhilarating. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Qingyu let out a whistle. Initially, he had anticipated that with diligent training, it would take about 2 months to advance to the spirit origin realm. However, now, his cultivation had surged to the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. Furthermore, with his cultivation speed doubled, it meant that with dedicated effort, he could ascend to the spirit origin realm and become a respected one in less than 20 days. This was a tremendous windfall. Chen Qingyu was elated, his face beaming with joy. This drop of Sacred King's blood had significantly intensified the concentration of the Sacred King's bloodline within him, thereby causing his cultivation talent to soar. Others believe that his extraordinary talent and the profound nature of his Sacred King's bloodline made purification impossible. In reality, his bloodline concentration was quite limited. This was precisely why, after consuming the Sacred King's blood, he experienced such an exaggerated enhancement. His initially mediocre talent had, in this circumstance, become a substantial advantage. A low starting point signifies less difficulty in subsequent enhancements and greater potential for growth. Indeed, splendid. He nodded in satisfaction and promptly stood up. Heading towards the door of the quiet chamber, it was time to consult the 9 ancestors regarding the cultivation methods of the 1-star 9 glories. Once successful, he could also receive an additional grand reward from the Tai Su Yuan Ling outside the quiet chamber. Chen Jingxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently awaiting his son. Upon seeing him emerge, his pupils suddenly constricted. Yu's face displayed a hint of astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible?" With his cultivation, he could distinctly sense the aura of the Sacred King's bloodline within Chen Qingyu, which had suddenly intensified significantly. This was simply unbelievable. Chen Jingxing's face was filled with incredulity, murmuring, "How could this be?" According to his assessment, after consuming the Sacred King's blood, Chen Qingyu should have experienced either no effect or an effect so weak it could be disregarded. However, he never expected that the Sacred King's blood would not only be effective for Chen Qingyu, but its impact would be remarkably powerful. Father. Chen Qingyu stood before Chen Jingxing, waving his arms until he finally roused him from his stupor. Once Chen Jingxing regained his senses, he abruptly grasped Chen Qingyu's shoulders. His tone grave. "How did you achieve this? How can the effects of the Sacred King's blood be so profound? This defies all logic." Chapter 70. Surpassing the Yuan Emperor. Chen Qingyu chuckled, offering a half-truthful explanation. "Perhaps my concentration of the Sacred King's bloodline was inherently low?" Chen Jingxing hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. "That is unlikely. Given your talent, your bloodline concentration is probably the highest among the current generation of the Qin clan. To surpass you is conceivable only if one is the biological son or grandson of the Holy King of Qinlu. Merely relying on the Holy King's blood, a divine elixir, cannot possibly yield such effects." After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with gravity. "You should indeed seek an audience with the 9 ancestors. Perhaps, upon witnessing your transformation, he may provide an explanation." Chen Qingyu shrugged and replied, "Very well, for I am already preparing to meet him." Soon after, Chen Qingyu soared upon a cloud, ascending directly into the heavens, traversing through 9 layers of fierce winds, until he arrived before the floating celestial palace. The moment he landed, his vision blurred, and he found himself once again atop the starry sea floating island. Upon seeing him, the 9 ancestors stood in shock. "What is this? How has the blood tide within you undergone such a cataclysmic transformation?" Chen Qingyu, taken aback, replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, it is due to my consumption of the Holy King's blood." "Impossible," the 9 ancestor asserted emphatically. "The Holy King's blood possesses no such efficacy. It would be more plausible if it were the legendary Celestial Lotus Seed. Your current bloodline concentration nearly rivals that of the 3rd-generation descendants of the Holy King of Qinlu." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu lamented, "Ancestor, why do you share the same stance as my father? Could it not be that my concentration of the Holy King's bloodline was simply never high to begin with?" The 9 ancestor paused, then fell into deep thought, murmuring, "That is not entirely implausible." After a moment's reflection, he slowly raised his head and stated solemnly, "If that is indeed the case, it suggests that our initial judgments may not have been erroneous. We believe that your mixed heritage would significantly dilute your Qin bloodline, leading to a dismal future. Although your father was extraordinarily gifted in his youth, it seemed that little would remain by the time it reached you." Chen Qingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "I am of mixed heritage?" This was the first time he had encountered such unexpected news. Regarding his mother, his father had always been vague, leading him to believe she hailed from a significant power in the south. Yet, to his astonishment, she was not of the human race, but rather of a different lineage. The 9 ancestor remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "Indeed, you are not of pure human descent. Rather, You are a hybrid of the human and spirit races, though your spirit bloodline has been sealed by a special secret technique. I cannot elaborate further. You may inquire with your father in the future, should he be willing to disclose the truth. Understood. Chen Qingyu nodded silently. Etching this revelation into his memory, the Nine Ancestor regarded him and spoke softly. At the time you measured your 9-star aptitude with the life-creating jade, we believed our judgments had been flawed. Yet, in retrospect, he paused, then mused, our assessments were indeed accurate. As a mixed blood, your concentration of the Holy King's bloodline is quite low. However, the unknown constitution you awakened is so extraordinarily formidable that it has drastically elevated your cultivation potential to an astonishing level. As he spoke, the light in his eyes shone brightly as he gazed at Chen Qingyu. This is not bad news. Rather, it is a tremendous boon. The lower concentration of your Holy King's bloodline actually implies that your cultivation potential can still be further enhanced. Perhaps you may one day surpass the Yuan Emperor. Chen Qingyu rubbed his hands together. That presupposes an ample supply of Holy King's blood. Without it, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The Nine Ancestor laughed heartily. What difficulty is that? I shall immediately instruct the esteemed elders of our clan to collaborate in refining the Holy King's blood for you. In no more than 2 years, we shall have a continuous supply at your disposal. By then, you could even treat the Holy King's blood as if it were mere sugar water. Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Excellent. I shall eagerly await. The Nine Ancestors smiled and nodded, then resumed his meditative posture, speaking. I promised you that once you had escorted Princess Wu of the Taiwan clan, I would teach you the cultivation method of the 1-star 9 radiances. Now that you have fulfilled your task, I shall honor my word. With that, he looked at Chen Qingyu and inquired. Do you have any uncertainties regarding the secret arts of the 1-star 9 radiances? Chapter 71. The completion of the secret arts and the grand reward. Chen Qingyu pondered briefly, then sat cross-legged, responding, I have grasped the general cultivation approach. The only aspect I do not comprehend is how to utilize the stellar path to condense my true self's manifestation. After receiving guidance from Wu Sui, he revisited the 1-star 9 radiance's secret art and successfully deciphered it, at least to the extent of understanding the complex scriptures and illustrations. The sole remaining challenge was the practical application of the cultivation method, which still eluded him. This was indeed the most arduous aspect. The Nine Ancestor began. The secret art of the 1-star 9 radiances is preserved by both the Chen clan and the Taiwan Wu clan. The Wu clan's cultivation method involves establishing a terrestrial star nation, claiming to be the reincarnation of the star monarch, absorbing specific incense and faith, thereby altering the properties of dragon energy to forge this secret art through a unique path. In contrast, the method of the Chen clan is entirely opposite. We must visualize our physical selves, nurture our spirit to manifest the true essence of the Taihao stars, condensing a strand of Taihao divine intent, which we then sever, transforming it into true essence to achieve the Taihao incarnation. This incarnation serves as the foundation for the first level of the 1-star 9 radiances, the dual stars shining upon the world. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. It requires the transformation of true essence. Does that mean it cannot be performed at the Golden Bridge level? Indeed, the Nine Ancestor nodded. The prerequisite for practicing the 1-star 9 radiances is to be at least a revered being of the spirit origin realm. However, as long as you can comprehend it thoroughly, once you reach the requisite realm, you will be able to cultivate immediately, in accordance with the judgment criteria of the Taishu Yuanling. Furthermore, considering your cultivation speed, ascending to the spirit origin realm will be as effortless as eating and drinking. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. I understand. The Nine Ancestors smiled faintly and began to impart the crucial techniques for visualizing oneself and nurturing the spirit to manifest the true essence of the Taihao stars. Chen Qingyu diligently memorized every detail, leaving nothing to chance. Half an hour later, with the Nine Ancestors' personal guidance, Chen Qingyu finally comprehended the foundational aspects of the 1-star 9 radiance's secret art, mastering it completely without any hindrance. Should his cultivation reach the spirit origin realm, he would be able to unleash this extraordinary secret art immediately. Indeed, the Nine Ancestors smiled slightly, offering words of praise. Your insight is truly as remarkable as your cultivation potential. Chen Qingyu rose respectfully and bowed, saying, I must express my gratitude for your guidance, Ancestor. The Nine Ancestor laughed heartily, waving his sleeve. Go, go. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyu found himself once again at the entrance of the floating celestial palace. He took a deep breath, transforming into a gust of wind, swiftly descending through the 9 layers of fierce winds, returning to his abode. He hurried into his secluded meditation chamber, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his true energy, reciting the Taishu Ma Dao incantation. In an instant, buzz, his mind trembled slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, he was once more amidst the vast starry sea. The grand voice of the Taishu Yuanling resonated throughout the starry expanse. According to our judgment, you have comprehended the mysteries of the 1-star 9 radiance's secret art. Congratulations. You have completed the accompanying trial for your exclusive reward. You have received additional rewards. Your Taihao Town Heaven Fist, Taihao Body Refinement Method, and Celestial Star Guidance Method have been elevated to the perfected level. You have received 5 million Taishu points. This, Chen Qingyu was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that the rewards for comprehending the 1-star 9 radiances would be so extravagant. The 3 supreme martial techniques have reached absolute perfection. Just this achievement alone has spared him at least several months of arduous training. The reward of 5 million void points surpasses all his previous accumulations, instantly making him several times wealthier. Such a reward is simply extravagant. Moreover, the fact that the void spirit can directly elevate my martial realm is rather astonishing. Chen Qingyu instinctively held his breath. This overwhelming additional reward left him momentarily dazed. In comparison, the mere reward of the Starry 9 Radiance feels utterly inadequate. Perhaps the Starry 9 Radiance's secret method merely serves as a test? Only by passing this trial can one attain the true rewards? Such thoughts began to swirl in Chen Qingyu's mind. In the next instant, boom, a torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, scenes of his diligent training and fierce battles flashed before his eyes, vividly depicting his journey and honing his martial skills. This spectacle felt so real, as if he had lived through each moment himself. His mastery over the 3 supreme martial techniques rapidly escalated, merging with this influx of memories at an alarming speed. After a brief moment, as he regained his composure and took a deep breath, his expression revealed sheer exhilaration. Incredible. This wave of fortune has catapulted me to new heights. Chapter 72. Re-entering the Golden Bridge Realm. The power of the Void Eternal Mirror is indeed beyond imagination. Chen Qingyu harbored doubts that these lifelike memories were a simulation derived from his past experiences and thought patterns, directly implanted into his mind. Only through such means could he seamlessly absorb this information and achieve the pinnacle of the 3 supreme martial techniques in one fell swoop. With these techniques perfected, his strength has at least doubled. A genuine smile graced his face. It is time to enter the Golden Bridge Realm. I have long awaited the super talents of the Golden Bridge Realm. With this thought, Chen Qingyu focused his mind, reaching out towards the colossal luminous gate within the starry sea before him. In an instant, a golden light flickered, and the immense gate swung open with a resounding crash. As Chen Qingyu's vision adjusted, he found himself standing on a long street, surrounded by a bustling crowd. On either side of the street, various taverns and shops were lined up in orderly fashion. At a glance, it seemed indistinguishable from the Blood Sea Realm's divine capital Changluo, save for the fact that the passers-by were all master-level warriors from the Golden Bridge Realm. Excuse me. Chen Qingyu stopped a hurried young man and inquired, "Could you please tell me how to get to the War God Tower?" The young man impatiently turned his head. "Are you new here? Didn't anyone inform you that the layout of the Void Cities in Blood Sea Realm and Golden Bridge Realm remains unchanged?" "I see." Chen Qingyu nodded slightly, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for clarifying." "Wait." The young man seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in disbelief. He quickly scrutinized Chen Qingyu, his expression suddenly brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young Master Chen? Is that really you?" Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Surely not. Even here in the Golden Bridge Realm, a random passerby recognizes him? He waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, "Brother, you must be mistaken." "Impossible." The young man insisted excitedly. "Your portrait has long circulated through the divine capital. I even purchased a copy at the market. There's no way I could be wrong." "What the heck?" Chen Qingyu's gaze turned incredulous, and goosebumps prickled his skin. "What kind of grown man collects my portrait?" At that moment, the young man was already shouting with uncontainable enthusiasm, "Everyone, come quickly. Young Master Chen has arrived." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding crowd instinctively halted, their eyes turning towards him. Then, a wave of commotion erupted. "Wow, it really is young Master Chen. Has he come to the Golden Bridge Realm? Is this for real? Where is young Master Chen's younger brother? Let me see him." The crowd surged forward, clamoring to gather around Chen Qingyu. "Damn it." Chen Qingyu cursed inwardly. With a thought, he activated the shadowless technique, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Then he transformed into a wisp of breeze, soaring high into the air, evading the throngs below. "I'm out of here." He glanced back at the gathering crowd, swiftly riding the wind away from the scene. Where did young Master Chen go? The crowd on the long street expressed their disappointment. Many even unleashed their true energy, soaring into the skies in search of him, but to no avail. What a blunder. The young man in the crowd lamented, smacking his forehead. "If I had known it was young Master Chen asking for directions, I would have led him personally." Young Master Chen is the acknowledged legend of the Blood Sea Realm. Such a supreme talent will surely shine in the Golden Bridge Realm and inevitably become a powerful figure in the future. To meet someone of such stature, even if one cannot engage in conversation, establishing a connection could yield countless benefits later on. Alas, I've missed a grand opportunity. The young man sighed in regret. On the other side, after maneuvering through the winds for a quarter of an hour, Chen Qingyu arrived near the War God Tower. Along the way, he had gained a basic understanding of the divine capital Changluo within the Golden Bridge Realm. Overall, the structure of the divine capital Changluo in the Golden Bridge realm was indeed identical, though on a smaller scale, likely housing only several million warriors of the Golden Bridge realm. Moreover, there was a notable difference. The exceptional warriors in the Blood Sea realm were predominantly teenagers and young adults in their early 20s, whereas those in the Golden Bridge realm were generally older, mostly in their 20s and 30s. It is evident that for most talents, even with extraordinary gifts, crossing the Golden Bridge realm to reach the Spirit Source Fourth realm typically requires over a decade of time. The vast majority of warriors struggle throughout their lives, finding it nearly impossible to break free from the shackles of the human body and merge with the forces of nature. Chen Qingyu concealed himself, pondering in midair. However, he did not contemplate for long before he lifted his gaze. To the left of the towering War God Tower, a golden leaderboard descended from the heavens, capturing his full attention. The War God Tower of the Golden Bridge realm has finally arrived. Chapter 73, Emperor of Martial Arts. The four heavenly kings Chen Qingyu stood aloft in the air, maintaining the shadowless technique, and first turned his gaze to the left where the Golden Bridge realm War God overall ranking was descending from the sky. The first on the War God ranking is Su Yuanshan, human race, 27 years old, hailing from the sacred land of myriad forms, having cleared the 10th level of the War God Tower. The second is Wu Sui, human race, 18 years old, from the Taiwan Wu clan, having cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. The third is Wang Pujuan, human race, 29 years old, from the Liangshan Wang clan, having cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. The fourth is Ku Zhenhai, human race, 30 years old, from the Eastern Flow Sacred Land, having cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. The fifth is Chun Qinghan, human race, 28 years old, from the Changluochen clan, having cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. The sixth is Zhou Chenlong, human race, 21 years old, from the Qinyangzhou clan, having cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. As he glanced at the top of the leaderboard, Chen Qingyu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Good heavens! 4 individuals have cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower, and one has even reached the 10th level. Wu Sui indeed stands as the second greatest in the world, surpassed only by Su Yuanshan. During the era of Blood Sea Heaven, the formidable Zhou Chenlong, who wielded unparalleled power, managed to breach only the 8th level of the War God Tower, securing the title of the strongest in the Blood Sea realm. Yet in Golden Bridge Heaven, there are already 4 who have conquered the 9th level. Among them, the fearsome prodigy Su Yuanshan has even ascended to the terrifying 10th level. Although the challenges of the Golden Bridge Heaven are somewhat diminished compared to those of Blood Sea Heaven, this is still an extraordinary feat. In Chen Qingyu's mind, thoughts raced. Could there be some hidden secret behind this? While he pondered, a conversation between a pair of siblings in the throng below caught his attention. Elder sister? A boy clad in black gazed at the descending Golden Bridge Heaven War God leaderboard, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are there truly so many super talents in Golden Bridge Heaven? When I was in Blood Sea Heaven, the renowned Chen Xiaojun had only reached the 9th level, not to mention Zhou Chenlong, who was merely at the 8th level before him. This disparity is staggering." Observing the boy's shocked expression, a charming girl beside him smiled and replied, "It is different now. In the contemporary Golden Bridge realm, our human race holds a comprehensive advantage, with prodigious talents emerging in abundance, overshadowing all other races. The once dominant prodigies of previous eras have now all converged in this age." As she spoke, she pointed to the leading figures on the board with pride, saying, "Do you see? Those 5 are hailed as the martial Dao emperors of Golden Bridge Heaven, the 4 great kings, especially Su Yuanshan from the Holy Land of Myriad Forms, who has reached the pinnacle of the War God Tower, standing at the zenith of all who have traversed the Golden Bridge realm throughout history." The black-clad youth could not help but exclaim, "Martial Dao Emperor, truly remarkable. So, this Su Yuanshan is even more formidable than Chen Xiaojun?" The charming girl hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Not necessarily. It is widely acknowledged in the Void Realm that the difficulty of the War God Tower decreases as one ascends through the realms. Chen Xiaojun has also topped the Blood Sea Heaven War God Tower. It is not impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Bridge Heaven War God Tower in the future. As she spoke, she pointed to the 6th position on the leaderboard, adding, "Did you see? The illustrious Zhou Chenlong from Blood Sea Heaven has just entered Golden Bridge Heaven and has rapidly ascended to 6th place in the world. After 2 more years of refinement, it is only a matter of time before he breaches the 9th level. By then, the 4 great kings may very well become the 5 great kings." With his exceptional prowess, and Chen Xiaojun being even stronger, he undoubtedly has the opportunity to contend for the title of Martial Dao Emperor. The voices of the siblings faded as they walked further away. Chen Qingyu refocused his attention on the golden leaderboard descending from the heavens, lost in contemplation. Martial Dao Emperor. There is no doubt that Su Yuanshan is a super prodigy far more formidable than Zhou Chenlong. Hearing of him from Wu Sui was one thing. Yet experiencing this pressure firsthand upon arriving in Golden Bridge Heaven was altogether more palpable. The Golden Bridge realm is the ultimate destination of the martial Dao, and Su Yuanshan is acclaimed as the martial Dao Emperor. In Blood Sea Heaven, most prodigies typically linger for only a few years. Yet in Golden Bridge Heaven, this duration extends to over a decade, resulting in even more prodigies colliding, with average strengths rising correspondingly. Not to mention, this is a resplendent era dominated by the human race, thoroughly eclipsing the other races. Chen Qingyu felt a surge of fervor rising within him. So, in Golden Bridge Heaven, there are indeed many invincible prodigies on par with, or even surpassing, Zhou Qinlong. The martial Dao Emperor Su Yuanshan has become the next target he aspires to surpass. Only increasingly formidable adversaries can ignite the fiery spirit of battle that courses through him. Chapter 74. Sweeping away, let us begin. The first step in conquering Golden Bridge Heaven starts with the War God Tower. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyu transformed into a wisp of wind, darting towards the entrance of the War God Tower. In an instant, he found himself once again in a familiar pure white space. Welcome to the War God Tower. The cold, mechanical voice of the void spirit reverberated around him. You have successfully breached the 9th level of the War God Tower in Blood Sea Heaven and reached the summit. As a result, you have been granted a privilege. You may choose to skip the first 8 levels of the Golden Bridge Heaven, War God Tower, and directly challenge the 9th level. If you opt to skip, the rewards from the first 8 levels will still be fully granted to you. Alternatively, you may choose to forfeit this privilege and begin your challenge from the first level of the War God Tower. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and declared without hesitation, I choose to exercise my right to skip the first 8 levels of the Golden Bridge Heaven, War God Tower. His current strength had inflated even more dramatically than during his time in the Blood Sea realm. Repeating the first 8 levels held no significance for him. It would merely be a waste of time. As his words fell, a resounding blast echoed as a thick white beam of light descended from the heavens of the pure white space, enveloping him entirely. As the world spun and shifted, when he regained clarity, he found himself in an expansive pure white space measuring several dozen miles across. Is this the 9th level of Golden Bridge Heaven? Chen Qingyu's gaze sharpened. This space was at least 10 times larger than the 9th level of the War God Tower in Blood Sea Heaven. This clearly indicated that the simulated opponents and battle strategies within the War God Tower of Golden Bridge Heaven would undergo significant alterations. Buzz. Just then, he felt a slight tremor in his mind, accompanied by a notification from the Void Spirit. The rewards from the first 8 levels had been granted to him. His expression shifted slightly. The rewards from the War God Tower of Golden Bridge Heaven are indeed twice as high as those from Blood Sea Heaven. Before he could further contemplate, a cold, mechanical voice emanated from above. Welcome to the 9th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear, challengers. Please prepare yourselves. As the mechanical voice faded, a tempest of white light erupted from all directions, filling the space with blinding radiance. Accompanying these dazzling lights, thousands of formidable figures, their expressions cold and indifferent, materialized in an instant. These powerful figures were positioned on the ground, suspended in the air, and some were even concealed from sight, either hidden or lurking beneath the surface. Come forth. Chen Qingyu smiled calmly, standing resolutely amidst the multitude of icy gazes. In the next moment, boom, thousands of elite martial artists unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A torrent of genuine chi surged forth, with countless divine weapons, martial techniques, and methods converging into brilliant streams of light, launching an overwhelming assault upon him. The sheer magnitude of this assault far surpassed that of the 9th level of the War God Tower in Blood Sea Heaven by at least tenfold. In the face of such an onslaught, Chen Qingyu remained motionless, merely focusing his thoughts to close off the external observation permissions. In the blink of an eye, boom, the terrifying waves of power cascaded upon him without reservation, shaking his protective genuine chi to its very core, before swiftly collapsing. Relying solely on his genuine chi to withstand the onslaught of thousands of elite martial artists was beyond even his capabilities. However, after a brief moment, as the residual waves of power dissipated, what remained was his unscathed, slender figure. Too weak, far too weak. Chen Qingyu shook his head, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Despite having attained a formidable foundation and mastering these profound techniques, the disparity between him and these elite martial artists had not only failed to diminish but had instead widened even further after ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. Moreover, his Tai-Hao refining body technique has reached perfection, and when combined with the enhancement of the dragon-subduing, tiger-suppressing divine ability, his physical prowess has escalated to an unfathomable degree. In battles among peers, impervious to myriad techniques, and unyielding against eternal tribulations, this is no mere hyperbole. Your performance has concluded. Now it is my turn. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth, sending a gentle ripple of true energy coursing through his body. The divine ability of flying sand and moving stone was thus activated. Boom. A torrential sandstorm of ochre erupted instantaneously, rapidly expanding and enveloping the sky and earth. Those who rushed in the fastest, determined to encircle him, were immediately swept away. their agonized cries echoing out. Their entire beings, along with their garments and armaments, were reduced to mere dust, swirling in the air. In the blink of an eye, hundreds perished beneath the overwhelming ochre tempest. Chapter 75. The Mantid's arm resisting a chariot. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The remaining warriors, witnessing Chen Qingyu's devastating strike that obliterated hundreds of their comrades, were immediately seized by dread and began to retreat in haste. Unlike those in the Blood Sea realm, these warriors of the Golden Bridge realm were all capable of flight, swiftly dispersing like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Whoosh, boom, swish. Some unleashed their true energy and soared into the skies. Others concealed their forms, slipping along the ground like shadows. Still others invoked peculiar techniques, burrowing underground to evade the terrifying ochre storm. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Qingyu displayed a hint of surprise, and then his gaze flickered. Indeed, although the overall difficulty has diminished, the battle strategies have also shifted. The vast area of attack no longer swept invincibly like the Blood Sea heaven. His mind raced. Yet he did not cease the flow of his true energy. After several breaths, the omnipresent ochre sandstorm had spread across much of the pristine white space of the 9th layer. Yet, the actual number of those slain remained under 2,000. More of the elite warriors employed various methods to avoid the most potent areas of his assault, with some even surviving through sheer resilience. Huff. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, preparing to amplify his true energy to annihilate his foes. Buzz. A layer of black rings suddenly descended upon him. He was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, dozens of black rings fell like shackles, enveloping him completely. Then rumble. A myriad of colors flickered, including chains, threads, streams of water, wooden cages, and even inscrutable curses, all converging upon him. He swayed slightly, feeling an unexpected heaviness, as he was subjected to powerful restraints and suppression. Even the true energy within him began to feel sluggish, causing the efficacy of the flying sand and moving stone technique to rapidly diminish. Interesting. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he activated the barrier insight technique, scanning his surroundings. As expected, unbeknownst to him, hundreds of figures had been lurking beneath the ground, surrounding him tightly. Kill. These hundreds of figures erupted from the earth, unleashing their true energy in a frantic surge towards him. However, rather than attacking him directly, they sought to further enhance their techniques to suppress him completely. Should they succeed, the remaining 6,000 or 7,000 elite warriors could regroup and wear him down. Ha ha ha. Chen Qingyu let out a hearty laugh. A commendable strategy, but alas. The Mantid's arm resisting a chariot. How foolish. He suddenly stepped forward, his form flickering as he exerted a slight force. The colossal might, akin to a mountain torrent, instantly shattered the various restraints and suppressive measures, causing thousands of shackles to crumble. The dragon subduing, tiger suppressing, divine ability bestowed upon him not only formidable physical strength, but also unparalleled power capable of moving mountains and carrying peaks. Simultaneously, his figure began to blur, rendering the intangible weakening and magical forces completely ineffective against him. Death. He let out a long howl, delivering a powerful punch straight down to the earth. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The ground fractured, leaving behind a massive spiderweb-like pit, with cracks extending far and wide. The terrifying might transformed into a circular shockwave, sweeping across 100 yards in an instant. This was pure, unadulterated power. Bang, bang. The warriors closest to him were instantly obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. The remaining elite warriors were struck as if by a heavy blow. Some were sent flying, their bodies exploding. Others collapsed as if harvested like wheat, falling in unison. In a single strike, hundreds of elite warriors were annihilated. How terrifying. From a distance, the remaining thousands of warriors changed countenance upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, they halted their escape and desperately retreated, attempting to increase the distance between themselves and Chen Qingyu. It was evident, Chen Qingyu's punch had utterly shattered their delusions of confronting him head-on. Engaging Chen Qingyu directly was tantamount to seeking death. The only viable strategy was to create distance and leverage space to gain an advantage, resorting to guerrilla tactics in hopes of wearing him down. Ha ha ha. Observing this, Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, his true energy surging wildly. In an instant, dark clouds began to gather in the heavens, a fierce cold wind sweeping across the land, while snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists. The howling winds unleashed countless razor-sharp ice blades, swirling through the storm. After ascending to the Golden Bridge realm, the might of calling wind and rain had also undergone tremendous enhancement, capable of conjuring cataclysmic attacks in the blink of an eye. However, this level of calamity was no longer a match for the remaining elite warriors. Masters of the Golden Bridge realm were each invulnerable to water and fire. Impervious to blades and spears, they were no longer susceptible to ordinary assaults. Yet, Chen Qingyu did not expect that relying solely on the calling wind and rain technique would suffice to eliminate these formidable foes. Come. He inhaled deeply, his blood surging like a tempest, and the stellar true energy surged forth like a river. At this moment, the true intent behind his invocation of calling wind and rain was finally revealed. Chapter 76. One breath ascends to the clouds whoosh. Chen Qingyu exhaled, unleashing a myriad of translucent, nearly invisible sands that whirled into the air. This transparent dust retained its full potency, yet became an unseen and terrifying killer amidst the raging blizzard, ice hail, and blades. Come, taste my new technique. A trace of delight sparkled in Chen Qingyu's eyes. Chen Qingyu could comprehend the mysteries of starlight and magnetic essence. Zhou Chunlong could refine the profundities of heavenly light transformation. He believed his own insights and talents were no less than theirs. After numerous battles, how could he not have comprehended his own techniques? This was his self-discovered ultimate skill, named the Formless Sandstorm. This secret was inspired by Zhou Chunlong's heavenly light transformation, combined with certain nuances of the barrier insight technique, further modified on the foundation of the starlight magnetic essence. Once unleashed, it could refract light using stellar true energy, granting the flying sand and moving stone technique an invisible effect. Coupled with the calling wind and rain technique, it became his most formidable weapon. No. In an instant, in the pristine white space of the ninth layer, cries of anguish erupted. Numerous powerful elite warriors of the Golden Bridge realm, confronted by the formless sandstorm, were rendered nearly deaf and blind, utterly unable to discern the direction of the assault or to evade in advance. The sky was engulfed in a tempest of blizzards, with icy blades and hail obscuring all vision. How could one possibly guard against these invisible assassins? In the span of mere breaths, a multitude of elite warriors from the Golden Bridge realm fell like grass under a scythe, with more than half perishing in an instant. Those remaining were fewer than 3,000. Some shouted in fury, braving the onslaught of the blizzard and the formless sandstorm, launching themselves into a desperate charge. Yet, many others resorted to various means, attempting to prolong their survival. Futile resistance. Chen Qingyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, bore a faint smile upon his visage. To elude his formless sandstorm entirely, the only path available was to burrow underground. However, his earlier earth-shattering punch had nearly annihilated all the top-tier warriors capable of such a maneuver. The extinction of the remaining ones was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, those who had embarked on a reckless charge met their demise, struck head-on by the formless sandstorm before they had even traversed half the distance, their bodies disintegrating into dust. The rest, no matter how they attempted to evade, could not escape the shadowy tempest, succumbing one after another. After a brief span of time, Chen Qingyu waved his sleeve, and the raging blizzard and formless sandstorm gradually receded, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, within the entirety of the ninth layer, he stood alone, the sole survivor. You have breached the ninth layer of the War God Tower. You have earned a reward of 2 million void points. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in the pure white expanse, gradually growing grander. Congratulations. You have ascended to the War God ranking of Chongluo City. Your current ranking is first. Congratulations. You have ascended to the overall War God ranking of Golden Bridge Heaven. Your current ranking is second. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, his demeanor serene. If Wu Sui were to learn that I have displaced her from the second position in the world, she might feel quite vexed, wouldn't she? But my aspirations do not merely rest at second place. The cold, mechanical voice continued. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or shall you continue your challenges? Chen Qingyu laughed nonchalantly. Is that even a question? I shall continue to challenge the War God Tower. As his words fell, a resounding boom erupted, and a brilliant white beam of light enveloped him, causing him to vanish without a trace. Outside the Chongluo city of Golden Bridge Heaven, the surroundings were bustling with activity, with numerous members of the Chun family from the Golden Bridge realm entering and exiting the War God Tower. At that moment, a tremendous burst of golden light erupted from the two sides of the War God ranking, cascading down from the heavens. Such a colossal commotion naturally drew the attention of all nearby. The martial artists in proximity instinctively halted their steps, lifting their heads to gaze at the two rankings. Before their eyes, a robust golden light surged from the bottom of both lists, rapidly ascending, transforming into a golden apparition. What is this? The spectacle left the onlookers in a daze. Many felt their hearts racing, instinctively holding their breath, their gazes fixated on the resplendent golden light. Undoubtedly, their instincts warned them that something monumental was about to unfold. As expected, merely a breath later, the golden light surpassed nearly all names, soaring directly to the pinnacle of both rankings. The sole distinction was that on the right side, in the Chongluo sub-ranking, the golden light claimed the first position, whereas on the left side, in the overall ranking, it secured the second. The golden light dissipated, revealing a line of names and descriptions. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were immediately rendered speechless. Second on the War God ranking, Chen Xiaojun, human race. Years old, hailing from the Chongluo Chen clan, has breached the ninth layer of the War God Tower. Chapter 77. the 10th layer of the War God Tower in that moment. Silence enveloped the area surrounding the War God Tower. The radiant golden name struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. This stillness lasted only a fleeting moment. Boom. The next instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chen Xiaojun. It's Chen Xiaojun. My heavens. Truly worthy of being Chen Xiaojun. Making his debut on the rankings and instantly claiming the second position in the world. Incredible. A legend in the Blood Sea. Even upon reaching Golden Bridge Heaven, he maintains his undefeated reputation. So, Chen Xiaojun was in the midst of challenging the War God Tower? Why was there no news at all? The crowd surged forward, flocking beneath the two rankings, excitement and fervor palpable in their discussions. Many rushed into the War God Tower, hoping to witness the challenge unfold, only to return disappointed. What is going on? Chen Xiaojun has even disabled the viewing permissions. Does he not want the 200,000 void points? Some muttered complaints, but most remained exhilarated, animatedly debating when Chen Xiaojun had arrived in Golden Bridge Heaven. However, within mere breaths, the majority shifted their discourse. Why hasn't Chen Xiaojun emerged yet? Indeed, he has already breached the 9th layer. Does he intend to continue challenging the 10th layer? Certainly. He is someone who has reached the pinnacle of the Blood Sea War God Tower. How could he possibly stop at the 9th layer? Yet, he may have underestimated the difficulty of the 10th layer. True. He has just ascended to the Golden Bridge realm and has yet to refine and settle. Attempting to challenge the 10th layer now is rather ambitious. After a fervent discussion, the overwhelming sentiment was skepticism regarding Chen Xiaojun's ability to breach the 10th layer in one go and ascend to the summit. The reasoning was straightforward. The War God Tower of Golden Bridge Heaven presented a slightly lower difficulty at the same tier compared to that of the Blood Sea. Yet the difficulty of the 10th layer still far exceeded that of the 9th layer of the Blood Sea War God Tower. Zhou Chenlong, once the number 1 in the Blood Sea realm, also stood among the top echelon of super talents in Golden Bridge Heaven, yet he had faltered at the 8th layer, still requiring further honing. Even for a stronger Chen Xiaojun, the same principle applied. Chen Xiaojun is too impatient. Among the crowd, a young master clutching a folding fan shook his head. He is already an unrivaled prodigy renowned throughout the world. Why rush for immediate results? Everyone acknowledged that he harbored the potential to ascend the War God Tower of Golden Bridge Heaven and become the next emperor of martial arts. Yet that was a future endeavor, not one to be pursued in the present. In the 10th layer of the War God Tower, as the beams of light flickered, Chen Qingyu's figure suddenly materialized. His gaze swept across the entirety of the 10th layer, and his expression subtly tightened. Observing the vast expanse, the space was indeed grand. Spanning at least 100 miles, with the heavens towering hundreds of zhang above the ground, far surpassing the dimensions of the 9th layer. Could it be that the adversaries in the 10th layer would possess altered combat strategies? His mind raced with thoughts. It was apparent that even if the opponents in the 10th layer were tenfold, such a colossal arena would be unnecessary. Moreover, even with his ascension to the Golden Bridge realm and the full exertion of his summoning wind and rain technique, it would be exceedingly challenging to encompass a 100-mile area entirely. Welcome to the 10th layer of the War God Tower. The mechanical, chilling voice resounded. Your opponents are about to appear. Challengers, please prepare. Barely had the voice faded when boom, boom. In Chen Qingyu's line of sight, 5 colossal, towering beams of light shot up towards the heavens. This made his expression shift momentarily, and his inner true energy surged rapidly, instinctively invoking the unshadowed stance. In the next instant, the 5 massive beams of light dispersed, revealing 5 formations of 10,000 warriors, all impeccably aligned, manifesting within the space of the 10th layer. Upon closer inspection, each formation was intricately woven into a grand and complex array. In the square formation, each figure bore an expression of indifference, their gazes as cold as those of mechanical puppets, executing movements in perfect unison, their vital energies interconnected. Hiss! Chen Qingyu, witnessing this scene, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. On the 10th layer, the number of participants had multiplied 5-fold, reaching an astonishing 50,000. Yet, unlike the previous 9 layers where numerous warriors merely collaborated to face their adversaries, despite their exquisite coordination akin to a military force, they remained fundamentally separate, independent entities. The 50,000 formidable opponents on the 10th layer had directly formed 5 colossal battle formations. The strength of over 10,000 elite warriors had been twisted into a singular force, transforming from a scattered multitude into a monstrous entity. It is crucial to note that upon reaching the 10th layer, each opponent here was forged from the foundational essence of 10 martial veins at every realm, with combat prowess surpassing even that of Chen Qingyu, truly a gathering of superlative talents. The convergence of the strength of these myriad super talents manifested as a force potent enough to shatter mountains and split the earth, rendering them invincible. Even a typical revered practitioner of the spiritual origin realm would be compelled to flee before such a terrifying battle array. The difficulty of this 10th layer was indeed exaggerated. Chapter 78. The terrifying martial battle array. A profound seriousness emerged in Chen Qingyu's eyes. To dismantle such a battle array, The only path forward was a direct assault. To break through and slay the enemies. To engage head-on against 5 battle formations composed of thousands of martial prodigies? That was truly absurd. His gaze remained composed. While thoughts raced through his mind, it was evident that with his flying sand and walking stone's divine ability, a frontal assault might not suffice to breach the terrifying array formed by over 10,000 warriors. Conversely, the combined might of their vital energies would undoubtedly shatter his formidable physique, posing a serious threat to his life. Such a battle array was terrifying enough on its own, let alone 5 of them. What manner of extraordinary feat had the martial emperor Su Yuanqing accomplished to breach the 10th layer? Rapidly, Chen Qingyu's mind churned. He needed to devise a strategy to break the deadlock swiftly. At that moment, the 5 battle formations had already commenced a series of probing techniques, but failed to locate Chen Qingyu's figure. The multitude of elite warriors exhibited no signs of discouragement or despair. Without a commander or any directives, they instinctively shifted their tactics. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed. Under Chen Qingyu's astonished gaze, torrents of formidable vital energy surged forth from the 5 battle formations, converging into a colossal wave. The myriad hues of vital energy, distinct in essence yet harmoniously intertwined, created an overwhelming spectacle. Rumbling, the tidal wave of vital energy swept forth, engulfing all space, transforming everything in its wake into a bizarre sea of luminous energy. This is bad. Chen Qingyu's complexion abruptly changed upon witnessing this scene. He had never anticipated that an overwhelming quantity of pure vital energy could possess such terrifying power. An ocean of vital energy. Within it lay a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating cities and nations, toppling mountains. Even he, if caught directly in such a maelstrom of vital energy, entangled in a ferocious clash with countless streams of power, would find it nearly impossible to extricate himself, almost assuredly facing defeat. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, he maintained the invisible stand technique while transforming into a wisp of breeze, soaring towards the heavens. Having ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, the partial phasing effect of invisible stand allowed him to vanish soundlessly into the wind, eliminating all sounds he might have otherwise produced, even the rush of air. He no longer needed to rely on the power of wind to disguise his movements. He had truly become formless. However, when he ascended to the heavens and gazed downward, he beheld a breathtakingly dramatic scene. Within mere moments, the vast ocean of vital energy had submerged the entire land portion of the pristine white space. Not only that, the ocean of vital energy surged with ferocious waves, raising the sea level by the second. If this continued unabated, in less than a quarter of an hour, the entire space would be engulfed. This is impossible. After the initial shock, Chen Qingyu quickly regained his composure. Could pure vital energy truly submerge over 100 miles of space? Even if I were multiplied 50,000 times, it would be impossible. This must be an illusion. Surely, it is interspersed with numerous phantasms. Within the genuine lies the false. Within the false lies the genuine. The 5 battle formations aim to utilize such tactics to create a vital energy illusion capable of overwhelming the entire space, compelling him to reveal himself. Whoosh! With a thought, he directly employed the barrier insight technique. In an instant, his gaze deepened immeasurably, penetrating layers of obfuscation to uncover the truth beneath the surface. Indeed, the towering waves and the rapidly rising sea were largely illusory, vividly lifelike, yet almost indistinguishable from reality. Further scrutiny revealed another fact. These 5 battle formations did not merely link their vital energies into a singular force. Each formation, beneath its intricate spiritual patterns, was divided into various distinct zones, composed of differing numbers of elite warriors. At a glance, Chen Qingyu could discern at least a dozen different zones responsible for long-range attacks, illusion creation, escape obstruction, enemy suppression, and weakening bindings, among others. It was a veritable labyrinth of formations, nested within formations, ultimately coalescing into this vast and formidable array. This was simply too powerful, leaving no discernible flaws. Chapter 79, Breaking the Array. A bloody battle in all directions. Chen Qingyu's heart was already steeled. He soared to the apex of the heavens, observing the wildly rising sea surface, his thoughts racing. How on earth could he break through these 5 battle formations? A direct confrontation would likely lead to being besieged to death or worn down to nothing. Stealthy maneuvering and hidden assassinations were utterly impractical. Moreover, his most formidable offensive technique, flying sand and walking stones, or the formless sandstorm, would likely find no purchase against such a formidable defense. In the preceding 9 layers, he had relied on extensive offensive techniques, celestial phenomena assaults, sweeping away foes, fundamentally because the individual adversaries could not withstand the might of his divine abilities. Yet now, facing a battle formation of 10,000, unless he could forcibly overpower the combined strength of these thousands, no matter how potent his techniques, they would yield no effect. The previously effective face-to-face strategy was no longer viable. Face-to-face. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Qingyu's mind, cleaving through the murky fog. The 10th layer was unlike the preceding ones. Large-scale assaults were no longer feasible. He needed a strategy of extreme concentration. A method to pierce through the surface to shatter the entire formation. Huff. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, clenching his fists. He possessed 9 divine abilities, practiced in 3 martial techniques, and was well-versed in numerous profound principles and secret methods. Yet the purest and most formidable power remained within this body, tempered through countless trials. Boom. He directly dispelled the invisible stand technique, plunging headlong towards the earth like a falling star. Bang, bang. As he descended, he shattered numerous illusions and forcefully dispersed torrents of vital energy. He abandoned the impulse to manipulate vital energy, eschewing entanglement with these forces, relying solely on his extraordinarily powerful physique to deliver a punch from the sky, crashing down upon the array of 10,000 warriors. Thud. A sound resonated like a drum's thunder. The battle array, struck by such a tremendous impact, instantly erupted with blinding light, forming a thick luminous membrane that resolutely obstructed his advance. However, Chen Qingyu's punch resembled an exceedingly sharp steel needle, forcefully piercing through the layer of luminous membrane. Heavy armor may defend against swords and spears, yet it cannot withstand the sheer force of a single steel needle. A point breaks the surface. With a sharp sound, the thick layer of light was forcibly shattered after merely a fleeting moment of stalemate. Kill. He bellowed, unleashing a punch that obliterated a martial artist, leaving nothing but destruction. The terrifying force erupted forth, and even the shockwave generated by the aftermath caused the surrounding warriors to suffer grievous injuries and spit blood. Under the might of his divine power, even the indomitable bodies of those at the same realm crumbled like fragile porcelain dolls. Boom. In the next instant, dozens of fierce attacks descended upon him like torrential rain, yet they were as inconsequential as a gentle breeze, unable to even rattle his form. Chen Qingyu let out a triumphant laugh. The battle array has been broken. You are all but lambs awaiting slaughter. With his words hanging in the air, he surged forth like a dragon descending a mountain, crashing into the throng of warriors. Boom. With a single punch, all his might erupted, reducing the dozen or so warriors directly in front of him to a mist of blood. He executed a sweeping kick, sending scores of martial artists flying, their chests caving in as blood gushed from their mouths. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, wielding his unparalleled physique, as he carved a path of blood and chaos, initiating a one-sided massacre. In truth, the moment he shattered the formation with a pinpoint strike, the outcome had already been sealed. With the protective shell breached, the thousands of top-tier warriors lost their significant advantage of connected true energy, and the disparity in strength became insurmountable, regardless of their numbers. Boom. Accompanied by the earth-shattering sounds of explosions and the shattering of bones, the cries of agony echoed as countless warriors swiftly perished. At this rate, within half an hour at most, Chen Qingyu would eradicate the entire force of warriors. Yet, the elite fighters would not resign themselves to despair. Confronted with such dire circumstances, they quickly shifted their tactics. A group of fearless warriors charged forward to buy time with their lives, attempting to stall Chen Qingyu's movements, while the majority retreated swiftly to form a new, albeit smaller, battle array. Fleeing? Chen Qingyu's gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, he abandoned the pursuit of slaughter and unleashed his overwhelming divine power, charging outward like a rampaging dragon. Along his path, divine weapons shattered, and profound artifacts crumbled. Anyone attempting to obstruct him was sent flying, or even killed outright. Various martial techniques, akin to shooting stars, struck him, yet failed to force him back even a single step. They cannot form another battle array. Chen Qingyu's mind was coldly calculating. The only opportunity he had to utterly crush his opponents lay in wreaking havoc among them, dismantling their ranks one by one. Should they manage to regroup, they would be able to restrain him and pose a significant threat. At that point, with the other 4 battle arrays converging to besiege him, not even the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms would spare him from a bitter end. Boom. Chen Qingyu transformed into a blur, racing forward with relentless speed. However, just as he broke through the final barriers, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting in alarm. Not good. Above in the heavens, at an unknown moment, 4 battle arrays emerged in the cardinal directions. A formidable assembly of 40,000 warriors formed an immense formation suspended in the sky. In the next instant, boom. For beams of concentrated energy, nearly transforming into pillars of light, descended with tremendous force. This unexpected assault was both sudden and extensive, designed to catch him off guard, leaving no time for evasion. What ruthless determination! An icy chill ran through Chen Qingyu's heart. They were willing to sacrifice everything, even demolishing one of their own formations to eliminate him. He had no time to react as the 4 brilliant beams of light crashed down upon him. Chapter 80. The Final Secret. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The terrifying force nearly turned the ground inside out, revealing crystalline traces at the epicenter while emanating an unbearable heat. Countless warriors, unable to even scream in horror, were vaporized and vanished without a trace. Previously, Chen Qingyu had fought valiantly, slaying over 1,000 warriors. Yet, with this single strike, the battle array of thousands was utterly obliterated, leaving only a few hundred at the fringes alive, all severely injured and stripped of their combat capabilities. As the dust began to settle, the epicenter of the cataclysm revealed an irregularly shaped massive crater, an empty void. The warriors above momentarily froze, then swiftly regained their composure. Their target was still alive? To withstand a joint assault from 40,000 warriors and yet remain unscathed? What manner of monster was this? Where is he? Find him quickly. The four battle arrays instantly combined their efforts, employing the same strategy, unleashing a colossal wave of true energy that surged like a roaring sea. This seemingly crude yet effective method was particularly adept at countering stealth techniques, as long as he could not retreat into the earth or become ethereal. There would be nowhere for him to escape. Damn it! Chen Qingyu's complexion turned pale, his body severely injured. Maintaining the no shadow in the upright stance technique, he became formless, soaring into the heavens. The combined power of the four battle arrays was simply too terrifying. Had it not been for my Taihao body refining technique reaching perfection, I might have truly met my end. This marked the first time in his life he had sustained such grave injuries. Taking several deep breaths to assess his dire physical condition, his expression grew grim. The situation was dire. Unless he could reverse the tide of battle, he would genuinely face defeat this time. The battle array formed by these elite prodigies possessed overwhelming advantages in all respects, an unequal contest akin to an elephant versus a mouse. If he found the current fight so challenging, how had the so-called martial Dao Emperor Su Yuanshan managed to breach the 10th layer? Boom. As Chen Qingyu pondered swiftly, the monstrous waves below continued to roll like a tempest. The sea of true energy swelled ever higher, swiftly engulfing the remaining space and beginning to compress it further. There's no need to rush. Yes, eventually, he will be unable to resist and will reveal himself. The four battle arrays, while unleashing the ocean of true energy, remained vigilant, prepared for any surprise attacks from Chen Qingyu. They were calm and unhurried. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu concealed his form, observing the rapidly rising sea of true energy, and his mind grew increasingly composed. The battle array of 10,000 warriors at the 10th layer was overwhelmingly powerful. Su Yuanshan's ability to breach the 10th layer must surely involve secrets unknown to him. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across the expanse of pure white space as his thoughts raced. What could he have overlooked? Boom. The surface of the sea of true energy surged relentlessly, now towering over 100 feet, rapidly pressing towards the ceiling of the space. The battle arrays. Suddenly, Chen Qingyu felt a jolt of realization, abruptly turning to gaze at the four battle arrays suspended in the heavens. As long as a formation exists, there are foundational connections, pivotal mechanisms, and pathways within the array. The foundation of the battle array consists of 10,000 top-tier prodigies, while the mechanisms and pathways are their true energy. Upon this realization, Chen Qingyu's heart soared with clarity, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun, illuminating the way forward. He finally comprehended how to breach the 10th level. The battle formations were the key to everything. Chen Qingyu maintained the technique of shadowless ascendance, while simultaneously invoking the art of veiled insight, gliding through the air with the wind, stealthily descending towards the surging ocean of true energy. After a brief search, he quickly locked onto a source of authentic, kindred true energy. This was the stellar true energy cultivated through the Chun clan's techniques. The simulated adversaries, numbering a staggering 10,000, possessed peak combat strength for their rank, and their techniques were among the most revered, largely originating from various sacred sites, including many from the Chongluochen clan. With a subtle movement, Chen Qingyu directed his gaze towards the shimmering waves of true energy, seamlessly infusing them with his own stellar true energy. Everything transpired in utter silence, unnoticed by anyone. As time swiftly elapsed, the sea level of true energy rose ever higher, soon nearing the apex of the celestial dome, on the verge of filling the entire pristine white space. At that moment, the multitude of martial artists within the four major battle formations suddenly realized that their target seemed to have vanished into thin air. The ocean of true energy, which nearly filled the entire space, yielded no trace of him. Logically, this should have been impossible. What on earth was happening? Where was he hiding? Chapter 81. Breaching the 10th layer. Ascending once more. What on earth was happening? Where was he hiding? The numerous martial artists within the four battle formations exchanged bewildered glances. Yet they remained composed. They silently awaited, continuing to channel true energy to sustain the operation of the formations, watching as the ocean of true energy continued to rise. Moments later, the vast and boundless ocean of true energy completely submerged the entire pristine white space of the 10th layer. Looking around, the expansive area, spanning hundreds of miles and soaring hundreds of feet high, was entirely filled with the ocean of true energy, leaving not a single crevice unoccupied. The waters of true energy, intermingling between the genuine and the illusory, shifted and changed direction incessantly, resembling a true ocean. However, At this juncture, the thousands of martial artists were horrified to find that they still could not locate Chen Qingyu's presence. He seemed to have genuinely vanished into thin air. These thousands of elite martial artists could not help but exchange glances, perplexed, struggling to fathom where he could have concealed himself. Meanwhile, not far from the four battle formations, Chen Qingyu maintained the shadowless ascendance technique, concealing himself within a wave of true energy that sparkled like stars, drifting along with the current. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He observed the myriad elite martial artists at a loss, a faint smile gracing his lips. The most effective method to breach a fortress is always to engineer an internal coup. The true energy sustaining the formations was the most fatal flaw of this battle array. The primary function of a 10,000-person battle formation is to unify the true energy of countless elite martial artists, unleashing immense power. Yet, therein lies a critical issue. How to discern the true energy when various attributes intermingle? The answer is, one cannot discern it. While true energy flows within one's body, it can be finely controlled, but once involved in a grand formation, especially with large-scale true energy emission that transforms into an ocean, the sensation becomes exceedingly vague. Upon realizing this crucial aspect he had previously overlooked, he devised an audacious battle plan. The first step, to blend in, to become indistinguishable. His stellar true energy could seamlessly mingle with the lower-tier true energy of the same origin, effectively concealing his own presence. The second step was to strike covertly. Waiting for the opportune moment, he infused his true energy into the operational system of the battle formation while quietly introducing a potent element, some nearly invisible, entirely transparent particles of dust. Given that the true energy of 10,000 individuals constantly intersected and circulated, coupled with the cooperative effort of the four battle formations, this provided him with the perfect conditions. At this moment, the particles of his formless sandstorm had already dispersed through the true energy flow, stealthily infiltrating nearly all the martial artists sustaining the formations. Next came the third step, unveiling the dagger at the end of the plot. Chen Qingyu smiled subtly, his true energy surging as he suddenly urged his thoughts. Instantly, a young and handsome martial artist within the formation let out a horrifying scream. Blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, an alarming sight to behold. What? The others, startled, had no time to react as they watched him convulse violently, succumbing to death, plummeting towards the ocean of true energy below. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. No. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, echoing throughout the space. Large groups of elite martial artists met untimely deaths, falling like wheat before the scythe. Some had their heads burst apart, others bled from their orifices, and still others suffered grievous internal injuries, their fates gruesome as if cursed. It worked. Chen Qingyu's eyes flickered, his smile deepening. The might of the formless sandstorm was inherently formidable, far beyond what a single elite martial artist could withstand. Not to mention, he had circumvented the formidable defenses of the battle formation through the flow of true energy, delivering these lethal invisible assassins into the bodies of his foes. Internal organs, heads, and other vital areas are far more vulnerable than the external sinews and flesh. The chorus of anguished roars and screams melded into one, as the ocean of true energy transformed into a hellish realm. Observing this scene, Chen Qingyu felt a wave of emotion. At last, he was poised to breach the 10th layer. He had nearly believed he would perish within this level. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate allowed him to grasp the intricacies of the formation's operation at a critical moment, turning the tide of battle. This strategy, while seemingly simple, was remarkably challenging to execute. First, one must possess an exceptional concealment technique, compelling the 10th layer's formation to catalyze the ocean of true energy for a large-scale investigation, thus creating an opportunity for action. Secondly, one must have an exquisitely refined control over true energy to leverage the kindred true energy for concealment. Lastly, one requires special techniques like the formless sandstorm, which are imperceptible yet immensely powerful, capable of delivering lethal blows. Only with all three elements in place could one hope to breach the 10th layer. Boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed as the four battle formations began to collapse, the mighty waves of true energy surging and vanishing en masse. Moments later, the multitude of martial artists comprising the four formations had suffered catastrophic losses, the vast ocean of true energy dissipating. With a wave of his sleeve, Chen Qingyu unleashed the formless sandstorm, eradicating the scant few remaining martial artists. Thus, the formidable 10th layer, fraught with peril, was finally breached by his means. Chen Qingyu exhaled a breath of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his features. You have successfully breached the 10th layer of the War God Tower. You have earned a reward of 10 million Taishu points. Congratulations. You have successfully reached the summit of the War God Tower, in the Golden Bridge Heaven. You have received an additional reward of 10 million Taishu points. You have obtained a unique special reward. This reward will be officially granted upon your ascension to Spirit Origin Heaven. The cold, mechanical voice resonated with unprecedented grandeur, imbued with an air of solemnity and majesty. Congratulations. You have ascended to the historical rankings of the War God list in Golden Bridge Heaven. Your current historical ranking is the 17th. As the series of announcements concluded, Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. How could I only be ranked 17th? My historical ranking in Blood Sea Heaven was even higher. Moreover, the Taishu Yuanling did not indicate that my ranking on the War God list had improved, suggesting that I remained second in the world. In the judgment of the primordial spirit of the void, my performance in breaking through the 10th layer pales in comparison to Su Yuanshan? How could this be? Chapter 82. The Birth of the Second Martial Emperor? This perplexity weighed heavily on Chen Qingyu's mind. His current ranking, though inferior to those rare prodigies of history who emerge every 10,000 years, was something he could somewhat accept, considering his limited time for cultivation and the lack of refinement and experience, a glaring shortcoming indeed. However, to find himself outperformed by someone of the same era, Su Yuanshan, left him utterly bewildered. Logically, my performance should not be the worst, at the very least. It should be above average, right? Yet, according to the primordial spirit of the void's assessment, I clearly fell short of Su Yuanshan's accomplishments. Chen Qingyu fell into deep contemplation. What could be the reason? Either he discerned the flaws of the martial battle array from the very beginning and thus sustained minimal injury while breaking through the 10th layer, or his method of traversing the 10th layer was entirely different from mine. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Qingyu could not help but take a deep breath. It was evident, Martial Emperor Su Yuanshan was the strongest opponent he had encountered at this level thus far. Even in the performance within the Tower of War Gods, he outshone him significantly, his strength truly unfathomable. Enough of this contemplation. The truth would be revealed through battle. Chen Qingyu's eyes ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. Such an adversary deserves my utmost effort. Outside the Tower of War Gods, news of Chen Xiaojuan's challenge to the 10th layer had already spread like wildfire through Shindu Chongluo. Although most did not hold high hopes for his success in reaching the summit in one go, the crowd that gathered did not disperse. Rather, it swelled, quickly numbering in the hundreds of thousands, completely blocking the entrance to the Tower of War Gods. Chen Xiaojun has yet to emerge? Indeed. He must still be within the 10th layer, perhaps already embroiled in a fierce struggle. It seems Chen Xiaojun is even stronger than we imagined, managing to avoid swift defeat. I wonder if he can actually break through the 10th layer and once again reach the pinnacle of the Tower of War Gods. It's hard to say. If he truly manages to do so, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly buzz. From the golden list descending from above, a brilliant golden light erupted once more. The scene quickly fell silent as everyone instinctively looked up, gasping in astonishment. The 10th layer? My heavens! Chen Xiaojun has truly broken through the 10th layer, reaching the summit once again. Goodness! He has just ascended to the Golden Bridge realm and has already reached the top? This is utterly monstrous. A supreme prodigy. This is the epitome of a true supreme prodigy. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their excitement and fervor overwhelming. Having just ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, he now stood at the pinnacle of the entire Golden Bridge realm, looking down upon all others. Undoubtedly, this news would send shockwaves through the Golden Bridge realm, leaving an indelible legend in its wake. The super prodigies of the Blood Sea realm often find themselves merely at the upper echelons upon reaching the Golden Bridge realm, necessitating arduous training in martial arts to further enhance their strength. Yet, Chen Xiaojun has utterly shattered this norm. It was proven that the martial myth of the Blood Sea realm, upon entering the Golden Bridge realm, remains a supreme prodigy revered by all. In the next moment, boom! The towering Tower of War Gods suddenly shook with a thunderous roar. At its pinnacle, an explosion of golden light erupted, blindingly brilliant, obscuring the sky and earth. This magnificent golden radiance was visible to all in Shindu Chongluo. Not only in Shindu Chongluo, but such a cataclysmic spectacle unfolded in every city of the Golden Bridge realm. Goodness! Has someone else successfully reached the summit? Who could it be? Could it be Wu Sui? No one knew. The second martial emperor has been born. Countless gazes turned skyward, looking toward the Tower of War Gods within the city. Suddenly, a grand, chilling mechanical voice resonated throughout the entire Golden Bridge realm. Chen Xiaojun of Shindu Chongluo has broken through the 10th layer of the Tower of War Gods and successfully reached the summit. At this moment, the entire Golden Bridge realm seemed to fall into a hush. Countless individuals were utterly astonished, never anticipating that the one to reach the summit would be the illustrious Chen Xiaojun from the Blood Sea realm. Hadn't he just recently ascended to the Golden Bridge realm? What on earth is happening? Many were bewildered, completely taken aback by this revelation, and in an instant, the news spread like wildfire, igniting widespread commotion. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of War Gods in Shindu Chongluo, tens of thousands awaited with bated breath, their hearts filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to see Chen Xiaojun emerge. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, they still had not glimpsed any sign of him. Where could Chen Xiaojun be? The crowd was somewhat perplexed, and someone instinctively speculated. Could he have slipped away unnoticed? Those around him hesitated before responding. Surely, that cannot be the case. Goodness, there are too many people. Chen Qingyu concealed his form and quietly soared through the air, glancing back at the surging sea of humanity, feeling a sense of trepidation. This kind of chaotic scene was what he feared most. Time to make an exit. He withdrew his gaze, maintaining his shadowless upright technique, and swiftly headed toward the Doshing platform. To be frank, Su Yuanshan was deemed stronger than him in the judgment of the primordial spirit of the void, and his performance surpassed his own, which naturally left him feeling disgruntled. As the prodigies of our generation, mere words cannot convey as much as a battle to determine superiority. He was determined to challenge Su Yuanshan and establish who among them was the true champion. This was, after all, his first time actively seeking a challenge. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Qingyu's eyes. Su Yuanshan, Martial Emperor, let me see just how formidable you truly are. Moments later, Chen Qingyu sped forth, finally arriving at the Doshing platform. In his concealed state, he entered the interior of the Doshing platform without hesitation. Whoosh! As his surroundings came into focus once more, he found himself in the familiar combat space. Your level within the Tower of War Gods is the highest, at level 10. The primordial spirit of the void's voice resonated. You have already reached the summit of the Tower of War Gods. You can no longer utilize the random matching feature to select a suitable opponent. You may challenge individuals listed on the Doshing list or the War God list. Note, given your tower level, you may currently challenge only one individual. Chapter 83, Preventing Chen Xiaojun. Only one challenge. That must mean only Su Yuanshan. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, feeling unsurprised. Although he had never actively challenged anyone on the Doshing platform, he was well aware of the relevant rules. Firstly, challenges are measured by the Tower of War Gods level. Challengers can only challenge opponents of the same rank or stronger, with a maximum allowance of 2 levels for crossing over in a challenge. Moreover, one cannot challenge individuals with a lower tower level than their own. Taking a deep breath, he silently declared, I wish to challenge Su Yuanshan of the War God list, the first among the supreme realms. The primordial spirit of the void's prompt immediately echoed in the space. The opponent has set a challenge wager of a maximum of 200,000 void points. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu responded, I accept. As soon as he spoke, the primordial spirit of the void prompted once more. Your 200,000 void points have been frozen. The challenge application has been submitted. A smile spread across Chen Qingyu's face, his internal energy surging rapidly, reigniting the long-lost fervor for battle. Come forth. He gazed across the expanse, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, what he received was merely a cold, mechanical notification. Your challenge request has been declined by the other party. What? Chen Qingyu was taken aback. He had never envisioned such a scenario. As a distinguished emperor of martial arts, the foremost in the Golden Bridge realm, how could he possibly refuse a challenge from a peer of equal stature? Chen Qingyu regained his composure, furrowing his brow in perplexity. What could this mean? During his time in the Blood Sea Heaven, every opponent he encountered was filled with fighting spirit, unafraid of any challenge. Chen Qingyu and Zhou Chunlong had both eagerly issued challenges to him, vying for supremacy. But why would Su Yuanshan refuse his challenge? Could it be that this individual was merely a name-seeker, terrified of defeat and being supplanted by him? He pondered this thought but quickly dismissed it, deeming it improbable. If Su Yuanshan were such a person, he could not possibly dominate the world, standing tall atop the Golden Bridge. Moreover, outside the Duel of Champions, Su Yuanshan's name remained exalted at the pinnacle, signifying his identity as the Emperor of Martial Arts, the unparalleled champion of the realm. If he feared challenges, how could he command the respect of the other 4 kings and all the Golden Bridge talents? Truly strange. He furrowed his brow once more and attempted to resend the challenge request. After a few moments of waiting, the cold notification resounded again. Your challenge request has been declined by the other party. Chen Qingyu fell silent, his brow tightly knit. Very well, I shall withdraw for now. Perhaps he is preoccupied with matters that prevent him from accepting a challenge? He thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. I shall try again tomorrow. If he still refuses my challenge, I will journey to the grand city of all phenomena and seek him out in person. The grand city of all phenomena is precisely the core stronghold of the Taishu Dao realm, akin to the status of the divine capital of Chongluo. Chen Qingyu could not believe that upon arriving at the grand city, Su Yuanshan would continue to evade him. Within the Taishu Dao realm, amidst the Golden Bridge heavens, news of Chen Xiaojun breaking through the 10th level and reaching the summit of the War God Tower had already ignited a new frenzy. Countless Taishu cities and innumerable Golden Bridge realm martial artists were abuzz with discussions about this event. Some expressed astonishment, others were in awe, while many harbored envy and admiration. In the grand city of all phenomena, the streets and alleys were filled with disciples of the Holy Land, all fervently debating this matter, engaging in fervent discourse. However, the focus of their arguments had shifted to questioning Chen Xiaojun. What exactly enabled Chen Xiaojun to ascend to the pinnacle of the War God Tower immediately after advancing to the Golden Bridge realm, achieving such an extraordinary feat? Indeed, Wu Sui sat at a table on the top floor of an inn, her expression complex. She gazed at the martial artists gathered in small groups along the long street, their incessant chatter reaching her ears, and could not help but let out a wry smile. Who would have thought that I would also have a moment of misjudgment? Just yesterday, I had seen him, and I presumed that after entering the Golden Bridge realm, he would remain in obscurity for a while. After all, even if he had managed to clear the 9th level of the War God Tower, the difficulty of the 10th level was exponentially greater. She shook her head, sighing softly. Yet, I did not expect him to be so determined and relentless. The individuals beside her exchanged glances, remaining silent. If someone familiar with them were to glance at the top floor of the inn, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The patrons in the inn included not only Wu Sui, but also Chen Qingyu from the Chongluo Qin clan, Wang Pejun from the Liangshan Wang clan, and Ku Jinhai from the Donglu Holy Land. The 4 kings of the Golden Bridge realm had gathered here. I wish he had not achieved such remarkable success. Chen Qinghun's voice was low, his expression dark as the depths of water. His rapid rise to prominence will surely attract the attention of that individual. If only he could remain dormant for a time, like Zhou Qianlong, he lamented. Upon hearing this, the other 3 exchanged worried glances. Wu Sui pressed her lips together. Her voice strained. That is impossible. He is far stronger than Zhou Qianlong. Even if he cannot clear the 10th level of the War God Tower, he will certainly catch that individual's eye. Chen Qinghan's complexion darkened. What shall we do now? I know my cousin well. He is naturally brave and relentless. After reaching the summit of the War God Tower, he will undoubtedly seek out a challenge. And that individual will certainly refuse the challenge deliberately, enticing Chen Xiaojun to come to the grand city of all phenomena. Once he arrives, he will fall into the trap and repeat our mistakes. Upon hearing this, Wu Sui immediately spoke decisively. Then we must advise him not to come to the grand city of all phenomena. If he does come, he must absolutely avoid any confrontation with that individual. Otherwise, it will all be over. Chen Qinghan's gaze deepened, and he nodded slightly. I will find a way to intercept him in the divine capital of Chongluo, and ensure he does not arrive at the grand city of all phenomena. Good. Wu Sui immediately added. You are his elder cousin. You are more suited to take action, if necessary. Even revealing the truth to him should be done to prevent him. Indeed. Ku Jinhai and Wang Pejun chimed in. Chen brother, we do not have any connections with Chen Xiaojun, so we must rely on you and Miss Wu. We have already fallen into the abyss, and we cannot allow anyone else to follow in our footsteps. We must stop him from coming to the grand city of all phenomena. As their words fell, a light-hearted and mocking voice floated in from nearby. Who are you all trying to stop? Chapter 84. The true first of the 9 divine powers trouble. The 4 of them simultaneously changed their expressions, a glimmer of fear and panic flashing in their eyes as they hurriedly turned to look. With measured footsteps, a tall, slender youth clad in white, with an unremarkable appearance, ascended the staircase and reached the top floor. Su brother, Chen Qinghan, Wu Sui, and the other 3 quickly rose, bowing their heads and standing with their hands clasped, not daring to meet his gaze. Humph! The youth in white snorted coldly, leisurely striding forward, his gaze sweeping over the 4, his tone chilling. It seems you have forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. If I don't teach you a lesson, you 1T know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. You dare harbor thoughts about my prey. Ku Jinhai raised his head, forcing a smile. Su brother, you misunderstand. We were merely, slap. Before he could finish, Su Yuanshan had slapped him across the face. Bang! Ku Jinhai was sent flying, crashing into tables and chairs. Drinks and dishes splattering all over him, half of his face swelling up. You dog-like creature. How dare you argue before me? Su Yuanshan's voice dripped with disdain. Ku Jinhai, trembling with rage, clenched his fists tightly but dared not retaliate, silently rising to his feet. Wordle Su Yuanxian, this fellow. What could possibly compel him to decline my invitation for a duel? On the way, he found it somewhat difficult to reconcile his thoughts, pondering, regardless of the circumstances. If he refuses to accept the challenge today, I shall have no choice but to personally visit the floating heavenly palace. With this thought in mind, he suppressed his distractions and slightly quickened his pace. A moment later, he descended before the floating heavenly palace and silently murmured, System, I wish to sign in. Ding. The system's melodious prompt resonated in his mind. The host has signed in for the 23rd time at Floating Heavenly Palace. The reward pool of Floating Heavenly Palace has been exhausted. This sign-in will enhance the rewards previously obtained, and the extraction is in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the exporting original Yang, divine ability have been significantly enhanced. Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Despite having signed in and drawn rewards numerous times since the pool was exhausted, this was the first time he had received this particular divine ability. Previously, when he acquired exporting original Yang, he had spent an entire day contemplating, yet had failed to uncover its true usage and secrets. Now, with this divine ability receiving substantial enhancement, it caught him completely off guard. Before he could contemplate further, an overwhelming force surged down upon him. Chen Qingyu's entire being trembled as a deluge of information and memories flooded his mind, all pertaining to the exporting original yang, divine ability. In that instant, it felt as though he had comprehended, diligently practiced, and engaged in real combat with exporting original yang, countless times, thoroughly analyzing, understanding, and mastering it within his heart. When he finally regained his composure, a glimmer of bewilderment appeared in his eyes, his spirit shaken. Exporting original yang possesses such formidable power. Could it be that this divine ability, which I have never fully grasped, is indeed the foremost among the 9 great divine abilities? After receiving such a significant enhancement, he finally discerned the true mystery of exporting original yang. The term original yang essentially refers to the essence of a living being's soul. As the ancient adage goes, a person lives by a breath, which in fact signifies the original yang, the very foundation of life, the innate divine sovereign. The divine ability, exporting original yang, as its name implies, is the means to perceive and extract one's original yang. Seemingly unremarkable, it is, in reality, an extraordinarily fearsome technique. Exporting original yang possesses numerous marvelous applications. For instance, by extracting one's own original yang through this divine ability, one can use true qi to enhance it, thereby extending one's lifespan, replenishing physical depletion, and healing bodily injuries, among other benefits. Moreover, a continuous nurturing and enhancement of the original yang can strengthen one's innate foundation and elevate one's cultivation limits within the unseen realms. Of course, this divine ability can also be employed to extract another's original yang, using true qi for nurturing, which can similarly heal others, compensate for their losses, and even extend their lifespans. Alternatively, one may choose to seize another's original yang. Those from whom the original yang has been taken may suffer diminished lifespans, physical deterioration, or, in severe cases, complete annihilation of their cultivation, leading them to a state of decrepitude. Should one's original yang be entirely extracted, no matter how great one's divine powers may be, they would undoubtedly perish instantly. Incredible. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, his spirit quaking. This divine ability may indeed be the true pinnacle among the 9 great divine abilities. Not only can it enhance oneself, providing boundless benefits for cultivation, but it is also unparalleled in combat, rendering one invincible. With a moment's contemplation, it was not difficult to deduce that in battle, as long as his true qi was sufficient, he could continuously restore his original yang, thereby achieving immortality. Even if his true qi were to be depleted, as long as there remained enemies alive, he could extract their original yang to replenish himself. Not to mention that seizing another's original yang would immediately diminish their combat capabilities, potentially leaving them vulnerable to being swiftly defeated by him. Furthermore, exporting original yang is fundamentally different from all prior divine abilities. It directly targets the essence of a person's soul, making it impervious to any form of defense or obstruction. Had I comprehended the true mystery of this divine ability during my challenge at the 10th level yesterday, the outcome would have been entirely different. Even if severely injured, I would have recovered instantaneously, capable of engaging in direct confrontation and annihilating legions of opponents. Let alone the possibility of effortlessly extinguishing 5 major formations through mass extraction of original yang. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, feeling a long-lost excitement surge within him. The power of exporting original yang surpasses that of calling winds and rains, and flying sand and walking stones, and it is immensely stronger. This is a truly terrifying divine ability that defies the heavens. Chapter 85. Original Yang and Longevity. Haha. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, then waved his sleeve and transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly departing from the floating heavenly palace. A short while later, he returned to his residence, eagerly retreating into his meditation chamber, prepared to experiment with the operation of the exporting original yang, divine ability. Even the challenge against Su Yuanxian was momentarily cast aside. With the original yang, the innate divine sovereign, he sat cross-legged, calming his breath for a moment before immediately channeling his true qi to invoke the exporting original yang, divine ability. In an instant, his entire being trembled as his consciousness seemed to surge to an ethereal and unfathomable height. Following his gaze, he could clearly see a pale golden orb of light slowly rising from within his own body. Upon closer inspection, this golden orb appeared full and round, radiating a faint glow, resembling the resplendent sun in the sky. Is this my original yang? A sense of clarity blossomed within Chen Qingyu. His actual age this year was merely 6. Thus, his original yang was naturally as vibrant as the newly risen sun, exuding boundless vitality. This signified that his lifespan was abundant, still in the ascent of life, with limitless potential. Let me try nurturing my original yang with true qi. Chen Qingyu thought to himself, promptly mobilizing his true qi, gently enveloping the original yang and gradually infusing it within. The formidable power of exporting original yang seemingly caused his true qi to undergo a mysterious transformation in this context. Buzz. Nourished by the transformed true qi, the original yang quivered slightly, as if responding to his spirit, appearing lively and vibrant. However, after nurturing the original yang for quite a while, it showed no discernible changes. Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly. Was there a flaw in his approach? Or was this divine ability not as formidable as he had presumed? Perhaps it is best to wait and observe. He suppressed the restless thoughts within him and patiently continued to nurture his original yang with true qi. After a full hour, the original yang trembled once more, and under Chen Qingyu's watchful gaze, its size expanded just a fraction. Yet thereafter, it remained still. Even with true qi continuing to nourish it, the original yang seemed lethargic, as if it had already been satiated. It appeared to have reached its limit. A realization dawned upon Chen Qingyu. The divine ability, exporting original yang, can only nurture one's own original yang, rather than forcefully supplement it. This requires a long-term, gradual effort, not something that can be achieved overnight. He concluded that he could nurture it for a maximum of 1 hour each day, allowing the original yang to grow a bit, but beyond that, no further effect could be achieved. With this in mind, he withdrew his true qi and dispersed the divine ability. Once the divine ability was dissipated, the extraordinary perspective before him immediately vanished, and a peculiar sensation of his soul returning to its rightful place washed over his mind. He calmed his spirit, attentively sensing his own changes, and was immediately filled with delight. My blood sea has actually expanded once more. As he introspected, he could distinctly perceive that his already vast ocean of blood had expanded yet again. Not only that, but even the golden bridge spanning this blood sea had lengthened, its forging apertures becoming more resplendent, and his martial veins appeared considerably thicker. The most immediate consequence of such transformations was an augmentation in the potency of his stellar true qi, resulting in a greater overall quantity. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Chen Qingyu's face blossomed with a hint of joyful delight. He had originally attained an unparalleled martial foundation, already standing at the pinnacle of the martial world, with no further advancement possible. Even after consuming the blood of the sacred king, the purification of his bloodline had merely enhanced his cultivation aptitude, without fortifying his original foundation. This held true not just for him. Zhou Qianlong, Wu Sui, and others who had also achieved the pinnacle of martial foundations similarly found no possibility for further enhancement. After all, if the examination's full score is 100, and you have already achieved that score, where is there left to improve? It was simply impossible. Yet, remarkably, extracting the primordial yang was a technique capable of shattering impossibilities and defying common sense, a transcendent divine power. It turned out that after augmenting the primordial yang, it also concurrently strengthened his martial foundation. Chen Qingyu's heart surged with excitement, and thoughts churned within him. Perhaps there is even more to it. Since the primordial yang has grown, my lifespan must have naturally increased as well, potentially breaking the shackles of mortal limits. In the realm of the Golden Bridge, one's lifespan was only 300 years. Only by transcending human limitations and entering the spirit origin realm to become a revered one could one enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. Yet, Chen Qingyu was confident that extracting the primordial yang would undoubtedly assist him in breaking these shackles, granting him a lifespan that extended to an unimaginable degree. Suddenly, as Chen Qingyu contemplated, he unexpectedly became hesitant. Extracting the primordial yang could aid others in supplementing their lifespans, compensating for the depletion of their vitality. However, this effect was not as potent when applied to himself, and it could not assist others in breaking free from the limitations of their lifespans. He hesitated over whether or not to disclose this ability to his family. He remained silent, wrestling with his thoughts for some time. Logically, his family had treated him exceptionally well, placing their hopes for future ascendance upon him. He was also the heir of the Chen family, his status and position beyond compare. Yet, he instinctively felt a certain reluctance. After all, there were many in the family whose lifespans were perilously close to their limits, including the slumbering elder generations and even the ancestors. They were in dire need of the assistance of this divine power. However, these individuals' primordial yang would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, yet already in a state of decay, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. With his current level of cultivation, even if he were to exert himself to the utmost, it would likely be a drop in the bucket. Yet, with the proverbial lifeline so close at hand, would these ancestors truly be willing to relinquish hope, no matter how slight the effect might be? After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. Those ancestors are mostly still in slumber, and it will be at least a decade or two before their lifespans are exhausted. After 10 years, my cultivation will have risen to an unfathomable level. By then, it would not be too late to confess to the family. With this decision made, he let go of the matter, no longer troubled by it. At that moment, he adjusted his state of mind, circulating his true qi, reciting incantations, and preparing to enter the Void Dao realm. Today, he must challenge Su Yuanshan and ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world. Should this person continue to refuse, he would personally venture to Myriad Phenomena Heavenly City to seek him out. Chapter 86. Brothers. A moment later, within the Void Dao realm, in the divine capital Chengluo of the Golden Bridge Heaven, Chen Qingyu maintained a concealed state as he flew out from the doshing platform, his expression somewhat grim. Su Yuanshan had once again declined his challenge. Was this coward truly so afraid of being defeated by him? How could such a person have become an emperor of the martial way? He snorted, immediately changing direction and transforming into a gust of wind, flying towards the void teleportation array. Since you choose to evade battle, do not blame me for personally seeking you out in Myriad Phenomena Heavenly City. As he sped along, he quickly arrived at the location of the void teleportation array. The void teleportation array functions similarly to the teleportation arrays in the mortal realm, enabling spatial relocation. Each activation incurred a fee based on the distance, capable of transporting a maximum of 10 individuals at once. Chen Qingyu had initially intended to fly directly into the void teleportation array, but the corner of his eye seemed to catch something, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback, halting his flight, his expression strange. What is going on here? Following his gaze, he saw a massive wooden sign erected before the void teleportation array, inscribed with the words, "Young Master Chen, please hold." Beneath the sign stood two individuals, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who were pointing and discussing them. Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he had no intention of paying them any mind, but he recognized one of the individuals beneath the sign. It was his former rival, Chen Qingyu. The other person bore a striking resemblance to him, seemingly his brother, and they had intentionally waited here. What were these two intending to do? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to inquire and quietly descended. On the other side, second brother. Under the sign, Chen Qingyu shifted slightly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the surrounding crowd. He turned to the stern young man beside him and asked in a hushed tone, "How long must we wait?" Chen Qinghan's expression remained impassive. "We will wait until young Master Chen passes by and notices this sign." Chen Qingyu's expression changed. Unable to restrain himself, what if he never appears? Are we to wait an entire day? Of course. Chen Qinghan's gaze was resolute, his tone unyielding. As long as he does not appear, we will wait another day. If he does not show for 10 days, we will wait 10 days. Trust me, he will surely appear. Hearing this, Chen Qingyu sighed in resignation. "I trust you, second brother, but we must train and live as well, right? We can't just stand here being watched like a circus act." Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghan's gaze softened slightly as he replied, "Third brother, this matter is crucial not just for me, but for the entire Chen family. Please endure a little longer. You and young Master Chen share a certain familiarity. Without your involvement, he may be reluctant to show himself to me." Chen Qingyu pressed further, "But second brother, what exactly do you need him for?" He had only just advanced to the Golden Bridge realm yesterday, entering the Golden Bridge heaven. Yet, early this morning, his second brother Chen Qinghan had dragged him into the Void Dao realm, hastily crafted this wooden sign, and waited here. He had asked several times, but Chen Qinghan was reluctant to divulge, heightening his curiosity. After a moment of silence, Chen Qinghan finally spoke slowly. "Trust your second brother this once. There is no need for you to inquire about this matter." Chen Qingyu's expression shifted as he was about to respond, when suddenly, buzz, a powerful gale swept down, enveloping the two of them, preparing to whisk them away. What? Chen Qingyu was startled, instinctively attempting to resist with his true qi. "Do not resist." Chen Qinghan's eyes brightened with a glimmer of delight as he grasped Chen Qingyu's wrist tightly. Chen Qingyu paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something, letting out a sigh of relief as he abandoned his attempt to resist, allowing the gale to lift them both. In the next instant, amidst the gasps of the surrounding crowd, the brothers Chen Qingyu and Chen Qinghan were swept away by an invisible gale, soaring into the distance. A few moments later, as the wind subsided, the figures of Chen Qingyu and Chen Qinghan landed atop a tall building. In the vast expanse of the void, the silhouette of a youth clad in white gradually materialized. It was the younger brother of Xiaojun, Chen Qingyu. Immediately, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he hastily greeted him. "Cousin Qingyu." Chen Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Cousin Qingyu, on achieving the Golden Bridge realm and entering the Golden Bridge heaven." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the stern young man beside Chen Qingyu. "May I ask who this esteemed individual is?" Chen Qingyu quickly replied, "Younger brother Xiaojun. Allow me to introduce you. This is my second brother, Chen Qinghan." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's demeanor changed significantly, and he clasped his hands in salute. "Oh, so it is the illustrious Qinghan from the Golden Bridge heaven." Chen Qinghan is one of the four great kings, possessing unparalleled talent and abilities, second only to the martial emperor Su Yuanshan. He had not anticipated that this renowned martial prodigy would be the elder brother of Chen Qingyu. "You flatter me, younger brother Xiaojun." Chen Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement, raising his hand in return. "Cousin Qingyu, Cousin Qinghan." Chen Qingyu turned to the two brothers, inquiring, "Might I ask why you two have gone to such lengths to intercept me before the void transmission array?" Chen Qingyu shrugged his shoulders. "Don't look at me. I have no idea. It was my suggestion." Chen Qinghan spoke slowly. "I have something of great importance to discuss with you, younger brother Xiaojun, face to face." With that, he turned to Chen Qingyu and instructed, "Third brother, You may return now. Chen Qingyu's expression fell. Is it really necessary, second brother? Is this how you treat me? Throwing me aside like an unwanted burden? Chen Qinghan immediately adopted a stern demeanor, raising his voice. What? Do you wish to stay and eavesdrop on confidential matters? Chen Qingyu shrank back, forcing a smile. Second brother, please don't be angry. I shall take my leave at once. He bid farewell to Chen Qingyu, and his figure swiftly vanished, evidently departing from the void Dao realm. Chen Qingyu observed this scene with a slight frown and spoke, Cousin Qinghan. What pressing matter could compel you to go to such lengths to find me? Chen Qinghan regarded him with a solemn expression. Younger brother Xiaojun, you must have intended to use the void transmission array to travel to Wandering City and confront Su Yuanshan, correct? Indeed. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. Having already reached the pinnacle of the War God Tower, his next target was naturally to challenge the foremost in the Golden Bridge realm. This matter was evident to anyone in the Void Dao realm. It was hardly a secret. I specifically intercepted you for this very reason. Chen Qinghan took a deep breath, articulating each word with conviction. You must not go to Wandering City. It is a meticulously crafted trap. Once you step inside, there will be no turning back. Chapter 87. The Terrifying Truth. What? Chen Qingyu exclaimed, astonished, his expression wavering. Cousin Qinghan, you cannot be jesting. How could Wandering City be a trap? It is a city within the Void Dao realm. The Void Dao realm is undeniably safe. Aside from the combat victory platform, no violence is permitted, and harming others is out of the question. He simply could not fathom how such an undeniably secure city could be a trap. Younger brother Xiaojun, every word I speak is the truth. Chen Qinghan's visage was grave, his voice low. Do you believe that this is the Void Dao realm, that it is utterly secure? I once shared your belief. Yet, reality has shown that the eternal mirror of the void is merely a treasure, one with a master and a manipulator. It cannot achieve perfection. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow deeply, pressing for clarification. Cousin Qinghan, what do you mean by this? Chen Qinghan inhaled deeply, then spoke with certainty. Let me reveal the truth to you. We, the so-called four great kings, have long been secretly controlled by Su Yuanshan. Our lives and deaths are entirely in his grasp. What? Chen Qingyu's heart jolted, incredulous. How is this possible? By what means has he managed to control you? He never imagined he would hear such earth-shattering news from Chen Qinghan. The four great kings were formidable figures, each a peerless prodigy, standing atop the Golden Bridge realm, looking down upon all others. Moreover, their statuses were immensely prestigious, either direct descendants of ancient families or true disciples of sacred lands. How could such individuals be covertly manipulated? He simply could not comprehend how Su Yuanshan, a mere figure in the Golden Bridge realm, could exert control over them, given the vast distances separating the sacred lands. It sounds unbelievable, does it not? Chen Qinghan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Yet I must inform you. The method through which Su Yuanshan exerts his control over us is through the Void Dao realm. Such power renders us incapable of resistance. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts, and spoke gravely. Cousin Qinghan, could you elaborate on this? Chen Qinghan nodded slightly, beginning his explanation. Let me start from the beginning. You must have some understanding of the inheritance system of the Wandering Sacred Land, correct? Yes. Chen Qingyu nodded. I learned a bit during my studies in the clan. The Wandering Sacred Land, among the myriad sacred lands, is indeed unique. All ancient sacred lands and ancient families have their own paths of cultivation within their realms. Whether in common techniques or profound secrets, the highest forms of cultivation are progressively advanced. However, the Wandering Sacred Land is entirely different. This sacred land encompasses all, claiming to possess countless techniques and myriad powers, nearly covering all known paths of cultivation. Most astonishingly, the highest secret technique of the Wandering Sacred Land is named Source of Transformation, which can adapt to all techniques of the Wandering Sacred Land, elevating them to the level of supreme cultivation. To receive Source of Transformation is to be recognized as a true disciple of the Wandering Sacred Land. In other sacred lands, the direct descendants and true disciples share similar paths in their techniques and martial skills. One can glean the whole from a mere fragment. Yet in the Wandering Sacred Land, the cultivation techniques of different true disciples can be vastly disparate. Chen Qinghan paused momentarily before continuing. Su Yuanshan practices an exceedingly fearsome technique known as Longevity Sutra. This technique is a rare method for cultivating the longevity of all beings, and among the current true disciples of the Wandering Sacred Land, he alone has mastered it. The prowess of Longevity Sutra is overwhelmingly tyrannical and fiercely unparalleled. When he refrains from action, it is one thing, but once he strikes, he can diminish one's lifespan and seize one's life essence, all without any means of defense or resistance. Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Longevity Sutra can actually reduce a person's lifespan and strip away their life essence? Such a monstrous ability bears a striking resemblance to a portion of the effects of my recently comprehended drawing out the primordial yang. While the effects seemed to exceed those of his own technique, he hesitated, pondering. However, such a fearsome ability, separated by the Void Dao realm, should not be able to harm you, right? The capacity to extract life essence and shorten lifespans is indeed terrifying, rendering one invincible among peers. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death, but does Su Yuanshan truly possess the means to breach the constraints of the Void Dao realm? You are mistaken. Chen Qinghan's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. If it were merely the Longevity Sutra, it would indeed be incapable of achieving this. However, what makes Su Yuanshan truly formidable is that he has somehow managed to seize a fragment of the authority of the eternal mirror of the void. This slender thread of authority, though seemingly insignificant, still possesses the power to transcend certain regulations of the Void Dao realm, even allowing for the manipulation of a fragment of the formidable might of the eternal mirror of the void. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. His voice tinged with astonishment. Is this true? Has the authority of the eternal mirror of the void been usurped? This is indeed a terrifying revelation. As he understood, the eternal mirror of the void was still under the control of the descendants of the four great sacred kings, and the Chang family of Changluo was one of them. The true wielders of this authority must be the venerable ancestors, the powerful beings of great mastery. Yet Su Yuanshan managed to pilfer even a morsel of that authority? This was undeniably the case. Chen Qinghan inhaled deeply, his tone growing increasingly somber. All four of us have previously clashed with him in the city of myriad phenomena. He exploited that fragment of authority to distort the relevant rules, enabling his martial techniques to break through the constraints of the Void Dao realm and affect our true forms. If it were any other technique, it would be inconsequential. Traversing the Void Dao realm leaves little potency behind and can only impact the soul. However, he wielded the power of lifespan and essence, which is remarkably elusive and virtually unimpeded, landing squarely upon us. He siphoned our lifespans, storing them within himself. And should we defy his will, he would extinguish our lifespans, causing us to perish on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's heart sank with understanding. He himself had comprehended the technique of extracting the primordial yang, and was well acquainted with such power. The essence of lifespan not only pertains to one's own primordial spirit, but is also intricately intertwined with the celestial machinations of fate. To put it succinctly, even if your essence is abundant and your body shows no signs of decay, when your time is up, you must face death. Su Yuanshan's power of lifespan and essence, once cast within the Void Dao realm and aided by that fragment of authority to warp the rules, could indeed influence the present world. And what then? Chen Qingyu's gaze deepened, his voice resonating with gravity. Why did you not report this treachery to your ancestors? This was the most perplexing aspect to him. The four of them were all esteemed scions of their respective sacred grounds. Even if they had fallen victim to treachery, a simple report would naturally summon a formidable ancestor to dismantle Su Yuanshan's machinations. Moreover, even if the ancestors could not neutralize such tactics, they could easily inform the city of myriad phenomena and eliminate Su Yuanshan once and for all. Would the city of myriad phenomena dare offend all four sacred grounds just to protect one Su Yuanshan? Alas, Chen Qinghan sighed deeply, his expression laden with bitterness. This is indeed due to the fragment of authority he wields, which invokes the might of the eternal mirror of the void. As soon as we leave the Void Dao realm, all related memories are sealed and distorted, rendering us incapable of recalling any such events. Only upon re-entering the Void Dao realm can we begin to remember. In the present world, we are utterly unaware of this matter. How could we possibly report it? Not to mention the overwhelming power of the eternal mirror of the void. Should those ancestors inadvertently probe into our affairs, they would find nothing amiss. At this point, Chen Qingyu felt a profound shock within. He finally comprehended why Su Yuanshan could manipulate Chen Qinghan and the others so silently, without causing any ripples. Just days prior, he had personally encountered one of the four heavenly kings, Wu Sui, in the divine city of Changluo. Her demeanor was cheerful and carefree, showing no signs of any complications. It dawned on him that at that time, Wu Sui herself was unaware of her own control. Cousin Qinghan, Chen Qingyu's gaze grew intense. His voice somber. Did you not attempt to seek help from others? Utterly futile. Chen Qinghan shook his head, his voice heavy. The might of the eternal mirror of the void knows no bounds, encompassing the entirety of the Void Dao realm. Whoever we confided in may have been shocked, furious, or filled with righteous indignation, eager to report to our ancestors on our behalf. Yet, once they exited the Void Dao realm, all related memories would be completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind, and they would wholly forget this matter. We have attempted this many times, only to despairingly abandon our efforts. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow deeply, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Then why does Su Yuanshan seek to control you? Has he coerced you into any actions? Chen Qinghan, upon hearing this, spoke in a hushed tone. To be candid, after I was ensnared, I conducted a thorough investigation into him. This man once possessed mediocre talents, yet held an inflated sense of self-worth, harboring intense resentment towards those gifted prodigies, struggling desperately within the city of myriad phenomena. However, after entering the Golden Bridge realm, he encountered some fortuitous encounter, and his strength became exceedingly formidable. He not only mastered the power of lifespan and essence, but also acquired a fragment of the authority of the eternal mirror of the void. We suspect he is clandestinely allied with some mysterious organization to obtain all of this, and their demands of him may involve covertly controlling us in preparation for some future scheme. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly at this revelation. It made sense. Chen Qinghan and the others were all paragons of their respective sacred grounds and were destined to hold positions of great power and authority in the future, barring any unforeseen events. If Su Yuanshan indeed had a mysterious organization backing him, the value of controlling Chen Qinghan and his companions was immense. Their subjugation was not merely for the present, but for future ambitions. Furthermore, there was another secret he wished to unveil. Chen Qinghan hastily continued. The power he wields over lifespan and essence appears to require him to expend his own lifespan to harness it. Thus, although he seems youthful and vigorous, he is, in truth, left with little time remaining. One of his motivations for controlling us is to leverage our identities, compelling us to scour our respective sacred grounds for elixirs that could augment his lifespan. Not only that, but he has also secretly established a vast power within the city of myriad phenomena, wielding nearly absolute influence beneath the Golden Bridge realm. He paused momentarily before continuing. As we returned to the present world, our memories were distorted, leaving us with only the recollection that we needed to gather medicinal herbs for him. Everything else eluded our minds. There may be inconsistencies within this, yet we instinctively overlook the fact that we are perpetually working for him, our lives dangling precariously within his grasp. Chen Qingyu remained silent for a moment before quietly stating, I understand. He finally grasped the dire predicament that Chen Qinghan and the others faced. Su Yuanshan's methods were alarmingly terrifying, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. Young lord, Chen Qinghan looked at him, his voice grave. I share this with you to dissuade you from venturing into the city of myriad phenomena. Although he has usurped a fragment of authority, the power to distort the rules can only be wielded within that realm. We all fell into his trap while clashing with him there for various reasons, plunging into an abyss without end. His deliberate refusal of your challenge is also a ploy to lure you into the city of myriad phenomena. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu suddenly recalled something, his heart racing. Cousin Qinghan. He looked towards Chen Qinghan, his voice hoarse. If I do not go to the city of myriad phenomena, then you, Chen Qinghan smiled faintly, his expression untroubled. I will die. He has specifically warned us that anyone who dares to obstruct you will meet their end. If you do not go to the city of myriad phenomena, he will immediately deduce that I have informed you, and he will certainly not allow me to continue living. Chen Qingyu's voice trembled. Then why, dear cousin, do you choose to tell me? Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghan laughed lightly. Since I have come to find you and share all of this, I have naturally prepared myself for the ultimate sacrifice. Your extraordinary talent and brilliance far surpass my own. You are indeed the shining star of the Chen family's future, the beacon of hope for our continued existence. If you were to fall under his control, then one fateful day, when that colossal conspiracy is set into motion, our Chen family would inevitably suffer unspeakable losses. Facing the dire threat of annihilation, he gently patted Chen Qingyu's shoulder and smiled warmly. I am your cousin. I have already plummeted into the abyss, beyond redemption. How could I stand idly by and watch you repeat my tragic fate? The trials of eternity amount to nothing more than death. If my demise can secure your path to survival, then my life, Chen Qinghan, will not have been in vain. Chapter 89, Aware of the Tiger's Lair. Yet marching toward it upon hearing Chen Qinghan's words, Chen Qingyu fell silent. Today, he had entered the realm of the Taishu Dao primarily to challenge Su Yuanshan once more. However, he was unprepared for the revelation of such a tremendous and horrifying secret lurking beneath the calm surface of Golden Bridge Heaven. His cousin, Chen Qinghan, faced death with composure and divulged everything to him, not to solicit his intervention in the conspiracy, but merely to preserve his own life from falling into the hands of others. Cousin Qinghan, Chen Qingyu suddenly spoke, his gaze profound. Thank you for your candid warning. Had it not been for you, I might have foolishly ventured to Wuxiang Heaven City. Falling into Su Yuanshan's trap, Chen Qinghan smiled gently. No need for excessive gratitude. This is my own choice. He paused momentarily before whispering. If you truly wish to thank me, then after I am gone, please look after that young lad Qingyu. No. Chen Qingyu shook his head vehemently, rejecting the notion outright. Chen Qinghan was taken aback, but he soon saw the resolute determination in Chen Qingyu's eyes as he intoned solemnly. Cousin Qinghan, you need not sacrifice yourself. I will accompany you to Wuxiang Heaven City to confront Su Yuanshan. What? Chen Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. Chen Xiaojun, are you out of your mind? Fury surged within him, nearly prompting an outburst of invective. He had risked his life to reveal the truth to Chen Xiaojun, aiming to prevent his promising cousin from descending into the depths of a great conspiracy. Yet now, with the truth unveiled, Chen Xiaojun was resolutely intent on heading to Wuxiang Heaven City. Was this a mockery of his sacrifice and efforts? Such arrogance was astounding. Chen Xiaojun. Chen Qinghan grasped his shoulders fiercely, his voice a harsh command. Listen closely. You must not go to Wanxiang Heaven City. Do you think your strength is invincible? That you can defeat Su Yuanshan and rescue us all? He continued, but I tell you, this is not your moment to play the hero. Su Yuanshan's power is far beyond your imagination. Going there would be a death sentence, and you would only drag yourself down with me. After hearing this, Chen Qingyu smiled slightly. Cousin Qinghan, you overestimate him and underestimate me. I possess absolute confidence in my ability to venture to Wanxiang Heaven City. Had I learned of such a terrifying truth before today, I would never have risked my life to stumble into a trap meticulously laid by others. That would not only be a jest with my own life, but also a blatant disregard for your courageous sacrifice. However, this morning, I have already grasped the formidable technique of transcending the primordial yang, resulting in a seismic shift in my strength. Su Yuanshan's might is indeed fearsome. Even disregarding his authority over distorting rules, his ability to diminish lifespans and devour vital essences is unmatched. Chen Qingyu spoke slowly, with composure, but Cousin Qinghan, you have overestimated him and underestimated me. Su Yuanshan has the power to control lifespans, yet I, Chen Xiaojun, possess the same capability. My journey to Wanxiang Heaven City is not born of blind arrogance, but is rooted in complete assurance that I can eliminate this fiend and liberate you all. Chen Qinghan, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of shock, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is what you say true, dear cousin? Do you also possess the power to control lifespans? Are you not afraid of Su Yuanshan's methods? Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, declaring, I am Chen Xiaojun of the Chen family. How could I jest with my own life? To me, Wanxiang Heaven City is not a den of tigers and leopards, but a fortuitous opportunity, the very grave of Su Yuanshan, aware of the tiger's lair, yet marching toward it. This represents either the folly and ignorance of those who ascend, or the valor of a warrior like Wu Song. I possess the strength to conquer tigers. Why should I not ascend the tiger's mountain? Cousin Qinghan, Chen Qingyu stated calmly, my judgments align closely with yours. Relying solely on Su Yuanshan, he could never seize a shred of authority from the Taishu Eternal Mirror. Behind him, there is likely a mysterious organization bestowing upon him a fragment of that authority. Therefore, when he wields this fragment to distort the rules, he cannot execute it with meticulous precision, and therein lies my opportunity. At this point, his gaze grew profound. Once the rules are distorted, he can influence me through the Taishu Dao realm, and conversely, I can influence him. As long as we eliminate this individual, all challenges will be effortlessly resolved. Chen Qinghan hesitated. Is it worth such a risk? If what Chen Xiaojun claims is true, then this battle transcends a mere contest of strength. The stakes on either side are not merely honor and reputation, but our very lives. Absolutely worth it. Chen Qingyu replied passionately, Cousin Qinghan, you have willingly risked your life to inform me of the truth. How could I, Chen Xiaojun, be a coward? Setting aside everything else, even for your life, I would dare wager my own and engage in a life and death struggle with this adversary. Chen Qinghan was profoundly shaken, falling silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Very well. I have not misjudged you. His eyes reflected a glimmer of determination as he spoke solemnly. Then, dear cousin, let us journey together to Wanxiang Heaven City and confront Su Yuanshan. Excellent. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, leaping into the air, transforming into a whirlwind that swept away. Let us depart. A moment later, within the divine capital Changluo, at the Taishu teleportation array, with a whoosh, Chen Qingyu and Chen Qinghan descended from the heavens, landing upon the Taishu teleportation array, where the surrounding spirit patterns began to flicker subtly. Please select your destination for teleportation. The cold, mechanical voice of the Taishu primordial spirit echoed in their ears. I choose to teleport to Wanxiang Heaven City. Teleporting to Wanxiang Heaven City. Number of individuals, 2. You are required to pay 47,600 Taishu points. Chen Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, confirm payment. Beside him, Chen Qinghan exhibited no hesitation either. For two unrivaled prodigies like them, this amount of Taishu points was but a trifling sum. In an instant, the Taishu teleportation array erupted with a blinding and thunderous brilliance. A white beam shooting skyward. The surrounding crowd was immediately stirred, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to gaze. A tall, white-clad youth and a solemn-faced young man stood at the heart of the Taishu teleportation array, gradually vanishing amidst the radiance. Around the Taishu teleportation array, even a fleeting glimpse was enough to capture the attention of the crowd, igniting a sensation. Goodness, is that not Chen Xiaojun? Indeed, it truly is him. I saw him just yesterday. I cannot be mistaken. And there is our Chen family's king, Chen Qing'an. Where are they planning to teleport to? With such a commotion, they must be heading somewhere distant. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a young man suddenly dashed towards the teleportation array. His face flushed with excitement as he shouted, Are you all foolish? Don't you remember, Chen Xiaojun has fought his way up. He only ascended to the pinnacle of the God of War Tower yesterday. Where could he possibly teleport now? Surely, it must be to Wandering City of Heaven, to challenge the martial Dao Emperor, Su Yuanshan. Chapter 90, Wandering City of Heaven. A tempest brews. The moment the young man's voice fell, the surrounding crowd erupted into a fervor. Chen Xiaojun is challenging the martial Dao Emperor? Two undefeated paragons atop the God of War Tower are about to engage in the fiercest battle, and one of the four heavenly kings, Chen Qingyu, is accompanying him, seemingly solidifying this speculation. Such a grand spectacle, who would dare to miss it? In an instant, throngs of people surged towards the teleportation array, jostling eagerly to get inside. Hurry, let me catch a ride. I want to go to Wandering City of Heaven. Watch your feet. Who the hell stepped on mine? Wait, I'm not on yet. Everyone, calm down. Teleporting to Wandering City of Heaven is quite costly. At that moment, the first young man to dash forward had already stepped into the center of the teleportation array, his face alight with excitement. But then his smile froze. What? Teleporting to Wandering City of Heaven costs over 90,000 Taishu points? This statement fell like a bucket of ice water upon the heads of the many exhilarated individuals. Over 90,000 Taishu points? Even if 10 people formed a team to share the cost, each would still need nearly 10,000 points. For the vast majority of martial artists at the Golden Bridge stage, this was a heavy burden, perhaps even beyond their means. Make way. A sturdy man clad in blue, with a resolute expression, strode through the crowd, proclaiming loudly, I'll put up 10,000. Is there anyone else going? I'm going too. The crowd immediately erupted with dozens of voices in response. The Taishu teleportation array was perpetually thronged with thousands of individuals, often comprising wealthy and formidable talents, or those accustomed to saving money. Soon, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, a group of 10 was the first to step onto the teleportation array, vanishing in a burst of radiant light. The remaining individuals, left with no choice, dispersed, rushing towards the contest arena of Shindu Chongluo, preparing to await the battle between Chen Xiaojun and Su Yuanshan. While they might not witness it firsthand, this pinnacle battle was certainly not to be missed. The impending clash promised to be even more captivating than Chen Xiaojun's duel with Zhou Qianlong. After all, both contenders were paragons who had ascended the God of War Tower, a rare encounter in millennia. In the Taishu Dao realm, within Wandering City of Heaven, Buzz, the Taishu teleportation array erupted with a white pillar of light soaring into the sky. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of many disciples from the Wandering Holy Land, who paused and cast curious glances towards the teleportation array. Who could it be that has teleported to Wandering City of Heaven? In the next moment, as the white light gradually faded, the figures of Chen Qingyu and Chen Qingyu became visible. Is this Wandering City of Heaven? Chen Qingyu squinted, adjusting to the fading light, taking in the surrounding scenery. Xiaojun cousin. Chen Qingyu turned to Chen Qingyu, speaking solemnly. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Having taken this step, there is no retreat for us now. Indeed. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly, observing as Chen Qingyu first summoned his true energy and soared into the air. Let us go. Su Yuanshan is currently in the Chongqing Tower. Chen Qingyu's true energy surged, enveloping him in a gale, propelling him upward to catch up with Chen Qingyu's radiant escape. As they soared through the air, Chen Qingyu's gaze swept over the bustling crowds within Wandering City of Heaven, witnessing a myriad of distinctly different sights. If the architectural style of Shindu Chongluo is solemn and weighty, ancient and unadorned, akin to the timeless starry sky, then Wandering City of Heaven is a kaleidoscope, vibrant and all-encompassing, with buildings of various styles standing in close proximity. After a brief moment of flight, we have arrived. Chen Qingyu halted his radiant flight. Taking a deep breath, this is the Chongqing Tower. Su Yuanshan, along with Wu Su Yi and the others, are on the top floor. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu gazed up at the towering edifice, stepping forward with poise. Then let us proceed. We must not keep the martial Dao Emperor waiting too long. Moments earlier, in the area of the Taishu teleportation array in Wandering City of Heaven, just as Chen Qingyu and Chen Qingyu departed, another white pillar of light surged into the sky. Grand and imposing. This time, 10 figures materialized in the center of the teleportation array. The surrounding disciples of the Wandering Holy Land exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. What day is it today? It is rare to see individuals traverse such a long distance to Wandering City of Heaven. Yet today they are appearing in quick succession. Buzz. As the white light dissipated, the 10 newcomers scattered like startled birds, each searching for Chen Xiaojun's whereabouts. This brother, a tall and burly man, intercepted a nearby disciple of the Wandering Holy Land, urgently inquiring, Have you seen Chen Xiaojun? The disciple, caught off guard, blinked. Chen Xiaojun? Yes, the burly man insisted. We just teleported from Shindu Chongluo. Just a moment ago, 2 more people should have arrived. One is the Chun clan's heavenly king, Chen Qingyu, and the other is Chen Xiaojun. Have you seen them? The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They are Chen Qingyu and Chen Xiaojun? Chen Qingyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings, renowned throughout the Golden Bridge realm, and the illustrious reputation of Chen Xiaojun resounds throughout the desolate lands. Who does not know of him? However, the truth is that while their appearances are well known in Shindu Chongluo, far fewer recognized them in other regions of Golden Bridge Heaven. He never imagined that those who had just stepped out of the teleportation array were indeed Chen Xiaojun and Chen Qinghan. He hesitated, his expression uncertain. Are you serious? Why would Chen Xiaojun and Chen Qinghan come to Wandering City of Heaven? The burly man replied emphatically. Are you foolish? Chen Xiaojun has already reached the summit of the God of War Tower. What else could he be doing in Wandering City of Heaven? Naturally, it is to challenge the martial Dao Emperor, Su Yuanshan. This revelation left the wandering Holy Land disciple wide-eyed and taken aback. They had long grown accustomed to Su Yuanshan's lofty position. Even after the rise of the other four heavenly kings, they could only bow their heads in submission. They truly did not expect Chen Xiaojun to suddenly challenge Su Yuanshan. After all, his ranking on the God of War list was beneath Su Yuanshan. Did he really possess such confidence in himself? Boom. As they spoke, another white pillar of light erupted from the nearby Taishu teleportation array. The second batch of individuals from Shindu Chongluo had arrived. Soon, with the continuous arrival of the sightseeing group from Shindu Chongluo, explosive news swept like a hurricane in all directions. Chen Xiaojun has descended upon Wandering City of Heaven, poised to challenge the martial Dao Emperor, Su Yuanshan, to a peak battle. Chapter 91. A desire for battle in Wandering City of Heaven, within the Chongqing Tower. Chen Qingyu followed Chen Qinghan, ascending the stairs to the top floor. At the pinnacle of the tavern, Su Yuanshan, Wu Su-yi, and the others turned in astonishment, their expressions shifting noticeably. Chen Xiaojun. Wu Su-yi's complexion drained of color, a bittersweet sensation swelling within her heart. He has indeed come. Beside her, Ke Jinhai and Wang Pejun exchanged silent glances, their moods growing increasingly somber. Su Yuanshan, however, brightened, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, a faint smile curling at his lips. Cousin Xiaojun. Chen Qinghan gestured towards Su Yuanshan, his expression calm, and stated, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed host of our visit, the unparalleled Su Yuanshan of the Golden Bridge realm. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingyu immediately followed the direction indicated, scrutinizing the young man before him. Clad in pristine white attire, though his features were rather ordinary, his demeanor exuded an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He certainly presented a commendable appearance. Thoughts whirled in Chen Qingyu's mind. At first glance, it was difficult to discern that this individual was a base and unscrupulous scoundrel. Brother Su, greetings, Chen Qingyu remarked, maintaining a facade of composure as he offered a courteous bow. Young lord, esteemed brother, greetings, Su Yuanshan replied with a radiant smile, raising his hand in return. Your illustrious name precedes you, and I have long wished to meet you in person. It seems my desire has finally been fulfilled. Chen Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he gestured toward the two young men beside him. Introducing them. These two are Ke Jinhai from the Donglu Sacred Land, and Wang Pejun from the Wang clan of Liangshan. Chen Qingyu turned to the pair, offering his hands in greeting. Brother Ku, Brother Wang. Ke Jinhai and Wang Pejun exchanged silent bows, refraining from uttering a word. As for the final individual, Chen Qinghan, with a subtle smile, pointed out, this young lady, Wu Sui, is your fiancée. I need not elaborate further. Clearing his throat, Chen Qingyu spoke with gravity. I have known Miss Wu for quite some time. There is no need for my cousin to introduce her. However, we have yet to formalize our engagement. Wu Sui managed a strained smile, nodding slightly before quietly retreating to the side, her head bowed in silence. Chen Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression remaining unchanged. Although Wu Sui and the two others could not resist Su Yuanshan, they were equally unwilling to act as mere pawns. Their current demeanor served as an implicit signal. Had it been anyone else witnessing their unusual behavior, it might have sparked suspicion, thus offering a glimmer of hope for escape. Cough cough. Su Yuanshan, realizing the implications, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes but refrained from expressing it. Instead, he coughed lightly and said, Young lord, as you are a guest, let us sit and converse. Very well, Chen Qingyu readily agreed. After taking their seats, Su Yuanshan rose and personally prepared a cup of hot tea for Chen Qingyu. Thank you, Brother Su, Chen Qingyu said graciously, lifting the teacup to take a sip. By the way, Brother Su, he set the cup down and turned to Su Yuanshan, casually inquiring, this morning, I intended to come directly to Wuxiang Tiancheng to find you, but I was intercepted by cousin Qinghan, who mentioned that you had invited me here. May I ask the purpose of your summons? Su Yuanshan paused briefly, then comprehended the situation, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. It appeared that Chen Qinghan was indeed a man of discernment. Young lord, you are unaware, he began, placing the teapot down and settling into his seat with a leisurely demeanor. Since yesterday through this morning, you have challenged me to combat 3 times, all of which I declined. I imagine you have been quite perplexed by this. Indeed, Chen Qingyu replied, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. In the realm of the Taishu, countless heroes vie for supremacy, a veritable crucible for our trials. As the foremost figure of the Golden Bridge realm, why would you refuse my challenge? With a gentle sigh, Su Yuanshan set down his teacup and replied thoughtfully, This is due to my significant responsibilities within the Wuxiang sacred land, rendering me quite occupied. Thus, I specifically requested Brother Chen Qingyu to invite you to Shindu Chongluo for a banquet as an apology. In his discourse, he subtly reframed the situation. He believed that Chen Qingyu had recognized the circumstances and, rather than dissuading him, had proactively invited Chen Qingyu into the trap. Now that Chen Qingyu inquired, it was only natural for him to provide an explanation to smooth over the matter. Oh, Chen Qingyu feigned surprise. Then why are Miss Wu and brothers Ku and Wang gathered here as well? Su Yuanshan maintained his composure and replied casually, Young Lord, it is merely a coincidence. We are among the strongest talents within Jin Xiaotian, having forged deep friendships, and we often convene to exchange insights on our cultivation experiences. This occasion coincidentally aligns with me hosting a banquet here in Wuxiang Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu pretended to understand. I see now. Su Yuanshan smiled. Yet a sense of unease stirred within him. While it was fortunate that Chen Qingyu had adeptly led Chen Qingyu to Wuxiang Tianqing, it also caught him off guard, disrupting his prior plans. After all, he had envisioned Chen Qingyu arriving alone, boldly issuing a challenge. At that moment, he would step forth to provide a casual explanation, leading Chen Qingyu directly to the Daoxingtai, ensuring no opportunity for interaction with others. This situation must be altered. Su Yuanshan pondered silently. Allowing this individual to cross paths with Wu Sui and the others was indeed a miscalculation. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of suspicion and unforeseen complications. Just as he prepared to broach the subject of their combat, Chen Qingyu suddenly interjected, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. By the way, Brother Su, I have long wished to duel with you, to witness the prowess of the world's foremost champion. Now that you have time, why don't we head to Daoxingtai right away? This caught Su Yuanshan off guard momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. An overwhelming sense of delight surging within him. Excellent. Truly splendid. This young lord is indeed a martial enthusiast. No wonder he is so eager to challenge me. Fortune smiles upon me. No further scheming was necessary. Chen Qingyu had willingly proposed the duel. The prey willingly walked into the trap. How could this not be a cause for celebration? Ha ha. Su Yuanshan's thoughts surged, yet he maintained a broad smile. Your words, young lord, resonate perfectly with my intentions. I, too, have long wished to meet the illustrious Chen clan's young lord. Chen Qingyu beamed, rising from his seat. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Chapter 92. Venturing into the dragon's lair as Chen Qingyu and the others set off towards Daoxingtai. A mere moment later, the streets of Wuxiang Tianqing erupted into a frenzy due to the startling news that had just emerged. Countless individuals scattered, inquiring and seeking confirmation. Young Lord Chen has arrived at Wuxiang Tianqing. Is he really challenging the Emperor of Martial Arts? Is this true? It must be true. Everyone is talking about it, and the buzz is incredible. I was right by the Taishu teleportation array and witnessed young Lord Chen and Chen Qingyu emerge. Exactly. Did you not see? That throng of Chen clan members from Shindu Chongluo went to great lengths to expend thousands of Taishu points to teleport here. Do they have nothing better to do? Does this mean young Lord Chen is genuinely challenging the Emperor of Martial Arts, Su Yuanshan? But where is he? Amidst the clamor and debate, a sudden exclamation rang out from within Wuxiang Tianqing, specifically along the bustling main street where Chongqing Tower was located. Holy cow! Look up, everyone! In instinctive response, the crowd tilted their heads, widening their eyes in astonishment as they gasped in unison. In the sky above, boom! 6 radiant beams of light shot forth, whistling away, exuding magnificent waves of energy, an unparalleled display of might. Upon closer inspection, among the 6 beams, 2 were at the forefront, with 4 following closely behind. The foremost 2 beams included one they recognized all too well, Su Yuanshan. It truly was the Emperor of Martial Arts, Su Yuanshan. And beside him was none other than young Lord Chen. Indeed, not only them, but do you see who follows behind? The 4 heavenly kings. Yes. I witnessed the battle between Ku Zhenhai and Wu Sui. It was undeniably them. Oh my heavens, the martial Tao Emperor, the 4 heavenly kings, and even young Master Chen have gathered together? Observing their direction, it unmistakably leads to the Daoxing platform. The crowd was a seething cauldron of excitement, igniting a frenzy. Countless streaks of escaping light soared into the sky, each eager to pursue the unfolding spectacle. Even ordinary masters of the Golden Bridge realm could briefly hover in the air, while the more formidable figures could fly with abandon. In an instant, thousands of radiant streaks erupted from the marketplace of the Chongqing Tower, dazzling hues swirling and dancing, veiling the sky and creating a breathtaking panorama. Such a monumental commotion naturally captured the attention of martial artists from other regions within Wuxiang Tianqing. Soon, sensational news swept through the entire city, a torrent of brilliant light converging like rivers flowing into the sea, resounding like mighty rivers. At the forefront of this river, 2 parallel streaks of light stood like sentinels against the tide, leading the way onward. Excellent. Su Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, seemingly relishing the scene. Young Master Chen's status undoubtedly surpassed that of Chen Qingyu, and he might very well be the current Daozi of the Qin clan. If he triumphs in this battle and gains control over him, substantial rewards will surely await him in the palace. At that time, he could retire in glory and ascend to the spirit origin realm. Su Yuanshan's thoughts wandered, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he appeared utterly unconcerned about the outcome of the battle. Who could withstand the power of his lifespan and vital essence? At least in this era, there was no one of such caliber to be found. His strength was absolutely unparalleled in the Golden Bridge realm, rendering him indifferent to a mere newcomer who had just claimed the summit of the War God Tower, and whose rank paled in comparison to that of young Master Chen. Chen Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet a cold sneer flickered within his heart. This person is truly the epitome of arrogance. Allow yourself to revel in your hubris a while longer. Once you enter the Doshing platform, your end shall be nigh. Moments later, the magnificent and grand Doshing platform, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, came into view. It is the martial Dao Emperor, Su Yuanshan, and beside him stands young Master Chen. It seems the rumors hold true. They are indeed about to engage in a climactic battle. The throngs gathered near the Doshing platform were already brimming with excitement, eagerly parting to create a vast open space. After a few breaths, the group of 6 streaks of light finally arrived at the entrance of the Doshing platform. Those trailing behind, a river of martial artists, instinctively slowed their pace, cautious not to collide with these invincible prodigies. Amidst the multitude of eager, yearning, and awestruck gazes, young master, esteemed brother, Su Yuanshan smiled slightly, extending his hand. Please. Chen Qingyu nodded with a smile. After you, brother Su. The two exchanged knowing smiles and flew forward together, disappearing into the entrance of the Doshing platform. Smack. The moment the two entered the Doshing platform, Wu Sui suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to Chen Qinghan's face. You. Chen Qinghan staggered back, covering his face in astonishment as he stared at her. How could you do this? Wu Sui's eyes were red-rimmed. Her teeth clenched. You are his cousin. Blood is thicker than water. Your life and death are in the hands of others. I can understand that you cannot warn or stop him, nor do you have the right to condemn him. But how can you assist that beast Su Yuanshan in betraying your own kin? Nearby, Ku Jinhai and Wang Poju also regarded him with cold disdain, their eyes betraying a hint of loathing. Chen Qinghan, we never imagined you to be such a person, lower than a pig or a dog. We were truly blind in the past. To be fair, they could not sacrifice their lives to save young Master Chen. They could only seek ways to subtly alert him, hoping he would sense the danger and evade the trap. But what of Chen Qinghan? As young Master Chen's cousin, he had actually aided Su Yuanshan in endangering his own brother, luring him into the trap. You all, Chen Qinghan sighed, covering his face. You misunderstand. Misunderstand? Wu Sui's expression was frosty, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Young Master Chen himself stated it, and Su Yuanshan has acknowledged it. You tell us this is a misunderstanding? Are we blind and deaf, unable to see you arriving from the Changxing Tower with him, or hear their words? Chen Qinghan lowered his hand, taking a deep breath. You are mistaken. Young Master Chen has not been lured into a trap by me. Rather, upon learning the truth, he has chosen to venture into the lion's den to confront Su Yuanshan. In other words, he has willingly stepped into this trap, choosing to come to Wanxiang Tiancheng. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Sui and the others widened their eyes in shock. Their first reaction was disbelief. If young Master Chen had indeed learned the truth, wouldn't that imply that Chen Qinghan was willing to sacrifice his life to stop him? Even if that were the case, how could young Master Chen, after discovering all this, dare to take such a risk and come to Wanxiang Tiancheng, willingly stepping into a trap? Wasn't he that tantamount to seeking death? This is impossible, Wu Sui exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qinghan. You are lying. Ku Jinhai and Wang Poju, recovering from their shock, chimed in. What Miss Wu says is correct. Your argument is riddled with inconsistencies. Indeed, if young Master Chen truly comprehended the terrifying power of Su Yuanshan, unless he were excessively arrogant, how would he dare to tread into a trap? This is merely a fabricated lie you have concocted to clear your name. Upon hearing their words, Chen Qinghan sighed deeply and began to speak slowly. I understand your skepticism, but think carefully. Young Master Chen is not a fool. Did he not notice your strange behavior atop the Changxing Tower? If he did, why would he turn a blind eye and actively challenge Su Yuanshan? Surely he must harbor some suspicion in his heart. These words caused Wu Sui and the others to pause, their expressions shifting to uncertainty. Indeed, just moments ago, young Master Chen seemed to have disregarded their subtle warnings, engaging in conversation with Su Yuanshan before eagerly inviting him to battle, displaying an unmistakable impatience. Could it be that what you say is true? Wu Sui, still somewhat skeptical, inquired. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? I require no proof. Chen Qinghan stated calmly. Su Yuanshan's objective is not to kill young Master Chen. He merely seeks to control him. If I were lying, once he emerges from the Doshing platform, with just a few inquiries, wouldn't you be able to expose the truth immediately? Would I weave such a ludicrous tale? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Sui, Ku Jinhai, and Wang Poju felt a jolt of realization, their expressions shifting dramatically. They finally understood, having ruled out all other unreasonable explanations. What Chen Qingyu had said was likely the truth. Young Master Chen, upon learning of Su Yuanshan's terrifying capabilities, had indeed chosen to brave the lion's den, willingly stepping into the trap of Wanxiang Tiancheng. Why? Wu Sui's complexion paled as she murmured, "Why would he do such a thing? Isn't he courting death?" Beside her, Ke Jinhai suddenly spoke. "It must be for your sake, Brother Chen. You revealed the truth to him, and naturally, he prepared himself for death, after all. If Su Yuanshan were to discover this, he would not spare you. On the contrary, he would swiftly extinguish your lifespan, causing you to perish instantly, using you as a warning to deter the rest of us." Wang Poju sighed. Such is the depth of brotherly affection. Who would have thought he would willingly allow himself to be controlled by Su Yuanshan for your life? But he shook his head, letting out a sigh. "It is rather foolish, wasting your determination in vain. No, you are all mistaken." Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply and solemnly asserted. His audacity to venture into peril alone undoubtedly stems from absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish Su Yuanshan, perhaps even to eliminate this fiend. What? Wu Sui and the other two were instantly taken aback, their expressions laden with disbelief. "Are you speaking the truth?" "Indeed." Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. Young Master Chen also possesses the power of lifespan and vitality, rendering him impervious to Su Yuanshan's control. This provides him with a fair opportunity to engage Su Yuanshan in battle. Moreover, according to his calculations, Su Yuanshan's utilization of the Taishu Hongshi mirror to distort the laws has inadvertently granted him the chance to slay Su Yuanshan. Once Su Yuanshan is vanquished, this nightmare will come to a definitive end, allowing us to attain genuine freedom. As his words settled, Wu Sui and the others exchanged glances, their minds engulfed in shock. Rendered speechless, they had all misjudged the situation. Young Master Chen, upon uncovering the truth, had willingly stepped into the trap to confront Su Yuanshan in a decisive battle. What remarkable audacity! Ke Jinhai inhaled sharply, his fists clenched tightly. He is essentially wagering his life for a chance. Precisely. Chen Qingyu nodded with a slight smile. Turning his gaze toward the entrance of the Doshing platform, his expression profound. Now, the fates of the four of us are intertwined, resting upon his shoulders. Everything hinges upon the outcome of this battle. Within the confines of the Doshing platform, in the vast combat arena spanning 100 zhang, Chen Qingyu and Su Yuanshan stood on opposite sides. Younger brother Xiaojun, Su Yuanshan remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am a few years your senior. This battle is merely a display of skill. You may choose the battleground." "Very well." Chen Qingyu responded without hesitation. After a brief contemplation, he selected the battlefield from the numerous options provided by the Taishu Yuanling, the Starry Night Sea, amidst an expansive forest. Su Yuanshan observed the chosen battlefield, his expression subtly shifting, though he appeared largely indifferent. "Then I shall select the size of the arena." As he spoke, his thoughts stirred slightly. In an instant, the battlefield expanded to an immense radius of 500 li. The combatants had now established both the scene and the dimensions for their confrontation. In this bout, the one with the lower cultivation level was young Master Chen. At the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm, according to the combat regulations, Su Yuanshan, possessing the higher cultivation, would automatically be adjusted to the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. The cold, mechanical voice of the Taishu Yuanling resonated through the air. Buzz. Su Yuanshan's body jolted as a significant portion of the formidable true qi within him dissipated instantaneously, including the intensity of his true qi, the strength of his physique, and the length of his golden bridge, all reverting to that of the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. This revelation astonished him, leading him to exclaim, "5th level of the Golden Bridge realm? Young Master Chen, did you not just barely break through to the Golden Bridge realm a few days ago? How could your cultivation have surged so rapidly? Could it be that those old-timers of the Chongluo Qin clan have resorted to unscrupulous means to hasten your progress?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was on the verge of commencing. The Taishu Yuanling's voice echoed in Chen Qingyu's ears. "Your opponent has disabled the observation permissions. As the combatants have not reached a mutual agreement, the observation rights for this battle will be revoked, and you will no longer receive observation fees." Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Su, what is the meaning of this?" "My dear younger brother Xiaojun, please do not take offense," Su Yuanshan replied with a smile. "I possess certain arcane techniques that are unsuitable for public viewing. I trust you can understand." "Is that so?" Chen Qingyu retorted, a trace of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. "I suspect there is more to it than that." Su Yuanshan momentarily paused, instinctively asking, "What do you mean by that, younger brother Xiaojun?" "Heh," Chen Qingyu scoffed coldly, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. The chilling intent to kill was no longer concealed as he declared, "Su Yuanshan, this battle must yield a victor. There is no retreat. You need not feign innocence before me any longer. You have already surreptitiously activated the authority of the distorted Taishu Hongshi mirror, have you not? Thus, this battle will determine not only our strengths, but also our fates." Chapter 94, Life and Death Struggle. Exchange of lifespans. Su Yuanshan's pupils constricted, his heart racing with turmoil. "When did you realize?" He fixed his gaze on Chen Qingyu, his tone growing increasingly frigid. You have known from the very beginning, have you not? Indeed, Chen Qingyu, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly. Before arriving at Wanxiang Tianqing, I was already aware of your manipulation of Chen Qinghan and the others. It is time to settle the accounts. Upon entering the Doxing platform, he had been awaiting Su Yuanshan to unleash that fragment of authority to distort the rules of the Taishu Dao realm. Verifying this was simplicity itself. The combat on the Doxing platform allows either party to withdraw at any time, provided one concedes. However, after he and Su Yuanshan had settled on the battlefield, he silently inquired within his mind, yet received no response from the Taishu Yuanling. Nor could he exit the Doxing platform. Clearly, Su Yuanshan had covertly activated the power to distort the rules. This battle could not be terminated unless a victor emerged. Thus, he had decisively exposed the truth, revealing the dagger hidden beneath the cloth. Su Yuanshan fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a cold laugh. It seems I underestimated Chen Qinghan. I did not expect him to possess the resolve to face death for your sake. However, his gaze, condescendingly fixed on Chen Qingyu, brimmed with mockery. I truly do not know whether you are excessively confident or hopelessly arrogant. Since you are aware of my true power, why do you dare to court death? Though he spoke thus, his heart was filled with trepidation. Young Master Chen was no fool. His willingness to face danger alone indicated a substantial assurance in his ability to defeat or even kill him. Yet he could not discern the source of this confidence. I have been too complacent, he admonished himself. Earlier, within the Chongqing Tower, Chen Qingyu's peculiar behavior toward Wu Sui and the others had gone unnoticed. He had been solely focused on challenging him, clearly indicating something amiss. Yet, enthralled by surprise, he had instinctively overlooked this detail, mistakenly concluding that Chen Qingyu was merely a martial enthusiast. I never anticipated that I, Su Yuanshan, would also have a day of folly. His gaze turned icy, locking onto Chen Qingyu as he spoke with indifference. Since you wish to seek death, I shall oblige. This battle shall be your demise. At this moment, he fully comprehended that this confrontation had escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Should he dare to hold back in an attempt to control young Master Chen, it would likely be his own life at stake. Neither party possessed a path of retreat. Ha! Chen Qingyu let out a hearty laugh. The outcome of this contest is yet to be determined. Your proclamation comes too early. As the two conversed, the surrounding combat space rapidly expanded, transforming into a vast expanse. Above, the celestial dome shimmered with the starry night sea, while below lay an endless, sprawling forest, lush and verdant, where the silhouettes of birds and beasts could faintly be discerned. Once the space had reached its maximum expanse, the cold, mechanical voice of the Taishu Yuanling resonated. The battle commences. In the next instant, boom, boom, a torrent of true qi erupted as both combatants surged forward with unrestrained speed. Propelled by their ferocious power, their figures collided like meteors with a thunderous crash. Bang! Their fists clashed, producing a sound as thunderous as drums, waves of air rippling outward. As fierce wind swept through, Chen Qingyu staggered slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. This fellow's physique is astonishingly strong, nearly matching my own. Humph! Su Yuanshan grunted, yet did not retreat a single step. With a swift twist of his wrist, he seized Chen Qingyu's arm. Snap! Chen Qingyu was equally unyielding, firmly gripping his opponent's wrist. Their gazes collided like two lightning bolts clashing in the storm. Lifespan deprivation, extracting the primordial yang, almost in perfect synchrony. They unleashed the most formidable power that could transcend the rules of the Taishu Dao realm. In an instant, Chen Qingyu felt a chill envelop him as a stream of warmth surged forth, threatening to be siphoned away by Su Yuanshan across from him. This was his life essence, the very foundation sustaining his existence. Through the unique perspective granted by extracting primordial yang, he could distinctly see his vibrant orb of primordial yang, radiant like a great sun, gradually losing its golden brilliance, dimming under the relentless drain. In a contest of life force, could I possibly fear you? A fierce glint flashed in Chen Qingyu's eyes as he resolutely abandoned the defense of his primordial yang and instead focused all his energy on absorbing Su Yuanshan's vitality. Extracting primordial yang allowed him to control his own primordial yang, effectively halting the passage of his lifespan. Yet, he chose to engage directly, exchanging life essence, confident that his own longevity far outweighed that of Su Yuanshan. This was perilous. Su Yuanshan's complexion changed dramatically. He had practiced the Longevity Sutra, and in this moment, he could acutely sense his own life essence dwindling. To be precise, it was being consumed by Chen Xiaojun. What was happening? Could he also wield the Longevity Sutra? Fury and disbelief surged within him, catching him off guard. He had surmised that Chen Xiaojun must have some reliance to dare face such risks after learning his secrets. However, he never anticipated that Chen Xiaojun's reliance would mirror his own abilities. Cursed be it. He cursed inwardly, yet without a moment's hesitation. He abandoned the notion of continuing to drain Chen Xiaojun's lifespan, instead fortifying his own life essence in a desperate bid to prevent its loss. He was acutely aware He had 32 years of remaining lifespan, while Chen Xiaojun possessed at least several hundred years. The vitality he had absorbed could not be directly converted into his own. If they exchanged life essence in a protracted contest, he would soon find himself extinguished by Chen Xiaojun. Su Yuanshan, your tricks have run their course. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily. He could see clearly that Su Yuanshan's primordial yang was now as dim and broken as a waning sunset, predominantly shrouded in shadows. This indicated that, despite his outwardly youthful appearance, Su Yuanshan had already exhausted much of his lifespan. Draw it in, he commanded, his true energy surging as he unleashed the full might of extracting primordial yang. With his own lifespan no longer dwindling, he had no further concerns. Su Yuanshan, now on the defensive, despite his efforts to guard himself, could not avoid the gradual siphoning of his remaining vitality. This is bad. Su Yuanshan realized the precarious situation he was in, erupting with true energy as his muscles bulged, attempting to break free from Chen Qingyu's grasp. However, Chen Qingyu's strength outmatched his own, preventing any chance of escape in that moment. Now it was too late to think of breaking free. Chen Qingyu's expression turned icy as he tightened his grip on Su Yuanshan's wrist, his voice cold and foreboding. Su Yuanshan, your time has come. Chapter 95. The Incarnation of Life Essence. The Wheel of Decay. Time has come. Su Yuanshan roared like an enraged lion, his fury igniting as he bellowed, Today, it is you who will perish here. Chen Qingyu smirked, his lips curling disdainfully as he retorted, No matter your protestations, you cannot escape your fate. You are doomed. In truth, he had not anticipated the battle unfolding so favorably. In less than 15 minutes, he had cornered Su Yuanshan into an inescapable predicament. At the heart of it, Su Yuanshan's overconfidence in his life essence had led him to stumble into a trap from which he could not recover. He unleashed his true energy, propelling, extracting primordial yang to its utmost pinnacle. Yet, at that moment, boom, a terrifying force, wild and uncontainable, suddenly struck Chen Qingyu's back. The power was so formidable it felt akin to a meteor crashing down. Caught off guard, Chen Qingyu's protective true energy was torn asunder, his complexion paling as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire focus had been consumed by the struggle with Su Yuanshan, leaving him woefully unprepared for the ambush. Had it not been for his astonishingly resilient physique, he might have sustained severe injuries or even met his demise. As he was suddenly wounded, his strength naturally waned, and Su Yuanshan seized the opportunity to break free from his clutches. Whoosh! In a flash of white light, he retreated 1,000 zhang away. Damn it! Chen Qingyu refrained from recklessly pursuing him, instead retreating 100 zhang to the side, casting a glare towards his assailant. As his gaze swept over, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The figure that had stealthily attacked him was none other than another Su Yuanshan. Upon closer inspection, this Su Yuanshan appeared to be a perfect replica of the original, emitting a faint glow, his expression cold, with a true energy that rivaled his counterparts in might. The two Su Yuanshans flanked him in a pincer formation. Perfect clone technique. A shiver ran down Chen Qingyu's spine. Su Yuanshan had mastered such a terrifying ability even in the Golden Bridge realm. Even he, with his 1-star 9 radiance, would not reach the dual star level capable of creating a perfect clone until he attained the spirit origin realm, and even then, his clone would likely not be flawless due to not being a dual flow sacred body. Chen Xiaojun, you are impressive. The true Su Yuanshan spoke slowly from 1,000 zhang away, his gaze flickering. To force out my life essence incarnation. You are indeed stronger than those worthless individuals like Chen Qinghan. However, your life will end here. In Su Yuanshan's eyes, no matter how formidable Chen Xiaojun was, they were ultimately evenly matched. But Chen Xiaojun stood alone, while he possessed both his true self and his life essence incarnation, two sources of power against one. How could he possibly lose? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu said nothing as he suddenly vanished. In the next moment, rumble. The howling winds erupted, dark clouds rapidly converged, thickening to obscure the starlight above. A blizzard, hail, and ice shards swept across the sky, interspersed with countless tiny, translucent grains of sand. This was the unique technique he had developed, the formless sandstorm. Su Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, a faint light emanating from his gaze, seemingly piercing the secret of this technique in an instant. A celestial-level large-scale attack aimed solely at me? I cannot tell whether to call you foolish or simply inexperienced in battle. He chuckled, standing his ground against the raging blizzard and the unseen assassins that accompanied it. Unflinching in his stance, buzz, golden true energy surged, forming a faint golden aura that enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, the aura was inscribed with countless spiraling runes, appearing as a thin layer, yet exuding an unbreakable essence. Sizzle, countless hailstones, ice shards, and the invisible grains of sand pelted against the faint golden aura like raindrops. Yet all efforts were in vain. The golden aura rippled under the impact, but showed no signs of shattering. The once invincible, flying sand and moving stones technique faltered for the first time. No matter how powerful it was, if the force could not be concentrated, it was as ineffective as a bloated pig. Su Yuanshan chuckled, the light in his eyes intensifying as he scanned the surroundings. Let me see where you are. However, after observing for a moment, he did not find Chen Xiaojun as he had anticipated. Not even a trace remained. A hint of surprise crossed his features. This person's concealment techniques are remarkably formidable. In the next instant, boom, a fair and powerful fist suddenly emerged from the void, striking heavily upon the delicate golden aura. The prowess of a mountain flood or a tsunami coalesced in this single blow, unleashed in its entirety. Crack! The faint golden barrier, capable of withstanding the flying sand and shifting stones, divine ability, shattered under the force of this punch, disintegrating into formless glimmers that vanished into thin air. Bam! Chen Qingyu's fist, like a bamboo stalk being split apart, collided with Su Yuanxing's body. Su Yuanxing was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, soaring several dozen yards away, akin to a mere scarecrow. Yet, on his face, there was no trace of shock or fury. Instead, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "I've got you." In the next instant, the surrounding space erupted with a blinding brilliance, as if a sun had exploded overhead. An immeasurable radiance flooded the heavens and the earth, dazzling to the eyes. This is bad. A sense of alarm surged within Chen Qingyu. Without hesitation, he attempted to retreat. However, the avatar of destiny had somehow closed in on him. Seizing the moment, he struck to launch a sudden attack with a powerful punch. With no other option, Chen Qingyu had to marshal his true energy and engage in a direct confrontation. This brief delay resulted in a violent cough from Chen Qingyu, blood-spattered saliva flying forth, altering his expression. What is happening? Instinctively, he lowered his head, and his pupils constricted in horror. His once flawless and fair palm now appeared dried and wrinkled, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, with age spots emerging. In that moment, his body felt as if it had become a rusted machine, slow and numb. How could I be aging? A trace of terror crossed his face, and a chill ran through his heart. Is this the power wielded by Su Yuanxing? Boom. At this moment, the avatar of destiny, expressionless, unleashed another punch. Chen Qingyu had no choice but to channel his true energy once more, clashing fists in a flurry, creating a cacophony of shockwaves. Unfortunately, his body felt as if it had truly succumbed to the ravages of old age, where he once had an advantage. He was now left struggling, utterly beleaguered. Not far away, Su Yuanxing's true form transformed into a streak of golden light, speeding toward him to join forces with the avatar of destiny against Chen Qingyu. How does the taste of the wheel of decay feel? I told you. The one who deserves to die today is you. Chapter 96. The immortal body of Origin Yang, the wheel of decay? A chill ran through Chen Qingyu's heart. At this moment, his condition was undeniably dire. His entire being sluggish, akin to an elderly man on the brink of death. He could barely fend off Su Yuanxing's avatar. Is this also a technique recorded in the Longevity Sutra? My essence of origin remains unchanged, yet my body has already deteriorated? As this thought crossed his mind, boom. From the side, Su Yuanxing's true form charged in, teaming up with the avatar of destiny to assault Chen Qingyu. In an instant, confronted by the combined might of two formidable forces, Chen Qingyu found himself in an absolute disadvantage, quickly becoming a mass of injuries, utterly disheveled. Concurrently, the symptoms of aging on his body continued to escalate, causing his condition to plummet further into despair. Boom. In merely a few breaths, he was struck down by a heavy punch, plummeting toward the earth. Su Yuanxing laughed heartily, joining forces with the avatar of destiny, descending like two brilliant golden lights in pursuit. Let us strike down this drowning rat, taking advantage of his weakness. Chen Xiaojun, you cannot escape. In midair, as Chen Qingyu fell, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleamed with a dreadful intensity. Escape? Who said I intend to flee? Chen Qingyu's true energy erupted, suddenly activating the exporting Origin Yang. At this moment, he was less than 100 yards from the sprawling forest below. Upon activating exporting Origin Yang, a magnificent golden radiance surged upward from below, converging towards his body. Upon closer inspection, the strands of golden light emanated from every tree and flower, from every creature that flew or walked. Seizing the myriad beings' essence of origin, he filled himself. Boom. Under a special vision, a blazing layer of golden flames ignited around his essence of origin. Instantly, all his injuries vanished, and even the state of decay was forcefully halted, allowing him to rapidly regain his youth. What? Su Yuanxing's smile froze, revealing a hint of astonishment. The Wheel of Decay, one of his proudest techniques, had been so easily countered by Chen Xiaojun. This battlefield was meticulously chosen by me. Chen Qingyu shouted, abruptly halting his descent, soaring upwards. The power of exporting Origin Yang reached its zenith, epitomizing the immortal body of Origin Yang. As long as my true energy flows and my essence of origin remains unspent, I shall not perish. Like a frenzied dragon, he surged towards Su Yuanxing's true form, unleashing a punch. Now it is my turn. Su Yuanxing's gravest error was relinquishing the choice of battleground to him. The starry night sky was merely a facade. The vast forest and its myriad of living beings were his true support, sufficient to render him invincible. Before this battle commenced, he understood well the terrifying prowess of Su Yuanqing. Even if he eliminated the power of lifespan and destiny, being able to breach the 10th level of the God of War Tower surpassed Chen Qingyu, Zhou Qianlong, and others. The physicality, true energy strength, and martial skills of this individual likely matched his own, rendering him nearly infallible. To defeat such an opponent, there was no alternative but to confront him head-on. In Chen Qingyu's eyes, determination blazed like a fierce flame. He firmly believed that victory in this battle would undoubtedly belong to him. Seeking death, Su Yuanqing appeared provoked by his gaze, madness flickering in his expression as he bellowed. Once again, that look. You highborn wretches deserve to die. As his words fell, the avatar of destiny beside him suddenly disintegrated into boundless faint golden light, cascading upon him. In an instant, he was enveloped in golden radiance, flowing over him like water. As the light dissipated, he donned a suit of armor resembling golden glass, crowned with a golden visor, exuding an aura of divine authority. This was indeed his ultimate secret technique, the divine method of the Longevity Emperor. Boom. At this moment, his aura surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level of ferocity. With a mere motion, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, descending upon Chen Qingyu. This is bad. Chen Qingyu's vision blurred, dread filling his heart. Yet he had no time to react before Su Yuanqing's punch was already upon him. Bam! He was sent flying hundreds of yards, akin to a ragged doll. Whoosh! Su Yuanqing flickered again, moving with the speed of golden light, incomprehensibly rapid, darting through the skies. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of times, raining down countless punches. Bam! Boom! Chen Qingyu was battered like a ball, hurled back and forth through the heavens, utterly defenseless. Too fast, too powerful. Clad in golden glass armor, Su Yuanqing's strength, speed, and true energy intensity experienced explosive enhancements. Under such conditions, even a peerless genius like Chen Qingyu would falter within mere moments, facing imminent defeat. Truly a being unmatched in supremacy, a youthful sovereign. Each punch he delivered inflicted severe wounds upon Chen Qingyu. Were it not for the continued efficacy of the immortal body of Origin Yang, he would have already been gravely injured. After a full quarter of an hour, Chen Qingyu's aura had significantly waned, his true energy beginning to dissipate. Die. In Su Yuanqing's eyes, a murderous aura suffused, golden light radiating from his fist, clad in resplendent golden armor, as it ruthlessly descended upon Chen Qingyu's head. This punch represented the pinnacle of his strength, the culmination of his vital energy. He harbored absolute confidence. Beneath this devastating blow, his battered opponent would surely meet his demise. However, this seemingly inevitable strike was unexpectedly intercepted by Chen Qingyu with a single hand. What? Su Yuanqing's pupils constricted, and his heart momentarily halted. Had he endured enough? Chen Qingyu slowly lifted his gaze, his expression indifferent, a faint golden flame enveloping his form, his injuries rapidly mending, his vital energy surging. Su Yuanqing instinctively unleashed his vital energy, attempting to withdraw his fist. Yet, in that instant, he was horrified to discover that his strength had inexplicably diminished by more than half, the enhancement conferred by the 10,000 Longevity Emperor's divine technique having completely vanished. How could this be possible? Su Yuanqing shuddered, an overwhelming tide of panic rising within him. Chen Qingyu fixed his gaze upon him, a hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. What? Are you surprised? Did you truly believe I could not unravel your fate avatar? Did you think I would merely serve as a punching bag? His vital energy surged powerfully, his grip tightening on Su Yuanqing's fist, rendering him unable to escape. His tone laced with lethal intent. Su Yuanqing, your end has come. This battle must conclude. Chapter 97. The death of Su Yuanqing from the very onset of the conflict. After Su Yuanqing manifested his fate avatar, Chen Qingyu instantaneously discerned the secret of this technique through the exporting vital yang, divine ability. The fate avatar was a formidable embodiment formed from a vast accumulation of lifespan essence, possessing combat prowess on par with its original. Undoubtedly, these lifespan essences did not originate from Su Yuanqing himself, but were drawn from those whose fates he controlled, viewed through the lens of exporting vital yang. The vital essence of the fate avatar appeared as a mottled remnant of the setting sun, a chaotic amalgamation of various auras, including the familiar presences of Chen Qingyu and three others. In truth, Chen Qingyu had already possessed the means to dismantle the fate avatar. The prior endurance of the assaults from both the original and the avatar was merely a guise. He had been surreptitiously employing, exporting vital yang, gradually encroaching upon the control of these vital essences through the collision of vital energy and physical contact. Until this very moment, after enduring Su Yuanqing's tempestuous barrage for an excruciating quarter of an hour, he had successfully seized control over all the vital essences, capable of swallowing them at will, stripping away Su Yuanqing's greatest support. Su Yuanqing, your end has come. This battle must conclude. As Chen Qingyu's words fell, Su Yuanqing trembled violently, horrified to witness the golden glass armor adorning him begin to fracture, pieces cascading from his body. In an instant, the golden glass battle armor was utterly obliterated. Boom. A violent golden flame erupted from Chen Qingyu's original vital essence, forming a radiant halo. Within this halo, the myriad modeled vital essences had fallen under his dominion. At this juncture, even should he slay Su Yuanxian, he had no fear of the dispersal of these vital essences. Die. His gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he once more activated the exporting vital yang technique. His original vital essence, alongside that radiant halo, unleashed a fierce attraction, causing Su Yuanxian's vital essence to dissipate like moths drawn to a flame. No. Su Yuanxian's eyes turned crimson as he let out a desperate roar, struggling fiercely, attempting to unleash his vital energy to break free from Chen Qingyu's grasp. Yet this time, the vital essences he had commandeered had already been entirely stripped away. How could he hope to escape? It must be noted that Chen Qingyu's physique and the intensity of his vital energy inherently surpassed Su Yuanxian's, further fortified by the indomitable body of vital essence, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. In mere moments, even as Su Yuanxian fought with all his might, nearly a tenth of his vital essence was forcibly consumed by Chen Qingyu. A single misstep into a trap meant total ruin. His demise was merely a matter of time. Su Yuanxian seemed to grasp this reality, his face twitching, ultimately surrendering to despair. I never imagined I would perish at your hands. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Qingyu, his voice hoarse. Do you believe that by killing me, everything will come to an end? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. As he responded, slaying you will at least liberate my cousins from your control, bringing this nightmare to a close. Hearing this, Su Yuanxian erupted into laughter. Young Master Chen, you are vastly oversimplifying matters. I am but an insignificant pawn, a mere footnote. Killing me will only draw the attention of far more terrifying foes. Oh. Chen Qingyu arched an eyebrow, replying coolly. It seems you indeed have a mysterious organization backing you. Su Yuanxian's eyes flared with fury as he retorted. What do you know? You, the peerless prodigies of noble blood and elevated status, born to greatness, your cultivation speed and innate talent outstripping mine tenfold. I toil day and night honing my martial skills, yet cannot match your effortless insights. What you can acquire with ease. I must stake my very life for a sliver of opportunity. As long as you exist, I shall never have a chance to rise. At this, he suddenly laughed maniacally. Look, at least I have proven myself. Just give me a chance. And it turns out you peerless prodigies are not so exceptional after all. Across this vast world, there are countless who, like me, yearn for but a single opportunity. In the span of mere words, wrinkles began to etch themselves upon his visage. His hair turning gray, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. These holy lands will inevitably face their descent into oblivion. As the flame of hope flickered, his tone grew somber. Wrinkles multiplying, his body aging and decaying, his aura waning. Chen Qingyu maintained his gaze upon him, silent. After a few breaths, Chen Qingyu suddenly released him, stepping back a couple of paces, observing the now frail Su Yuanxian. Within the latter's body, the vital essence had entirely dissipated, completely consumed by Chen Qingyu. He could vaguely sense that the repercussions of this total seizure of vital essence had begun to manifest through the distorted rules, affecting Su Yuanxian's corporeal form in this realm. The very means by which Su Yuanxian had once controlled numerous prodigies ultimately became his greatest undoing. A gentle breeze swept through. Su Yuanxian's aging form abruptly shattered into countless particles of dust, scattering with the wind. The once revered martial emperor, acknowledged as the preeminent figure in the world, had fallen into ruin. Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply. At last, it is over. This marked the first time he had truly taken a life, yet he felt little discomfort within his heart. Reflecting on Su Yuanxian's final words, a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze. As long as the flame of struggle endures, the spirit of resistance shall not wane. Could the mysterious organization behind Su Yuanxian be a clandestine force opposing the Holy Lands? Just as he pondered this, the notification tone of the Taishu Yuanling finally arrived. Albeit belatedly, you have triumphed in this duel. As no wagers were placed on Taishu points for this contest, you will not receive victory rewards. This duel has concluded. And due to the closure of observation privileges, you will not receive observation fees. The cold, mechanical voice resounded through the starry forest, suddenly booming. Congratulations. You have ascended to the victory leaderboard of Divine Capital Changluo. Your current ranking is first. Congratulations. You have also topped the overall victory leaderboard of Golden Bridge Heaven. Currently, you hold the esteemed position of first place. Chapter 98, Unfinished Business. In the realm of the Void Dao, at the vicinity of Wanshang Tianqing and Doxing Platform, a throng of people has gathered, their voices rife with complaints. Why has the viewing privilege been revoked? Indeed, it is perplexing. Previously, Su Yuanxian fought against the four great kings and did not prohibit spectators. I recall Qin Shaojun was also permitted to have spectators during the Blood Sea. How disappointing it is that such a pinnacle duel cannot be witnessed. Amidst the cacophony of voices at the entrance of the Doxing Platform, Chen Qinghan and a few others exchanged glances, sighing heavily. their expressions grave. Unlike the ignorant masses, they understood that the true reason behind Su Yuanshan's revocation of viewing privileges was to prevent leaks. Distorting the rules of the Void Tao, after all, exhibits a certain abnormality. Not to mention, he surely intended to coerce and entice Chen Xiaojun after gaining control over him. Thus it could not be made public. Do you think? Ku Zhenhai hesitated, murmuring, can Chen Xiaojun truly defeat? No? Kill Su Yuanshan? Wang Pejun shook his head decisively. I do not know. But his willingness to take such risks and challenge Su Yuanshan directly must indicate he possesses some confidence. Chen Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at the two. Speaking in a low tone, rest assured, Xiaojun is by no means an impulsive individual. He must have absolute confidence to contemplate seizing this opportunity to eliminate Su Yuanshan once and for all. Wu Sui bit her lip tightly, whispering, if Su Yuanshan truly dies, then we can finally be liberated. Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Truth be told, they genuinely hoped for Chen Xiaojun's victory, wishing for Su Yuanshan to perish and no longer hold power over them. Yet, at this moment, which evidently determined their fates, they found themselves utterly powerless to intervene, unable even to watch. Every moment of waiting felt excruciatingly prolonged, their hearts filled with anxiety and trepidation, causing them great distress. Just then, a resounding buzz erupted. A brilliant golden light exploded from the left side of the Doshing platform, leaderboard. This tremendous commotion instantly captured the attention of nearly everyone present, including Chen Qinghan and his companions, who instinctively looked up. Streams of dazzling golden light surged from the bottom, racing upward and swiftly surpassing all, reaching the pinnacle in an instant. As the golden light dissipated, the illustrious name at the top, overshadowing all others, was undeniably that of Chen Xiaojun from Shindu Chanluo. Wang Pejun's body trembled, his voice quivering. He won. He truly won. Wu Sui's eyes widened, her heart ablaze with joy. He actually defeated Su Yuanshan. He triumphed over that monstrous martial emperor. Chen Qinghan let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Splendid. At that moment, it was as if the clouds had parted. The gloom within their hearts entirely dissipated, and they felt as though the heavens had brightened, their spirits uplifted. Around the Doshing platform, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Incredible. Chen Xiaojun has emerged victorious. This defies reason. Su Yuanshan has been a formidable martial emperor, dominating the Golden Bridge for years. How could he possibly lose? Who would have thought that a new generation would eclipse the old? The reign of the martial emperor has become history. Chen Xiaojun is astonishing. Good heavens. Wasn't he just recently elevated to the Golden Bridge realm? This is our Chen family's young lord, the new martial emperor. Amidst the tumultuous uproar, wait. At the entrance of the Doshing platform, Ku Zhenhai suddenly noticed something, his smile freezing. Su Yuanshan, why is he still on the leaderboard? He isn't dead? What? The other three immediately changed their expressions, scrutinizing the leaderboard, only to turn pale. The martial emperor Su Yuanshan had not vanished from the overall rankings of the Doshing. He had merely fallen to the second position. Moreover, on the right side, within the Doshing rankings representing Wanshang Tiancheng, Su Yuanshan's name still held the top spot. How could this be? Chen Qinghan trembled, bitterness flooding his eyes. Xiaojun, you have clearly defeated Su Yuanshan. Could it be that his judgment was flawed? Was he unable to kill him through the distorted rules? Wu Sui lost all color in her face, her lips turning white. Su Yuanshan isn't dead. What shall we do now? Wang Pejun and Ku Zhenhai exchanged glances, despair and despondency evident in their eyes. This news was undoubtedly a calamity for them. Chen Xiaojun had personally struck and defeated the lofty martial emperor, yet he could not kill him. Did this not signify that they were forever trapped under this man's control? Just then, a tall figure clad in white flew out from the Doshing platform. Cousin Xiaojun. Chen Qinghan rushed forward, pointing at the leaderboard, his voice trembling. Why is Su Yuanshan not dead? Chen Qingyu was taken aback, glancing over before smiling. Do not fret, just wait a moment. In the realm of the Void Tao, the circumstances are not akin to the mortal world. Even if he slays Su Yuanshan within the Doshing platform, the latter would not perish instantly. Through the distorted rules, perhaps he can survive for a few more moments. But that is all. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghan and the others felt a glimmer of hope reignite within their hearts, their eyes fixed intently on the leaderboard. After a few breaths, Su Yuanshan's name suddenly vanished without a trace. Phew. The four of them exhaled deeply, exchanging glances filled with tears of joy. Su Yuanshan had died. They had finally and thoroughly escaped this nightmare that had tormented them for years. Meanwhile, around the Doshing platform, the sudden disappearance of Su Yuanshan's name from the leaderboard quickly drew attention, inciting widespread astonishment. However, they did not consider the possibility of Su Yuanshan's sudden demise. After all, that was far too outrageous. How could Su Yuanshan's name simply vanish? Surely he must have broken through to the spirit origin realm. It cannot be that he died. Indeed, he has dominated the Golden Bridge for years. He must have been prepared for a breakthrough. Now that he has been defeated by a rising star, how could he still claim to be the martial emperor? He must have returned to break through directly. Well, he certainly left quickly to avoid losing face. But why didn't we see him fly out of the Doshing platform? Could it be that he was too ashamed to face anyone and slipped away from the Void Dao? That is certainly a possibility. As the crowd speculated fervently, Chen Qingyu stepped forward, gazing gratefully at Chen Qingyu, and solemnly bowed. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. I owe you my life, cousin. Ku Zhenhai and Wang Pejuan, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward to pay their respects, repeatedly thanking Chen Qingyu. Compared to Chen Qingyu, their relationship with Chen Qingyu was virtually non-existent. Yet they felt deeply indebted for this immense favor. Cousin Xiaojun, Wu Sui stepped forward, playfully winking. I have no means to repay you, but I can only offer myself in gratitude. All right. Chen Qingyu laughed, waving his hand, and spoke. Rest assured, before Su Yuanshan perished, I have reclaimed the lifespan essence that was taken from you. I shall return it to you now. Chapter 99. Seizing the authority of the eternal mirror of the void. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu and the others' faces lit up, eagerly crowding closer with anticipation. The theft of their lifespan essence had long been a source of persistent dread. At last, they had the opportunity to reclaim it. Buzz. Chen Qingyu's vital energy surged, activating the divine ability of extracting Yuan Yang. A golden flame circle blazed fiercely above his original Yuan Yang. With a single thought, he prepared to lift the control and return it to its rightful owners. Not only Chen Qingyu and his three companions, but also dozens of prodigies manipulated by Su Yuanshan, most of whom hailed from the Wanxiang Holy Land. However, his actions collided with an invisible barrier, akin to striking an unseen wall. That golden halo, after a resonant tremor, remained utterly motionless, as if it had been anchored in place. The smile on Chen Qingyu's face froze. How could this be? Chen Qingyu and the others were perplexed. And after waiting in silence, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. Younger brother, Chen Qingyu felt an inexplicable foreboding and inquired, what is the matter? Is there an issue? Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, his voice grave. I bear some unfortunate news. I am unable to return the lifespan essence I seized from Su Yuanshan. An unseen force is obstructing my actions. What? Chen Qingyu and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. How can this be? Chen Qingyu's gaze deepened as he slowly spoke. Before his demise, Su Yuanshan revealed certain secrets. Our previous suspicions may indeed hold truth. He is backed by a mysterious and formidable organization. The fragment of authority over the Taishu Hengshi mirror he wielded was evidently bestowed upon him by that organization. He was merely a pawn. It would have been impossible for Su Yuanshan alone to successfully usurp such power. His cultivation at the mere Golden Bridge realm pales in comparison to the might of the Taishu Hengshi mirror, akin to dust beneath an ant. From this, it can be deduced, the true master of that fragment of authority lies elsewhere. It was merely granted for Su Yuanshan's use, not truly entrusted to him. Now that Su Yuanshan is deceased, this fragment of authority still exists and continues to exert its influence. Chen Qingyu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions growing grim. An intangible shadow once again enveloped their hearts, pressing down upon them until they could scarcely breathe. Younger brother, Wu Sui bit her lip, trembling slightly. Could it be that you are mistaken? Perhaps you are unable to return our lifespan for other reasons? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu replied in a somber tone. It is quite simple to verify my conjecture. One of us can leave the Taishu Dao realm and then re-enter, allowing us to ascertain whether that fragment of authority's power is still in effect. As the user, Su Yuanshan had solidified that fragment of authority and the corresponding great power during his lifetime. The direction of that power would primarily be divided into two aspects. First, to ensure that the lifespan essence seized remains under his control within the Taishu Dao realm, unaffected by external forces. Second, to extensively distort and seal the memories of all who were aware, ensuring absolute secrecy. The first aspect can no longer be determined with Su Yuanshan's death. However, the second is far easier to verify. Wu Sui took a deep breath, her resolution firm. Then let me give it a try. With her words, her figure vanished, evidently exiting the Taishu Dao realm directly. Chen Qingyu and the others turned their gazes toward the spot she had disappeared from, waiting in silence. Moments later, Wu Sui's figure suddenly reappeared, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes as she gradually discerned her surroundings. Then her complexion turned ashen. Is it true? She exclaimed, her face as pale as paper, staring intently at Chen Qingyu, her voice hoarse. You were right. That fragment of authority is indeed still in effect. After I exited the Taishu Dao realm, my memories were instantly sealed and distorted, just as before. With her words, the faces of Chen Qingyu and the others also turned pale, falling into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with despair. How could this be? Ku Zhenhai closed his eyes in anguish. They had never imagined that even after Su Yuanshan was slain by Chen Xiaojun, they would still be unable to escape this nightmare. The four of them were indeed no longer under anyone's control. However, if the seized lifespan essence could not be replenished, they would inevitably meet a grim fate. Cousin. And Miss Wu, Chen Qingyu suddenly spoke, looking at Chen Qingyu and the others, his voice solemn. How long can the lifespan within you sustain? Chen Qingyu forced a bitter smile. In the past, Su Yuanshan maintained strict control over us, and the lifespan essence within our bodies can only last for 2 months. After each monthly gathering, he would periodically replenish us. Thus, we could afford to miss a meeting only occasionally. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. So, you can endure for another 2 months. As long as we can find a way to break this fragment of authority within that time, we will be fine. Chen Qinghan countered, but how do we do that? If our memories were not sealed, it would be simple. We could report to the elders of our clan, and everything would be resolved. But now, even you are aware of the matter. And once you return to the real world, your memories will also be distorted and sealed. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow. He possessed a sign-in system and 9 great abilities, all of which set him apart from the ordinary. However, he was uncertain whether he could evade the might of the Taishu Hengshi mirror. The odds were likely against him, given his low cultivation level. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously stated, conventional methods will indeed prove ineffective. The might of the Taishu Hengshi mirror is vast and boundless. To counteract this fragment of authority, we must possess a similar fragment of authority. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals present. We must find a means to acquire a fragment of authority from the Taishu Hengshi mirror. This is our only hope. Chen Qinghan and the others had only 2 months left to live. Not only was it a matter of saving their lives, but it was also essential to break through the barrier and expose the potential conspiracy lying in the shadows. The only strategy he could conceive was to wield authority against authority. What means? Kujinhai shook his head, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. We are merely at the Golden Bridge realm. It is impossible for us to truly usurp the authority of the Taishu Hengshi mirror, is it? Even if we have the ambition and courage, we lack the means. No. Wang Pujuan, beside him, suddenly interjected, his eyes alight. I actually know of a way to obtain a fragment of authority within the Golden Bridge Heaven. Chapter 100. The Legend of the Strongest. As Wang Pujuan's words fell, the expressions of the others shifted significantly. Kujinhai exclaimed, Wang brother, is this true? Wang Pujuan nodded slightly, his tone resolute. This method was personally told to me by an ancestor from my clan. It cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Chen Qinghan and the others' eyes brightened, while Kujinhai eagerly urged, Wang brother, what are you waiting for? Please share it with us. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Chen Qingyu's face as he looked at Wang Pujuan. Taking a deep breath, Wang Pujuan intoned, that ancestor mentioned that whoever can reach the pinnacle of the immortal altar in the Golden Bridge Heaven will earn the favor and reward of the Taishu Yuanling. The favor of the Taishu Yuanling is a tremendous honor, and one will also be rewarded with a fragment of authority, resulting in a transformative change in status. Upon hearing this, the hopeful smile on Kujinhai's face immediately froze. Chen Qinghan let out a long sigh, his expression one of despair. Wu Su even pouted, complaining, Isn't this equivalent to saying nothing at all? Reaching the top of the immortal altar? How could your ancestor even suggest such a thing? Isn't that just mocking you? Wang Pujun awkwardly responded, I surmise that our ancestor intended to inspire me. Chen Qingyu, standing nearby, pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, reaching the pinnacle of the eternal altar is exceedingly challenging. As far as he was aware, the eternal altar only records the past projections of the 10 most formidable supreme geniuses throughout history. In the historical rankings of the 10th level of the War God Tower, he was ranked 17th. Su Yuanxian stood slightly above him, perhaps around 14th or 15th place. The top rank of the War God Tower could not even breach the top 10, making the prospect of ascending the eternal altar through sheer individual effort all the more daunting. Moreover, the prerequisite for obtaining the power of authority is to ascend the eternal altar. One must surpass all who have ever achieved the Golden Bridge realm, becoming the unrivaled champion of the ages. This endeavor aims to forge a living legend of ultimate strength. Chen Qinghan sighed, his tone somber. It is not merely difficult. The challenge is utterly terrifying. Wu Su-yi, also with a grave expression, interjected, Su Yuanxian was once the unrivaled champion of the Golden Bridge realm, recognized as the emperor of martial arts. Yet, he has attempted to challenge the eternal altar 3 times, each time ending in failure, unable to even reach the 10th position, let alone the pinnacle. Kujinhai, feeling disheartened, shook his head. There is no hope for us. None of us have even managed to clear the 10th level of the War God Tower, thus lacking the qualifications to challenge the eternal altar. As for you, Brother Xiaojun. He glanced at Chen Xiaojun, pausing for a moment before continuing, with all due respect. If you were to refine your skills for a few more years, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope for you to ascend the eternal altar and achieve everlasting fame. But in just 2 short months, directly reaching the summit seems implausible. Alas, such is our fate. Even with Su Yuanxian's demise, we remain destined for an untimely end. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly, offering no rebuttal. After comprehending the guiding of Yuan Yang technique, his strength indeed surpassed that of Su Yuanxian, albeit not by a significant margin. It was not an overwhelming advantage. Given Su Yuanxian's prowess, having failed 3 times at the eternal altar, could he truly expect to fare better? Perhaps he could surpass the 10th or even the 9th rank, but anything beyond that would indeed prove quite challenging. Yet, 2 months were not devoid of hope. If he could sign in at the Skyward Sword Gorge, there would still be room for his strength to leap forward. He mused, furrowing his brow. However, once I return to the mortal realm, my memories will likely be sealed, and I may not be able to hastily venture to this Skyward Sword Gorge. Not to mention, my identity is sensitive. The clan leader will most likely not permit my departure from the divine capital. After contemplating for a moment without arriving at a satisfactory solution, he could only sigh. Well, the heavens do not entirely abandon those without hope. To aspire for the summit of the eternal altar, one must at least behold its grandeur. With this thought in mind, he spoke. There is no need for despair, everyone. Regardless of success or failure, I shall make every effort to challenge the eternal altar in these 2 months. Ku Zhenhai and Wang Pejun exchanged grateful glances at his words. They were all too aware of the slim odds, yet Chen Xiaojun's declaration was worthy of their respect. Cousin Xiaojun. Chen Qinghan's expression was complex as he sighed. I hope you can work miracles. Chen Qingyu smiled and replied, I have always been one to create miracles. After exchanging a few more words with them, he took his leave, departing from the Void Dao realm. In the divine capital of Chongluo, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a hint of uncertainty, frowning inwardly. Why do I feel as though I have forgotten something? His expression wavered as he pondered. That shouldn't be the case. I am a dignified master of martial arts in the Golden Bridge realm, after all, with an impeccable memory. Reassured, he dismissed these distractions and left the quiet chamber for the courtyard. Before long, he circled the courtyard and found his father, Chen Zhengxing, preparing to resume his cultivation. Father, he exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand as he approached. Qingyu, you seem to have an abundance of leisure today. Chen Zhengxing sighed helplessly, taking a seat on a nearby stone bench, casually asking, what issue do you wish to discuss now? Hee. Chen Qingyu chuckled and sat beside him before announcing, I have good news. I have defeated the current number 1 in the Golden Bridge realm. After his defeat, that individual, overwhelmed with shame, apparently broke through to the spirit origin realm and vanished. Is that so? Chen Zhengxing responded with surprise, quickly considering the implications, nodding, indeed. Mastering the 1-star 9 radiant secret technique has proven to be an immense fortune for you, saving you untold time in refining martial skills. However, with your talent, defeating the number 1 in the Golden Bridge realm was only a matter of time. Chen Qingyu, hearing this, smirked. Next, I plan to continue challenging the Eternal Altar. Father, could you enlighten me about the Eternal Altar? The Eternal Altar. Chen Zhengxing's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, seemingly recalling past events. To ascend the Eternal Altar is the supreme honor for every practitioner. Back in my day, I exerted every ounce of effort to reach the 7th level, but could advance no further. He glanced at Chen Qingyu and inquired, how long do you have until you can break through to the spirit origin realm? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly as he replied, just a little over half a month. Chen Zhengxing shook his head. In that case, your chances of ascending the Eternal Altar are exceedingly slim. When I aimed to challenge it, I remained in the Golden Bridge realm for an additional 5 years, honing my martial techniques before I succeeded. Thus, unless your strength undergoes a profound transformation within half a month, your aspirations may be in vain. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow at this. Half a month. The only way I can envisage a significant change in my strength is by signing in at this Skyward Sword Gorge to acquire new techniques. Yet, that is not guaranteed. After all, no one can assure me that the new techniques gained at this Skyward Sword Gorge would surpass flying sand and walking stones or guiding of Yuanyang. Ultimately, my combat prowess has already reached its zenith. Even the martial emperor Su Yuanxian cannot match me. It is indeed challenging to push further. Father, Chen Qingyu pressed on, unwilling to concede. Is there truly no other way? He had not harbored any hopes, but to his surprise, Chen Zhengxing smiled slightly and replied, of course there is. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's spirits lifted, and he eagerly inquired, what is the method? Chen Zhengxing glanced at him, speaking solemnly. First, you must find a way to defeat me at the Eternal Altar and take my place. If you cannot even surpass my past self, then any advice I give you would be of no use. Very well. Chen Qingyu took a deep breath, standing up. Then I shall challenge the Eternal Altar now. Chen Zhengxing smiled gently. I shall await your good news. All right. Chen Qingyu stood resolute and hurried towards the quiet chamber, preparing to re-enter the Void Dao realm. Simultaneously, news of Chen Xiaojun defeating Su Yuanxian and claiming the title of the number 1 in the Golden Bridge realm sent shockwaves throughout the entire wasteland, leaving countless individuals in awe, admiration, and reverence. Almost everyone has contemplated the inevitable clash between Chen Xiaojun and the revered emperor of martial arts, Su Yuanxian, to determine who would ascend as the unrivaled champion of the Golden Bridge realm. However, what transpired was astonishingly swift and utterly unexpected. Even more incredulous was the fact that it was Chen Xiaojun, who had just recently transcended into the Golden Bridge realm, that vanquished the long invincible emperor of martial arts, thus claiming dominion over the Golden Bridge heaven. The sensational wave of this event swept across the desolate lands, rendering the name Chen Xiaojun universally recognized, echoing like thunder. In stark contrast, Su Yuanxian's name vanished from the Golden Bridge heaven rankings following his defeat, yet this disappearance elicited little discussion or concern. After all, a once legendary figure who has been bested is no longer a legend. Yet, within the sacred land of all phenomena, an explosive piece of news even overshadowed Chen Xiaojun's ascendance to the pinnacle of the Golden Bridge realm, sparking a wave of panic and unrest. Su Yuanxian, the foremost disciple of the Golden Bridge realm, was found dead under mysterious circumstances at his residence. In the quarters of the true disciples of the sacred land of all phenomena, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. How could this happen? Exclaimed numerous disciples. Their faces pale as they gazed upon the corpse being carried away, their eyes betraying shock and incredulity. They huddled together, whispering speculations. How could senior brother Su suddenly perish? Indeed, this is within the sacred land. Who could have harmed him? According to reports, he died shortly after his defeat to Chen Xiaojun. Could there be a connection to Chen Xiaojun? Are you jesting? Could it be that Chen Xiaojun could kill senior brother Su from across the Void Dao realm? Of course not. But surely it can't be that senior brother Su took his own life? The thought of a dignified emperor of martial arts meeting such an untimely end within the sacred confines left the many true disciples uneasy. Su Yuanxian's strength was far superior to theirs, yet he had succumbed silently, his death shrouded in mystery. If they were in his position, who could escape such a fate? Boom. Several enforcers clad in black uniforms from the sacred land of all phenomena first gathered Su Yuanxian's remains, and then transformed into streaks of light, soaring away. The final enforcer descended before the crowd, stating gravely, Su Yuanxian, the true disciple of the Golden Bridge realm, has been confirmed deceased, with the cause of death currently unknown. The Hall of Enforcement will verify his identity and ascertain the cause of death, after which an announcement will be made within the sacred land. You may disperse. With these words, he swiftly took flight, joining his colleagues in their departure. The gathered true disciples exchanged glances, murmuring speculations for a moment before dispersing. Moments later, deep within the sacred land of all phenomena, Su Yuanxian's body lay upon a dark stone platform, his visage appearing vibrant, with eyes gently closed. Were it not for the absence of breath and vitality, one might mistake him for merely asleep. Due to the influence of the Void Dao realm, his life force had abruptly dissipated, leaving his physical form unaffected by the signs of aging, thus rendering the cause of his death increasingly enigmatic. How peculiar, mused a venerable elder clad in an opulent purple robe, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Su Yuanxian's lifeless form. His aura was formidable, marking him as the elder of the Hall of Enforcement. Su Yuanxian, the pinnacle of the Golden Bridge realm and a renowned emperor of martial arts throughout the desolate lands, was considered an unparalleled prodigy, drawing significant attention from the higher echelons of the sacred land. The tumult caused by the sudden demise of such a promising figure was, indeed, profound. Not only did the elder come to inspect the body, but even the sovereign of the sacred land took a personal interest in the matter. Elder, called a steward in a black robe trimmed with gold, bowing respectfully. Have you determined the cause of Su Yuanxian's death? The white-haired elder shook his head, his voice low. The cause of death is quite strange. It appears he may have perished due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. The black-robed steward paused, then sighed. Seemingly unfazed, he practiced the Longevity Sutra, a perilous art that, if not carefully managed, could lead to the depletion of one's life essence, resulting in sudden death. We had hoped he would one day cultivate to the divine concealment realm, thereby eliminating the threat of lifespan exhaustion, yet it seems he has tragically fallen short. What a pity for such a remarkable prodigy.